Chapter 3870. Do you want me to sit back and do nothing? Xianxia shouted angrily, his expression constantly changing. His expression was ferocious and twisted, and it was obvious that he was fighting a battle in his heart. Seeing this, Zhou said, Xianxia, you have to be calm at a time like this. You may ruin everything if you act rashly. It's easy to say, but it's useless, Xianxia said in a low voice. Steward Chow, just pretend you don't know anything about what happened today. I'm going to kill him right now. It's not like you have to do it yourself if you want him dead. Zhou sneered. Xianxia, who was about to go out, immediately stopped and turned to look at Zhou. Zhou's expression changed. Don't take my words seriously when I'm drunk. It's late, so I'm going back to rest. Saying this, he was about to rush out of the door. Xianxia swung the axe in his hand and chopped down in front of Zhou. His burly figure blocked the door and looked down at Zhou. Zhou was not afraid and narrowed his eyes slightly. Xianxia, are you going to fight with me? I drank too much and I'm a little delirious. You look like you're the one with a brain problem. Xianxia said in a low voice, Master, you're in the heaven opening realm. I admit that I'm not your match. If we really fight, I'll only be humiliated. However, Xiao Dai's matter is closely related to me. If you have a good plan, please tell me. I'll be very grateful. What if I don't say it? Zhou looked at him coldly. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Master, although you're in the heaven opening realm, you're only in the first grade. If I risk my life, I can probably bite off 2 to 3 kilograms of your flesh. You're crazy. Zhou's expression changed. Xianxia rubbed his head and said with a ferocious expression, Master, please teach me. Zhou did not speak and looked at him. There was only determination and ruthlessness in Xianxia's eyes. After a long time, Zhou said, Xianxia, why are you doing this? Since Miss Daiyu has no interest in you, why do you keep pestering her? That's my business. Master Steward, you don't have to worry about it. Sigh. Zhou sighed. Originally, it was not my place to say anything about this matter, but seeing how infatuated you are, I can give you some advice, but... Xianxia said, Master Steward, don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with you. No matter what the final result is, I will bear all responsibility. Very good. Zhou nodded. In that case, come closer. Xianxia hurried over. Zhou lowered his voice and told him in detail for a while. Xianxia's expression kept changing as he listened. He secretly lamented that Zhou was really vicious and merciless. If this was true, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Moreover, it would be an effortless death. After a while, Zhou said in a low voice, This matter involves too many people. If it's exposed, you won't have a good ending. Think carefully. Xianxia chuckled. Master Steward, this is a good idea. If I don't do it, I'll be letting you down. What does this have to do with me? Zhou was shocked. Xianxia hurriedly slapped his mouth. Yes. This has nothing to do with Master Steward. This was all my idea. Come. Let's drink. The table had been kicked over. How could they drink? Zhou flicked his sleeves and said, It's late. I'm going back to rest. Xianxia said, Then I'll leave the matter of the day after tomorrow to Steward Chow. Zhou staggered. He didn't know whether this idea of his was a blessing or a curse for him, but it was too late to regret it now. Looking at Xianxia's expression, it was clear that he had to do it. He could only secretly pray that he hit Xianxia's weak spot so that he could never rise again. Life in the handyman's quarters was not exciting. After returning from Daiyu's place, Yang Kai meditated and rested. The next day, he dragged Old Fong to the market, mainly to broaden his horizons. Although he had a general understanding of the situation in the market, there were still some strange things in many stalls, all of which were brought out by the handymen from their respective Chinquan worlds. In order to buy the 3rd grade pure golden dew for Daiyu, he went bankrupt and even owed Old Fong some heaven-opening pills. However, he was not in a hurry. In any case, he could earn a large number of heaven-opening pills next month. The food and drinks in the market were all on Old Fong's head, so Old Fong naturally did not bicker with him. This time, he even mysteriously brought him to a place. That place was extremely secluded. From the outside, It looked inconspicuous, but once one entered, one would know that there was a universe inside. The people who came here not only included the odd job workers from the odd job room, but also some disciples from the Seven Openings land. Many of them were wearing seven-colored clothes, and they were hugging women left and right as they enjoyed themselves. Xianxia was extremely shocked. He pulled Old Fong aside and said, "There's actually such a place in the market?" Old Fong sneered. "What's so strange about it? Since ancient times, this kind of place can be seen everywhere." "These girls, who are they?" Xianxia looked around. Old Fong sighed. "They're all handymen from various spiritual lands. Everyone is trying to make a living. In the past, they didn't have much ability, but now that they have, they naturally want to help." Xianxia looked at him with a strange expression. This was the first time he heard someone speak of doing something so noble. He frowned slightly and said, "The handymen shouldn't have much money." Old Fong said, "That's why. Most of the people here are Xianxia land's disciples. There are very few handymen who come here to seek pleasure. Although this place is not specially opened for Xianxia land's disciples, it's basically relying on them to survive." It was indeed as Old Fong said. Most of the people Xianxia saw here were Xianxia land's disciples who wore colorful robes. There were only a few handymen who came here, including the two of them. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find a girl to take care of." Old Fong gave him a push and pointed at a group of more than 10 girls. "If you take a fancy to any of them, just bring them upstairs." After he finished speaking, he went upstairs and knocked on the door of a room. A moment later, the door opened and a jade-like hand reached out and pulled Old Fong inside. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He stood in place and scratched his head. He looked to the side and saw that the 10 girls were also looking at him curiously, but none of them had any intention of coming over to greet him. This place was mainly maintained by Xianxia land's disciples. Moreover, it was only open for 3 days every month. The girls all knew that if they wanted to make money, it was best to make money from those wearing colorful robes. If a handyman like Xianxia came in, most people would ignore him unless he took the initiative to talk to them. It was good that no one cared. He walked to a table at the side and called for the handyman. He ordered a table of food and wine and drank by himself. However, it had to be said that although there was a sex trade here, it didn't have much of a prostitute atmosphere. It was more like a tea house. If it wasn't for waiting for Old Fong, Xianxia would have left long ago. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't come out. The food and wine were all changed. In the end, a girl couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. "Brother, are you waiting for your companion?" Xianxia nodded. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Then you don't have to wait any longer. I heard from a senior sisters that every time your companion comes, he will stay the night here." Xianxia almost cursed out loud. With a dark face, he thanked her and paid for the food and wine. Just as he was about to leave, the girl suddenly reached out and grabbed Xianxia's sleeve. Xianxia turned to look at her and saw that her face was red. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, do you need something?" The girl lowered her head. "Brother, did you come here just to drink?" Xianxia wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood what she meant. Carefully sizing her up, he found that this girl had delicate features and didn't have the slightest bit of a prostitute's aura. He couldn't help laughing. "I came here with someone. I've never been to a place like this before." The girl's voice was soft. "There's a first time for everything. Brother, do you want to try?" As she spoke, her head was almost buried in her chest, and her face was as red as fire. Xianxia was speechless. He knew that this girl was either shy by nature or had only come out a few times and wasn't too open. Just as he was thinking this, the girl said, "I won't hide it from brother. Junior sister, this is also my first time." Xianxia frowned and asked, "Junior sister, why did you come here?" The girl closed her mouth and didn't answer. However, Xianxia had already been here for several months, so he naturally knew about the hard lives of the workers. They were paid 3 heaven-opening pills a year, but even if they wanted to buy a set of second-grade materials, it would still cost 1,500 to 600. If he wanted to quickly advance to heaven opening, he had to find some other way. He sighed inwardly, knowing that Old Fong was right. If it weren't for the fact that life was hard, who would come to this place? At this moment, a tall and sturdy man, suddenly walked in from outside. His eyes swept over the area and fixed on Yang Kai, and he walked over in surprise. Sensing movement, Yang Kai turned his head and was also stunned. "Brother Fong, why are you here?" Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Did you come to the wrong place?" "What does Brother Fong want to say?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Nothing." Fong Tai slowly shook his head, probably because he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Looking around, he then turned to the young woman beside Kai Yang and smiled. "Junior sister, you need to have a good eye for people. Some people, even if you receive them, I'm afraid they won't be paid. At that time, you'll have to work for nothing." The girl forced a laugh. "Brother, you must be joking." Fong Tai said, "I'm not joking. The person you brought here is a newcomer. He's only been here for a few months and hasn't even been paid his salary yet. How could he pay you?" The woman looked at Kai Yang strangely. Kai Yang's performance just now was not like that of a newcomer. That table of food and drinks he had happily paid for. No more, no less. "This Fong is different. I'll make sure to satisfy junior sister later." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the girl's arm. The girl couldn't dodge and was caught, quickly turning her head to look at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. She was more willing to receive Yang Kai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to him. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai just glanced at her and cupped his hands. "Then I won't disturb Brother Fong. Goodbye." "Humph." Fong Tai coldly snorted. Yang Kai stepped out, but he could clearly feel a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 3871. Stop looking. Why bother with this piece of trash? This brother will take you to have some fun. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned around. He walked up to Fong Tai and looked up at him. "Brother Fong, did you eat the wrong medicine today?" Fong Tai said, "This Fong is not sick. Why would I eat medicine? If you're not sick, why are you spouting nonsense and insulting me for no reason?" Fong Tai was extremely astonished. "What did I insult you?" "Oh, you said that piece of trash." "Not you." This Fong was referring to someone else. "But if you insist on sticking to me, then I can't do anything about it." Yang Kai stared at him. Fong Tai's eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. Yang Kai nodded. "It seems that Brother Fong is seriously ill." Fong Tai was about to say something when he saw a fist rapidly growing in front of him. Immediately after, his head buzzed as if he had been struck by a powerful force. He flew backwards, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. The woman beside Fong Tai was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai. In her field of vision, Yang Kai was still in his punching posture. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe that this seemingly amiable senior brother actually had such a fiery temper. Just because of a disagreement, he attacked and injured someone. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of doing so? Less than 3 breaths after Yang Kai punched, the women in the hall all used their movement techniques and fled out the door. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone. However, there were still a few Xiaolan disciples looking over with interest. How many years had it been since a servant dared to make a move in private? Today, they were finally able to watch a show. On the other side, Fong Tai staggered to his feet, only to feel that his mouth and nose were sticky. Wiping his hands, he found that they were all covered in blood. Raising his head, he glared at Kai Yang in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" He had also been beaten into a daze. He had never thought that Yang Kai would attack him. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. For a moment, humiliation and anger surged in his heart, and his aura fluctuated wildly. "You dare to scold me. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai sneered. "Very good." Fong Tai roared angrily and kicked away the table and chair in his way. Then, like an ancient divine spirit, he rushed to the front of Yang Kai. His 2 fists, which were as big as casseroles, turned into shadows of fists that covered the sky and covered Yang Kai. Fong Tai was also a newcomer who had just arrived outside of heaven and earth. His strength was on par with Yang Kai's, so this fight was actually a close match. At the side, a few disciples of the Kikikyo land who were dressed in 7-colored robes were watching the show and cheered loudly. However, the 2 of them had only fought for a dozen breaths of time when a group of people came in from outside. The leader of the group had his hands behind his back and looked around. He narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, "All of you stop!" Yang Kai and Fong Tai, who were in the midst of fighting, ignored him and continued to fight. "You're revolting." The leader was furious. He waved his hand, and the disciples of the Kikikyo land on both sides threw out ropes. These ropes were made of an unknown material and wrapped around Yang Kai and Fong Tai's bodies like snakes. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were tied up like rice dumplings. Yang Kai struggled, but was unable to break free. Instead, the strength of the ropes increased, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. "You two are quite bold to fight in private. Don't you know the rules of the Xianxia land?" After tying up the two of them, the leader walked in front of Yang Kai and Fong Tai. He looked at one and then looked at the other with a cold expression. "Brother." Fong Tai also came back to his senses at this time. Just now, he had been hit by Yang Kai and was a bit angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. He knew that this matter was a bit serious, and that one wrong move could cause him to be consigned to eternal damnation. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, this little brother has only been here for a few months and is not familiar with the rules of the Xianxia land. Brother, can you consider this as this little brother's first offense and let me go? This little brother will be very grateful." "Humph." The leader coldly snorted, "Rules are rules. Who cares if this is your first offense or not? You'll suffer this time and know how to behave next time." Fong Tai panicked. "Brother, I'm innocent. This bastard hit me, and I had no choice but to fight back. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other brothers over there. They saw everything clearly." The leader coldly looked at him. "I only know that when I came in, you were fighting with this brat. As for who made the first move, I have no interest in knowing. Take them away." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Fong Tai and Yang Kai, who were tied up like dumplings, were also taken behind. Fong Tai was still trying to explain something, but he was only reprimanded by a Xianxia land disciple beside him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also gave up the idea of wasting his breath. On the second floor, old Fong's face was pale as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over." He had naturally heard the commotion downstairs. When Yang Kai and Fong Tai had been fighting, he had hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, but he had still been a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai was tied up and taken away, unable to save him. The people who had taken away Yang Kai were the Xianxia land's patrols. As a worker, he had no right to say anything in front of them. Thinking about it, the only person who could save Yang Kai was Zhou Zheng. As the manager of the orchard and a heaven-opening cultivator, if he was willing to step in, he should be able to help. Mentally preparing himself for a huge loss, old Fong didn't even have time to tidy up his clothes as he hurriedly rushed to the fire spiritual land. In a simple and crude cell, dark and damp, Yang Kai and Fong Tai were locked inside, each occupying a corner of the cell. This cell was in the middle of the market, deep underground. It was casually built with some wood, so if Yang Kai wanted to, he could easily escape. However, neither he nor Fong Tai had the courage to do so. The Xianxia land's disciples were standing guard outside, so what could they do even if they escaped? They would still be tied up and brought back. As such, even though there was no one watching over them, and even though their bindings had been undone, the two of them only occupied a corner of the cell, minding their own business, accompanying old Fong to visit a brothel only to end up in prison. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. However, today's matter gave him a strange feeling. Although Fong Tai had wanted to draw a clear line between them because he had offended Zhou Zheng, there was no need for him to offend him for no reason, right? Fong Tai's actions today gave him the feeling that he was intentionally trying to anger him. But what good would that do for Fong Tai? In the end, he would end up the same as him, locked up here, and who knew what kind of punishment he would receive. He had heard old Fong say that the Xianxia land's punishment for workers who made mistakes was quite harsh. If he didn't handle this matter well, he might end up locked up for 3 to 5 years. If he was really locked up for such a long time, it would be a huge loss. Once he was locked up here, his source of income would be cut off, and who knew how many heaven-opening pills he would lose. Thinking of this, Fong Tai became even more displeased. He coldly glanced over and saw that this guy was looking anxiously in a certain direction, his face full of anticipation. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what he was looking forward to. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Fong Tai, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, immediately stood up, and Yang Kai also listened attentively. Not long after, a person arrived in front of the cell, his eyes gloomy as he looked at the two people in the cell. "Master Steward!" Fong Tai exclaimed excitedly. "Steward Chow." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. Although he didn't get along well with Zhou Zheng, since the other party had the title of steward, he still had to show the proper etiquette, lest he caught something that could be used against him. "You two really give face to my Fire Spirit Land chores room." Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the two people in the cell, a look of resentment on his face. "Fighting over a woman and coming to the market square? You two are good. You two are too good." Fong Tai awkwardly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Master Steward. Yang Kai and I weren't fighting over a woman. It was just that our hands were itchy and we casually swapped pointers. Who knew that this would happen?" As he spoke, he turned his head and shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and pretended not to see. "You've been caught by the patrol and brought here, yet you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding." Zhou Zheng angrily shouted, "And the injury on your eye, do you think I'm blind?" Fong Tai reached out and covered the eye that Yang Kai had hit, not saying a word. Zhou Zheng snorted, "Do you know what punishment there is for a private fight between chores?" Fong Tai nervously asked, "What punishment?" 3 to 100 years of confinement. Zhou Zheng sneered. "Do you want 3 years or 100 years?" Fong Tai was shocked and begged, "Master Steward, please save me." Zhou Zheng said, "But I happen to know the patrol leader who caught you, so I can speak to him. Seeing that you're both newcomers and this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, there won't be any mercy." Let go just like that? Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that he would definitely be locked up for a few years, so he had mentally prepared himself. Fong Tai, however, was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Steward Chow. Master Steward, I will remember your kindness and never forget it." Zhou Zheng didn't comment and opened the cell door, saying, "Get out, both of you. What are you still doing in there?" Fong Tai and Yang Kai walked out one by one. Zhou Zheng coldly snorted. "If it weren't for the fact that something happened in the orchard today, I wouldn't have cared about your lives." Fong Tai said, "Is it about the Chief Steward's patrol?" This wasn't a secret. The chores in the chores room had all heard about it from different sources. "Yes, the Chief Steward should have arrived at the orchard by now. The two of you should hurry over. If the Chief Steward patrols your territory, be careful. If something goes wrong, no one can save you." "Yes, yes, yes." Fong Tai quickly nodded. Yang Kai then remembered that the so-called Chief Steward was going to patrol the Fire Spirit Land's orchard today. The entire Fire Spirit Land had been busy just for today. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to worry too much. He just needed to do his job well. Chapter 3872. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the surface. At this moment, the entire market was silent. 3 days had passed, and the servants had all returned to their respective orchards. The market was naturally empty, and there were no Xianxia disciples outside the prison. It was as if there were only the three of them here. "It's getting late. Steward Chow, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai bid farewell and soared into the sky, heading straight for the Fire Spirit Land. He has no respect at all. The steward master saved him, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. Fong Tai looked in the direction Yang Kai left and coldly snorted. "There's no need for him to thank me." Zhou Zheng chuckled. He had already thanked those who needed to be thanked. Old Fong had spent a lot of heaven-opening pills for him to plead for leniency. For the sake of those heaven-opening pills, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Yang Kai. His expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "You did well this time." Fong Tai said, "The reason this Fong can have today is all because of the steward master's nurturing. If the steward master has any orders, this Fong will do anything." Very good." Zhou Zheng nodded, very satisfied with Fong Tai's attitude. Fong Tai frowned, But there's something this Fong doesn't understand. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Zhou Zheng seemed to be clear about Fong Tai's doubts and blocked him with a single sentence. Also, this was only an accident. Fong Tai lowered his head. I understand. Let's hurry to the orchard. There might be a good show later. Moreover, the steward is here, so a small steward like me should accompany him. As Zhou Zheng spoke, he soared into the sky. Fong Tai didn't understand. He didn't know what kind of good show would happen later. He faintly felt that it had something to do with yesterday's incident, but since Zhou Zheng had already said so, he didn't ask any more questions. When the two of them set off, Xianxia had already arrived at the Fire Spirit Land. When he passed by the village where the servant house was, he saw a golden light from the corner of his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that in front of his house, General Si Chun was continuously pecking at the door, as if calling for him to come out. General, Xianxia greeted. General Si Chun heard the sound and turned his head to take a look, following which he turned into the size of an ordinary rooster and flapped his wings, flying up and down as he flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia laughed. General, you should lose some weight. Xianxia didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this stupid chicken was fatter than the first time he saw it. He stretched out his hand to summon it over and placed it on his head. Great General Si Chun twisted his butt and found the most comfortable position he was familiar with. He then pecked the Xianxia twice. Xianxia said, something happened. It's not like I'm delaying the time on purpose. Stop pecking. Only then did General Si Chun become obedient. After a short while, they arrived at the orchard. After flying for a while, they landed on their own territory and saw Daiyu anxiously waiting for them. Hearing the commotion, Daiyu turned her head and revealed a look of surprise. Are you all right? I heard from Old Fong that you fought with someone and got caught by the patrol team. Old Fong, you blabbermouth. Xianxia had a look of disgust. This wasn't something to be proud of, so why did he spread around? I was the one who asked him if you were all right. Did the patrol team do anything to you? Daiyu asked with concern. It's nothing. If they did, would I still be standing here? Xianxia smiled. Daiyu nodded. That's right. Did Steward Chow come out and save you? How did you know? Xianxia was stunned. Daiyu said, Old Fong gave Steward Chow a valuable gift. Xianxia revealed a look of understanding. No wonder. He was wondering why Zhou Zheng was so kind. It was understandable that he went to save Fong Tai, but why did he save him as well? It turned out that Old Fong had done something. How much did Old Fong give him? Xianxia asked. Daiyu said, I don't know, but it shouldn't be a small amount. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an errand boy to get caught in a private fight without any punishment. But it's fine as long as he's fine. That's true. Xianxia nodded. When you have time, tell Old Fong that you're safe. He probably doesn't know that you're out yet. Daiyu looked around and said, Moreover, the chief steward is patrolling the orchard today. You have to be careful and don't slack off. I know. You should go back quickly. I heard from Zhou Zheng that the chief steward should be in the orchard already. It won't be good if he finds out that you're not in your own territory and came to my place. Then I'll go back first, Daiyu said and walked towards her orchard. After she left, Xianxia took out his communication device with Old Fong and told him that he was safe. Old Fong quickly sent a message asking him about the details of the situation, so Xianxia naturally told him everything he needed to know. After he finished, Old Fong replied and told him not to be so impulsive in the future. When Xianxia asked how much he had given Zhou Zheng, the old man actually cut off the communication. Obviously, he didn't want to say more. This further confirmed Xianxia's guess. Old Fong must have given him a lot this time. Otherwise, why would Zhou Zheng be so kind as to help him out? He cursed Zhou Zheng in his heart for his insatiable greed and swore to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he would make Zhou Zheng pay him back. He turned around and started work in the orchard. The chief steward's inspection of the orchard was a big deal. It could be seen from Du Roofing's attitude before, so Xianxia was not careless. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of what happened yesterday, but Xianxia felt a little uneasy today, as if something was going to happen. This made him more vigilant. An hour later, Xianxia stood in the orchard with his token in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. There was a fruit missing in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was limited. It was recorded in the token of every handyman. If it was spoiled or rotten, they had to report it to the chief steward of the orchard. However, under normal circumstances, nothing would happen to the fire spirit fruits, let alone one missing for no reason. But at this moment, this happened in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was one less than the number recorded in the token. Xianxia carefully counted 3 times in the orchard, and it was the same. How could there be one less fruit? Before he left last month, Xianxia specially checked it once. At that time, the numbers were correct, but after a few days, the numbers were wrong. Xianxia scanned the orchard with his divine senses and carefully searched the fruit trees one by one. After a while, he finally found something. He went straight to a fire spirit fruit tree and stared at a certain spot. There should have been a fire spirit fruit in that spot, but at this moment there was nothing. On the stem where the fire spirit fruit should have been, there were still traces of freshly picked fruit. Even if Xianxia had not picked the fire spirit fruit before, he knew that the fruit here had been picked less than 2 hours ago. Someone actually stole his fruit while he was not around? Kaiyang flew into a rage. Which idiot would be so daring as to do such a stupid thing? Stealing the fire spirit fruit could put him in a disadvantageous situation, but if the truth was found out, even 100 lies would not be enough to kill him. Who on earth was doing such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Or rather, who had a grudge against him? In the entire fire spirit land, Xianxia did not know many people. The only ones who had a grudge against him were Zhou Zheng and Feng Tai, who he had a fight with yesterday. Feng Tai did not have the opportunity to do so. When he came over, he had not moved yet. Could it be Zhou Zheng? It should not be him either. Zhou Zheng had rescued him and Feng Tai from the market, so he also had no time to do such a thing. If it was not Zhou Zheng or Feng Tai, then who else had a grudge against him? After thinking about it, Xianxia could not think of anything. However, the figure of shaking bear Xianxia flashed through his mind. If it was Xianxia, then there was a possibility. However, there was no grudge between him and Xianxia. There was no reason for the other party to be so heavy-handed, right? Perhaps he could ask Daiyu. When he came over, Daiyu had been in his orchard. Perhaps she had seen something. After making up his mind, just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard a bustling sound coming from not far away. When he looked up, Xianxia's expression stiffened. He saw a group of people flying through the air, neither too fast nor too slow. The person in the lead had a dignified appearance. When he looked around, he had a dignified expression. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a person of high status and was around 40 years old. On his left, Du Rufeng was half a step behind to accompany him. He had a smile on his face and was saying something to the man. The man only had his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would lower his head and look around. Occasionally, he would nod. Behind Du Rufeng was Zhou Zheng. However, looking at his position in the crowd, it seemed that he was the kind of person who could not even speak. Even though he had never seen him before, Xianxia immediately recognized that the middle-aged man in the lead should be the chief manager of the entire Kikikyo land. He instinctively shrunk his neck. If the orchard was peaceful, he had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that his territory was missing a fruit, this matter was a little difficult to explain. In his heart, he secretly prayed that this group of people would leave quickly and not pay attention to him. However, what he was afraid of just had to happen. While he was feeling guilty, Xianxia heard the chief manager say, "Isn't that Duan Hai's General Sichun? Why did he come to the orchard?" Xianxia almost spat out blood. He was so preoccupied with his guilty conscience that he actually forgot that the great general was still lying on his head. The great general's body was dazzling with golden light, like a lighthouse in the darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought the great general with him today. He should have left it in the servant room. Du Rufeng said, "The chief manager is right. That is the venerable one's General Sichun." The chief manager laughed. How did this servant offend General Sichun? The general actually wants to punish him like this. Du Rufeng said, "The chief manager misunderstood. He did not offend General Sichun. Previously, I also thought that he offended the general and was punished. However, when I reported to the Venerable One, I found out that the general likes him and is close to him. Chapter 3873. Like him? Get close to him? The manager revealed a surprised expression. I understand General Xianxia's temper a little. He wouldn't care about normal people. What's so special about this servant that he could gain General Xianxia's favor? Du Ruffin laughed. This disciple doesn't know. Maybe General Xianxia has a good eye for people. Let's go down and take a look. The manager was interested and waved his hand, leading a group of people to descend. When Xianxia saw this scene, he had the urge to curse. But if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Seeing the group of people bustling over, he had no choice but to greet them. He cupped his hands and bowed. Xianxia greets master. The manager didn't look at him, but looked at General Xianxia with a smile. He didn't need to pay too much attention to a mere servant. The reason he came down was mainly because of General Xianxia. Du Ruffin, who was following behind him, said, Xianxia, this is the manager of the 7 Openings land. He is in charge of all matters of the 7 Openings land. As he spoke, he gave Xianxia a look, telling him not to be nervous. Xianxia bowed again. Greetings, manager. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. His orchard had lost a fruit for no reason. It would be fine if it wasn't discovered, but if it was discovered, how would he explain it? Could he say that it was stolen? Where's the evidence? If he couldn't find the person who stole the fruit, he would have to take responsibility for the loss of the fire spirit fruit. He didn't know if Du Ruffin would be able to protect him when the time came. She wanted to send him a sound transmission to explain the whole story, but this chief manager was clearly a heaven-opening expert. How could a sound transmission be concealed in front of him? Even though he was feeling depressed, he appeared calm and composed on the surface. Even though he saw from the corner of his eye that a group of people who had followed the chief steward spread out to investigate his orchard, his expression did not change and his heart did not beat faster. Since it had come to this, he could only pray that those people wouldn't carefully check the number of fire spirit fruits. Only then would he be able to escape this calamity. Inadvertently, he saw Zhou Zheng smiling at him. That smile seemed to have a deeper meaning. Before he could think any further, he heard the steward ask, How did you manage to make General Xianxia so close to you? Xianxia lowered his head. I don't know either. You don't know either? The chief manager raised his eyebrows. Du Ruffin said from the side, Xianxia, just say what you want to say. The chief manager is just asking casually. It's nothing important. Xianxia said with a bitter face, I really don't know. A few months ago, when I first came to the orchard, the great general passed by the orchard. I don't know how it fell from the sky and landed right in front of me. Perhaps the great general thought that I had done something to it. So it was angry and wanted to peck the fruits in my orchard. How could this disciple bear it? As an odd job worker of the orchard, taking care of the fruits is my duty. I was angry and fought with it. You fought with it? The chief manager laughed. You're quite brave. Xianxia said embarrassedly. At that time, this disciple had just arrived and didn't know the great general's identity. That's why I dared to offend it. If it were today, I definitely wouldn't have the guts. Du Ruffin nodded. All right, chief manager. This disciple has been in the land of fire spirit for less than half a year. He's indeed a newcomer, but he's already made a great contribution. Oh, the chief manager revealed a look of surprise. Looking at Kai Yang seriously, he didn't ask what kind of contribution Kai Yang had made. Nodding his head, he said, You can continue. Xianxia spread his hands. That's all. From then on, whenever I came to the Garden, the great general would be like this. So it's a friendship formed through fighting. The chief manager smiled and nodded. That's interesting. This was the first time Du Ruffin had heard of such a thing, so he pointed at Xianxia and said, You little brat, you should be glad you didn't do anything to the great general at that time. Otherwise, the venerable would have skinned you alive. Xianxia laughed dryly. He thought to himself that the great general had lost quite a lot of feathers at that time. At this moment, the people who were scattered in the orchard returned one after another. One of them glanced at Xianxia, then handed something that looked like a jade scroll to the chief manager. Xianxia's heart tightened. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The chief manager took the jade scroll and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. He then handed the jade scroll to Du Rufeng. Take a look. Du Rufeng took it curiously and glanced at Xianxia. He guessed that something must have happened to the orchard. Otherwise, why would the chief manager ask him to take a look at this? This was not within his authority. However, what could have happened to the orchard? After carefully inspecting it, Du Rufeng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Xianxia coldly and said, Xianxia, can you tell me why your orchard is missing a fire spirit fruit? It's really missing? Xianxia was surprised. You know, Du Rufeng frowned. Xianxia said, before honored seniors arrived, Disciple was counting the number of fire spirit fruits and found that there was a discrepancy between the number recorded before Disciple left last time. However, Disciple wasn't sure at that time, so honored seniors arrived just as Disciple was about to carefully count them. He paused and said, now it seems that the previous count was not wrong. There is indeed a fire spirit fruit missing. Du Rufeng said in a low voice, as a servant, you should take care of everything in the orchard. Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive if the spirit fruit is missing? I don't know. A light punishment would be crippling your cultivation and banishing you from the Xianxia land. A heavy punishment would be to kill you on the spot. Xianxia was shocked. This was not giving him a way out at all. He exclaimed, Master Du, I am innocent. I counted the number of spirit fruits before I left a few days ago. The number of spirit fruits was exactly the same. I didn't have time to do anything when I came here today. The lack of spirit fruits has nothing to do with me. Master Du, how can it have nothing to do with you? Du Rufeng's expression was dignified. Since you are the servant who takes care of this orchard, everything in this orchard is closely related to you. The loss of the spirit fruit is due to your lack of care, unless you reported it to the manager here before. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, did Xianxia report it to you? Zhou Zheng stepped forward and took out a jade slip to check it carefully. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, I did not find any records. Du Rufeng looked at him deeply, then turned to Xianxia and said, do you have anything else to say? I don't accept this. Xianxia straightened his neck. The loss of the spirit fruit is not because I took care of it. If it was lost, it was because someone stole it. The one who should be punished is the person who stole the fruit. Du Rufeng's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, don't talk nonsense. Who dares to steal spirit fruits in the Xianxia land? Xianxia snorted. If someone didn't steal it, how could the fruit be lost for no reason? Did you see it? The chief manager, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Losing a spirit fruit was not a big deal. Whoever took care of it would be punished, but now someone actually dared to steal the spirit fruit. They had to make an example of this and let everyone in the Xianxia land know what the consequences of stealing a spirit fruit were. I didn't see it, but I have my suspicions. Xianxia shook his head. Chief manager is at the heaven opening realm, so you should be proficient in some soul-searching techniques. As long as we capture those people and interrogate them carefully, the truth will come to light. The chief manager smiled. And if we can't get anything out of them, Xianxia said, then count it on me. When the time comes, we'll do what we need to do. You've got a good plan. The chief manager lightly snorted. But who knows if you're trying to drag them down with you? If we really want to do a soul searching, we should start with you. Xianxia almost coughed up blood when he heard this. This was like shooting himself in the foot. If his soul was really searched, wouldn't he lose all his secrets? If he was unlucky, his soul might even be damaged, causing him to lose his mind forever. However, today's matter could not be explained clearly in a few words, and he did not have the strength to resist. The chief manager was at the 4th stage heaven opening realm at the very least. Killing him would be as easy as crushing a bug. Unable to escape, unable to fight, he could only turn to look at Du Rufeng. Du Rufeng did not disappoint. He cupped his hands and said, Chief Steward, since this matter happened in the Fire Spirit Land, then let the Fire Spirit Land take full responsibility. Let me take this person back. I will give Chief Steward an explanation. The chief manager shook his head. Rufeng, since you've asked, logically speaking, I should give you face. However, Today's matter is no longer as simple as losing the spirit fruit. It involves theft. You should also know that the spirit fruits everywhere are the foundation of the 7 openings land, and we can't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Now, there's actually a servant who dared to touch the foundation of the 7 openings land. This matter should not only be explained to me, but also to the heavenly monarch. Du Rufeng's heart trembled. The chief manager even mentioned the heavenly monarch, which completely cut off his right to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, thinking, of all things to talk about, why did you have to talk about someone stealing the spirit fruit? Now, I can't help even if I want to. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his original intention of shifting the blame would end up cutting off his own path of survival. According to the chief manager's words, as long as it was not a servant who stole the spirit fruit, it was not a big deal. After all, some of the fire spirit fruits were already spoiled or dead, so there would be a shortage. However, when it involved a servant, it was a completely different concept. Capture him. As soon as the chief manager gave the order, 2 people immediately walked out from the left and right, heading towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, and he quietly gathered all his strength. He was wavering between being captured and fighting to his death. Right at this moment, a cry was heard. The great General Xianxia above him shook its wings, and a ball of golden light floated out from its mouth. Yang Kai habitually reached out to grab it. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared in his hand was not the heaven-opening pellet that he was used to seeing, but a fruit core the size of a longan fruit. Fruit core? Yang Kai was stunned. Du Rufeng was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. Wait a moment. The 2 Qiqiao disciples who were approaching Yang Kai immediately stopped. Du Rufeng quickly came in front of Yang Kai and picked up the fruit core in his hand. After examining it for a while, he laughed and said, "Chief Manager, the thief seems to have confessed. The loss of the spirit fruit should not be related to the servants here." As he spoke, he presented the fruit core in his hand. Chapter 3874. The head manager took it and examined it for a moment. He then turned to Du Rufeng and chuckled. "You said General Xianxia liked him and wanted to get close to him, but I think he was just looking for an opportunity to frame him. He almost got him killed, but luckily he didn't go too far and spared him at the crucial moment." Du Rufeng also smiled, so that's how it is. I was wondering why the Grand General would behave like that. So it was all for today. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now that the truth is out, it means that the missing fruit was not stolen by the servants. It was just that the Grand General ate one on a whim. "Head manager, what do you think of this Yang Kai?" The head manager waved his hand, and the 2 Qiqiao disciples who had walked out immediately retreated back. After this incident, the head manager no longer had any interest in staying. He turned around and said, "Let's look elsewhere." With his hands behind his back, he walked off into the distance. A group of people followed him and left. Before Du Rufeng left, he glanced at Yang Kai and secretly transmitted a message to him. "Take care of yourself." Yang Kai watched as the group left. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Zhang's back. When the Grand General spat out the core of the fruit, he clearly saw Zhou Zhang's surprised expression. He couldn't help but frown. Who was the culprit behind today's incident? Was it related to Zhou Zhang? After carefully sorting out the sequence of events, the person who stole the fruit definitely wanted to kill him. Furthermore, it was only today that he stole one of his fruits. He and Fong Tai were locked up in the city's prison, so they arrived late and gave the thief a chance to take action. The culprit wasn't Fong Tai, but he was caught by the patrol because of Fong Tai. Yesterday, Fong Tai also seemed to want to provoke him, so the person who saved him and him was Zhou Zhang. His emotions fluctuated and his divine sense moved. Yang Kai felt as if he had cleared up the fog and seen the truth of the matter. But if it was really as he guessed, then how did this guy guarantee that the head manager would come to check on his medicinal garden? Just because of General Xianxia? It wasn't impossible. As long as the head steward saw General Xianxia, he would definitely be curious. At that time, whether or not the head steward came down to investigate, this person would be able to guide him. Unfortunately, it was the chief steward who wanted to come down today, not someone else. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely be able to verify whether his guess was correct. Yang Kai was infuriated that he almost got himself killed for no reason. If it wasn't for Grand General Si Chun turning the tide at the last moment, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Even Du Ruffeng wouldn't have been able to protect him. From the fact that Du Ruffeng didn't show any respect to the chief steward, it could be seen that this matter was related to an odd job worker's theft. On the contrary, it didn't matter that the Grand General had eaten one. This odd job was unbearable. It had only been a few months, and he had almost gotten into trouble. He still had a long way to go. Thinking about this, Yang Kai hurriedly carried the Grand General down from his head. Holding it with both hands, he looked at it carefully. Previously, when this guy had used his head as a chicken coop, Kai Yang had felt quite ashamed. But after witnessing the great general's ability, the god of wealth, he had let it be. He had never thought that today he would need its help. Now that he looked at it, it was pleasing to the eye. Pulling it into his embrace, he ravaged it with all his might. You're really something. Even in such a hopeless situation, you still managed to find a way out. The Grand General's feathers stood on end as it cried out. Using all its strength, it couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grasp. It cried out miserably. After a long while, Yang Kai finally let it go. Sitting on the ground, he placed the Grand General in front of him and chuckled. At this moment, the Grand General no longer had a majestic appearance. Its feathers were a mess. Once it broke free from Yang Kai's grasp, it fluttered its little wings and flew over, pecking nonstop. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it. All right, just vent your anger. After playing around for a while, the Grand General finally calmed down. Standing in front of Yang Kai, it used its beak to comb its feathers. From time to time, it would tilt its head and glance at Yang Kai. Its gaze was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai placed his hands on his knees and cupped his cheeks. He curiously asked, "How did you get the fire spirit fruit's core? Have you eaten the fire spirit fruit before?" The Grand General opened its mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. Yang Kai caught it and discovered that it was actually a few cores. "You really ate it before?" Yang Kai was astonished. It wasn't hard to explain why Si Chun had the ability to save him at such a crucial moment. "Why did you help me?" Actually, what Yang Kai wanted to know was why Si Chun treated him so differently. When others wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill from the Grand General, it would also depend on the Grand General's mood. Only he was able to use an insect to exchange for a pill. He was even able to use this method to open up a path of wealth. This definitely wasn't because he had fought with the Grand General before. It was a pity that Si Chun hadn't communicated with him properly. If the Grand General could understand what he said, it meant that the Grand General had the ability to communicate with others, but was too lazy to do so. Since he couldn't understand, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. He hugged the Grand General and placed it on his head. Yang Kai stood up and said, "Since you saved my life today, if you have any requests in the future, just tell me, and I will do my best." He wasn't sure if the Grand General heard him clearly, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Although the orchard was large, the head steward had only patrolled for a day. Yang Kai waited until the next day before Du Ruffeng arrived. As soon as they met, Du Ruffeng said, "Yang Kai, I tried my best to exonerate you yesterday, but it was a pity that I couldn't do anything about the theft. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Grand General took the initiative to stand up for you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master Du is too serious. Yesterday, this disciple saw the care and concern that Master Du showed to this disciple. This disciple will remember it in his heart." Du Ruffeng patted his shoulder. "It's good that you can think this way. Why? Do you have something to tell me?" If Yang Kai hadn't sent him a message yesterday, he wouldn't have come today. Yang Kai said, "There is something." He gestured with his hand. "Master Du, please." After inviting Du Ruffeng to a nearby table and chair, Yang Kai took out some fragrant spring water and began cooking. These things were all stored in his space ring for later use. Du Ruffeng smiled and said, "If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. Disciple wants to ask, does Master Du's previous words still count? Du Ruffing looked at him with interest. What? Have you thought it through? Didn't you refuse this king before? Yang Kai let out a dry laugh. That was then, and this is now. Disciple had some misgivings before, but after yesterday's events, Disciple discovered that as a servant, there are many things that are beyond Disciple's control. Disciple doesn't like this kind of feeling. Moreover, water flows downwards, and people strive to climb higher. This is a matter of course. Since Master has given me this opportunity, Disciple will naturally grasp it well. Du Ruffeng smiled lightly. In my Xianxia lands, the number of servants is the largest, but the status of a servant is the lowest. Some people come to my Xianxia lands and work for 3,000 years without being able to turn over a new leaf, while others only need a few years to become a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. This all depends on one's own ability. You are a person with ability, so this king wants to guide you. Rest assured, this king's previous words will naturally count. Thank you in advance, Master Du. Yang Kai stood up and bowed, but he didn't take a seat and continued. Disciple boldly asks, if Disciple follows Master Du, what will Disciple's status be? Washing away your servant status, you will become a disciple of the Xianxia lands. At that time, what should I do? What do you want to do? Du Ruffing asked back. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Can Disciple do whatever Disciple wants to do? Du Ruffing chuckled. As long as it is within my protection and doesn't violate the rules of the Xianxia lands, Disciple can do anything. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew a large circle in front of his eyes. Disciple wants to be the manager of this orchard. HM? Du Ruffing narrowed his eyes slightly. Your appetite is a bit big. If Master can't fulfill my wish, then Disciple will be presumptuous. Du Ruffing snorted. Are you trying to provoke this king? Yang Kai doesn't dare. Du Ruffing stared at him for a while, faintly regretting making such a big promise. Now that Yang Kai's words had forced him to ride a tiger, and it was difficult to back down. If he agreed, he couldn't make the decision. If he didn't agree, it would be embarrassing in front of Yang Kai. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Ruffing said, It's a good thing that you want to be the manager of the orchard. As you said, people strive for higher positions. However, the position of manager now belongs to someone else. Although Zhou Zheng is a bit incompetent, he hasn't made any big mistakes. It would be unfair to abruptly remove him from the position of manager. Why don't, without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai interrupted, what if Steward Chow makes a mistake? Du Ruffing frowned. What mistake did Zhou Zheng make? However, no matter what mistake he made, he will be dealt with according to the rules of the sect. No one can help him. Yang Kai heard this and said, after Steward Chow is removed from his position, can Disciple take over the position of manager? Du Ruffing laughed. Is there a grudge between you and Zhou Zheng? Why do you want to drag him down and replace him? Yang Kai shook his head. Disciple will reveal the riddle to Master later. Please answer my question, Master. Du Ruffing thought for a while and said, the position of manager needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. Thank you, Master. All right, you've been beating around the bush for so long. What do you want to say? Just say it. Du Ruffing was getting impatient. He was slightly displeased. It happened yesterday. The general didn't take the spiritual fruit. Someone really did steal it. Du Ruffing's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, Yang Kai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Don't you know that someone might die if you say that? Yang Kai looked down and said, I didn't know before yesterday, but after yesterday, I found out. Du Ruffing tapped his fingers on the stone table lightly. Tell me in detail. Chapter 3875. It's like this. When I came to the orchard yesterday, the first thing I did was to count the number of spirit fruits, but I found that one was missing. It had only been 2 hours since it was picked. Just as I was worrying, the chief steward and the others arrived nearby. At that time, I didn't have time to find out the truth. Master also saw what happened after that. I was almost consigned to eternal damnation. Du Ruffing narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. You mean this matter has something to do with Zhou Zheng? Before it's confirmed, I don't dare to make any rash comments. Master Du, please watch a good show. A good show? After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai flew down from another orchard and landed directly in front of the two men. The two men's reactions were completely opposite. One was overjoyed and walked forward to greet him, while the other's expression changed slightly, and he took a step back. He looked at Yang Kai with a face full of horror and confusion. "Brother, are you all right?" Old Fong looked at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai didn't look at him, but stared straight at Xianxia and said, "It was scary but not dangerous. Didn't I tell you before?" Old Fong said, "I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I was a bit worried. Now that you're all right, I don't have to worry about anything." He paused and said, "Brother, did you come here for something?" Yang Kai grinned. "Can't I come to see you? See me?" Old Fong was stunned. "Since you came to see me, why did you keep staring at Xianxia?" He instinctively felt that there was something wrong between the two. He turned to look at Xianxia and found that there was indeed a problem. Xianxia was actually avoiding his eyes and had a guilty expression. He didn't know why. "Brother Xiang, we haven't seen each other for a few days. How come you become so estranged?" Yang Kai looked at Xianxia with a fake smile. Xianxia's face darkened. "Am I close to you?" "We're not even close. How can we be estranged?" "That's true. I'm not that close to Brother Xiang, but why did Brother Xiang look so surprised when you saw me today?" "What surprise? What surprise?" Xianxia waved his hand and said in a low voice, "I was just born with big eyes." "Is that so?" Yang Kai laughed. "I won't hide it from Brother Xiang. The chief steward went to my place yesterday and inspected my orchard." Xianxia's eyes widened as he said, "Head steward went over. Brother Xiang, you're very concerned about me. Why would I be concerned about you? I'm just if you don't tell me." Xianxia coldly snorted and sat down on the ground. He leaned against a fruit tree and hugged his arms as he dozed off. The chief steward, Yang's was being inspected by the chief steward was not a good thing. Taking care of the orchard was the responsibility of the servants. If they did well, they wouldn't be rewarded, but if they were found to be doing poorly, they would definitely be punished. Therefore, no servant was willing to have the chief steward visit their territory. They all hoped that he would just take a look at them and leave. However, every time the chief steward came to inspect, there would always be some unlucky people. Yang Kai's luck was really bad. There were hundreds of servants in the orchard, but the chief steward just had to go to his place. Now, even if there were no problems, there would definitely be some problems. "He didn't do anything to you, did he? I almost couldn't see you again, old brother." Yang Kai let out a long sigh, his face full of lingering fear. Old Fong was shocked. "What happened? Why is it so serious?" Yang Kai solemnly said, "I lost a fire spirit fruit in my orchard." Old Fong's face immediately turned white. "Brother, you can't joke about this. You're new here. Although I've told you a lot of the rules of the orchard, you probably haven't realized the seriousness of losing a spirit fruit. Let me tell you this. The lives of us servants are not as valuable as a spirit fruit." I know. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Losing a spirit fruit is a serious crime. The chief steward wanted to arrest me on the spot. Even if Master Du came forward to plead for me, it was useless." "Then why did you?" Old Fong was confused. Du Ruffung had come forward to plead for mercy, but it was useless. Why was Yang Kai still standing there? What happened after that? Yang Kai grinned and pointed at the great general. At the last moment, the great general made a move. It actually spat out a fruit core from its mouth. Now the truth is out. Old Fong blinked and finally understood. So, the great general stole the spirit fruit and ate it. Exactly. Otherwise, why would the orchard lose a spirit fruit for no reason? Who would have the guts to steal it? You scared me to death. Old Fong let out a long breath. Although he knew that Yang Kai was standing there, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear when he heard the whole story. Why would the great general do such a thing? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai's head in confusion. How would I know? Maybe he ate too many insects and got greedy. But although the great general caused this, it was also thanks to him that I was able to survive. I should thank him. Old Fong, do you have any blue flame silkworms? A little, but not much. Give me all of them. After taking the blue flame silkworms from Old Fong, Yang Kai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. In the void, a brilliance like a water curtain flowed. Under the brilliance, Du Ruffing hid himself and watched everything that happened. He was less than 300 feet away from Old Fong, but Old Fong didn't notice anything from beginning to end. Just after Yang Kai left, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a hand sign. The brilliance like a water curtain wriggled slightly, and Yang Kai quietly flashed in from outside. Will he fall for such a clumsy performance? Du Ruffing chuckled. Yang Kai grinned. That depends on who he is. If it's someone like Old Fong, I'm afraid I can't fool him. But if it's someone like Xianxia, I'm not so sure. Let's wait and see. If it's really as I guessed, he'll definitely take action. Du Ruffing said, What if you guessed wrong? Master, will you punish me? Not really, but this king doesn't have so much time to waste here. I'll only give you half a day. If you don't see the result after half a day, this matter will end here. Fine, half a day it is. Yang Kai had no choice but to agree, and it was even more impossible for him to bargain with the other party. Turning his head, he curiously asked, Senior, this artifact is quite interesting. If we really end up luring the snake out of its hole, we'll be able to conceal our whereabouts? Du Ruffing said proudly. This treasure was bestowed by the Venerable. It's called the Shadowless Veil. Under the third grade heaven opening realm, it's impossible to see through its flaws. Even those above the third grade heaven opening realm might be able to deceive them as long as they don't search carefully. Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. It was good to have a backer. He didn't have to worry about breaking through to the heaven opening realm. He had a lot of treasures in his hands, such as the capturing heaven net and the shadowless veil. On the other hand, he had worked so hard to fight with his wits and strength here, all for the identity of a small orchard manager. Just as he was speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly brightened. The fish has taken the bait. Below, Xianxia, who was leaning against a fruit tree with his arms crossed and dozing off, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around for a while, then stood up with a dignified and hesitant look on his face, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After hesitating for a long time, Xianxia made up his mind and turned his head to call out, Old Fong, take care of the orchard for me. After saying this, without waiting for Old Fong's agreement, he directly soared into the sky in the direction of the center of the orchard. Under the shadowless veil, Yang Kai and Du Ruffing looked at each other. Du Ruffing said, I'm afraid it's really like what you said. Yang Kai said, Master, you'll know when you see it. Du Ruffing no longer said anything. He urged the shadowless veil and quietly followed behind Xianxia. Xianxia looked back several times, but found nothing. After a short while, 1,000 blades peak appeared in front of them. This peak was strange, like a sword inserted into the ground. The scenery on the peak was good, but it was surrounded by orchards, and there were no other peaks in the distance. It was a very rare, solitary peak. There was a hall on 1,000 Blades Peak, where the orchard manager usually lived and worked. From time to time, there were handymen coming in and out of the peak. Obviously, they were all looking for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng liked to work in the pavilion on the edge of the peak outside the hall. Sitting in the pavilion, he could see the small mountains and the continuous orchard below. It gave people a feeling that everything was under his control. Zhou Zheng liked this feeling. At this moment, there were not many handymen looking for Zhou Zheng. After all, nothing serious happened in the orchard. Even if there was a problem, the handyman would find a way to solve it. Only when there was something they couldn't solve would they come to Zhou Zheng. When Xianxia arrived, he didn't go to Zhou Zheng immediately, probably because he felt a little guilty. He waited for 2 hours until all the other handymen left. In the pavilion, Zhou Zheng didn't raise his head. "What's the matter?" "Steward Chow," Xianxia shouted in a low voice. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. He looked up and saw Xianxia. He immediately looked around and gritted his teeth. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time?" Xianxia stretched his neck and said, "I don't want to bother Steward Chow, but there's something I don't understand. I need Steward Chow's help." "What's so important?" Zhou Zheng's expression was ugly. "That Yang Kai, shut up." Zhou Zheng suddenly stood up and glared at Xianxia for a while. He said in a low voice, "Come with me." With his hands behind his back, he led the way to the main hall. Xianxia scratched his head and had no choice but to follow. The two entered the main hall one after the other. Zhou Zheng waved the token in his hand and opened the restriction. He then turned around and glared at Xiangyang. Are you crazy? How dare you mention that outside? Don't you know that the walls have ears? If someone heard you, not only you, but even I can't escape death. Xiangyang said, but Master Steward said that as long as I followed your orders, that Yang Kai would definitely die. I followed your arrangements and took the risk of losing my head. Why is that brat perfectly fine? Zhou Zheng frowned. How do you know? Did you see Yang Kai? Chapter 3876. Xiangyang sneered. Steward Chow, you don't need to know how I found out. I just know. Zhou Zheng's face darkened as he said, yesterday's incident was a little unexpected. The head steward went to inspect his herb garden as I wished, and discovered that he had lost the spirit fruit. We were just about to arrest him when General Si Chun appeared at the crucial moment and ruined everything. Steward Chow doesn't need to elaborate on the process. I found out about it from other sources. Zhou Zheng was stunned. If you know everything, why are you still here? Of course I'm here to ask for an explanation from Steward Chow. Zhou Zheng laughed. Ask for an explanation? What explanation do you want from me? His expression turned cold. Why should I give you any explanation? Xiangyang snorted and said, if it weren't for your instigation, how could I have done such a despicable thing? Now that the matter has been done, but the result has not been obtained, shouldn't Lord Steward take responsibility? Zhou Zheng's expression was so cold that it was almost dripping water. What did I instigate you? I've told you before that this is a serious matter. You have to think it through before you act and bear the consequences. Now that things have gone wrong, you're blaming me? Xiangyang twisted his neck. I don't care. We're in the same boat now. If one dies, the other won't be able to escape. Zhou Zheng was so angry that he wanted to slap the guy in front of him to death. He secretly regretted giving him such a bad idea a few days ago. Now, he didn't get to eat the mutton, but got himself into trouble. What do you want? Zhou Zheng asked coldly. Xiangyang was a simpleton, and his status was low. He was not as valuable as Zhou Zheng himself. Since Xiangyang was using this to threaten him, Zhou Zheng could not do anything about it. Xiangyang chuckled and said, it's not like Lord Steward doesn't know what this one's intentions are. As long as Lord Steward can satisfy this one will naturally be able to satisfy Lord Steward. Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes. You want to change your territory? Xiangyang said, it doesn't matter if we switch back or not, as long as we can be transferred to Xiao Dai's side. Zhou Zheng gently nodded. If that's the case, it's not impossible. How about this? You go back and wait for my news. I'll let you know when I'm done here. Xiangyang looked at him suspiciously. Master Steward, are you trying to trick me? Although I look a little big and burly, I'm not that easy to fool. Zhou Zheng was furious. Why would I lie to you? Do I need to lie to you about this? Then I'll trust you one more time. Xiangyang nodded and cupped his hands. I'll take my leave first and wait for the good news from the Master Steward. Wait. Zhou Zheng raised his hand to stop him. Xiangyang turned around. Master Steward, do you have any other orders? Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and asked, where is the fruit? What fruit? Xiangyang was confused by his words. What do you think? Oh, Xiangyang suddenly understood. You're talking about the fruit that I secretly plucked. He patted his stomach and said, of course, I've already sacrificed it to my internal organs. It doesn't taste that good. You. Zhou Zheng looked at him speechlessly and waved his hand in annoyance. Get lost, get lost. Closing the restriction in the main hall and letting Xiangyang leave, Zhou Zheng paced around the main hall for a while before he sighed heavily. The plan this time could be said to be perfect. If General Si Chun hadn't intervened at the last moment, Yang Kai would have been dead by now. But now, Yang Kai was not only fine, but he himself had caused a lot of trouble. Xiangyang, he couldn't let him live. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. He didn't want to be threatened by people in the future. However, even if he was the steward of the orchard, it wasn't easy to get rid of a servant. He still had to wait for an opportunity. In Yang Kai's orchard, there was a flash of light, and two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Kai and Du Rufeng. Yang Kai observed Du Rufeng's expression and found that he was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't take the liberty to ask. What he had seen and heard today had completely confirmed his previous guess. Zhou Zheng and Xiangyong definitely wouldn't have a good ending. When Zhou Zheng fell, whether or not he could be promoted was secondary. The main thing was that he didn't have to constantly be on guard against difficulties from above. Telling Du Ruffing that he wanted to be the steward of the orchard was just asking for too much. Xianxia didn't think that Du Ruffing would really agree. Firstly, he didn't have enough talent. He had only been in the orchard for a few months. Secondly, his cultivation wasn't enough. It would be difficult for him to convince others. If he couldn't be the steward of the orchard, Du Ruffing would definitely be compensated elsewhere. At that time, there would be a lot of room for him to mediate. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was really related to his life, Xianxia wouldn't have been so ruthless. If Zhou Zheng just wanted to make things difficult for him and get some benefits from him, Xianxia would have tolerated it. But now, this guy even used such a vicious method of stealing spirit fruits. Xianxia felt that if he tolerated it any longer, he wouldn't even know how he died. He asked Du Ruffing to take a seat, poured tea, and waited quietly. After a long time, Du Ruffing smiled slightly and said, "You're really something. You've been here for less than half a year, and there are actually 2 people who want to kill you. How did you offend them?" "I'm also very curious." Xianxia had a puzzled expression on his face. "If it's Steward Chow, it's probably because I didn't show him filial piety after receiving a huge reward last time. This caused Steward Chow to hold a grudge against me. But as for Xiangyong, I can't figure out the reason no matter how much I think about it." Du Ruffing picked up his tea and took a sip. No matter what the reason is, since they dared to steal spirit fruits in private, no matter how many lives they have, it won't be enough for them to die. Xianxia was slightly stunned. Old Fong was right. The lives of the servants were indeed not as valuable as the spirit fruits. It could even be said that the Qiqiao land didn't even treat the servants as humans. As I said before, the steward position needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. I'll report you and explain the cause and effect of this matter. As for whether the Venerable One agrees in the end, it'll be up to him. Whether or not it succeeds, I thank Master Du for your kindness." Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Let's wait for the news." Du Ruffing patted Xianxia's shoulder and flew away. The next few days were peaceful. Xianxia strolled around the orchard every day and occasionally went to talk to Daiyu. Xiangyong was nowhere to be seen. He didn't come over these few days. He sent a message to Old Fong and learned that Xiangyong had been very obedient and had been sleeping in the orchard every day. On the 5th day, Xianxia was catching insects with Daiyu in her orchard. Suddenly, he felt someone calling him and quickly took out a jade disc. "Old Fong." Daiyu recognized that it was Old Fong's communication device. "Yes." Xianxia nodded and used his divine sense to check the jade disc. He turned to Daiyu and said, "Xiangyong has been captured." Daiyu was stunned. "Xiangyong? What did he do?" Xianxia shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He didn't know what Du Rufing's arrangement was, so it wasn't good to reveal anything at this time. Daiyu frowned. Although he's a bit reckless, he can still distinguish between right and wrong. "Did Old Fong see him being captured?" Xianxia nodded. "Several Qiqiao land disciples went to capture him. Old Fong saw it with his own eyes. Half an incense stick of time ago." Xianxia looked up in the direction of Thousand Blades Peak. Since Xiangyong had been captured, it meant that Zhou Zheng had also made his move. He just didn't know what kind of expression Zhou Zheng had on his face at this moment. Would he be surprised? However, since he dared to frame him with such a vicious idea, he should be prepared for his revenge. In just one day, a piece of news spread throughout the Fire Spirit Land. The orchard's manager, Zhou Zheng, and the handyman, Xiangyong, had stolen the Fire Spirit fruit. It was confirmed that the 2 had committed a heinous crime and had been handed over to the Fire Spirit Land's punishment hall to be punished severely as a warning to others. When the handymen heard the news, they couldn't believe it. However, the news was spread by the Qiqiao land disciples, so they couldn't question it. Everyone knew that Xiangyong was finished. Zhou Zheng was finished. Stealing the Fire Spirit fruit was something that hadn't happened for many years. However, What people couldn't understand was that Zhou Zheng was the manager of the orchard. Why would he steal the fire spirit fruit? Besides refining the heaven-opening pill, this thing didn't have any other use. What did he do with it? While this news was spreading, another piece of news was also fermenting in secret. Since Zhou Zheng was in trouble, the position of manager of the orchard was vacant. When the time came, there would definitely be someone to replace him. The handymen didn't need to think about it. The only ones who could become managers were the Xianxia land disciples. Moreover, although the position of manager of the orchard was very prestigious and had a large number of people under him, it was actually a thankless job. Therefore, the Xianxia land disciples who had a little bit of a future didn't put them in their eyes. Only Zhou Zheng, who had been promoted from a handyman and had no future, would scramble for this position. Another 2 days passed. Du Rufeng descended from the sky. When the busy Xianxia saw this, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and went up to greet him with cupped hands. Master Du Rufeng was full of smiles. He waved his hand and said, "Rise." Xianxia looked at his expression and was slightly stunned. Master, did something good happen? You're so happy. Du Rufeng smiled. There is something good, but it's not me. It's you. Me? Xianxia's expression changed. It can't be that matter. He thought that it shouldn't be. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Look at what this is. As Du Rufeng spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a new set of clothes immediately appeared in his hand. Rainbow shirt. That's right. Du Rufeng opened the rainbow shirt. Tried on. But master, isn't this something that only the Xianxia land disciples can wear? So, you're already a Xianxia land disciple, Du Rufeng said with a smile. Xianxia immediately revealed a surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, master, for your promotion." He respectfully received the rainbow shirt with both hands. He didn't need to hide anything and directly put it on. Du Rufeng nodded at the side. Not bad. The size is just right. When you have time, go to the personnel hall to get your disciple token and get a few more sets of clothes. Yes, master. Chapter 3877. He had suddenly become a disciple of the Xianxia land. Although the design of the rainbow shirt was nothing special, it was a symbol of status and identity in the Xianxia land. If a worker wanted to become a disciple of the Xianxia land, the only way was to reach the heaven-opening realm. That was why so many workers had no choice but to refine grade 1 and grade 2 materials to reach the heaven-opening realm. The materials needed for grade 3 heaven-opening realm were too expensive, and workers couldn't afford them at all. If they bit off more than they could chew, they could only spend their lives in the heaven-opening realm. And no matter how many heaven-opening experts there were, the Xianxia land did not have to worry about them causing any trouble. As such, they generously washed away their status as workers and gave them the status of ordinary disciples. Not only would this give them a sense of belonging to the Xianxia land, it would also increase the Xianxia land's strength. With the rainbow shirt on, Xianxia seemed to understand many things. Seeing him in a daze, Du Rufeng smiled. You're already so happy? There's still more good things to come. Xianxia asked curiously, what other good things? Du Rufeng smiled slightly. Did you forget the request you made before? To fulfill that request, you have to at least become a disciple of the Xianxia land, so your clothes are only the most basic prerequisite. Xianxia was shocked. The Venerable agreed? Du Rufeng nodded. He agreed. Without waiting for Xianxia to say anything, he changed the topic. However, the Venerable raised a condition. What condition? Xianxia asked eagerly, but he was secretly on guard. He knew that the Venerable wouldn't agree so easily. It would be difficult for him to fulfill this condition, but it didn't matter. At the very least, he had achieved his goal. The Venerable said that you haven't been in the fire spirit land for long. This is one thing, and your cultivation isn't high. Even if you've made a contribution, it's not enough to appoint you as the manager of the orchard. You have to know that there are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing this position. If you're appointed rashly, it'll be difficult to convince everyone. Disciple understands. Xianxia nodded. So, the Venerable wants you to make another contribution. Du Rufeng looked at him with a smile. As long as you can make another great contribution, the Venerable will have a reason to support you. At that time, No one can say anything. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "This kind of merit also depends on luck. It's not something a disciple can do just because he wants to. Or rather, where else would there be scarlet heaven golden flames in the fire spirit land that a disciple needs to help collect?" Du Ruffing couldn't help but laugh. The red sky golden flame is extremely difficult to nurture, and it's rarely seen in several thousand years. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain one last time. How could there be a second time? With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, "Now, there's something I need you to do. As long as you do it well, you will naturally get the credit." Yang Kai came to a realization. So the Venerable One has already made arrangements. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "If that's the case, please tell me, Master. This disciple will leave now and try to return as soon as possible." Du Ruffeng patted his shoulder. "You're my brother now that you're wearing these clothes. Don't call me Master anymore. The Venerable One wants Junior Brother to do this time is to hunt down and kill a traitor." Traitor? Yang Kai's expression turned cold. That's right. Du Rufing's expression was cold. This person made a big mistake a few days ago, but he didn't repent. Instead, he escaped from the Qiqiao lands. This is an unforgivable crime. The Venerable One wants you to find him, kill him, and bring back his head. Yang Kai blinked and said somewhat guiltily, "Junior Brother should obey the Venerable One's orders." But Junior Brother still wants to ask, this traitor, what is his cultivation level? He didn't want to rush out and find out that the traitor was a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If that happened, who knew who would be the one to kill who? Du Ruffing chuckled. "Don't worry, his cultivation level is similar to yours, and he's still injured." Yang Kai nodded. "Then there's no problem. But how do I find him?" "Brother, you know that the outside world is so vast that it's hard to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It's so vast and boundless. He can just hide in any direction. Someone will go with you. This is just a formality. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. In fact, you don't need to do much." "You can do that?" Yang Kai was stunned. However, he quickly reacted and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Venerable One. Thank you, brother, for your promotion." Du Ruffeng patted his shoulder. "All right, there's no time to lose. You can leave now. Once you leave the fire spirit land, there will naturally be someone to receive you." "Yes." Yang Kai responded and rushed into the sky. After watching Yang Kai leave, Du Rufing's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. A moment later, in the main hall of the fire spirit land, Du Ruffing stood in front of the thick door and bowed respectfully. The door opened a crack, and Du Ruffing stepped in. He stood still, and a voice came to his ears. "Is it done?" "Reporting to Venerable. Everything has been done." "Yes." The Venerable One responded softly. "You look like you have some doubts?" Du Ruffeng smiled bitterly. "I can't hide anything from Venerable. Disciple really does have some doubts." "Speak." "One of Disciple's doubts is that Yang Kai is new here and his cultivation is not high enough. Is it really okay to help him to a higher position? What does it matter? He's just a trivial orchard manager. Even if he is promoted, how long can he stay in this position? At most, it'll only be half a year." Du Ruffing heard this and understood. Brother Yulien is about to leave seclusion. "Yes." "Then there's no problem. Half a year is really nothing." Du Ruffing gently nodded. "There's one more thing Disciple doesn't understand." "Is it about that traitor?" Duan Hai chuckled. "It's about that traitor." Du Rufeng was puzzled. That traitor entered the fire spirit land at the same time as Yang Kai, and his cultivation wasn't high. Although he made a mistake without knowing it, it shouldn't have been a crime worthy of death. So why did he choose to defect and escape? The Seven Openings land is covered by many spirit arrays. If the spirit arrays were not activated, even if he was a heaven-opening realm master, he would not have been able to enter and leave freely. If this king had not allowed it, how could he have escaped? Du Ruffeng suddenly understood. He had guessed before that a trivial cultivator from the Emperor realm would not be able to escape from the Seven Openings land spirit arrays. Now that he heard Duan Hai say this, he knew his guess was correct. The traitor being able to escape was also the Venerable's intention. It could even be said that the traitor had been provoked by someone. Why is that? Du Ruffin was puzzled by this. That kind of trash, Disciple could have easily dealt with it. Why bother letting him out? You don't understand. Duan Hai slowly shook his head. That person is not someone you can kill. This king noticed when he was leading him back. If he really dies at the hands of the Seven Openings Lands people, there may be some trouble in the future. Du Ruffin was shocked. The strength of the Seven Openings Land was not weak. The Heavenly Monarch and the several Venerables were all mid-rank Heaven Opening Realm Masters, so anyone who could cause trouble for the Seven Openings Land would at least be a 5th-rank Heaven Opening Realm Master. Could it be that that person has some kind of backer? As soon as Xianxia left the orchard, Great General flew down. Xianxia was already used to this. This guy would only fly over his head when he was in the orchard. Otherwise, he would move on his own. Not caring, Xianxia continued forward and soon left the Fire Spirit Land. At the exit of the Spirit Array, 2 figures were waiting. As soon as they saw Xianxia rush out, the fat man on the left asked, "Is this junior brother Xianxia?" "It is this brother." Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, brothers. I made you wait for a long time." As he spoke, he sized up the 2 of them, inwardly shocked. Originally, when he had heard Du Ruffin say that this was just a formality, he hadn't believed it. After all, ever since he had started cultivating, he had never encountered such a good thing. Now that he saw these 2, he understood that it really was just a formality, because these 2 were actually heaven-opening cultivators. Their auras were similar to Zhou Zhang's, so they should be 1st-rank heaven-opening realm masters. Although he didn't know who the person he was chasing was, Du Ruffin had said that this person's strength was similar to his own. In other words, this person was definitely not in the heaven-opening realm, or even half-step heaven-opening realm. He and 2 other heaven-opening realm masters were chasing an Emperor realm master. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. While Xianxia was sizing them up, they were also sizing him up. The fat man who had answered first said, "So you're junior brother Yang. As expected, you're quite handsome and have an extraordinary bearing." The man on the right also nodded. Junior brother Yang has a majestic gait and a majestic aura. With a single glance, I can tell you're someone who will accomplish great things. What's going on? Xianxia was dumbfounded. These 2 fellows' flattery was too obvious, making him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, ever since he had come to the Seven Openings Land, he hadn't felt anything when interacting with the workers, but when he went to the market and saw the Seven Openings Land's disciples, not a single one of them gave him a proper look. Now, there were actually 2 heaven-opening realm masters trying to flatter him. This was really uncomfortable. Thinking about it for a moment, he guessed that it was because of Du Ruffin. He didn't know what Du Ruffin had told these 2 to make them not hesitate to praise him as soon as they met. What else could Xianxia say? He could only cup his fist with a smile. "Brothers, you're too serious. Your auras are vigorous, and your cultivation is profound. This junior brother is far from being able to compare to you. This time, I'll have to ask you 2 brothers to take care of me." The 2 looked at each other and smiled, feeling that Xianxia's attitude was quite good. The fat man immediately said, "Junior brother, don't worry. This time, Brother Du told us that even if something happened to us, we absolutely couldn't let anything happen to junior brother. We 2 brothers will definitely risk our lives to protect junior brother Yang." "I still haven't asked how I should address you 2 brothers?" Xianxia asked politely, thinking to himself that it was no wonder these 2 fellows had such an attitude toward him. It turned out that Du Ruffin had told them to do this before. Now that they had said this, they definitely understood that Xianxia was an extremely important person to Du Ruffin. In the future, he might be able to make a name for himself in the Fire Spirit region. At this moment, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with him. Perhaps they would be able to soar in the future. The 2 of them reported their names. The fat one was called Ma Lu, and the thin one was called Xianxia. After some small talk, the 3 of them set off together. Chapter 3878. The Qiqiao land was covered by many spirit arrays, so it was impossible to enter or leave without permission. But since this was Duan Hai's order, naturally he was prepared. Leaving the Qiqiao land, Xianxia looked back and saw that the Qiqiao land was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Two brothers, we don't know how long this trip will take. Should we remember the way back? It won't be good if we get lost on the way back. Fat Ma Lu smiled. Junior brother may not know this, but in this vast universe, directions are chaotic and topsy-turvy, so it's difficult to remember. However, as long as we have a guide, no matter how far we are, we should be able to find our way back. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When Duan Hai led him to the Xianxia land, he seemed to have heard Duan Hai mention something about a guide, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know what it was. Yang Kai guessed that it was some kind of tracking treasure. Then how do we find the traitor? Yang Kai asked again. This time, it was Xianxia who answered, Junior brother Yang, don't worry, we naturally have a way to find him. Junior brother, you just need to follow us two brothers and kill the traitor when the time comes. I understand. Then I'll be relying on the two brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists and simply ignored them. Although he was curious about many things, asking too many questions would only make him suspicious. Since he didn't need to worry, why bother? Speaking of which, he had been in the Xianxia land for a few months now, and this was the first time he had left. The Xianxia land was not a good place. Although he was lucky enough to be on Du Roofing's ship and had won his appreciation, Yang Kai always felt that the other party was up to something. And the cause of all this was after Du Roofing helped him obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame. Yang Kai suspected that his wood attribute strength had been exposed, and although he wasn't sure, it was better to be safe than sorry. If there was a chance this time, perhaps he could escape from the Xianxia land. It was a pity that he hadn't expected Du Roofing to give him such a mission. Moreover, Du Roofing didn't give him any time to prepare before urging him to set off. Otherwise, he might have been able to take Old Fong and Daiyu with him. Ma Lu and Xianxia were both in the heaven-opening realm, so they were extremely fast. Yang Kai used his full strength, but was only barely able to catch up. But even so, the two of them had a whole new level of respect for Yang Kai. They had originally thought that he was just a boy who had been lucky enough to obtain Du Roofing's appreciation, but who would have thought that he actually had some ability. Half a day later, Ma Lu suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and took out a ball-like object. Inside the ball-like object, there was a red mist that was constantly changing and pointing in a certain direction. Keeping the ball, Ma Lu chased in that direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that this ball-shaped artifact should have a tracking function. Otherwise, in this vast universe, how could the traitor find him after escaping the 7 openings? His heart trembled. Since that traitor had a tracking mark on him, did he have one on him as well? If Duan Hai had secretly used some kind of trick when he brought them back, it would have been difficult for Yang Kai to notice. After all, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Perhaps there really was one. If that was the case, then Yang Kai needed to think about how to escape the 7 openings. If he failed to do so and instead exposed his intentions, being caught would not have a good ending. Flying through the void, in this vast universe, the scenery was breathtaking, and anyone could feel their own insignificance. Without counting the days, Kai Yang estimated that at least 10 days had passed since they left the Xianxia land. The group of 3 continued on their way, with Ma Lu taking out the round ball from time to time to look at it and changing directions according to its guidance. As time went by, Ma Lu and Xianxia's expressions gradually turned ugly. At this point, even if Yang Kai didn't want to ask, he had no choice but to do so. Two brothers, did something go wrong? Ma Lu said, Junior brother Yang, please don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It's just that we're too far from the 7 openings land. In this vast universe, all kinds of dangers are possible. Although we two brothers are heaven-opening realm cultivators, we're only first-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. If you really encounter danger, we may not be able to protect you. Xianxia cursed. I thought it would be easy to catch up to that bastard, but who knew he would run so fast? I wonder what kind of secret technique he cultivated. Yang Kai understood that the situation had developed somewhat outside of their expectations. The traitor had run too far. Ma Lu said, we have to speed up. If we let him run like this, who knows how long we'll have to chase him. Xianxia nodded. Junior brother Yang, I'll have to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Ma Lu, one on the left and one on the right of Kai Yang, suddenly increased their speed. After traveling like this for 3 days, Ma Lu's face suddenly lit up. He stopped. He should be recovering from his injuries. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. How much longer? Ma Lu looked at the ball in his hand. Half a day. Xianxia said, Junior brother Yang, make your preparations. When we see that traitor, you'll have to act. We two brothers will support you from the side. Thank you for your trouble, brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Ma Lu laughed. Of course, of course. I just hope that junior brother won't forget to give us two brothers a hand when you soar in the future. I wouldn't dare to hope for that, Yang Kai replied, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. He was speechless inside, with Ma Lu and Xianxia riding on his left and right. Even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to do so unless he killed these two first. However, these two were still heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yang Kai knew that if he suddenly attacked and used his full strength, he would be able to kill one of them while they were off guard. But if he killed two of them, that would be unrealistic. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to escape from the Xianxia land for the time being, so he could only take it one step at a time. Half a day later, the aura of a universe world suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, discovering that it really was a universe world. Looking from a distance, this world was blue and seemed to flow like clouds, making for a beautiful sight. Ma Lu and Xianxia led him straight into this world, passing through layers of clouds and mist. Yang Kai looked around curiously. After all, this was the first universe world he had seen after leaving the star boundary, so he naturally wanted to see if there was anything different about it. Looking around, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Only the world principles were slightly different. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any powerful existences in this universe world, because when the three of them entered, there wasn't the slightest obstruction. If there were great emperors here, this definitely wouldn't be the case. Ma Lu and Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Although they were heaven-opening realm cultivators, if there were great emperors here, they wouldn't be willing to rashly clash with them. Since there weren't any great emperors, that was for the best. Flying through the sky, three figures suddenly came to a stop on a large mountain. Ma Lu took a deep breath, his already fat body becoming even more bloated. He then spat out at the mountain below and roared, "Get out here!" As he spoke, the mountain range collapsed and the waterfall flowed in reverse. In the wilderness, countless birds and beasts were instantly killed. The earth continued to rise and fall, as if there was an earth dragon roiling underground. With a rumbling sound, the mountain peak collapsed, and a figure scrambled out of it, looking towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing in horror. Xianxia sneered, "Bastard, you're quite good at running, making this uncle chase you for so many days." At this moment, the traitor clearly saw the 7 colored robes on Ma Lu and the others, and his expression changed greatly as he turned around to flee. Xianxia's laughter became even colder. "Since this uncle is already here, where do you think you're going?" Spitting out a ring-shaped artifact from his mouth, it instantly sealed off the surrounding area. The traitor tried to flee, but he was unable to escape the range of this secret technique, causing his expression to become even more terrified. "Junior brother Yang, it's up to you." Ma Lu turned to Yang Kai and said, "Don't worry, he's currently injured and definitely isn't your match. Moreover, us two brothers will take care of him, so you just have to be bold and attack." Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." Stepping forward, he entered the area sealed off by Xianxia, a complicated expression on his face as he stared at the traitor who had betrayed the Xianxia land. The traitor struggled for a while, but couldn't find a way to leave, so he could only turn his head. Their eyes met, and a look of shock appeared on his face. "Yang Kai, why is it you?" Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "That's what I wanted to ask as well." Previously, when Du Rufeng had asked him to hunt down a traitor, he didn't ask who it was. After all, he didn't know many people, but now that he saw this traitor, he realized that he really did know this traitor and that he was someone who had joined the Xianxia land with him. "Fong Tai, it's all because of you." Fong Tai's eyes were crimson red, as if he was meeting Yang Kai's mortal enemy. "If it weren't for you, this Fong wouldn't have fallen to such a state." Yang Kai snorted. What does it have to do with me? This was simply inexplicable. Fong Tai gritted his teeth. The fire spirit fruit that Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong conspired to steal is yours, right? That's right. Yang Kai nodded, suddenly revealing a look of realization. I understand. You've been caught in the crossfire. Fong Tai angrily said, I didn't know anything. It was Zhou Zheng who told me to delay you. He's the manager of the orchard. So how could I not listen? I thought it was just a small matter. Who knew that it would involve the theft of the fire spirit fruit? You didn't have to listen. Yang Kai coldly laughed. Fate has always been in your own hands. You're right. Fong Tai exploded. When Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong got into trouble, I knew that they would definitely investigate me, so I ran. But I didn't expect that you guys would still catch up to me. What's more, I didn't expect that you would be one of the people chasing after me. What's so strange about that? This matter started with me. Fong Tai didn't understand, but you're just an errand boy. Yang Kai pinched his collar and adjusted it. Fong Tai's eyes widened. Rainbow robe? You actually dared wear the rainbow robe. Are you a disciple of the Qiqiao land? Chapter 3879. In an instant, Fong Tai's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had also stayed in the Qiqiao lands for a few months, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to become an ordinary disciple from a worker. However, Yang Kai was wearing the seven-colored robe, so he had clearly shaken off his status as a worker and become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. How could this be? The last time he had seen Yang Kai was only a few days ago. At that time, he had Zhou Zheng's protection, while Yang Kai had been bullied by Zhou Zheng. He had originally thought that relying on Zhou Zheng would allow him to rest easy, but who would have thought that in the end, he would be implicated and forced to flee for his life? Brother Fong, we've all known each other for a while. Now that I've come here to take your life, I don't want to make things too complicated. Why don't you just stick your neck out and save yourself some pain? Take my life. Fong Tai's expression changed drastically. This Fong only made an unintentional mistake, and you want to take my life? Yang Kai said indifferently. That's what the higher-ups want. I'm also very helpless. Fong Tai looked around and saw that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both glaring at him. He knew that no matter what, he would not be able to escape from the hands of two heaven-opening realm masters. All hope was lost, and his face paled as he sent a message. Brother Yang, you and I entered the Qiqiao lands together, and we even had an agreement before. Now that this Fong is in dire straits, Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and let me go. This Fong will be grateful and will definitely repay you in the future. Yang Kai stared at him and said, Does Brother Fong really place that agreement of alliance in your eyes? Fong Tai's expression was bitter. He knew that his previous actions were somewhat wrong. When he saw that Zhou Zheng loathed Yang Kai, he had intentionally excluded him. Now, in a mere 2 months, the tables had turned. Now, he had to rely on others to survive. He immediately begged, Brother Yang, this Fong was wrong before. Master Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. It was this Fong who was stupid and did not recognize people. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. There's no point in you saying this now. Brother Du ordered those 2 brothers to come with me, so they definitely didn't just lead the way for me. Even if I was willing to let you go, those 2 brothers wouldn't let you go. Moreover, why should I let you go? If it was just some previous matters, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about anything with him. After all, everyone had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. He had offended Zhou Zheng and wanted to rely on Zhou Zheng. Naturally, he had to draw a clear line between himself and Fong Tai in order to survive. This was a very correct choice. It was just that they had different principles and couldn't make plans together. However, he cooperated with Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong to frame Fong Tai. This was unforgivable, even though he didn't know anything about it. If it had succeeded, Fong Tai would have been dead by now. An unintentional mistake was also a life and death feud. Moreover, as he said, since Du Rufeng had asked Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng to accompany him, it was impossible for him to just be a lookout. Even if he didn't do anything, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng would definitely not let Fong Tai go. Reaching out in the void, Yang Kai grasped the black dragon spear in his hand with a dragon roar. He shouted in a deep voice, "Fong Tai, give me your life." While speaking, Yang Kai's aura quickly climbed to the limit, and by the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Fong Tai and thrust his spear forward. Fong Tai was shocked, never having expected Yang Kai to act so decisively, not giving him the slightest time to react. Even though he had been on guard the entire time, when the spear intent was about to reach him, he barely managed to raise his hand and summon a shield-like artifact to block in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, cracks appeared on the round shield as soon as it appeared. The light that was flowing endlessly on it also quickly dimmed. In merely the time for a single breath, the round shield exploded into pieces, and Fong Tai's face that was filled with terror was revealed behind it. Not far away, Ma Lu and Xianxia, who were watching, couldn't help exchanging a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although they could use such an attack at will with their current strength, with Yang Kai's cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. In other words, in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai's foundation was much stronger than theirs. When he broke through to heaven opening in the future, even if they were both first grade, they might not be his match. The round shield shattered, and the black dragon spear pierced through Fong Tai's shoulder like a hot knife through butter. As blood spurted out, Fong Tai's face was as pale as paper. Yang Kai's face was wooden, and as he withdrew his spear, he kicked out, hitting Fong Tai's waist. An irresistible force was transmitted, and Fong Tai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing into the barrier of Xianxia's artifact and vomiting blood. Fong Tai's expression was extremely horrified, and Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and come to the 3,000 worlds to fight with someone. Although his opponent was not at the heaven-opening realm, he felt that this Fong Tai was not as strong as he thought. However, this could also be related to the fact that he was injured and had been on the run for so many days. Yang Kai did not know how Fong Tai's injuries had come about, but he guessed that he had fought with someone while escaping from the Qiqiao lands. Since that was the case, there was nothing to say. His figure flickered as Yang Kai charged forward, the black dragon spear turning into a sky full of afterimages that enveloped Fong Tai. Fong Tai's strength was not bad, and he had an endless supply of artifacts, especially those defensive artifacts. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained them, but he did not feel safe at all. However, under Yang Kai's storm-like attacks, he could only parry and was unable to counterattack. His expression slowly turned to shock, as if he had not expected that under the same cultivation level, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. When the last defensive artifact was shattered, Fong Tai clutched his chest in grief and indignation. "Yang Kai, must you be so ruthless?" Yang Kai did not speak, simply pointing his spear forward with a solemn look on his face. Fong Tai ground his teeth. "You forced me to do this. If this Fong suffers, you can forget about living in peace." Saying so, Fong Tai formed a seal with one hand, and his originally weak aura suddenly swelled. At the same time, a profound aura began to spread from his body. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Just as he felt that this aura was a little familiar, Fong Tai opened his mouth and spat out an ancient seal. This seal looked inconspicuous, but it contained a terrifying power. A Dao seal. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he thought to himself. No wonder it felt a little familiar. It turned out that he had done this before. Back in the Star Boundary, Yang Kai had been forced to release his Dao seal and fight a desperate battle with the great demon god. Yang Kai had not expected that outside this world, his first enemy would deal with him in such a manner. How powerful a Dao seal could be when released was something Yang Kai was well aware of, so when he saw the ancient seal turn into a stream of light and rush towards him, Yang Kai immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his arms slightly and swung it forward, sending the blue dragon spear in his hand flying. The two streams of light collided mid-air, creating a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions, causing even the barrier around Xianxia's artifact to ripple. At this moment, Ma Lu rushed over and stood in front of Yang Kai, his fat body like a city wall, blocking the storm in front of him, his palms constantly striking forward to offset the terrifying shockwaves. After a dozen breaths of time, everything slowly stabilized. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind Ma Lu, poked his head out and saw that Fong Tai's burly figure had completely shriveled up, his aura so weak that it seemed he would soon die. He was not as lucky as Yang Kai, nor was he as strong as Yang Kai. After releasing his Dao Seal, it had been completely destroyed after colliding with the blue dragon spear. However, this Dao Seal was the condensation of his cultivation, so when it was destroyed, his strength would also disappear. Although he had not died at this moment, he would not live for long. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and swore that he would never release his Dao Seal unless absolutely necessary. This was simply too dangerous. Junior brother Yang, are you all right? Ma Lu turned around and asked with concern. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thanks to big brother's protection, junior brother is fine. It's good that you are fine. Junior brother, you must remember that fighting outside of Qingquan is different from your previous experiences. The most important thing is to be on guard against this kind of desperate situation. If you're not careful, you'll be unlucky," Ma Lu said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I will remember," Ma Lu said. "It's fine as long as you remember it. Go, take that guy's head, and we can go back and report back. We've run too far this time. If we don't hurry back, senior brother won't feel confident." Yang Kai nodded and slowly ran towards Fong Tai. He waved his hand in the air, and the blue dragon spear immediately flew back. On the other side, Fong Tai was already gasping for breath. Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down. He saw that Fong Tai's eyes were cloudy, as if he had aged a few thousand years in an instant. Even his body did not have much vitality left. He did not know if he could see clearly, but Fong Tai's mouth squirmed and a low voice came out. "If you kill me, you will not have an easy time." With a swish, the long spear thrust forward and Fong Tai's head flew, but not much blood flowed from the neck. Xianxia flew over at the right time, wrapped the head in a black cloth he had prepared, and directly put it into a space ring, grinning meaningfully as he said, "Success!" The order they had received was to assist Yang Kai in retrieving the head of the traitor Fong Tai. Now that everything had been completed, they could naturally return home. Moreover, this time, not only had they managed to befriend Yang Kai in advance, Du Ruffing would certainly reward them handsomely. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai saw that Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder. "Junior brother, do you rarely kill people? You get used to it. If you want to survive, you either have to kill or be killed. We also have the protection of the 7 realms, but if you wander outside, you will always have to keep your head tied to your belt. Who knows when you will be killed?" How could Yang Kai rarely kill people? Throughout his cultivation journey, the number of people who had died at his hands was innumerable. The reason he was absent-minded was because after killing Fong Tai, he felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Too lazy to explain, Yang Kai simply nodded and said, "What junior brother says is true." Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, Yang Kai thought back to a few months ago when he and this guy were brought to the 7 realms by Duan Hai. Now, they were actually forced to fight to the death. Chapter 3880. Raising his spear, Yang Kai took the space ring from Fong Tai's hand and handed it to Xianxia. "I don't know if there's anything good inside, but since you 2 brothers have accompanied me on this trip, you've worked hard and contributed greatly. Consider this my thanks to you 2 brothers." How could I accept this? Although Xianxia said so, he did not hesitate to accept the space ring and grinned meaningfully. "Then I'll have to thank junior brother." Thinking to himself, junior brother Yang really knows how to conduct himself. No wonder brother Du appreciated him. Yang Kai really had to learn from him in the future. Perhaps he would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Shooting a meaningful glance at Ma Lu, Yang Kai put away the space ring, not bothering to check what was inside. In any case, no matter what was inside, they would divide it equally. "Things here are done. Let's go back," Ma Lu said. Xianxia and Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Although Yang Kai wanted to stay and experience the local customs of this universe world, he was not in the mood at the moment. The three immediately shot up into the sky. However, before they could fly far, the sky above their heads suddenly darkened. Malu looked up and asked, "What is it?" As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Both Yang Kai and Xianxia were shocked and stopped in their tracks, silently standing back to back as they spread out their divine senses to monitor their surroundings. Xianxia constantly called out Malu's name, but received no response. A moment later, Xianxia whispered, "Junior brother Yang, did you see anything just now?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I didn't find anything." Hearing this, Xianxia's heart sank. Not finding anything was the worst. Now that Ma Lu had suddenly disappeared right under their noses, neither he nor Yang Kai had noticed. It was extremely strange. "Let's go." Xianxia no longer hesitated, calling out to Yang Kai before rushing up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately followed. The next moment, the sky above their heads darkened again. Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw something coming down from above. At the same time, Xianxia shouted, "Let's split up." Without waiting for Kai Yang to recover, Xianxia had already fled far away. However, that black thing didn't seem to care about Kai Yang and instead chased after Xianxia. With a flash, Xianxia followed in Ma Lu's footsteps and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's scalp went numb, and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. In that split second, he was able to see the silhouette of the black shadow. It was like an enlarged burlap sack. When a sackcloth bag came down, Xianxia was taken away. Ma Lu must have disappeared in the same way. Being able to easily capture two heaven-opening realm masters, the power of this artifact could be imagined. Yang Kai knew he wouldn't be able to escape, but what shocked him even more was the owner of this artifact. Even now, he still hadn't seen who it was. Standing in the air, Yang Kai looked around before cupping his fists and asking, "Which senior is here?" Qichao Land Yang Kai respectfully requests Senior to show himself. There was no reply, and the sky above them darkened again. Yang Kai, who had been prepared, immediately urged his space principles to escape, but there was an invisible aura that locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. His vision darkened, and he instantly felt like he had entered a strange space. Before Kai Yang could adapt, he felt someone pushing against him from the side. Not only that, there was also the sound of punches and kicks coming from the side. Another fierce fist was coming towards him. Yang Kai raised his hand to block and called out, "Brothers, don't fight." The crackling sounds instantly stopped, and the two men cried out at the same time, "Yang Kai." After calling out, they called out again, "Malu." "Xianxia?" Malu nodded and said, "Oh, so you guys were brought in as well. I thought someone was trying to ambush me." Xianxia asked, "Who on earth is the one who did this? What is this place?" Yang Kai said, "I didn't see who it was, but this should be the inner space of a secret treasure. When Brother Jiang was taken away, I caught a glimpse of a secret treasure that looked like a sack." Ma Lu said in a low voice, "A sack? Old Jiang, do you know what it is?" "I've never heard of it." Xianxia slowly shook his head and said in a serious voice, "But to be able to bring us in without anyone noticing, this expert is at least a 4th stage heaven splitter." 4th stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai was surprised. Why did he bring us in? Malu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? But he might have settled down in this world, and we disturbed him when we were killing that traitor. Could it be an enemy of our Qichao land? Yang Kai guessed. I just told him who I was, but he ignored me. Xianxia swallowed his saliva. "Junior brother, don't say any more. Your senior brother is scared to death. Please don't be an enemy of our Qichao land. Otherwise, none of us will be able to live. It's best if it's like what old Ma said. We accidentally disturbed them, and they want to punish us." Ma Lu suddenly called out, Senior, we didn't know Senior was here. We offended you before. Please forgive us." Xianxia also hurriedly said, "That's right, Senior. Master, Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Let us out first. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Junior apologizes to you first. These two didn't care if others could hear them, and begged first. Xianxia was speechless. After shouting for a long time, there was no response, so the two went to rest. Ma Lu sighed. I knew it wouldn't be good if we went too far. It really isn't good. Xianxia asked, do we have any enemies in Xianxia land? Never heard of them. Xianxia shook his head, but us brothers have only been in Xianxia land for 1,000 years. Maybe we really do have enemies. But since Senior only wants to capture and not kill us, he shouldn't do anything to us. Ma Lu nodded. Old Jiang is right. If he really is an enemy of our Xianxia land, he would have killed us long ago. After comforting themselves, the two finally stopped panicking. They didn't know how long they had been in this cramped space. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in, as if a skylight had opened above them. The three trapped inside didn't hesitate. Almost at the same time, they activated their movement techniques and rushed towards the skylight. In an instant, they broke free of their bindings and appeared in a cave. Ma Lu and Xianxia were obviously of the same mind. As soon as they were free, they immediately looked around. Xianxia also focused his mind and scanned the area with his divine sense. Soon, the three's gazes were fixed on a short distance in front of them. There stood a thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This man's clothes were plain and unadorned, as if they had been washed many times. His hair was tied up in a simple bun. He held a wooden sword in one hand and a bag in the other. That bag was the sack that Xianxia caught a glimpse of before, but now it was only the size of a palm, so the man quickly put it away in his sleeve. Needless to say, this was the guy who secretly put the three of them away. It was easy to see the person, but the most frightening thing was not even seeing the person. Ma Lu and Xianxia glanced at each other. The former cupped his fist and said, Junior Ma Lu of Xianxia land greets Senior. May I ask for Senior's name? It was so sad to be weaker than others. They were captured for no reason and had to politely ask for the other's name. They had to be careful not to anger the other party. The man only lightly snorted and a powerful aura descended from the sky. Xianxia instantly felt like an entire world was pressing down on him. His bones creaked, and his chest was so tight that he almost coughed up blood. It was only by his strong will that he did not crawl down. On the other hand, Ma Lu and Xianxia had higher cultivations and were in a better situation than him, but their expressions were also ugly. This was the first time Xianxia had seen the difference between the heaven-opening realm and the heaven-opening realm. Ma Lu and Xianxia were both in the heaven-opening realm, but the other party was at least in the heaven-opening realm. Just a cold snort was enough to make Ma Lu and Xianxia's brother, and Xianxia unable to bear it. If they fought, how could they be his match? He could probably casually kill the two of them. You're all from Xianxia land? The man swept his gaze over the three of them and slowly withdrew his aura, allowing Xianxia and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Ma Lu's face was filled with shock as he cupped his fists, reporting to Senior, the three of us are disciples of Xianxia land. Very good. The man nodded. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find Xianxia land, but you delivered yourself to me. Once these words were said, the three's expressions changed greatly. These words did not sound like good words. This guy clearly had a grudge with Xianxia land. Indeed, good things did not come true, but bad things did. Previously, the three of them had been guessing whether this person had a grudge with Xianxia land, but now it had become true. Ma Lu anxiously said, Senior, the three of us are only ordinary disciples of Xianxia land. If you really have a grudge with Xianxia land, you can go find the venerables and heavenly monarchs. It has nothing to do with us. Wearing this robe is related to you. The man coldly snorted. Xianxia almost coughed up blood when he heard this. He had only worn this robe for a short period of time, 10 days at most. It was different from Ma Lu and Xianxia. Did this count as him suffering an unexpected calamity? As for your venerables and heavenly monarchs, this king will find them, but now is not the time. After the man finished speaking, he extended his hand and tossed out the burlap sack. Xianxia did not even have time to react before his vision turned black. Needless to say, he was once again caught in the man's pocket. Ma Lu and Xianxia clearly understood that they were in a bad situation. After a brief discussion, they decided to make the first move and try to break open the secret treasure from the inside to see if they could escape. However, it would have been fine if the two of them did not make a move. As soon as they did, the rampant energy surged out, causing the three of them to be covered in dirt. Kai was even almost injured. Helplessly, the two of them could only give up and plead inside the sack. Unfortunately, they did not get any response. They did not know if the man did not care or if he could not hear them. Chapter 3881. In the darkness, they didn't know how many days the three of them had been in the bag. Suddenly, the skylight above their heads opened again, but it only took a moment for it to close again. It was so fast that the three of them didn't even have time to react. Kai was surprised. What does he mean? Ma Lu said, I don't know. Junior brother, did you feel anything wrong? Kai shook his head. No. Where's old Jiang? Ma Lu asked again, but he didn't get a response. After asking several times, he suddenly realized old Jiang is gone. Kai was also surprised. He quickly looked to the side and found that Xianxia was indeed gone, combined with the abnormality just now. How could he not know that Xianxia had been taken out by the other party? Ma Lu couldn't help but panic. Why'd he take old Jiang out? Brother, don't worry. Since that senior didn't take our lives, I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives. When Brother Jiang comes back, we can ask him. Although Kai said so, he couldn't help but worry about whether Xianxia could come back alive. From the words of the middle-aged man before, it was not difficult to infer that he had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Now that the three of them had fallen into his hands, they couldn't escape, and they couldn't fight back. They were at his mercy. Ma Lu obviously thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic. Even if Kai comforted him, he couldn't cheer up. He secretly regretted taking this job. He thought it was a good opportunity to rise, but who knew that he would be in prison with an uncertain future? Now that Xianxia was gone, the space inside the bag wasn't so cramped. Ma Lu silently lamented to himself for a while. Kai's divine sense swept the bag, tried to find a flaw in it to see if there was a way to escape, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything. After a few more days, another ray of light came from the darkness. This time, the situation was exactly the same as a few days ago. The bag was opened and closed, so fast that Kai didn't even have time to react. When darkness fell again, Kai clearly felt that Ma Lu, who had been squeezing him, had disappeared. He understood that Ma Lu had also been taken out, and now he was the only one left in the bag. Xianxia was not released, so he was afraid that he was in danger. Now that even Ma Lu was taken out, the possibility of him coming back was not high. Kai suddenly became anxious. Over the past few days, Kai had been quietly looking for a flaw in this artifact, but unfortunately, he hadn't found anything. The interior of this artifact had a self-contained space that could accommodate living creatures, so it was obviously extraordinary. However, the size of the space was a bit strange, as if it could be big or small. It could fit one person or three, but whether it was one or three, it was extremely crowded, as if there was a soft barrier surrounding this space. Previously, Xianxia and Ma Lu had tried to break through the restraints of this bag artifact, but unfortunately, they had failed. With two heaven-opening boundary cultivators unable to do so, Kai knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to escape. He just didn't know if there was a limit to the space inside this bag, or if it could burst. However, now that things had gotten to this point, Kai could only try everything he could. If it could burst, that would be best, but if it couldn't, then it wouldn't be too late to think of another way. It was better than being trapped here and waiting for death. Thinking so, Kai no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and shouting, "Dragon transformation!" As a loud dragon roar rang out, a golden light burst from the darkness and a golden dragon head flashed, submerging into Kai's body. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Kai's figure suddenly expanded. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 1,000 meters, the soft barrier around him tightly bound Kai's massive body, as if invisible ropes were tightening around him. Xianxia was on the verge of coughing up blood, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if he would explode at any moment. Forcefully enduring this discomfort, Xianxia's 1,000-meter body expanded once more. Asterisk Kacha, Kacha, asterisk his bones creaked, and Xianxia breathed out hot air from his nostrils, the blood in his chest and abdomen roiling, his throat filled with the taste of blood. Even after reaching the limit of 2,000 meters, the bag artifact showed no signs of bursting, so Xianxia knew that his attempt had failed. Unwilling to give up, Xianxia reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear in his hand. Space principles fluctuated, and as he thrust the spear forward, a massive black dot appeared at the tip of the spear. Collapse berserk energy rampaged, and in this sealed space, the scattered energy could not be released, turning into a barrage of attacks that bounced back onto Xianxia's body. Xianxia, who was already suffering from the surrounding pressure, could no longer bear it, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a deflated balloon, his massive body rapidly shrinking as his aura weakened. Xianxia inwardly clenched his teeth. This really wasn't going to work. He didn't know what this bag artifact was, but he was completely helpless against it. His strength was still too low. If he was also at the heaven-splitting realm, he might be able to force his way out of here. However, advancing to the heaven-splitting realm was extremely difficult. First, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to create a new world within one's body. Xianxia's luck had been good, as he had obtained the immortal tree and refined it, allowing him to condense the power of the wood element. This was an excellent start, but having a good start didn't mean he would be able to reach the heaven-splitting realm. If he wanted to accomplish his goal, he still had to search for those high-grade materials. But how could high-grade materials be so easy to find? Xianxia didn't know when he would be able to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, nor did he know when he would be able to find the world tree to repair his shattered star boundary. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, his chaotic aura gradually stabilized. Since he couldn't escape, he could only wait and see. Secretly praying that Xianxia and Ma Lu were safe, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. A few more days passed like this, and when the window above his head opened for the 3rd time, Xianxia was no longer surprised. An irresistible force caught him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was no longer in that small space, but in the cave from before. The middle-aged man was standing in front of him. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and Xianxia didn't know what he had encountered that made him unhappy. In any case, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. There was a strange smell in the air, one that he couldn't quite put his finger on, and there was also the smell of blood. Xianxia frowned and looked around, his gaze suddenly coming to a stop on one side of the cave. There were 2 corpses lying on the ground, one fat and one thin, wearing 7-colored robes. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly due to the angle, Xianxia could still tell at a glance that these 2 were Ma Lu and Xianxia, who had been captured before him. He didn't know what had happened to them, but although their corpses were still intact, they had long since lost their vitality. Xianxia's heart sank. Although he had long since guessed that these 2 cheat brothers wouldn't have a good end, seeing this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Boy, what's your name?" the man suddenly asked. Xianxia didn't want to say it, but he had no choice but to say it. In fact, he had already said it before, but the man probably didn't take it to heart. The man sneered, "You're much braver than that fat man. I hope your luck can be as good as his." Xianxia sighed. "Senior, with your strength, if you want to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger. Why torture my 2 brothers?" At this time, he also noticed that before Ma Lu and Xianxia died, they should have suffered some kind of inhumane torture. The smell of blood in the cave was the blood that flowed out of their 7 orifices. The man snorted. This king didn't torture them, but this king has a plan that needs their cooperation. Unfortunately, they don't have this life. Xianxia looked up. "I don't know what Senior's plan is, but it requires their lives to cooperate." The man looked at him with a strange expression. "Do you want to try? Can I refuse?" Xianxia looked at him seriously. The man shook his head. You can't refuse. Then it's fine. Since I can't refuse, then I can only cooperate. But before that, I would like to ask Senior to explain to me how I can cooperate. Senior probably doesn't want to see me follow in the footsteps of my two brothers. If that really happens, you won't be able to find other disciples of the Seven Openings land in a short time. The man nodded slightly. You're right, you're quite interesting. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the Seven Openings land. Xianxia sniffled. Actually, I'm not really from the Seven Openings land. I've only been there for less than half a year. The man sneered. Do you think this king will believe you? Xianxia shrugged. That's the truth. It doesn't matter if Senior believes it or not. Please tell me about the plan. If possible, I will do my best to cooperate. After all, if I can live, I don't want to die. Whether you die or not is not up to you. It depends on whether you have the ability to survive. As he said this, he flipped his hand, and a delicate wooden box suddenly appeared in his hand. The box was only the size of a palm and was sealed, but there was a clear aura of life coming from the box. This undoubtedly meant that there was a living thing in the box. The man didn't waste any words and directly opened the box and handed it to Xianxia. Swallow it. Xianxia looked at him suspiciously, then took the box and looked down. His scalp went numb. He saw that inside the box, there was a black centipede the size of a thumb quietly lying there. Although he didn't know what this thing was, anyone could see that it wasn't anything good. If he really swallowed it, who knew what would happen to him? At this moment, Xianxia didn't know how Ma Lu and Xianxia died. They were clearly tortured to death after swallowing this centipede. Xianxia swallowed hard and looked up at the man. What does Senior mean? The man said, swallow it. If you don't die, your life and death will be in this king's hands. When the time comes, this king will need you to do something. If you die, then there's nothing to say. Chapter 3882. Is Senior doing this just to control me? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. That's right. Then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Senior only needs to plant a soul brand in my knowledge sea, and the same effect will naturally occur. The man sneered. If you hadn't condensed your own Dao seal, this would indeed be a good method, but since you have one, as long as it isn't destroyed, you can naturally find a way to escape this king's control. Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Back in the Star Boundary, it was too easy to control someone. As long as one was strong enough, one could brand their knowledge, see with their soul brand, and naturally control everything. How could this method, which had worked 100 times over, not work in the outside world? Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia suddenly understood. When he condensed his Dao seal, Xianxia clearly remembered that he had condensed all of his strength into his Dao seal. In other words, for someone like him, the Dao seal was his foundation. If he wanted to completely control someone, he could only start with the Dao seal. Simply starting with the soul was not enough. However, looking at the fates of Ma Lu and Xianxia, Xianxia's heart was filled with apprehension. Who knew whether or not he would be sent to the underworld to reunite with his two cheap senior brothers after swallowing this centipede? Even heaven-opening realm masters couldn't resist it. So how could he? He wanted to say something to stall for time, but the man didn't give him a chance. His big hand reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing his mouth open. His other hand picked up the centipede and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then, with a light lift of his hand, Xianxia swallowed the centipede into his stomach, not even giving him a chance to resist. It was only at this moment that Xianxia realized the gap between him and his opponent. A burning sensation flowed down his throat and into his stomach, and Xianxia staggered back a few steps. He reached into his mouth, wanted to pull the centipede out, but how could he pull it out? Under his perception, the originally motionless centipede in the box became extremely active after entering his stomach, turning into a mass of pure energy that rampaged through his body. An indescribable pain instantly enveloped Xianxia, causing him to roar, his eyes bulging. The man retreated to the side and coldly watched, his expression indifferent. He had no intention of helping at all, as if his life depended on Xianxia's own fortune. In the cave, Xianxia's painful roars continued. He had never experienced such unbearable torture. His body alternated between hot and cold. When it was hot, it felt like his entire body was on fire, and when it was cold, his entire body would emit cold qi, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. As the hot and cold alternated, his life force dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dim light flashed in the man's eyes. Although he had already expected this, seeing Yang Kai's performance so poor, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. But this was understandable. After all, the previous two first-grade heaven splitters hadn't been able to survive and had been tortured to death. How could a brat who had just condensed the Tao seal create a miracle? However, if he couldn't find a suitable chess piece, he wouldn't be able to carry out the next step of his plan. He didn't know when he would be able to catch the disciples of the Xianxia lands again. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was only breathing in and out. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his miserable appearance was exactly the same as the dead Ma Lu and Xianxia. His vitality had also fallen to rock bottom, and in a moment his soul would scatter. The man let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the cave. Looking into the distance, the flames of vengeance burned in his eyes. After a long time, the man walked back into the cave and went straight to Yang Kai's side. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's body curled up, covered in a thick layer of frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were snow white. After sizing him up, the man couldn't help but exclaim softly. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes because he noticed that the young man who had been frozen into a popsicle was actually still alive. Although the young man's vitality had fallen to the limit, it still hadn't been cut off. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Logically speaking, after such a long time had passed, it was impossible for the young man before him to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, in reality, he was still alive. Feeling strange, the man carefully examined him. His gaze was quickly attracted by the blood flowing out of Yang Kai's 7 orifices. This blood was golden, and the man could clearly feel a surging vitality coming from it. Reaching out a finger and dipping it in the golden blood, he placed it under his nose and gently smelled it. The man paled, dragon blood. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in the man's eyes changed. He didn't expect that there would be a dragon vein among the disciples of the 7 possibilities lands, and that he would coincidentally be able to capture it. However, this would explain why this boy's cultivation was clearly not high, but he was still struggling at death's door. The vitality of a dragon bloodline had always been strong, so it wasn't surprising that he could persist for so long. His expression constantly changing, the man considered cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble. But thinking of his deep blood feud, he couldn't bring himself to do so. It was not easy to capture a disciple from the 7 openings land, and because of some special reasons, he didn't dare to get too close to the 7 openings land. After hiding in this universe world for so many years, Ma Lu and the others had finally arrived. The first 2 were too weak and had died to the flying blackback centipede's poison, but this young boy might become a useful chess piece. Of course, if he couldn't hold on and was poisoned to death, that was just as bad luck. Making up his mind, the man calmly observed the situation. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai remained unconscious on the ground, in a state of near death. That weak vitality had never been cut off, allowing him to struggle at death's door under the intense poison. The man had been quietly observing from the side, but when Yang Kai survived for 3 days, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he sensed that Yang Kai was still alive after 5 days, he was pleasantly surprised. It had to be known that the previous 2 first-grade heavenly splitters had only lasted 2.5 days at most. After a full 7 days, Yang Kai's weak vitality suddenly began to recover, and the various abnormal reactions from swallowing the flying blackback centipede also began to fade. Slowly, his vitality became more and more vigorous, as if a spark of fire had ignited a field. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Although he had been unconscious for these 7 days, with his strength reaching this level, even in an unconscious state, he was still able to maintain a trace of clarity. when he was unconscious. He didn't know the situation, but when he woke up, he could naturally remember everything. He secretly praised himself for being able to escape death this time. He didn't know what kind of strange creature the centipede he had swallowed was, but its intense poison was actually able to rapidly consume his vitality. If his vitality wasn't strong enough, he would have definitely been poisoned to death. The reason he had been able to survive was because of his dragon bloodline, which made his vitality much more vigorous than ordinary people's, and also because of his wood element strength. Wood element strength was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, and although he had lost the immortal tree's ability to bring the dead back to life, it had greatly enriched his vitality. It was also by relying on wood element strength that he was able to maintain that last bit of vitality. At this moment, Xianxia could clearly feel that there was a centipede-shaped mark on his Dao seal. This mark seemed to be alive yet not, and was extremely strange. The mark wrapped around his Dao seal and didn't hinder him, but Xianxia didn't doubt that as long as this man made the slightest move, his Dao seal would be destroyed in an instant and his soul would return to the underworld. Smiling bitterly in his heart, Xianxia's life and death were really in the hands of this man. If this man wanted him to, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Good, very good. Seeing Xianxia open his eyes, the man's face was full of surprise, and he actually grinned. He reached out his hand to help Xianxia up and affectionately patted him on the shoulder. Boy, you really didn't let this king down. He spoke as if he had been very optimistic about Xianxia before. Although Xianxia was awake, after suffering such torture, he was now extremely weak and didn't even have the strength to reply. Thinking about how his life and death would be out of his control in the future, how could he be in the mood to agree with this man? He just casually grunted. The man didn't mind and just smiled. Boy, serve this king well. After this king has taken his revenge, he will definitely set you free. At that time, if you are willing, you can follow this king and call the wind and summon the rain. Isn't that better than being a disciple of the Xianxia lands? Xianxia rolled his eyes in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity this guy had with the Xianxia lands, if he wanted to use him for revenge, he would definitely be in danger. If something went wrong, he would be implicated. What good would that be? He didn't dare to express his thoughts and just slightly cupped his hands. This boy doesn't have any great ambitions. I only hope that Senior can fulfill his wish in the future and fulfill his promise today and set this boy free. The man coldly snorted. Of course this king will keep his promise. But boy, could it be that you don't want to give up your identity as a disciple of the Xianxia lands? Xianxia coughed a few times and said weakly, Senior must be joking. This boy hasn't been in the Xianxia lands for long. It doesn't matter whether I am a disciple or not. The man looked at him suspiciously and found that he didn't seem to have any intention of lying. He couldn't help but nod. So that's how it is. It seems that the Xianxia lands doesn't treat you as one of their own. Xianxia frowned. What does Senior mean? The man sneered. If they treated you as one of their own, why would they harm you? Harm me? Xianxia didn't understand. Senior, if you have something to say, you can just say it. This junior doesn't understand what you're saying. The man said, Who was that guy you killed before? Xianxia didn't know why he was suddenly asked about the person he killed, but he still answered honestly. He was an errand boy from the Xianxia lands. His name was Fong Tai. He escaped from the Xianxia lands, and this boy was ordered to kill him. What about these two? The man pointed at the corpses of Ma Lu and Xianxia. These two senior brothers are here under orders to protect me. The man laughed strangely. Protect you? I don't think so. They were probably here to spy on you. Chapter 3883. So what? Xianxia frowned. For better or worse, Ma Lu and Xianxia were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. So roughing sending them to protect Xianxia was truly overkill. Xianxia himself was well aware that although it was called protection, it was more like surveillance. The man chuckled. When you were killing Fong Tai, didn't you feel that something was wrong? What's wrong? Xianxia became more and more confused and impatiently said, What does Senior want to say? Please speak frankly. Let me show you something first. Saying so, the man suddenly formed a seal with one hand, and his thumb slowly pressed down on Xianxia's forehead. Yongkai instinctively wanted to dodge, but when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands and how he couldn't resist if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he simply let it be. The next moment, the man's thumb pressed down on Yongkai's forehead and an invisible force surged out. Yongkai's entire body swayed, as if his soul had left his body, and his vision suddenly stretched back. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly standing in the same place, but he could see his back. When he looked up, Yongkai's face couldn't help but change, because he could see a faint layer of black qi on the surface of his body. This black qi was like a cloud, enveloping his body. Yongkai was bewildered. He had never noticed this before. Obviously, this was the work of the man's secret technique, allowing him to see something hidden. The man chuckled and slowly withdrew his hand. Yongkai immediately returned to his normal state and asked in surprise, "What was that?" Raising his hand in front of his face, he couldn't see anything. Using his divine sense to scan his body, he didn't find anything wrong, as if the black qi didn't exist at all. However, what he saw just now was definitely not an illusion. That Fong Tai probably has some sort of background. The man lightly snorted. An expert placed a seal on his body. If anyone kills him, the seal will activate and leave a mark on the murderer's body. This mark is very well hidden, and unless one is much stronger than that expert, it's impossible to discover it. The reason this king knows is because I saw you kill Fong Tai with my own eyes. Seal mark. Yongkai was dumbfounded. The man chuckled. If you appear in front of that expert in the future, he will know that you killed his junior. How could he let you off so easily? After a pause, he continued, with the Xianxia land's ability, why would they need to go through so much trouble to kill a traitor? Why? You should think about it. Yongkai's expression changed as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon, he grasped the crux of the matter and asked, the Xianxia land already knew that Fong Tai had a seal placed on him by that expert? The man chuckled. This king didn't say that, but it's most likely so. That expert doesn't want to provoke him, so he found a scapegoat and let you kill Fong Tai. After that, he just has to find a way to get rid of you, and everything will be fine. Yongkai suddenly understood and muttered, no wonder. He had been a little suspicious before. How could a mere servant like Fong Tai escape from the Xianxia land's heavy spirit array? He originally thought that Du Rufeng deliberately let Fong Tai go to create an opportunity for him to perform meritorious deeds. Now it seemed that deliberately letting Fong Tai go wasn't wrong, but not for him to perform meritorious deeds. He just didn't want Fong Tai to die in the Xianxia land so that he wouldn't be investigated in the future. No wonder I was promoted to a disciple of the Xianxia land so easily. It turns out that it wasn't because Du Rufeng appreciated me, but because I was used as a scapegoat. Yongkai didn't doubt the words of the man in front of him. From his standpoint, Du Rufeng was already in control of Yongkai's life and death, so there was no need to deceive him about this matter. Moreover, what Yongkai saw with his own eyes couldn't be wrong. Understanding all this, Yongkai secretly gritted his teeth. Damn you, Du Rufeng. I was the one who helped you collect the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, but in the end, you're the one who set me up. It turns out that all those favors and promotions were just a pretense. Although Yongkai didn't have a sense of belonging to the Xianxia land and didn't feel any gratitude towards Du Rufeng, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed at being used like this. Suddenly, Yongkai recalled that when he was in Earth protecting Venerable Duanhai's miniature universe, Fong Tai had taken out a token and said that it was given to him by a senior from the Black River realm. Presumably, the seal on Fong Tai's body was placed by that senior from the Black River realm. Although the universe was vast, and he might not have the opportunity to meet that senior from the Black River realm in the future, he still had to be prepared. Perhaps one day, he really would run into that senior. If that really happened, he might not even know how he died, so Yongkai couldn't help cupping his fists and asking, Senior, how do I get rid of this seal? The man smiled and said, unless one's strength surpasses that of the person who placed this seal, there is no way to get rid of it. Even Senior can't do anything, not to mention whether this king has the ability to do so. Even if I did, why would this king help you? There was nothing wrong with these words. Yang Kai and this man in front of him were neither relatives nor friends. To put it bluntly, he was now this man's subordinate. So why would this man spend so much effort to help him get rid of this seal? The man continued, "But you can rest assured, as long as you can help this king get his revenge, this king will satisfy you at the time." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "If he is heartless, then so be it. If Senior needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me." "Very good." The man laughed heartily. Although with the flying heavens black-backed centipede holding him back, Kai Yang definitely wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal. But now that Kai Yang had taken the initiative to help, he was naturally happy to see this. If not for this, why would he even bother talking to Kai Yang about these things? "By the way, I haven't asked for Senior's name yet." Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. "This king's surname is Su." The man replied lightly. "What kind of enmity does Senior Su have with Xianxia land?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Senior Su coldly snorted, "I don't need you to know, don't ask, just do your own thing." "Then what does Senior Su want me to do?" "My cultivation is low. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Senior Su much. If I mess up Senior Su's plans, then I'll die 1,000 deaths." Senior Su laughed cruelly. "You'll be able to help me while wearing this rainbow robe. You've just received this king's secret technique, so you should rest for 2 days. After 2 days, this king will tell you more in detail." Since Senior Su said so, there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Although he was very curious, it wasn't good to ask again. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Su, this junior has a presumptuous request." Senior Su said lightly, "Speak." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, "I want to bury their bodies." Senior Su looked at him coldly. "You're very affectionate and righteous." Yang Kai shook his head. "These two were only ordered to supervise me. They probably didn't know anything. Moreover, they've taken care of me a lot along the way. Now that they're dead, it's time to bury them. Do as you wish." Senior Su didn't seem too interested in Yang Kai's kindness. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left the cave. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would escape, and he quickly disappeared. Kai Yang let out a long sigh, his face filled with dejection. Ever since he came to this world, everything seemed to be going wrong. First, he was brought to the Kikikyo land to be some kind of odd job worker. After a few days of good work, he was unexpectedly involved in this kind of grudge. Now, his life and death were controlled by Senior Su, and he had become a chess piece in his hands. Although he didn't know how Senior Su was going to take revenge, how could he have a good end if he got involved in something a 4th-stage heaven-opening expert was plotting? If he didn't think of a way, he might really die young. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still useful to Senior Su, so he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. However, the Xianxia land was a bit difficult to deal with. Since Senior Su wanted to use him, he definitely wanted him to return to the Xianxia land. How would he explain the deaths of Ma Lu and Xianxia? 2 Grade 1 sky splitters had died, but he had returned in one piece. This was a bit unreasonable. His head hurt from thinking about it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Yang Kai walked over to the bodies of Ma Lu and Xianxia and sighed. "You two, being able to travel together, you won't be lonely. Remember to bless Junior Brother and turn misfortune into blessings." Towards these 2 cheap brothers, Yang Kai didn't have a bad impression. Just as he had said to Senior Su before, Ma Lu and Xianxia definitely didn't know anything about the arrangements of the Xianxia land. At most, they had been ordered to supervise him and ensure that Fong Tai died at his hands. Along the way, the 2 of them had been really good to him. Now that they had died at Senior Su's hands, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to avenge them, so he could only take care of their funerals. After bringing the 2 corpses out of the cave, they found a place with good feng shui and dug 2 large pits to properly bury the 2 corpses. Of course, Yang Kai definitely left behind their space rings. Not only did he leave behind 2 space rings, but he also left behind Fong Tai's. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai flew directly to a nearby mountain peak, sat down cross-legged on a boulder, and began inspecting the contents of the space rings. After inspecting them, Yang Kai found that Ma Lu and Xianxia were extremely poor. Besides some artifacts, there were only a few hundred heaven-opening pills in their space rings. Although a few hundred heaven-opening pills was a huge number for a laborer, it was definitely not worth mentioning for a heaven-opening realm cultivator. These two were first-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators, but with so little savings, it was obvious that they weren't doing very well in the Xianxia land. This was also not surprising. After reaching the heaven-opening realm, they would have to find ways to improve their strength. In order to do so, they would have to consume a large number of heaven-opening pills over a long period of time. Xianxia estimated that most of the heaven-opening pills had already been consumed, so having a few hundred left was already quite good. The quality of these artifacts wasn't very good either, so Xianxia didn't take anything else, only taking the heaven-opening pills. He threw away the rest along with the 2 space rings to prevent others from discovering them in the future. Chapter 3884. There was no need to mention Feng Tai's space ring. Besides some specialties he had brought out from his own universe world, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening pills. Xianxia didn't even put them in his eyes. The only thing that caught his attention was a jade token. This jade token was only the size of his palm and was crystal clear without any impurities. Inside it, there was a small fish-like thing swimming back and forth, as if it was alive. This thing was what Feng Tai had taken out to show Duan Hai before, and was also the token given to him by the senior from the Black River realm. Xianxia didn't know what this token was for, and wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he carefully put it away, not daring to put it into his space ring, but instead tossed it into the sealed world bead. Presumably, with the sealed world bead's unique ability, the Black River Realm's great master had no way to track down this token. Turning his head and looking around, Xianxia found that the mountain wilderness was quiet. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Xianxia couldn't find any trace of Old Man Su, nor did he know where he had gone. There was no need to think about running away, though. Since the other party had dared to leave him here, obviously they weren't afraid he would run away. Sitting down cross-legged, Xianxia looked inside his body and soon saw the centipede mark on the Dao seal on his spine. This mark seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around the entire Dao seal. Xianxia tried to push his Saint Chi, but found no hindrance. He then added a little more strength to attack the centipede mark, but the centipede mark immediately tightened around the Dao seal. In an instant, Xianxia felt like his body was about to be crushed, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and stop his attempts. However, Xianxia was certain that there was no way he could get rid of this centipede mark with his current strength. Old Man Su was at least a 4th-grade heaven-opening cultivator and had used such a strange treasure to subdue him. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Cursing his bad luck, Xianxia obediently began to restore himself. The centipede had consumed too much of his Saint Chi before, so although his life was not in danger, he was still very weak. 3 days later, Xianxia, who was meditating, suddenly noticed something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Man Su standing in front of him, looking at him quietly. Xianxia quickly got up. Old Man Su. Old Man Su nodded and said lightly, "You're quite honest. With your strength, if you try to forcibly break through the shackles of the black flying centipede, I'm afraid you would have already died." Xianxia's Old Man Su's centipedes Old Man's is to help ask. Old Man Su's names is to yangs to him to be to asks to help. After being subdued by Old Man Su that day, Old Man Su disappeared. Xianxia didn't have time to ask about it, but he knew that Old Man Su wouldn't have spent so much effort just to amuse himself. What's more, this Old Man Su had a grudge with the 7 Possibilities lands, so he was definitely here to seek revenge. "I want you to bring me into Xianxia land." Yang mind, Yang eyes, and Yang head is Yang Li too. Bai Yang was so, and to be, of course. But now that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were dead, how would he explain himself if he went back alone? Old Man Su seemed to know what he was thinking. He said lightly, "Don't worry. When you go back, you just have to say you encountered a void beast, and those 2 were accidentally eaten by it." Xianxia was speechless. How could he get away with such a simple excuse? If the Kikikyo found out he was lying, he would be in deep trouble. This Old Man Su obviously didn't care about his safety. "But Old Man Su, how can I bring you into the Xianxia?" Xianxia looked troubled. The Xiao is surrounded by layers of formations. It's fine for me to go back alone, but if I bring another person with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to get through. We'll definitely be discovered. Old man Su casually tossed something to him. Xianxia caught it and looked down. He found that it was the pouch that he, Ma Lu, and Xianxia were in. This 6 Directions Rui pouch is very mysterious. It was a coincidence that I was able to obtain it. Take it with you, and I can hide inside. You can avoid the Xiao's formation. Xianxia gulped. He had experienced the power of this 6 Unity wish bag firsthand. Even Ma Lu and Xianxia, 2 first-grade heaven splitters, have been sucked into it without being able to struggle. Obviously, this was no ordinary item, but now Old Man Su was actually giving this 6 Unity wish bag to him, and he was going to enter it? Xianxia's heart couldn't help but pound. Old Man Su sneered. Since I dare to give this treasure to you, I'm naturally not afraid that you'll use it against me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Xianxia hurriedly said. I wouldn't dare. Old Man Su misunderstood. I just feel that this treasure's power is unfathomable. It's the first time I've come into contact with such a treasure, so I can't help but feel a little excited. I definitely wouldn't dare to have any malicious thoughts towards Old Man Su. That's best. Old Man Su's expression was indifferent. In a moment, I'll teach you a sacrificial refining technique. Just practice it a little and coordinate it with me, and you'll naturally be able to control it freely. Yes, Xianxia respectfully replied. With the help of this treasure, entering the 7 Apertures land shouldn't be a problem. But Old Man Su, what about after entering the 7 Apertures land? What does Junior need to do? What can you do with just a few punches and kicks? Old Man Su sneered disdainfully. As long as you bring me into the 7 Apertures land, you'll have completed your task. Then, there's nothing for you to do. I'll handle it myself. Xianxia relaxed, but at the same time, he was also secretly shocked. From Old Man Su's words, it seemed he was saying that as long as he could enter the 7 Apertures land, he would be able to take revenge. However, there were truly quite a few heaven-opening cultivators in the 7 Apertures land. Not to mention the 7 Apertures heavenly monarch, who was at the 5th stage of heaven opening. Even the 7 earth protectors were at the 4th stage of heaven opening. There are definitely other 3rd and 2nd stage heaven opening cultivators as well. To be able to face so many powerful enemies alone and still be so confident, just what level of heaven opening was this Old Man Su at? Could it be that he was at the 6th stage or even higher? Only someone with such strength could not place the 7 Apertures land in their eyes. It seemed that Ma Lu Jiangsheng's previous conjecture about Old Man Su's strength was wrong. He was definitely not at the 4th stage of heaven opening. After being on tenterhooks for so long, the other party had only asked him to bring him in. Kion didn't know what to say, but thinking about it carefully, this matter really needed to be handled by someone who was especially loyal. Otherwise, if they were to enter the 7 realms and casually shout out, it would ruin Old Man Su's plans. The black-winged centipede was obviously to guard against this. At this point, Xianxia did not have the ability to resist. The main thing was that his life was in Old Man Su's hands, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. He immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. Following this, Old Man Su really did teach him a sacrificial refining technique. He also personally helped him refine the 6 Direction wish pouch. In just half a day, Xianxia was able to open and close the treasure. However, this was the limit of what he could do. He was unable to use the 6 Direction wish pouch to defend himself. All right, let's go. Old Man Su was clearly prepared. All that was missing was a guide. After saying this, he did not wait for Xianxia to react. He grabbed him and soared into the sky. In the air, he took out the wooden sword he had been holding before. The wooden sword instantly turned into a huge streak of sword light that wrapped around the two of them as they flew in a certain direction. Without a reference, it was impossible to tell how fast they were going. However, Xianxia felt that compared to Ma Lu and Xianxia, Old Man Su's speed was much faster. After galloping for 3 days, the sword light suddenly stopped. Old Man Su said, "Kid, walk the rest of the way by yourself. With your ability, You will probably need to walk for another 3 days before you can return to the Xiao land. Once you enter the Xiao land, find a remote place and let me out." After saying this, he lightly added, "Don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." "Old man Su, don't worry. I will definitely bring you into the Xiao land." Opening the 6-direction wish pouch, Old man Su took the initiative to enter. Yang Kai closed the pouch and stuffed it into his clothes. Only then did he continue to fly forward. Sure enough, just as Old man Su had said, after 3 days, the 7 paths was in sight. Without stopping, Kai Yang flew straight ahead. Halfway there, Kai Yang had already made himself miserable. His clothes were a mess, and he had ruthlessly slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood and his breathing to become weak. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally arrived outside the Xiao land. This was the first time that Yang Kai had returned to the Xiao land from the outside, so he didn't know how to enter. After shouting a few times, there was no response from inside, so it was likely that no one could hear him. Standing there scratching his head for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a way. Reaching out, he took out his disciple token from his space ring and poured his secret art into it, sending it directly into the fog in front of him. This time, Yang Kai used the right method. Shortly after the token disappeared, the fog in front of him parted on its own accord, revealing a large path in the middle. Yang Kai rushed in and soon arrived in front of a huge door. In front of this door were 2 disciples wearing 7 colored robes, each of them holding a sword and a saber, giving off a majestic aura. After seeing Yang Kai, a look of suspicion appeared on their faces. "Junior brother, which Spirit Land's disciple are you from? How come you don't look familiar?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to brother, I am from the Fire Spirit Land and have just been promoted from servant to an ordinary disciple, so these 2 brothers have never seen me before." The 2 men glanced at each other before one of them said, "Wait a moment." Saying so, he took out a round bead, seemingly trying to contact someone. A moment later, the man looked up at Yang Kai and gently nodded. "Junior brother is Yang Kai?" "Indeed." The man stepped aside and handed over Yang Kai's disciple token. "Go in. Brother Du wants you to see him immediately." "Many thanks, brother." Yang Kai took the token and flashed into the door, his vision blurring for a moment before he appeared in the middle of the 7 refinements land. After probing his body a little, Yang Kai found that the 6 Unity Wish bag was still in his arms, and there was nothing strange about it, allowing him to finally relax. However, at this time, it was not convenient to release Old Man Su, so Yang Kai could only set this matter aside and set off towards the Fire Spirit Land, preparing to meet with Du Ruffeng first. Thinking about this guy, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth in hatred. Although he knew that it was definitely Duan Hai who had pushed him out as a scapegoat, all of the favors Du Ruffeng had shown him before were now laughable in retrospect. Chapter 3885. Yang Kai flew straight to the main hall, where he had first entered the Fire Spirit Land. He guessed that Du Ruffeng should live there. In fact, Du Ruffeng did live there. From afar, Yang Kai saw a familiar figure standing in front of the main hall, dressed in white, quietly waiting. Who else could it be but Du Ruffeng? After landing, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Brother, fortunately, I did not fail you. Here is that thief's head." While speaking, he took out Fong Tai's head. Du Ruffeng glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed Fong Tai's head. He tilted his head slightly, and a woman dressed as a maid behind him immediately came forward and took the head. Du Ruffeng reached out to support Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you have worked hard this time." He looked behind him suspiciously. "Why are you alone? Where are Ma Lu and Xianxia, the 2 junior brothers? Didn't they go out with you? Why don't I see them?" Yang Kai looked sad. "Brother, you don't know. This time, everything went smoothly, but on the way back, we encountered a strange beast. The 2 brothers unfortunately died. Junior brother couldn't avenge them and almost didn't make it back. It took a lot of effort to find the way back." "Strange beast? What kind of strange beast?" Du Ruffeng frowned. Yang Kai thought seriously and said, "I have never seen it, but I heard the 2 brothers say that it was some kind of void beast. What did it look like?" Du Rufeng asked again. Yang Kai quickly described it. Fortunately, he had been careful and asked Su Lao about the appearance of the void beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to answer it this time. After all, he had just arrived outside of Qinquan and didn't have the opportunity to see any void beast. After listening to Yang Kai's description, the trace of doubt in Du Rufeng's eyes gradually disappeared. Since his description was so accurate, it was obvious that he had seen it with his own eyes. Patting Yang Kai's shoulder, Du Rufeng said, "Void beasts have no fixed abode and are very strong. Encountering one in this vast universe is indeed dangerous. Junior brother is really lucky to be able to escape. It's a pity for Brother Ma and Brother Jiang." Yang Kai's eyes turned red. Du Rufeng sighed. "That's their fate. Junior brother, there's no need to be sad. You've worked hard this time as well. Go back and rest first." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. After the commotion caused by Elder Su, he was no longer in the mood to ask about the steward. Now that he had brought Elder Su into Kikikyo, who knew how long this steward would last? Elder Su might take revenge in a few days. Although he didn't know how strong Elder Su was and whether he could succeed, regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he couldn't stay in Kikikyo anymore. It was better to find a way to leave as soon as possible. He didn't ask, but Du Rufeng took the initiative to mention, "In a few days, it will be 1 month. When I go to the orchard next month, I will tell the Fire Spirit Land about your matter." "Thank you, brother." Yang Kai quickly revealed a happy expression. "Then Junior brother will take his leave." Du Rufeng nodded. Yang Kai turned to leave. After a few steps, Du Rufeng laughed behind him. "Junior brother, where are you going? Was he going to kill him to silence him?" Yang Kai turned back, carefully hiding the vigilance in his eyes. "Didn't brother tell me to go back and rest for a few days? You're wearing the rainbow robe now, so you could be considered a disciple of Kikikyo. You should go to the personnel hall to handle some trivial matters and register." Yang Kai patted his head. "I forgot." Du Rufeng tilted his head and said, "Shall he accompany Junior brother?" The maid from before answered crisply, "Yes." Under the guidance of the girl called Xiao He, Yang Kai successfully entered the personnel hall. He registered and received a few new sets of clothes, a happy expression on his face. Little he said, "Darren is really lucky. I've served by Darren Du's side for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen a servant who only spent half a year to be promoted to an ordinary disciple." Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the previous hall. "It's all thanks to Brother Du's guidance." He paused for a moment, then said, "All right, Miss Xiao He, where should I live now?" Xiao He pursed her lips and smiled. "You'll live where Steward Chow used to live. It's still the errand boys' quarters." Yang Kai snapped his fingers. However, Zhou Zhang's quarters were definitely different from the errand boys' quarters. The place was bigger and the environment was better. He hadn't been there yet, so he wasn't too sure about it. "Then, Master, please go back and rest. I also need to go back and report." Xiao Yi gracefully bowed. Although she served Du Rufeng, she wasn't a disciple of Qiqiao. Yang Kai guessed that she should have been an errand boy before. Du Rufeng saw that she was pretty, so he took her in. "Thank you, Mississippi." As Yang Kai spoke, he casually stuffed a few heaven-opening pills into her hands. Xiao Yi took them and glanced at him with a smile. She didn't refuse, turning around and soaring into the sky, leaving Yang Kai leisurely to the errand boy's quarters. Not long after, he arrived at the errand boy's quarters. The whole village was empty. All the errand boys had gone to the orchard, so there was naturally no one here. He didn't need to go back to his original quarters. He didn't have anything to pack anyway, so he went straight to the largest building. This was where Zhou Zheng used to live, but now it was convenient for him. After checking inside and out and making sure that there was no one around, Yang Kai sneakily opened all the restrictions and hid in the secret room to let Elder Su out. "Kid, you did pretty well." After Elder Su appeared, he wasn't surprised by the environment. It was as if he knew what Yang Kai was doing recently, even though he was kept in the Six Harmonies Rui pouch. He put the pouch away as he spoke. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Elder Su, I've done what you asked. I can't do anything else. I wish Elder Su good luck and success." Elder Su laughed strangely. "Don't worry. If I say it's none of your business, then it's none of your business. Take care of yourself. Yang Kai said seriously. I'm really worried about you, Elder Su. After all, you're alone. Although I haven't been here for long, I know that there are quite a few middle-level Kaitian cultivators in Kikikyo. Elder Su, how confident are you that you're here to seek revenge? Oomph. Elder Su glanced at him. Since this king dared to come, I'm naturally fully prepared. Then I'm relieved. Old Man Su quickly left. After sending Old Man Su away, Yang Kai didn't even have time to close the door when he saw Great General Si Chun walking over from the other side of the village, his whole body shining with a dazzling golden light. He didn't know if the Great General could smell Yang Kai's aura. In any case, he just walked straight over. When he got close, he turned his head to look at him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty from being stared at like that. He wasn't sure if he saw anything just now. The Great General clearly understood human nature. It was just that he was a little arrogant and was usually too lazy to communicate with others. Moreover, the Great General was still a pet of the Venerable One. If he ran to the Venerable One and complained, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, on second thought, since the Great General appeared in front of him like that, even if he saw something, he probably wouldn't complain. Yang Kai didn't know whether this stupid chicken was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. After welcoming the Great General into the house, Yang Kai didn't bother with him. He walked around the house with his hands behind his back, thinking about his future path. If Elder Su came to seek revenge, there would definitely be a huge commotion in Xianxia. Right now, the best way out was to quickly leave this place to avoid being implicated. But what reason could he use to leave? Without Du Roofing's instructions or any other legitimate reason, there was no way he could leave. He couldn't think of anything even if his head hurt. Calculating the days, it would probably take a few more days for this 1-month period to end. He had wasted quite a bit of time on this trip. It was suffocating to be alone in the house, so Yang Kai simply walked out and flew towards the orchard. The Great General followed him without a word and laid on his head as usual. After entering the orchard, he first went to see Old Fong. When they saw each other, Old Fong was shocked and quickly pulled him into his house. With a pale face, he said, "Brat, do you want to die? Where did you get these clothes? How dare you wear them so casually? Hurry up and take them off." As he spoke, he started to move his hands. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. "Why should I take them off? I'm now a disciple of Xianxia. What's wrong with wearing these?" Old Fong's eyes widened. "Are you suffering from hysteria?" It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but that he didn't dare to believe it. Yang Kai had only been here for a short time. Even if he had made great contributions, how could he be promoted to a disciple of Xianxia? "I'm too lazy to explain it to you." Yang Kai sat down with a gloomy face. Old Fong stared at him for a long time before saying, "You've really been promoted to a disciple of Xianxia." "Nonsense. I came in from outside. If I hadn't been promoted, who would dare to wear these clothes? I would have been killed on the spot by those Xianxia disciples." Thinking about it, Old Fong agreed. This set of clothes couldn't be casually worn. Kaiyang wasn't stupid enough to play around with his life. What's more, if it wasn't for the 7 realms, Kaiyang wouldn't have this set of clothes. Did he really become a disciple of Xianxia? Old Fong's eyes lit up, and he couldn't hide his envy. "Little brother, you're amazing." After saying this, he slapped his own mouth and cupped his hands. "Lord Yang really is amazing. You're young and promising." This old man is impressed. Yang Kai raised his head to look at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Also, I'll be taking over the position of manager of this orchard." "Manager?" Old Fong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Are you serious?" Yang Kai knocked on the table. Old Fong understood and hurriedly poured him tea. Yang Kai took a sip and said lightly, "In a few days, brother Du will announce this news. I came over to give you a heads up so you can be mentally prepared." Old Fong couldn't be more excited. "Little brother, you've made a meteoric rise. You have to take care of me in the future." Yang Kai sighed. He didn't know how to explain it to him. Moreover, he definitely couldn't tell him about Elder Su. He just nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of you if I can." Old Fong was moved to tears. After leaving Old Fong's place, Yang Kai went to Daiyu's place. Just like Old Fong, Daiyu was obviously shocked and couldn't believe what she had just seen. She kept trying to pull off his clothes, forcing Xianxia to flee. She would see the truth in a few days. Chapter 3886. A few days later, the orchard was closed, and all the handymen returned to the handyman's room. Daiyu and Old Fong first went to Xianxia's former room, but didn't find him. After some communication, they learned that Xianxia had moved into Zhou Zheng's former steward's room. Since Kai Yang dared to move into the manager's office, he obviously had something to rely on. Moreover, they didn't know who it was that spread the news that Kai Yang was about to take over the position of the orchard's manager, but many of the odd job workers knew about it. Old Fong and Daiyu both said that they didn't leak anything. Xianxia guessed that it was most likely Du Rufeng adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. It should be to pave the way for the announcement in a few days, so as not to be too abrupt. Every month, it was naturally time to go to the market to buy insects from other spiritual lands. If it was in the past, Xianxia would definitely be in high spirits, but now that Old Man Su's matter had happened, he didn't have the energy to do anything. He was always on tenterhooks, afraid that one day a great war would suddenly break out in the Xianxia land, and he would be the fish in the moat. Moreover, the source of income that was originally opened by the great general probably wouldn't last long. Losing interest, Xianxia let Daiyu and Old Fong go to the market to deal with it. Anyway, after buying the third-grade pure golden dew for Daiyu last time, Xianxia didn't have many opening heaven pills left. Originally, he wanted them to pay for it. Daiyu and Old Fong didn't understand. He was clearly promoted to a disciple of the Xianxia land and was going to take over the position of the orchard steward. Why was Xianxia still so unhappy? However, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask, so they could only leave first and go to the market to negotiate with the representatives of the 6 spiritual lands. Not long after the two left, a handyman came to visit. Xianxia didn't even know the other person's name. He hadn't even seen him before. If it was just hearing the news, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Xianxia had even moved into the steward's room and was wearing a 7-colored shirt. Obviously, the news wasn't groundless. Since there was a change in leadership, the handyman naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. Throughout the day, Xianxia had been welcoming and sending off people. There were nearly 1,000 odd job workers in the odd job room. Even if only 10% of them came to visit, there were still nearly 100 of them. Wanting to build a good relationship with them was definitely not just empty words. It was normal to send some gifts. The odd job workers didn't have much wealth, so they couldn't give him anything too valuable. The heaven-opening pill was the most suitable. 5 or 10 of them would accumulate quite a sizable amount. After 3 whole days, Xianxia didn't know how many odd job workers it had received. In any case, the number of heaven-opening pills it had received had already exceeded 5,000. Xianxia couldn't chase people away when they came to deliver things. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. During the day, he would receive gifts and receive guests, and, at night, he would feed the general with Daiyu and Old Fong. With both income, his originally deflated wallet would suddenly swell up again. 3 days later, before going to the orchard, Du Rufeng personally came to announce that Xianxia had taken over the position of the orchard manager. Not many people were surprised, and everyone was happy. When Xianxia took over, he naturally made a generous speech in front of Du Rufeng, vowing that he would manage the orchard properly. Du Rufeng only said a few words of encouragement and then let him go. Arriving at the orchard, Xianxia went straight to the lonely peak at the center of the orchard. Last time, he had come here with Du Rufeng to eavesdrop, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with this place. With the orchard manager's token in hand, the entire orchard's formation was under his control. This was his first time taking over the orchard, so there were many things he wasn't familiar with. After busying himself for several days, he barely managed to straighten out everything and knew what to do as a manager. Speaking of which, the orchard manager was both idle and not idle. When he had nothing to do, he would casually patrol the area. When he had something to do, he would need to go to the various odd job workers' orchards to help them take care of the fruit trees. A few days later, Xianxia used his authority as the orchard manager to transfer Old Fong and Daiyu to his side, saying that they would help him manage the orchard. The area that they were originally taking care of was handed over to others. In this regard, Dai Yu and Old Fong were quite uneasy. After all, when Zhou Zheng was in charge, he didn't use his authority so blatantly for personal gain. They both tried to persuade Yang Kai to stop for the time being, lest Du Rufeng had any objections. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. Du Rufeng had ulterior motives towards him, so why would he care about these things? On the other hand, Elder Su had disappeared for many days, but the Qiqiao land was still so quiet, making Yang Kai anxious. If Elder Su had made some noise as soon as he arrived, Yang Kai would have been relieved, but this calm before the storm made him feel uneasy. No one knew when Elder Su would make a move and what kind of situation the Qiqiao land would be in at that time. He had been here for half a year, and both Old Fong and Dai Yu had taken care of him. Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell them about the Qiqiao land's crisis, he had them by his side. If something happened, it would be easier for them to take care of each other. Since they couldn't persuade them, Old Fong and Dai Yu could only silently help Yang Kai manage the orchard. As a result, Yang Kai had nothing to do all day. Yang Kai originally thought that Elder Su would make a move soon, but who would have thought that he would wait for 3 months? During these 3 months, there was no movement from the Qiqiao land, and Elder Su didn't come looking for Yang Kai. If it wasn't for the faint uneasiness in his heart that he couldn't dispel, Yang Kai would have thought that Elder Su had left the Qiqiao land. However, the Qiqiao land was covered in layers of formations, so he had to rely on himself to sneak in. It was impossible for him to leave so quietly. One day, Yang Kai was playing chess with Old Fong when he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and silently sensed it. Du Rufeng summoned me. I'll be back soon. Old Fong heard this and nodded. Come back soon. Yang Kai put down the chess piece in his hand, went out the door, and soared into the sky. Not long after, he arrived at Du Rufeng's residence and entered the hall. At first glance, he saw Du Rufeng standing in front of the hall, looking at him with a smile. During these 3 months, Du Rufeng would occasionally summon him to ask about the situation of the orchard, and Yang Kai would report it truthfully. In any case, he had done a good job managing the orchard over the past few months, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, every time he came, Du Rufeng would come alone. This time it was different. There were 3 people in the hall. One was Du Rufeng, and the other was a young man Yang Kai had never seen before. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt this young man's eyes sweep over him like a greedy viper, making him feel very uncomfortable. This gaze was filled with scrutiny, but also a hint of interest. These two were standing while the other was sitting in an armchair. Surprisingly, this was the Earth Guardian of the Fire Spirit Land, Venerable Duan Hai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Venerable, greetings, Brother Du. Since the last time Duan Hai brought him to the Fire Spirit Land, Yang Kai had not seen him again, so he did not know why he would appear here today. Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that old man Su had been caught, and now he was involved? If that was the case, then old man Su was too useless. Is that him? The young man who Yang Kai didn't know suddenly asked a question that was inexplicable. Du Rufeng said, That's him. There's nothing special about him. Why is he so lucky? The man chuckled. Du Rufeng said, Junior brother doesn't know. You should ask him. Yang Kai was confused and asked suspiciously, Brother Du, this is Du Rufeng introduced. This is Yulian, Brother Yu. He has been in retreat before and has only recently come out, so you haven't seen him before. So it's Brother Yu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. Greetings, Brother Yu. Yulian grinned. Junior Brother Yang, right? Are you interested in guessing what I was in retreat before? Who the hell will be interested? Is this person crazy? Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he still said, Junior brother doesn't know. Please enlighten me, brother. Yulian smiled. For us cultivators to break through to split the heavens, we need to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Brother, I first condensed yin and yang energy, then the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, the first one I condensed was fire energy. Fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. The last time I was in seclusion, I was condensing water energy. Xianxia silently calculated and was shocked. This fellow was a half-step split the heavens cultivator, just one more energy away from breaking through. Brother's complexion is rosy, so you should have succeeded. Now you're only one step away from split the heavens. Congratulations, brother. Yes, one step away. Yu Yin's eyes flashed with fanaticism. However, how many people have been stopped by this one step? You might as well tell junior brother that the materials I condensed are all grade 4. Then if brother can break through to split the heavens, you'll be a grade 4 split the heavens cultivator. My Xianxia land will have another great general. It'll be a blessing for us disciples. Grade 4 split the heavens cultivators are not easy to find. Even with the resources of the Xianxia land, who knows how long it'll take to find a suitable one. I'm afraid it'll take 100 years or even longer. Yu Yin let out a long sigh. With Venerable's ability, I'm sure you'll be able to find a suitable one for brother. Yu Yin turned his head to look at Duan Hai and smiled. There's no need to trouble Venerable with such a trivial matter. As long as junior brother can help me with something, it'll be fine. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Junior brother's strength is shallow. I don't know what he can help brother with. Yu Yin leaned forward slightly and stared deeply at him. Shitty, you only need to contribute your wood elemental power. Hearing this, Xianxia was shocked. All the things he didn't understand before suddenly becoming clear. No wonder after he helped do roughing obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, this guy had taken special care of him. It turned out that he was eyeing his wood energy. Although Xianxia had guessed this a long time ago, he wasn't sure. Only now did he know that his guess was correct. When he was forced to release the Dao seal in front of Du Rufeng, he had already sowed the seeds of disaster. Promoting him to be the orchard's steward and sending him to hunt down Fong Tai was also using him as a pawn. In any case, if his wood energy was really taken away, he probably wouldn't have a good end. I don't know what you're talking about. As soon as Xianxia's words fell, he sent out a punch. Then, without even looking back, he pushed his space principles and flashed away from where he stood. Chapter 3887. A figure flashed, and Xianxia instantly disappeared. Duan Hai, who had been sitting on the throne, raised his eyes and shouted, "Space principles!" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. Following this action, inside the Fire Spirit Land, Xianxia, who had just escaped from the main hall, immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Turning his head, he saw a giant hand appear behind him, seemingly capable of lifting the heavens and lifting the sea, trying to grab him. Xianxia was shocked. He continued to push his space principles as his figure flickered, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from the range of this giant hand. There was also a powerful aura firmly locking onto him. As the giant hand descended, covering the sky, Xianxia's body tightened, and he let out a muffled groan as the scene in front of him changed rapidly. By the time he recovered, he had already appeared in a secret room. Duan Hai, Du Rufeng, and Yu Yin were all here, standing behind Duan Hai, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a smile on his face. Xianxia's spirit was tense as he looked around, but couldn't find any way to escape, his mouth filled with bitterness. Damn, I'm afraid I'm done for. Even using the space divine technique, I can't escape from Duan Hai's grasp. The gap in strength between me and this fourth-stage heaven splitter is just too big. Junior brother Yang, why are you running? Big brother won't eat you. He just wants to borrow your wood attribute strength. Yu Yin asked with a smile. Was he waiting to die if he didn't run? Although he knew his chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try. So he said with a gloomy face, if big brother wants my wood attribute strength, he only needs to ask, and junior brother will contribute it. There's no need to deceive me like this. Yu Yin chuckled. Junior brother is a sensible person, so be obedient and don't resist. Xianxia said, but I'm curious, can other people's yin, yang, and 5 elements be taken by force? He had asked Old Fong this question before, but Old Fong couldn't explain it. However, since he had encountered such a thing today, It meant that the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang could be taken away. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort? Only one kind of person's power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements can be seized by force. Perhaps because there was hope for him to advance to split the heavens. Yu Lian was in a particularly good mood. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he did not hesitate to answer. What kind of people? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. For example, Junior Brother has only condensed one type of power. If Junior Brother has condensed 2 types of power, then there's nothing we can do. Yu Lian explained with a smile, and after forcefully stripping it out, Junior Brother's wood elemental power will drop by 1 or 2 levels. But that's okay. I heard that Junior Brother's wood elemental power is at least level 5. As for me, I only need level 4. So as long as I'm lucky, I can still use it even if its level drops. Yang Kai understood. I see. Yu Lian said, Junior Brother, do you have anything else you want to ask? Yang Kai said with a sullen face, if my wood elemental power is taken away, what will happen to me? Yu Lian said, die? Of course, if you're lucky, you can still live, but I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate in the future. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. 2 endings, no matter which one it was, would be a very tragic situation for a cultivator. If he couldn't cultivate, he might as well just die. Not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, Yu Lian turned around and cupped his fist to Duan Hai. Thank you for your trouble, Venerable. Duan Hai gently nodded, raised his hand, and waved it fiercely. With a clatter, the sound of chains shuttling through the void rang out as a burst of energy rushed towards him from all directions. Yang Kai looked around and saw a series of thumb-thick chains composed of complex runes piercing towards him. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Asterisk chi, 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 asterisk, a series of noises rang out as the invisible chains pierced through his body. Yang Kai instantly cried out in pain as his clothes became soaked with sweat. The spirit array under his feet lit up and slowly rotated. There was actually a spirit array set up here, so it seemed that this spirit array had been prepared beforehand and was only waiting for the right time to pull him over and deprive him of his wood elemental power. The chain stretched taut and pulled Yang Kai up into the air. Duan Hai and Yu Lian's figures flickered as they each stepped into a different spirit array, leaving Du Rufeng to stand guard. Yang Kai was extremely anxious. Now that he was in a situation where he had no chance of survival, it was impossible for him to get out of this predicament with his own strength. The only person he could count on was Old Man Su. However, Old Man Su had been in the 7 Secrets land for 3 months without any news. Yang Kai didn't know where he was or what he was doing, so it was unrealistic to expect him to come and save him. What's more, Yang Kai was afraid that he had already lost his value to Old Man Su. On the contrary, his life and death were in Old Man Su's hands. Even if Old Man Su knew about his situation, he probably wouldn't care. Inside the spirit array, Yu Lian sat down cross-legged, a mysterious aura pulsing from his body. On the other side, Duan Hai also wore a solemn expression as he constantly formed seals with his hands. With the clattering of the chains, Yang Kai could clearly feel a strong force being transmitted from the chains to his body, shaking his Dao seal and extracting his wood elemental power. An indescribable pain came from all over his body, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind Yang Kai, a giant black centipede phantom suddenly appeared and firmly locked Yang Kai in place. No matter what Duan Hai did, he was unable to extract the wood elemental power from Yang Kai's body. Flying black-back centipede. A trace of surprise flashed across Duan Hai's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. Stopping the hand seals he was forming, his figure flashing over to Yang Kai's side and placing his hand on Yang Kai's spine. A moment later, a violent force rushed into Yang Kai's body as he examined his Dao seal. In the next instant, Duan Hai's expression changed as he shouted, "Boy, who planted this flying black-back centipede in you?" Yang Kai could only gasp in pain, his face as white as paper, but he still sneered. Damn you. He had not expected that the flying blackback centipede, which had originally been a hindrance to him, would actually save him in this moment of crisis. This was truly a stroke of luck. Thinking about it carefully, this was not surprising. This flying blackback centipede was originally designed to target Dao seals. Duan Hai had set up this spear array and wanted to use this despicable method to deprive him of his wood elemental power, which was the same as attacking his Dao seal. The two methods obviously conflicted with each other. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful to Old Man Su. Although he didn't know how long he would be able to buy, being able to breathe for a moment was always good. Duan Hai turned his head and looked at Du Rufeng. Did you see anything else in his Dao seal last time? Du Rufeng was also a little confused. With his knowledge and experience, he had no idea what this flying blackback centipede was. So he shook his head and said, "Never." Then it must have appeared later. Duan Hai's eyes flashed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Little brat, when you went out last time, who did you meet?" Duan Hai's mind was also quite meticulous, so he was able to guess the truth of the matter. How could Yang Kai tell him? Sneering, Duan Hai exerted some force on his hand, causing Yang Kai to almost faint from the pain and immediately let out a pitiful cry. Duan Hai sneered. "Do you think this king has no way to deal with this thing? It's just a bug. Once this king gets rid of this thing, he'll deal with you." Saying so, Duan Hai moved his hand, his palm constantly striking the Dao seal on Yang Kai's spine, pouring a pure energy into Yang Kai's body and shaking the flying blackback centipede wrapped around his Dao seal. With Duan Hai's actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the centipede mark that had been wrapping around his Dao seal was gradually loosening its grip and faintly showing signs of being expelled. A vague will suddenly extended from the flying blackback centipede, causing Yang Kai, who was in great pain, to suddenly feel like a drowning man who had grasped onto a life-saving straw, exclaiming in joy, "Old Man Su, save me! Waste, you almost ruined my plans." Old Man Su's voice resounded in Yang Kai's mind, but to him, it was like the sound of nature. Duan Hai's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Who dares act so wildly here?" He had obviously heard what Duan Hai said just now, and being able to extend his will into the flying blackback centipede was obviously the owner of this strange insect. Duan Hai's actions just now should have alerted the other party. There is actually a powerful enemy hiding in the Seven Possibilities land. Duan Hai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had coincidentally discovered something today. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. "Duan Hai, we haven't seen each other for many years. Have you forgotten this king's voice?" Old Man Su's voice was cold. Duan Hai's face changed several times as he cried out, "Su Huang, you're still alive?" Old Man Su grinned. "This king is blessed with great fortune. How could he die? You traitors schemed against me and stole my Seven Possibilities land. Today, this king will take it all back with interest." Duan Hai quickly said, "I know nothing about what happened back then. Do you think this king will believe you? Today, all of you will die." As soon as the word die fell, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. Even though this secret room was covered in layers upon layers of spirit arrays, rubble still fell from the ceiling, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Immediately afterwards, a violent force suddenly erupted, transforming into an indestructible finger that shot towards Duan Hai. Duan Hai paled as he hurriedly retreated, his hands flying as he formed a series of seals and pushed his palm forward. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk amidst the loud noise, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The secret room exploded and the great formation collapsed. Yang Kai, who was bound mid-air, instantly felt as if he was a canoe in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by endless waves that threatened to capsize him at any moment. The aftermath of the attacks of the two heaven-opening realm masters overflowed, piercing through the universe and collapsing everything around him. Yang Kai's body was constantly tumbling as the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose as he saw stars, and his soul became unstable. Chapter 3888. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had gone out last time with Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng as First Order splitting the heavens, he had never seen them fight, so he didn't know what kind of strength they possessed. What's more, the gap between a First Order splitting the heavens and a Fourth Order splitting the heavens was simply too big. Now that Duan Hai and Old Man Su had fought, the aftermath of their attacks had almost taken his life. This was the heaven-opening realm. If a mid-rank splitting the heavens had such power, then what about a high-rank splitting the heavens? Blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as stars. Dust and smoke rose up as the hall collapsed, and darkness enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in extreme pain as the collapsed building was pressing down on him. But fortunately, the force that had been restraining him had disappeared. This place had been destroyed, so the spirit array arranged here had naturally lost its function. But without the shackles of this spirit array, Yang Kai was able to regain his freedom. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai removed the debris that had been pressing down on him, and light reappeared in front of him. Before he had time to assess his surroundings, he heard a light cough from nearby. Yang Kai turned his head to look, a fierce light flashing across his eyes as he reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear. Shaking the spear, Yang Kai poured all of his strength into it, and with a resounding dragon roar, he thrust it forward. With a bang, a large amount of rubble was sent flying, revealing Yu Lian's figure underneath. Blood spurting from his mouth, Yu Lian's eyes bulged as he stared in shock. Die! Yang Kai roared as his space principles fluctuated. At the same time, a black ball appeared at the tip of the blue dragon spear, which had been poured into Yu Lian's body. Everything collapsed. A huge hole immediately appeared in Yu Lian's chest as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels disappeared. Grabbing the blue dragon spear with one hand, Yu Lian's other hand reached out towards Yang Kai, a destructive aura pulsing from it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest bulging as he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp breath, cutting through the layers of flesh on Yu Lian's arm like a sharp blade, revealing the white bone underneath. A shriek came out of Yu Lian's mouth. Yang Kai raised a spear and threw Yu Lian's body into the air. The sky was filled with spear shadows. In just 3 breaths, by the time Yang Kai pulled back his spear, Yu Lian had already fallen to the ground like a ragged sack. There were countless holes all over his body, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. His vitality was quickly fading away, and it seemed that he would not be able to survive. Before he could rejoice that he had escaped death, a murderous aura came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned around and blocked with his spear. With a crisp sound, a huge force came, and he was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Landing on the ground in a hurry, he looked up and saw Du Ruffing looking to the side in disbelief. "Brother, you?" Yu Lian's mouth opened and closed, but he was gasping for breath like a fish that had jumped ashore, unable to utter a single word. His neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Du Ruffing's hair stood on end. He simply could not accept this. Just a moment ago, his brother was still in high spirits, ready to deprive others of their wood elemental power to advance to splitting the heavens. How could he have died in the blink of an eye? He knew that the source of all this was caused by the aftermath of the battle between the unknown enemy and the Venerable. In that instant, Du Ruffing almost thought that he was going to die. Although he had escaped death in the end, the aftermath of the battle had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Brother Yu Lian was not much better off. He was heavily injured, and then he was ambushed. In a moment of carelessness, he lost his life. Du Ruffing's heart palpitated. Just now, if Yang Kai had not attacked Yu Lian but him, would he have been able to dodge? Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai coughing up blood on the side. Obviously, he was not in a good condition either. "You killed Brother Yu." Du Ruffing's face was so cold that it was almost dripping water. "You're next." Yang Kai pointed his spear forward as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What a joke." Du Ruffing's face twisted. "You dare spout such nonsense in front of a venerable." After speaking, Du Ruffing suddenly frowned and swept the area with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he discovered that Duan Hai was no longer here. Du Ruffing knew that something big had happened in the Seven Openings land, and that the Venerable should be in a hurry to defend against the enemy and could not pay attention to this place. Du Ruffing's heart sank as he wondered just who this Su Huang was for the Venerable to act like he was facing a great enemy. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk earth-shaking sounds rang out from the heavens as dazzling lights flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were masters fighting in the heavens. However, this was not something he needed to worry about, as the heavenly monarch and the seven venerables would deal with it. No matter how strong this newcomer was, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many heaven-opening realm masters. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the disciples of the Qiqiao land who heard the commotion. They flew over from all directions to investigate the situation. When they saw the ruins, they couldn't help but be shocked. When they saw Yu Yin's corpse lying on top of the ruins, their expressions changed drastically. One of them stood out and asked, "Senior Du, what happened? Who killed Brother Yu?" Du Ruffing coldly stared at Xianxia and said, "Who else could it be? It's this guy in front of me. Kill him." Bold madman, daring to commit murder in the fire spirit land in broad daylight? Hand over your life. The group of Seven Openings land disciples was furious upon hearing this and summoned their artifacts one after another to attack Xianxia. As soon as these people appeared, Xianxia had been secretly accumulating strength. Although he also wanted to fight to the death with Du Ruffing, it was now impossible for two fists to fight against four, so it was best to flee first. What's more, almost all of these people were heaven-opening realm masters. Although most of them were first-grade heaven-opening realm masters, with only a few second-grade heaven-opening realm masters, they were still not people he could contend with right now. With the exquisiteness of the space divine technique, as long as there were no masters on the level of Duan Hai, Xianxia was confident he could escape. With a series of rumbles, the void collapsed as countless attacks rained down, but Xianxia had already dodged to the side, staring coldly at Du Ruffing before flying off in the direction of the orchard. Du Ruffing was flustered and exasperated. A bunch of trash. Chase after him. The numerous disciples of the Seven Openings land did not need him to give orders, and as soon as they saw Xianxia flee, they immediately gave chase. In an instant, above the fire spirit land, a single person fled while a group of people chased after him, creating a lively scene. Asterisk one, asterisk with a loud bang. The heavens and earth trembled, a dull sound directly reaching one's mind, causing one's eyes and ears to tremble. Along with this sound, a flashing spirit array appeared in the sky. This spirit array was incomparably large, almost covering the entire fire spirit land. When this spirit array appeared, a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing aura descended from the sky, and within the fire spirit land, almost everyone felt an aura of death envelop them. Du Ruffing, who was chasing closely behind Xianxia, cried out in alarm, "The earth-protecting array!" Xianxia's hair also stood on end as a feeling of impending doom filled his heart. Although he did not know what was happening, listening to Du Ruffing's words, it seemed that the fire spirit land's earth-protecting array had been activated. In the next instant, an angry roar rang out. "Su Huang, you're crazy. Do you want to destroy the Seven Openings land?" Old Man Su's laughter resounded through the world. "So what if it's destroyed? Since this Seven Openings land was seized by you traitors, this king doesn't want it. Die, all of you." As soon as these words fell, the huge spirit array that enveloped the fire spirit land suddenly began to spin madly, and along with it, rays of light shot out from the spirit array, like a torrential downpour from the sky, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Xianxia did not even think about it, and dodged into the sealed world bead. Hiding inside the sealed world bead, Xianxia looked out through the sealed world bead and saw that the heavens and earth were filled with rays of light. Everything in the fire spirit land began to fall apart as huge gullies appeared in the ground. The group of Seven Openings land disciples who were chasing after him all wore looks of horror as they tried to dodge, but very few of them were able to avoid these rays of light. As the rays of light flashed past, those who were hit by them were injured, those who were grazed by them were killed, and those who were badly mutilated fell from the sky like dumplings. Yang Kai gulped as he secretly prayed that the sealed world bead would not be hit. Although he did not know what would happen to the sealed world bead if it was hit, it would not end well. Fortunately, although the attacks were endless and dense, the sealed world bead was very small, so as long as one's luck was not too bad, there should not be any problems. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Old Man Su was relying on and why he dared to come here alone for revenge. The Seven Openings Land's Earth-defending array was obviously not activated by Venerable Protector Earth, so there was no reason for him to kill his own disciples. Only Old Man Su could do such a thing. Combined with what Old Man Su had said to the others before, Yang Kai faintly felt that this Seven Openings Land should have a very deep relationship with Old Man Su. It could even be said that the Seven Openings Land originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some reason, it was taken away. Although it was taken away, Old Man Su still retained the secret method to control the Seven Openings Land's Earth-defending array. He had disappeared without a trace for 3 months because he was trying to seize control of the Seven Openings Land's Earth-defending array. With Old Man Su's own ability, coupled with the assistance of the Seven Openings Land's Earth-defending array, he might really have a chance to take revenge. In this situation, Yang Kai naturally hoped that Old Man Su would make as much noise as possible. Only then would he have a chance to escape from here. If Old Man Su could not hold on and was killed, then he would definitely be buried with him. Just the Earth-defending Venerable Duan Hai alone was not enough. The Earth-defending array's attack did not last long, only about 20 breaths or so. But after 20 breaths of time, the entire Fire Spirit Land fell silent. Yang Kai waited for a moment until the spirit array in the sky disappeared before leaving the sealed world bead. Looking around, all he could see was a mess. The ground was full of broken corpses, and the Seven Openings Land's disciples wearing 7 colored robes were scattered about, as if the end of the world had arrived. A large net suddenly fell from the sky, covering Yang Kai's head. This large net had the power to seal the world. Yang Kai's body immediately tensed up as he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven capturing net." Chapter 3889. Du Rufeng was not dead. This thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind. This heaven-trapping net was Du Rufeng's artifact, and since it was displayed at this moment, it undoubtedly meant that Du Rufeng was still alive. Yang Kai's figure rapidly fell downwards, but the heaven-trapping net was like a maggot in his bones, unable to escape. With the surrounding heaven and earth locked down, he could not even use instant movement. Watching the net wrap around him, Yang Kai became anxious and poured all of his strength into the blue dragon spear before thrusting it upwards. The heaven-capturing net, on the other hand, didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, it directly fell down and tightly wrapped around Kai Yang. The power of imprisonment was transmitted from the net, and in an instant, Kai Yang felt as if all the strength in his body had been bound. In midair, Du Rufeng's figure slowly appeared, a look of resentment and lingering fear on his face. When the Earth-defending array was activated just now, if he hadn't been lucky enough, he would have followed in the footsteps of his other brothers. However, at this moment, his condition was not very good. His face was pale, his hand was clutching his chest, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The aftermath of the confrontation between Duan Hai and Old Man Su had caused him some serious injuries. "You're quite lucky you didn't die." Du Rufeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, who was bound by the heaven-trapping net, and formed a seal with one hand, increasing the strength of the net's binding force. Yang Kai snorted. Although the situation was unfavorable, his mouth did not show any mercy. "Aren't you also alive?" Du Rufeng snorted. "Don't be so smug. This king will kill you now." Yu Yin coveted Yang Kai's would attribute strength, but Du Rufeng did not care. Everyone condensed their own strength differently, and he had already condensed his own would attribute strength long ago, so he did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. Now that the Seven Apertures world had undergone such a great change, Leaving Yang Kai alive would only make things worse, so it was best to kill him first. Saying so, Du Rufeng was already preparing to attack. Grasping the void with one hand, a long sword appeared in his grasp, and changing his hand seal, he shouted, "Go!" The long sword turned into a sword light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. In his field of vision, the sword light rapidly enlarged in front of him, and the aura of death enveloped him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. When the dragon's roar resounded, the bones in his body crackled and his body expanded rapidly. The surface of his body was covered with dragon scales. When he was in his dragon form, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the incoming sword light. Yang Kai felt as if his teeth were about to shatter from the powerful shockwave. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Du Rufeng was stunned. His eyes followed the changes in Yang Kai's body. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an ability. After a while, he exclaimed, "Dragon Vein!" After Yang Kai dragonized, the surface characteristics of his body were too obvious. How could Du Rufeng not see some clues? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon body. But even so, he couldn't escape the shackles of the heaven-capturing net. This thing was similar to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch in that it could expand or shrink. As Yang Kai's body changed, it continued to expand and bind him. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that the heaven-capturing net was showing signs of instability. He was overjoyed. He knew that although this thing had similar functions to the Six Directions Good Fortune pouch, it was not as mysterious as Elder Sue's Six Directions Good Fortune pouch. What was there to hesitate about? Grabbing the black dragon spear, he waved it fiercely. In an instant, the light on the heaven-capturing net flashed wildly and quickly dimmed. "Don't even think about it," Du Rufeng shouted. With a wave of his hand, the sword light that Yang Kai was biting in his mouth suddenly flew back. Du Rufeng grabbed it and slashed down at Yang Kai. The huge sword light chopped down. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it. If he took this blow, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of crisis, a golden light quickly flew over from the distance and blocked Yang Kai's path. This golden light was originally just a small ball of light, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and turned into a giant golden pheasant several dozen meters in size. Great General! Yang Kai was absent-minded. He didn't expect that the one who came to save him at this critical moment would be that unreliable, stupid chicken. This time, when Du Rufeng summoned him, he didn't bring the Great General. Instead, he left in the orchard. He didn't know why it would come here. The sword light chopped down. The Great General let out a short cry and was sent flying. In midair, its body returned to its original size, and its golden hair became much dimmer. Yang Kai was furious, his body filled with dragon breath. The black dragon spear thrust forward like a dragon. He shouted, "Break for me!" It was as if a real black dragon had appeared, the power of the spear piercing through the void. With a crash, the heaven-capturing net that had been binding Yang Kai collapsed, and the power of imprisonment disappeared instantly. The black dragon spear, however, didn't lose any momentum and shot straight towards Du Rufeng. Feeling the power of this spear, Du Rufeng's face changed greatly, and his figure leapt up a few times to dodge. How could Yang Kai give him a chance to catch his breath? This guy was a half-step heaven-opening cultivator, stronger than him, and he also had a secret treasure like the shadowless muslin. If he really found an opportunity, he could use the shadowless muslin to cover himself, and Yang Kai would never be able to find him again. Stretching out a dragon claw, Yang Kai grabbed at Du Rufeng and at the same time urged his space principles. The world suddenly froze, and Du Rufeng's figure also came to a halt. In an instant, Yang Kai's hand clenched tightly, holding Du Rufeng in place. Scram! Du Rufeng roared, his strength fluctuating wildly. Even though Yang Kai was in his dragon form, he still felt like he was about to break free, his chest suddenly bulging as he spat out a mouthful of hot air towards Du Rufeng. Fire Dragon Breath. A dragon breath powerful enough to burn all things in the world erupted from Yang Kai's mouth and enveloped Du Rufeng. A scream immediately rang out as Du Rufeng struggled even more violently. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, Yang Kai's dragon claw loosened, allowing Du Rufeng to take this opportunity to escape. Looking around, Du Rufeng was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. He had already suffered a lot of damage in the aftermath of the battle between Duan Hai and Old Man Su, and now that the heaven-capturing net had been destroyed and Yang Kai had attacked him, his exposed skin was covered in blisters, making him look extremely miserable. Staring at each other, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear and uneasiness in Du Rufeng's eyes. Unlike Yang Kai, who was accustomed to fighting and killing, Du Rufeng had been born into the Seven Openings land and had only been able to leave it a handful of times, let alone engage in a life-or-death battle. At first, Du Rufeng was able to gain the upper hand by relying on his own strength and the power of his artifacts. But now that he had suffered a slight setback, he was unable to cope. Yang Kai had seen many such people before. Flowers in greenhouses were always unable to withstand the wind and rain. Grinning fiercely, Yang Kai pointed his finger towards Du Rufeng and pushed his space principles, summoning a huge moonblade. Du Rufeng's face changed as his figure flickered and he hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai, however, had already enveloped the entire battlefield with his space principles, shaking his black dragon spear slightly as he shouted, "Open for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Spatial cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth, filling the vast space. The chaotic void aura was emitted from those spatial cracks. Du Rufeng's face turned pale when he saw this. Du Rufeng, next year on this day will be the anniversary of your death. As he roared, Yang Kai rushed out with his spear, enveloping Du Rufeng in a sea of spear shadows. The countless void cracks around Du Rufeng made him want to escape, but how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? A single spear sealed off all his chances of escape. Forced into a desperate situation, Du Rufeng could only fight Yang Kai to the death. This was what Yang Kai wanted. Du Rufeng was indeed a half-step open the heavens and stronger than him, but his actual combat experience was definitely not as good as his, and his recovery ability was also incomparable. In a life-and-death battle, Yang Kai was not afraid of him. With the heaven-capturing net broken, the only thing he was afraid of now was the shadowless gauze. If Du Rufeng really used it to conceal himself, he would be in a passive position. So, as soon as they began fighting, Yang Kai disregarded consumption and injuries and attacked continuously, making it difficult for Du Rufeng to catch his breath. Silhouettes crisscrossed and blood splattered as time passed by. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew his spear and stood up, gasping for breath. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his dragon transformation and had returned to his original size. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, some of which were so deep that even bone could be seen. He looked extremely miserable as he tottered, relying on the black dragon's spear to support himself. On the other side, Du Rufeng's situation was not much better. His entire body was dyed red with blood, his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a ghost. His eyes were trembling violently, and his heart was filled with anxiety. While gasping for breath, Du Rufeng said, "Yang Kai, with such a big change in the Xianxia land, no one knows what the future will be like. Why do the two of us have to fight to the death here?" Yang Kai chuckled. "We've already fought. What do you want?" Du Rufeng said, "Why don't we just stop here? With such a thing happening, you can't stay in the Xianxia land anymore. While the Venerable is still busy, it's important to quickly escape. Otherwise, when the Venerable is free, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "That's very reasonable." Yang Kai nodded and tilted his head. "Then let's make peace." Du Rufeng nodded repeatedly. "Very good." Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed and he stabbed forward with his sword. With a soft sound, the sword pierced through something. When he looked again, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and the sword in his hand had directly pierced through his chest. "Bastard!" Du Rufeng cursed. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. "You've schemed against me by every means possible, so how can I let you off so easily?" With a sudden force in his hand, Du Ruffing immediately felt a piercing pain coming from his chest. When he looked down, his face turned pale as he saw that his chest was also pierced through by the other party's spear. Collapse! Collapse! Xianxia slowly spat out these two words, the law of space fluctuating. In an instant, Du Ruffing felt that something in his body had collapsed. In his field of vision, where the spear pierced through, a huge hole suddenly appeared. He slowly raised his head and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. His eyes were full of longing for life. Xianxia kicked out and directly sent him flying far away. When the sword was pulled out of his chest, blood spurted out. Xianxia felt dizzy and almost fainted. He forced himself to stay alert and walked step by step to Du Ruffing, looking down at him from above. Chapter 3890. At this moment, Du Ruffing's eyes were cloudy and the light in them had long since disappeared. His aura was also extremely weak. Xianxia stared at him coldly and thrust out his spear, causing a head to explode and red and white matter to splatter everywhere. With a flick of his spear, Xianxia collected Du Ruffing's space ring and, without having time to examine it carefully, staggered off to the side. Not far away, the great general was lying on the ground, his golden fur extremely dim. Xianxia bent down and picked him up, sweeping him with his divine sense. After examining him carefully, he relaxed. Although the great general's aura was weak, he did not seem to be in any danger. To be honest, Xianxia had not expected the great general to actually run out of the orchard to find him and save him at a critical moment. Just like how he could not understand why the great general would take such a liking to him. What was it about him that attracted the great general's attention? However, now was not the time to think about such things. While he was fighting with Du Ruffing, the rumbling sounds outside the heavens continued. It was obvious that Old Man Su was using the Xianxia land spirit array to fight against the many heaven-opening realm masters. It was good that there was some movement, but Xianxia was afraid that there would be no movement at all. Although he did not know if Old Man Su could succeed in his revenge, now was the best time to leave the Xianxia land. However, before that, he had to find Old Fong and Daiyu first, hoping that they were also safe. Old Man Su had used the earth-protecting array to attack the Xianxia land, so Xianxia did not know what the situation was like in the orchard. Holding the great general in his arms, Xianxia had not flown far when he saw two figures flying over side by side. It was Old Fong and Daiyu. Xianxia secretly thanked his lucky stars that the two of them had not been affected by the earth-protecting array's attack. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not have been able to survive. At this moment, the entire Fire Spirit land was in chaos, with figures flying around like headless flies. Basically, no one knew what had happened. When they met, Old Fong cried out, "Little brother, how did you end up like this?" Daiyu also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. Such heavy injuries. It's a long story. Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. What's going on? Old Fong asked. Today's events had happened too suddenly. A huge formation rune had appeared in the sky above the Fire Spirit land, followed by an earth-shattering attack. More than half of the orchard had been destroyed, and 60% of the workers had died in an instant. Old Fong and Daiyu saw that the situation was bad and quickly ran out. Let's talk on the way. Xianxia didn't have the time to explain. He pushed his strength and flew upwards. Along the way, Xianxia briefly explained the situation to Old Fong and Daiyu. He also mentioned that he was the one who brought Elder Su here. The two of them stared at him in shock, not expecting such a bizarre thing to happen. However, this was indeed a good opportunity for them to leave the Heptashield. Now that the experts of the Heptashield were busy dealing with Elder Su, no one would care about their lives. There were many people with the same idea, and most of them were workers. After all, they had been in the Seven Corners land for a long time and knew that there was no way out. Although the outside world was full of dangers, as long as one dared to risk it, there was still hope. However, as a worker in the Seven Corners land, unless one was willing to degrade themselves and break through to the first grade to open the heavens, there was no chance of success. In all directions, the odd job workers were flying away. However, when they approached the Seven Corners Lands barrier, Xianxia discovered that his thoughts had been too simple. The Seven Corners Lands barrier was completely flawless, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Thinking about it, Elder Su had seized control of the barrier with great difficulty, so how could he give the Seven Corners Lands people a chance to escape? The shockwaves from the attacks from the outer heavens were rampant, occasionally striking down, causing the entire Fire Spirit land to fall into chaos. From time to time, large and small spirit inscriptions would appear in the sky, spurring on the earth, protecting Grand Formation's power and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Xianxia saw with his own eyes that some workers were unable to dodge in time and were killed by the earth protecting Grand Formation. Just as Xianxia's heart was palpitating, he heard a mournful scream from the outer heavens, followed by a violent energy fluctuation that swept through the entire world, causing the Fire Spirit land to become restless. A moment later, a figure fell from the outer heavens, landing in the place where the workers were gathered. Old Fong's face was pale. "It's the Water Spirit land's earth-protecting venerable," Daiyu asked in a trembling voice. "Is he dead?" Old Fong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Water Spirit land's venerable protector fell straight to the ground and remained motionless for a long time. The many workers glanced at each other, none of them daring to step forward to investigate. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the outer heavens and directly struck the Water Spirit land's venerable protector, splitting his body in half. This time, there was no need for Old Fong to answer. Everyone knew that this venerable protector was dead. Xianxia didn't care about his severely injured body and rushed to the corpse of the Water Spirit land's venerable protector. He took the corpse's space ring and stuffed it into his sleeve before disappearing in a flash. By the time Old Fong and Daiyu regained their senses, all they could hear was Xianxia's divine sense message. It wasn't until this moment that the odd job workers finally reacted. One after another, they began to search for traces of Kai Yang, but how could they find him? Space principles fluctuated and Xianxia's figure flickered, disappearing without a trace. For a moment, everyone was filled with resentment. The wealth of an earth protecting venerable was unimaginable to these workers. If they had acted a bit faster just now, they might have been able to snatch the space ring, but now someone else had taken advantage of them. Old Fong and Daiyu quietly withdrew from the crowd and rushed off in a certain direction, soon leaving the Fire Spirit land and heading towards the city square. The Seven-Way Land's spirit array prevented anyone from leaving, but the inside of the Seven-Way Land was unimpeded. A short time later, the two arrived at a certain corner of the city square. Old Fong glanced around and called out softly, "Xianxia, Xianxia." Xianxia poked his head out from behind a building and beckoned, "Here, here." Old Fong and Daiyu hurriedly rushed over, but after turning a corner, they saw Xianxia leaning against a wall covered in blood, his face pale as he gasped for breath, holding Great General Xichun in his arms. Old Fong was both angry and amused. "Little brother, you're so greedy that you don't value your life." If those workers had reacted a bit faster just now, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to escape. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. So the space ring of an earth protecting venerable was enough to make anyone go crazy. Xianxia lightly coughed. "Poor people can only fight with their lives on the line." Daiyu angrily said, "You call yourself poor?" Xianxia waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this for now. No one has come to the city square yet, and there is no earth-protecting array here, so we should be safe here. I need to heal myself for a while." Old Fong nodded solemnly. "You can focus on healing yourself. Lady Daiyu and I will stand guard for you. Then I'll have to trouble you." Xianxia didn't act polite. In this situation, there was no point in thinking too much. He could only take one step at a time and see if Old Man Su succeeded in his revenge, if the Seven Openings Land's venerable would be able to repel the enemy. However, from the scene of the Water Spirit Land's venerable protector being killed just now, the Seven Openings Land's venerable was likely to be in deep trouble. Although Old Man Su was only one person, with the Seven Openings Land's earth-protecting array, he might not necessarily be a match for those people. Xianxia didn't care much about who won or lost, as long as Duan Hai died. If Duan Hai survived, he wouldn't be able to survive. Taking out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, Xianxia also gave Great General a few before sitting down cross-legged to adjust his condition. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, they weren't fatal. Xianxia was clear about his own body, as long as it wasn't too serious. Relying on his dragon bloodline and would attribute Force's restorative abilities, he would be able to recover sooner or later. The entire market was quiet. After all, it wasn't the first 3 days of the month, so there was naturally no one here. After standing guard for a while, Old Fong seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Lady Daiyu, I'll be going out for a stroll. You take care of Brother Yang." Hearing this, Daiyu knew what Old Fong was thinking. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Go, be careful." Old Fong grinned, meaningfully before disappearing in a flash. Outside, there was a lot of noise. Obviously, a fierce battle was going on. Xianxia's chaotic breathing gradually stabilized, causing Daiyu to be amazed. An average person who had suffered such serious injuries would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. But Xianxia had only taken less than half a day to recover. It had to be said that his physique was incredibly strong. Old Fong returned dejectedly, and when Daiyu asked, he learned that the market was completely empty, ruining his original idea of picking up some treasures. Xianxia was still healing, and it was unknown when the battle outside would stop. The two of them didn't know what to do in the future, so they weren't in the mood to talk. After a long time, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Someone's coming." Daiyu and Old Fong were startled. They quickly scanned the area with their divine senses and soon noticed something. When they looked up, they saw a petite figure flying towards them. As she flew, she carefully looked around as if she was a thief. However, the other party also quickly discovered Xianxia and the others, hesitating for a moment before flying straight over. "Stop right there," Old Fong yelled. Xianxia raised his hand and said, "I know her. There's no need to be nervous." Looking up, he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" The newcomer was none other than Asun, who had been brought into the fire spirit land by Duan Hai together with Xianxia. She was quite lucky. There were no visible wounds on her body, so she should have been able to avoid the attack of the earth-defending array. Asun was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Yang, you're also here." Xianxia said, "The fire spirit land is too dangerous, so I came here to hide." Asun nodded repeatedly. "I thought so too. It's too chaotic over there. Now, even the Venerable is dead and many of my brothers have been killed." Chapter 3891. A Venerable is dead? Which Venerable died? Daiyu was surprised. She had seen the water spirit land's Venerable die with her own eyes, but there were 7 Venerables in the entire Xianxia land. Asun replied, "The Venerable of our fire spirit land." "Duan Hai?" Xianxia was surprised. "You saw him?" Asun nodded. "I saw him with my own eyes." Xianxia clenched his fists, silently cursing the death of this Venerable. Now that Duan Hai was dead, no one would know anything about him. Even if Old Man Su's revenge failed and the Xianxia land was saved, no one would come looking for trouble with him. However, if there was a chance to leave this place, Xianxia didn't want to stay any longer. 2 Venerables had died one after the other. One could imagine how fierce the battle outside was. It was a pity he wasn't strong enough now. Otherwise, he would have gone to take a look. Old Fong Daiyu and Asun weren't familiar with each other. And although Xianxia wasn't too familiar with her either, this little girl's heart wasn't bad. When they first arrived in the 7 Refinements lands, they had met a few times, so Xianxia's impression of her wasn't bad. Now that they were hiding in this city together, it could be considered fate. The aftermath of the battle continued to spread, but it hadn't affected the city for the time being, so the 4 of them were safe here. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. Some were servants from various spirit lands, some were disciples of the Xianxia land wearing 7 colored robes. Everyone probably had the same idea. Now that the Xianxia land's great array had been seized, the other places were no longer safe, so this city was the only safe haven. Xianxia had already taken off his 7 colored robes and changed into his normal clothes, making them less conspicuous. The battle continued for more than 10 days without stopping, causing more and more people to hide in the city. Everyone was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. At a certain moment, more than 10 days later, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the dark city. Everyone looked up and saw that the hazy sky seemed to have been torn open by someone, and the light was coming from this hole. The great array has been broken. It was unknown who shouted, but soon after, a group of figures rushed into the hole in the sky and disappeared. Xianxia and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. Without any hesitation, the four of them activated their powers and followed the crowd into the sky. The formation that covered the entire Xianxia land was indeed broken. It was unknown whether it was because Elder Su had used too much of the formation's power or because the experts of the Xianxia land were too powerful. Without the barrier, no one could stop them from escaping. After leaving Xianxia land, Xianxia didn't know where to go. Anyway, he just kept flying forward. At this time, the further away he was from Xianxia land, the better. Daiyu, Old Fong, and Asun followed him without a word. The three of them had no place to go, so it was the same wherever they went. After the initial surprise, Daiyu and Old Fong couldn't help but fall into a daze. After the two of them jumped out of their own universe world, they had been brought to Xianxia land and hadn't left for many years. Now that they had luckily escaped from Xianxia land, where should they go in the future? Especially since the two of them still hadn't broken through to heaven opening after so many years. In this vast universe, those who hadn't broken through to heaven opening were nothing. After flying forward for several days, they passed through the endless void along the way. Without any reference point, the four of them had no idea where they were at this moment. At this moment, Kaiyang suddenly sensed something. Turning his head to look, his face turned pale with fright. Run. Old Fong and the others didn't know what was going on and turned their heads to look as well. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw a streak of light rapidly approaching them. Based on the brightness and speed of the light, it was obvious that this person was a heaven-opening expert. They didn't know what heaven-opening realm this person was at, but no matter what heaven-opening realm this person was at, it wasn't something they could contend against. The group changed directions several times, but the streak of light behind them was like a maggot that stuck to their bones. No matter how they changed directions, the streak of light continued to follow them, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Just as everyone was panicking, Xianxia let out a miserable cry and suddenly stopped. Daiyu was shocked. What's wrong? Hurry up and run. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I can't run. When he had sensed that someone was chasing them, he didn't know who it was, but now he knew. The one chasing after him was actually Elder Su. He still had the black flying centipede on him. Just now, his Dao seal had been strangled by the centipede mark. It was clearly a warning from Elder Su. If he continued to run, he might even lose his life. Xianxia couldn't figure out how Elder Su had found him after running so far away. He reckoned that it was most likely the work of the flying blackback centipede. This thing was a strange insect that Elder Su had kept in captivity, so there should be some kind of spiritual connection between them. It wasn't surprising that Elder Su had relied on it to find him. But why would Elder Su appear here? Shouldn't he be fighting those venerables and heavenly monarchs in the Kikikyo land? Running here at this time, could it be that he had failed? If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Xianxia was furious, but he could only stand there and wait. He looked at Old Fong and the others and said, Hurry up and run. Old Fong hurriedly said, Take care. With that, he continued to run forward. However, Daiyu didn't move. Xianxia turned to look at her. Daiyu smiled and said, If he really wants to do anything to us, I'm afraid we can't run away. If we join forces with you, we might be able to fight. Xianxia didn't believe her. If they ran, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they didn't run, they could only leave their lives to Elder Su. Asun didn't know if she was stupid or what, but she nodded and said, I'll go too. Xianxia was speechless. On the other side, Old Fong, who had run a short distance, flew back and stood beside Xianxia. He said angrily, You're going to get us killed this time. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. While they were talking, Elder Su had already flown close to them. Xianxia cupped his fists and was about to greet him when Elder Su waved his hand. The Rui Six Harmonies pouch appeared and covered everyone. In the next moment, their vision turned black as they were sucked into the pouch. Old Fong cried out in surprise, "What's going on?" He was sucked in without even seeing what the enemy looked like, so he didn't know the mystery of the Rui Six Harmonies pouch. Ah-sun said, "It's so crowded. Where is this?" Dayu panicked. "Oh, who touched me? Whose hand is this?" Xianxia coughed softly. "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Everyone, don't move. This place is like this. Just bear with it." The pouch suddenly quieted down. No one dared to move. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, followed by a stench. Ah-sun retched. Who farted?" Old Fong hurriedly clarified. "I didn't." Dayu also said, "It wasn't me." Brother Xianxia was furious. "It was the general. It's not my fault. You idiot. If it wasn't for the inconvenience, he would have beaten it up." In the enclosed space, the stench lingered for a long time. No one dared to breathe. After some time, the skylight suddenly appeared. Xianxia's vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a strange space. In this space, the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements were reversed and conflicting with each other. It was so chaotic that it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. This was a small universe, and it seemed to be the small universe inside Elder Su's body. The small universe was in chaos, which meant that Elder Su's situation was not good. Turning his head, he saw Elder Su sitting cross-legged on the side with a weak aura, looking at him indifferently. Xianxia hurriedly cupped his hands. Elder Su. From the outside, it wasn't obvious that Elder Su had suffered any injuries, but after fighting for so many days, it was impossible for him not to be injured. Moreover, Xianxia estimated that his plan for revenge had failed, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared here. If he had succeeded, he should have taken over the 7 openings. After expending so much energy to take revenge and failing in the end, Xianxia didn't know what Elder Su's mood was right now, but it definitely wasn't good, so he spoke with caution. Elder Su stared at him, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "Boy, you ruined my plans." Xianxia was stunned. "Elder Su, why would you say that? I have never leaked any information about you in the 7 openings." Elder Su sighed. "Although you didn't leak anything, the flying blackback centipede had already been exposed. As long as Duan Hai followed the clues, he would have found this king's whereabouts within 3 or 5 days. So this king could only act ahead of time." This, Xianxia was also speechless. This junior also didn't expect such a thing to happen. This could all be said to be a coincidence. Duan Hai and Yu Lian wanted to seize his wood attribute power and arrange a large spirit array, but they ended up triggering the flying blackback centipede spirit array. Elder Su had sensed this and had no choice but to act ahead of time, but judging from Elder Su's current state and his previous words, the result of acting ahead of time had been failure. If I had been given half a year, how could such a situation have occurred? Elder Su coldly snorted. Xianxia gulped and stared ahead vigilantly. What does Elder Su want to do? Kill me? If killing you could change the facts, this king would not have allowed you to live until now. Unfortunately, this old master's 1,000-year plan failed at the last moment. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart relaxed. There was no longer any danger to his life, but now that he had fallen into Elder Su's hands, it was like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Xianxia didn't know how he would be tortured in the future. If he had known this would happen, he would not have run out. Although his future in the 7 openings land was bleak, he was now the manager of the orchard and had a large number of subordinates. Now that the 7 openings land had suffered heavy losses, they were in dire need of manpower. If he had stayed, he might have been able to find a better way out. Elder Su coldly snorted again. Although this king's plan failed, they did not have a good time either. Most of their venerables died, and the 7 openings land was seriously injured. They will need at least a few dozen years to recover. That's not a complete loss. Xianxia insincerely congratulated him. This time the 7 openings land strength has been greatly reduced. Elder Su only needs to go back and recuperate for a while. When he makes a comeback in the future, he will be able to get his revenge. Chapter 3892. Haha. Making a comeback. Elder Su let out a strange laugh. I'm afraid I won't have that chance. Yang Kai asked curiously. What do you mean, Elder Su? I'm going to die. Yang Kai was shocked. How could that be? Elder Su didn't look like he was injured at all. Although Yang Kai knew that he was injured, he didn't expect his injuries to be so serious that they were life-threatening. Elder Su didn't explain anything to him and casually threw something to him. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a piece of jade. He asked suspiciously, what is this? The sigil of the Kikikyo formation. Elder Su said calmly, with this sigil, you will have the chance to control the Kikikyo formation. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't refine it, he could still feel the mysterious fluctuations in the jade in his hand. He knew that Elder Su wasn't lying. This could really be the sigil of the Qiqiao formation. Elder Su was able to seize the Qiqiao formation back then because of this item. I've given it to you. You can throw it away or keep it. It's up to you. There is such a good thing. Yang Kai was shocked. From his previous contact with Elder Su, this guy wasn't a good person. Could it be that people would become kind before they died? Elder Su said, I don't have the strength to spare for revenge. However, if you have the chance to grow in the future, you can take this jade to seize the Qiqiao formation. There will be a chance of success. Don't worry. If the Qiqiao formation wants to change the formation, it won't be done in a short period of time. This jade will be useful for at least 1,000 years. After that, it's hard to say. Hearing him say this, the doubts in Kai Yang's heart were relieved. Elder Su wanted him to help him take revenge. The sigil of the formation was in his hands. The Qiqiao formation was such a big piece of meat. If he had enough power, he would definitely covet it. It was also because of this that Elder Su did not vent his anger on him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Even if he killed him now, it would only be to vent his anger. If he kept him alive, he might still have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly put away the jade and solemnly cupped his fists. Don't worry, Elder Su. Within 1,000 years, I will definitely advance to split the heavens. At that time, I will return to the 7 refinements land. No matter what, this attitude had to be displayed. As for whether or not he would help Old Man Su take revenge in the future, that would depend on whether or not he had the mood to do so. Although Kai Yang's impression of the Qiqiao lands wasn't very good, he hadn't wasted much time here. Those who wanted to harm him had all died, so there really wasn't any deep hatred between them. Elder Su was non-committal. He probably sensed Yang Kai's thoughts, but he didn't have much time left. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He just nodded and closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, his aura rapidly weakened. At the same time, the small universe that was on the verge of collapse began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yin, yang, and 5 elements energy became chaotic. Yang Kai anxiously said, Elder Su, you can take that flying blackback centipede back. Elder Su did not respond. A moment later, the small universe completely collapsed. Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he appeared in a void. Not far in front of him, Elder Su was sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, there was not the slightest trace of life on his body. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to check his breathing and found that Old Man Su was indeed dead. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. The flying blackback centipede in the Dao Seal was raised by Old Man Su, so he didn't know how Old Man Su's death would affect it. He stood in place vigilantly for a long time, but there was no reaction. Only then did Yang Kai relax. However, with that thing in the Dao Seal, Yang Kai really did not feel safe. Before, there was still Elder Su to restrict him, but now that Elder Su was no longer here, if the flying blackback centipede lost control one day and did whatever it wanted in the Dao Seal, he would not even know how he died. Yang Kai even suspected that Elder Su had given the flying blackback centipede some kind of order before his death. If he did not go to the Qiqiao land to avenge him in the future, it would activate. This was very likely. Otherwise, why would Elder Su leave him alive? However, now that Elder Su had passed away, worrying about it was useless. He could only think of breaking through to splitting the heavens as soon as possible and find a way to expel it himself. Reaching out and taking off Elder Su's space ring, Xianxia could not find the 6 Unity Wish pouch. He searched Elder Su's body for a while and found the pouch in his sleeve. Fortunately, he had refined the 6 Unity Wish pouch before, so although he could not use it to defend against enemies, opening and closing it was not a problem. Forming a seal, Xianxia opened the pouch. Elder Fong, Daiyu, Sun, and the Great General all appeared. As soon as Elder Fongyu appeared, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Xianxia said, "He's dead." "He's dead?" Elder Fong raised his head in shock and carefully looked at Elder Su. Finding that he was indeed dead, he could not help but ask, "How did he die?" Xianxia said, "Probably because his injuries were too serious." Daiyu asked, "Is he the one who attacked in the Qiqiao land?" Xianxia nodded. "That's him." Elder Fong let out a long breath. "It's good that he's dead. If he really accompanied such a master, he would be very nervous. If he was in a bad mood and took it out on him, he would not be able to resist encountering such an accident on the way to escape, but fortunately, Old Man Su was seriously injured and died, so nothing else happened." Xianxia collected Old Man Su's body and put it into his sealed world bead, secretly instructing Mu Zhu and Mu Lu to give it a proper burial. He didn't know if Old Man Su had left behind any kind of backup plan, so leaving his body here was just a precaution. "Let's go." Xianxia took care of the matter and called out to everyone. Naturally, no one objected, but the Great General did not move. Previously, the Great General blocked Du Rufing's fierce blow for Xianxia and was seriously injured. He had been in a state of recovery and had woken up at this time, but instead of following Xianxia, he kept shouting something at Xianxia. Xianxia did not understand and turned his head to look at him. The Great General shouted for a while, but seeing that Xianxia was still indifferent, he flapped his wings and flew behind Xianxia, using his fat body to push him in a certain direction. Elder Fong said curiously, "Brother, he seems to want you to go somewhere." Xianxia also noticed and reached out to grab the Great General from behind, asking, "Where are you taking me?" The Great General nodded and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Xianxia looked in that direction, but could not see anything. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The Great General should have something to do. I'm going to follow him. What about you guys?" Daiyu and the others looked at each other, and Elder Fong said, "We don't know where to go anyway, so we'll go with you. At least we can take care of each other." "Then let's go together." Daiyu also nodded. Sun never had any ideas, so she naturally did not refute. So, Xianxia put the Great General on his head and let him lead the way, and the 4 of them continued to fly through the vast universe. The road ahead was long, and Xianxia had nothing to do, so he quietly counted the gains of these days. He had to admit that since he was summoned by Du Rufeng, although the days had been dangerous, his harvest had been huge. First, he collected Du Rufeng's space ring, then Water Spirit Earth Protector's space ring, and then Old Man Su's space ring. Not to mention anything else, the 6 Directions Wish Bag was a rare treasure. Until now, besides the Sealed World Bead and the One Realm Bead he had refined, Xianxia had never seen an artifact that could hold living creatures. The 6 Directions Wish Bag was the first. After entering this world, his strength could not keep up for the time being, so he could only rely on the power of artifacts. Although the artifacts he obtained in the Star Boundary were good, they could not keep up with the pace here. Whether it was the Mountains and Rivers Bell or the Soul-Splitting Saber, they could deal with the Emperor Realm, but would be difficult to deal with a Heaven-Opening Realm Master. Now that he had obtained the 6 Directions Wish Bag, it made up for this shortcoming. He had to refine it as soon as possible, so when he encountered a strong enemy later, it might play a miraculous role. Going through the space rings one after another, Xianxia found a great harvest. Just the heaven-opening pills alone numbered 300,000. Of these, there were only a few tens of thousands in Du Rufeng's space ring, while the rest were basically all taken from the space rings of the Water Spirit Land's Venerable Earth Protector. Xianxia truly understood what it felt like to become rich overnight. Previously, he had painstakingly collected insects to feed the Great General, but after a month, he had only managed to collect a few thousand heaven-opening pills. Now that he had obtained 300,000 heaven-opening pills, he felt a heavy burden. However, thinking about it carefully, a third-grade heaven-opening material cost more than 15,000 heaven-opening pills, so these 300,000 heaven-opening pills could only buy a few fourth-grade materials. He couldn't even afford a fifth-grade heaven-opening material, so it wasn't a big deal. In addition, the fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame that he had helped do rough and collect was also taken back. This thing was a hard currency, and as long as he could find a suitable channel, he could easily exchange it for over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. What surprised Xianxia the most, though, was the shadowless muslin he had found in Du Rufing's space ring. Xianxia had experienced the strange ability of this thing before. It allowed one to conceal themselves, making it impossible to detect even if they were close by. Du Rufing had also said that the shadowless muslin was a gift from a venerable, so any heaven-opening cultivator under the third grade would not be able to detect it. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening cultivator, as long as they did not search carefully, they could still miss it. Compared to the Six Directions wish bag, this shadowless muslin was the most suitable for him at the moment. If he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to resist a powerful enemy, so the shadowless muslin might be able to save his life in many cases. Old Man Su's space ring was relatively poor. Besides the strange wooden sword, there were only some random materials inside. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Old Man Su had been focused on revenge all these years, so he probably didn't have the time or energy to do anything else. However, there was one thing that Xianxia was quite curious about. According to his understanding, the Qiqiao land should have originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some unknown reason, it was snatched away. What was the reason that Old Man Su couldn't even protect his own territory? However, there was no place for Xianxia to ask. Old Man Su was already dead, so who could he ask? Chapter 3893. After tidying up the contents of the 3 space rings, Xianxia took out the shadowless gauze and held it in his hand, silently refining it. This was originally Du Rufing's possession and had his soul imprint on it, but now that Du Rufing was dead, the soul imprint could be easily erased. None of the group spoke along the way. After experiencing such a big change, none of them seemed to be in the mood to talk, all of them quietly following behind Great General, allowing him to lead them in a certain direction. Time passed by, and after flying for an unknown amount of time, Xianxia estimated that it had been at least 2 or 3 months, but Great General showed no signs of stopping. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. Occasionally, there would be some natural disasters such as starbursts, but they were all avoided in advance. Until one day, a small black dot suddenly appeared at the edge of their field of vision. At this time, Xianxia clearly felt that something was wrong with Great General's mood, as if he had become much more excited, causing his flying speed to increase significantly. The distance was too great, so Xianxia couldn't see what this black dot was. It was not until a long time later that Xianxia realized it was actually a huge world fragment. He didn't know which universe world it had been left behind, but it was quite large and desolate. The Grand General led the group towards the fragment of the world. A day later, the group of 4 landed on this world fragment. Looking around, all they saw was endless desolation, without the slightest trace of life. Great General flapped his wings and continued to lead the way. Old Fong looked around curiously and asked, "Why did Great General lead us here?" "I don't know." Xianxia shook his head. "We'll know once we follow him." Not to mention anything else, just based on how Great General had desperately blocked Du Rufing's attack for him. If something really happened to him, Xianxia would not just sit back and watch. Great General seemed to be very familiar with this place. After arriving here, he directly flew in a certain direction and soon arrived in front of a barren mountain. Inside this mountain, there was a deep dark cave that led to some unknown destination. Standing at the entrance, one could vaguely hear the sound of wind whistling. Sweeping the cave with his divine sense, Xianxia found that he could not see the end. This cave was obviously very deep. After arriving here, Great General's footsteps finally stopped, and he turned his head towards Yang Kai and let out a cry. Yang Kai understood and turned back to Old Fong and the others. I'll go down with Great General and have a look. You stay here and wait for me. Although Yang Kai did not believe that Great General would harm him, it was still best to be careful in this unknown place. If he went down alone, he would have a chance of escaping if he encountered danger, but it would be inconvenient for him to bring Old Fong, Dai Yu, and the others. Dai's use group. Yang Kai nodded his head. Of Yang Kai's, the caves of Yang Yang of Yu as Yang Yang Yang. Yang's A's to Great Yang. Yang 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 was. And was. Of course, Yang's to Roofings. To Yang Yang, S was. Yang Yang Yang. After descending for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai even suspected that he had reached the deepest part of this world fragment. Only then did the environment around him suddenly open up. This was a huge underground cave. There was nothing special about this cave, but after arriving here, the Great General was obviously excited and immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's arms. As he flew forward, he cried out loudly, his voice giving off a very strange feeling, one that was both a little aggrieved and a little nostalgic. Yang Kai frowned. He did not know what was so special about this place that made Great General react like this. But before he could figure it out, he sensed an aura coming from the depths of the cave. There was a living thing here. He had not sensed it when he entered. Yang Kai was shocked. He held his breath and looked forward. He could not see anything, but he could clearly feel an aura coming back to life. It was as if the aura had just fallen into a deep sleep. Now, it was awakened by Great General. What made Yang Kai's hair stand on end was that this aura was very strong. It was more dangerous than Elder Su. This meant that the owner of this aura was stronger than Elder Su. In the darkness, 2 lights suddenly shone. Yang Kai's blood turned cold. He was frozen in place, as if someone had cast a spell on him. He stared at the 2 lights in a daze. What kind of light was that? It was clearly 2 eyes, 2 incomparably huge eyes, each of which was the size of a house. As the pair of eyes opened, a layer of golden light slowly flashed in the dark cave. The golden light grew from weak to strong and soon filled the entire space, illuminating the entire cave with golden light. Yang Kai's mouth was wide open. He could not close it for a long time. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed what he was seeing. In his field of vision, there was a huge golden pheasant lying in the cave. That golden pheasant looked exactly the same as Great General Si-Chun. However, its body was many times bigger. It was like an enlarged version of Great General Si-Chun. Whether it was the aura from before, the dazzling golden light, or the house-sized eyes, they all belonged to this huge golden pheasant. At this moment, Great General Si-Chun had already pounced in front of the strange beast. It was crying out nonstop. The strange beast's fierce eyes slowly became gentle. It was filled with love. It lowered its head and gently nudged Great General Si-Chun. Great General cried out even louder. He flew onto the strange beast's head and used his beak to comb its feathers. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai not understand? The enlarged golden pheasant in front of him was definitely Great General Si-Chun's close relative. He did not know if it was its father or mother. The chances of it being its mother were higher. Great General Si-Chun had come to find his family. Yang Kai had long felt that Great General Si-Chun was not an ordinary golden pheasant and should be some kind of strange beast with a strange bloodline. Now that he had seen its mother, this idea could be confirmed. Since Great General Si-Chun had a close relative, how could it have become Duan Hai's pet in the Fire Spirit Land? And looking at its mother, it was obvious that her strength was not ordinary. Duan Hai was definitely not her opponent. So how did Duan Hai manage to take Great General away? Could it have been Duan Hai who took it away? Thinking about it, it was not impossible. If not, why would Great General Si-Chun ignore Duan Hai's life and death and instead follow him out of the Qiqiao land? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly heard a voice. "Junior, thou hast an aura I hate." Yang Kai was startled. The voice sounded directly in his mind. It sounded gentle and beautiful. It was a woman's voice, but the meaning of the words was not so beautiful. He looked up and saw that the giant golden rooster in front of him was looking down at him. Its eyes, which were the size of a house, reflected his figure. Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked left and right. Finally, he fixed his gaze in front of him and asked carefully, "Are you talking to me?" Old Lady Xichen's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a dangerous aura. "What do you think?" Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he quickly cupped his fists. "Junior Xianxia greets Senior. May I ask Senior's name?" "I am Miemeng." "So, it is Senior Miemeng? I have heard so much about you." Xianxia cupped his hands again. He did not know if Miemeng was her name or her race, but he had never heard of it before. However, this world was full of strange things, so it was normal to see things that he had never seen before. The only thing he could be sure of was that old Lady Xichen was not to be trifled with. However, although she said that he had an aura she hated, Xianxia was not too worried. Since he had brought Xichen back, she should not do anything to him. Miemeng quietly looked at Xianxia, her huge eyes filled with mockery. Above her head, Grand General Xichen was muttering something. Miemeng listened carefully, and after a long time, she nodded slightly. "I understand." She then lowered her head and looked at Xianxia. "My son said that it was all thanks to you that he was able to leave that place and return to my side." Xianxia said firmly, "The Grand General and I felt like old friends the moment we met, and we are as close as brothers. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning." After pausing for a while, he asked curiously, "Senior, how did the Grand General end up in Kikikyo?" Miemeng said, "He was kidnapped. My son was young and did not know how dangerous the outside world was. He accidentally got lost when he went out to play." "I see." Xianxia nodded slightly. This was similar to what he had expected. Since Xichen had such a strong mother, he should not have gone to Qiqiao to be Duanhai's pet. It was obvious that he had been kidnapped. Miemeng guessed that Xichen did not have a good impression of Duanhai, which was why he did not care whether Duanhai was dead or alive. Instead, he came to look for Xianxia. At this time, Elder Fong sent a message. It seemed that the few of them had also sensed Miemeng's aura and were worried about Xianxia's safety, so they came to ask about it. Xianxia replied and told them to stay outside. Only when he was safe did they feel relieved. After keeping the communication device, Xianxia said, "Senior, now that Xichen is back, you have reunited with your son. It is time for me to leave. Let us meet again in the future." Although he wanted to get some benefits from Miemeng, since he brought Xichen back, even if he did not contribute much, he still felt uneasy when facing such a powerful being. Even if he knew that she would not do anything to him, it was better to leave first. Miemeng's voice was pleasant to the ears, but who knew what her temper was like? If she was temperamental, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. "Don't be in a hurry to leave." Miemeng said, "I need you to do me a favor." Xianxia was stunned. "How can I help you?" "Help me leave this place." "Senior, are you trapped?" Xianxia was surprised. He did not notice this. However, thinking about it carefully, from the beginning until now, Miemeng had not moved at all. It seemed like she was really trapped. "But I am weak. I am afraid I am powerless." Chapter 3894. To be able to trap Miemeng, it had to be someone stronger than her. Xianxia did not think that he could help her. Miemeng said, "As long as you want to." Since it had already come to this point, Kai Yang reckoned that he couldn't refuse. Feeling a bit bored, he frowned and asked, "Then what does Senior want me to do?" Miemeng didn't answer, but the golden light on his body suddenly flickered. As the golden light flickered, Xianxia clearly saw something that looked like chains appear, binding Miemeng's huge body tightly. From these chains, Xianxia felt a strange aura. "Dragon race." Xianxia raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who would have thought that Miemeng was trapped because of the secret skill of the dragon tribe? Only the dragon tribe could use the secret skill of the dragon tribe. Xianxia said excitedly, "Have you met a dragon race before?" Miemeng sneered. "If not, why would I be trapped here?" It was funny to hear a golden rooster call himself, but Xianxia was not in the mood to care about that. He asked anxiously, "When did you meet a dragon race?" And where did you meet it? He was also a dragon race. If he could find another dragon race outside of Qianquan, he would have found the organization. He would not have to run around like a headless fly. He might even be able to find the world tree with the help of the dragon race. Then it would be much easier. We met in the star field and had a conflict. I don't know where that stupid dragon is now, but there is no one good in the dragon race. Miameng sneered. Xianxia was speechless. He was being scolded as well. But now, he knew what Miameng wanted him to help with. The dragon race secret technique could be used by a dragon race, but could also be removed by a dragon race. If Miameng wanted to escape, he might be able to help. But there was one thing that Xianxia was curious about. How do you know that I am a dragon? Xianxia thought that he did not reveal any flaws. Miameng said coldly, normal people might not be able to sense the dragon race's aura, but I can. That is why my son brought you here. When Xianxia heard this, he suddenly understood why Great General Xianxia favored him so much. Back in the Fire Spirit Land, Great General Xianxia treated him differently from the others. Then, he helped him block Du Roofing's attack. Now, he even took the trouble to bring him here. It turned out that Great General Xianxia had sensed the dragon vein aura on him and knew that he could help his mother. Miameng continued. However, you don't seem to be a pure dragon. Whether or not you can help depends on the purity of your bloodline. Xianxia frowned. What does this junior need to do? I need your dragon's blood. Kaiyang asked again. What can this junior obtain? What do you want? Miameng's eyes flashed with mockery. That depends on what you can give me. Although he got along well with General Xianxia, he was not related to his mother. If he helped him this time, he would have to sacrifice a lot. He had to get some benefits first. Miameng looked at him seriously for a while. Suddenly, he stretched his neck and stuck his head out. Xianxia was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but Miameng had already pecked and retracted his head. He did not even have time to react. At the same time, Xianxia felt that something was missing from his body. It was as if he had broken free from a layer of restraint. There was a strange sound. Xianxia looked in the direction of the sound. There was a black centipede in Miameng's mouth. It was struggling. The strange sound was made by the black centipede. Flying black centipede. Xianxia's eyes widened as he hurriedly examined his body. The centipede mark that originally existed in his Dao seal had disappeared without a trace. Looking at the black-backed centipede in Miameng's mouth, how could Xianxia not know that Elder Su's trick had been broken by Miameng? He was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. Although Old Man Su was already dead, the presence of this thing in the Dao seal was really unsettling. Xianxia had planned to find a way to get rid of it after he broke through to the heaven-splitting realm, but who would have thought that this flying black-backed centipede would be so easily removed by Miameng? This effortless action made Xianxia deeply aware of Miameng's strength, and he couldn't help imagining just how tyrannical the dragon race, who could trap Miameng with their dragon race secret technique, was. Miameng raised his neck and swallowed the black centipede. He said calmly, Is this enough? Enough, enough. Xianxia nodded. Miameng had done him a huge favor, so it was only right for him to return the favor. Without hesitation, Xianxia said, As for what you want me to do, please tell me, Senior. I only need your dragon blood. The more the better. I will deal with the rest. But before that, I want to see if your dragon blood is pure enough. If it is not, it will be useless even if I drain your blood. Xianxia didn't waste any time and simply cut a small wound on his finger, forcing out a drop of blood before wrapping it in his Saint Chi and sending it to Miameng. Swallowing it down, Miameng's originally slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Xianxia in astonishment, a strange light flashing across his eyes. Does Junior's blood meet the requirements? Xianxia asked. Yes. Miameng nodded. Then shall we begin? Xianxia looked at him. Miameng said, Use your dragon blood to smear the chains on my body. You don't have to worry about the rest. As she spoke, the chains appeared on her body again. Xianxia observed for a while and was speechless. Miameng's body was huge. The chains wrapped around her body. It would take a lot of blood to smear all over her body. However, Xianxia had already accepted the other party's kindness, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Dragon transformation! Amidst a series of crackling sounds, Yankai's figure quickly transformed into a 2,000-meter-long dragon, one that was not inferior to Miemeng's in size. A powerful dragon aura spread from his body as he was covered in dragon scales, dragon horns on his head, and a lifelike dragon tail behind him. Miemeng was even more surprised. Taking a step forward, Yankai arrived in front of Miemeng in just a few steps. Forming a claw with one hand, Yankai clawed at the palm of his other hand, causing blood to spurt out. Reaching out, Yankai grabbed one of the chains and stroked it from head to tail. The chain was immediately covered in golden dragon blood. As if stimulated by the dragon blood, a dragon's roar could be heard from the chain. It shone brightly. Yankai didn't pay any attention to him and simply did the same thing as before, grabbing the other chains. It was a good thing to have a strong recovery ability. However, it was a little troublesome now. The wound on Yankai's palm showed signs of healing. He had no choice but to cut his own palm. The dragon blood kept flowing out. The chains were soon covered in golden blood, and the light flickered more and more urgently. Miemeng's eyes were filled with excitement. After being trapped for so many years, he was just trying to break free. He never thought that he would actually have a chance to break free. How could he not be excited? In less than half an instance's time, the chains outside Miemeng's body were covered in dragon blood. Even though Yankai's body was strong, he could not take it anymore. He had paid a huge price this time. He would need a rest for a while to recover. Enough, Miemeng suddenly said. Yankai relaxed. He could no longer maintain the dragon form. His body shrunk rapidly, and he returned to his original form. You take my son out first. Miemeng turned to Yankai and ordered. Xichen Great General flapped his wings and flew over to Yankai. Yankai caught him and without hesitation summoned his azure dragon spear and soared into the sky. Wherever the long spear passed, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, forcibly opening up a passage from underground. With a rumbling sound, Yankai broke free from the ground. Not far away, Old Fong and the others heard the commotion and turned to look. Before they could ask, Yankai shouted, "Let's go." Old Fong and the others were stunned, but they did not have time to say anything. They immediately followed behind him and flew into the sky. After flying a great distance away, Yankai stopped and turned around to look back, but the world fragment was still silent, not showing any signs of movement. What happened? Dayu asked in bewilderment. General C's mother is here. She's trying to break free. Yankai did not have the time to explain and answered casually. General C's mother? Old Fong was stunned. He looked at the stupid chicken in Yankai's arms. As soon as he said that, he heard a loud noise coming from afar. He turned to look and was shocked. The huge world fragment was vibrating nonstop, and there seemed to be violent energy bursting out from within. Even standing here, he could clearly feel the fierce and powerful aura. In front of such an aura, he was as small as an ant. Old Fong was shocked. Is this caused by General C's mother? He thought that if the general was so strong, then his mother would not be so strong either. But now, it seemed that the general's mother was more than strong. Before Yankai could say anything, he heard a loud noise. A violent energy erupted, and the world fragment shattered into pieces, shooting in all directions. Among the scattered fragments, there was a dazzling golden light. When the dust settled, a giant golden rooster came into view. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, looking majestic like a full sun. Its fierce aura made the world tremble. Old Fong gulped, and his teeth chattered. "Great General, is this your mother?" The general ignored him. In the distance, Miemeng had broken free. He spread his wings and screeched. His voice was so sharp that it made people's eardrums tremble. The invisible sound waves turned into a violent energy that pushed people back. After a long time, Miemeng retracted his wings and stopped. He walked over step by step. Old Fong's face was pale. He secretly sent a message to Yankai. "What's her name?" "She calls herself Miemeng." Yankai replied. Old Fong understood. Before Miemeng could get close, he cupped his hands and shouted, "Junior Fong Beaky greets Senior Miemeng." Chapter 3895. Dayu and Sun hurriedly bowed as well. Meng scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. He nodded slightly and transmitted his voice. "Thank you." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Senior, you are too polite. You have also helped me a lot. We both got what we needed." Meng said, "It is best not to let others know that you have the dragon bloodline." Yang Kai was stunned. "Why is that?" Meng sneered. "The dragon race has many enemies in the greater thousand worlds. If those people who have a grudge against the dragon race know that you have the dragon bloodline, what do you think will happen to you?" Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart and said seriously, "I will remember that. Thank you for your reminder." If that was the case, it would not be convenient for him to use the dragon form secret technique casually in the future. At the very least, he would not be able to use it casually before he grew up. Otherwise, he might cause some trouble. The arrogance of the dragon race was something that Yang Kai had experienced when he was in the Star Boundary. The dragon race outside of the Qianquan realm would not be any better. Meng continued. "However, the dragon race is a very united race. Although they're all secretive, if something happens to you, the other dragon race will definitely take revenge for you. Therefore, if you really meet with any unavoidable danger, you might as well reveal your dragon bloodline. Perhaps others will not dare to attack you." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I understand." He paused for a while and said, "Senior, if I want to find other dragon race, where should I go?" Meng snorted. "I've already said that the dragon race is secretive. Even if you want to find them, you will not be able to find them. However, I heard that the dragon race has a dragon altar. That is the headquarters of the dragon race, and is also the origin of the dragon race. However, no one knows where the dragon altar is. Only the dragon race themselves know where it is. Perhaps one day, you will be able to sense the location of the dragon altar. Improve the bloodline." Yang Kai was slightly dazed. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, he had to continue activating the origin of the golden divine dragon in his body. Although Yang Kai was already 2,000 feet tall, he could feel that the origin of the dragon race in his body was not fully activated. He still had a lot of room for growth. But the growth of the dragon race required a long time, and he could not wait. He could not afford to wait. Great Emperor Mia, he could not wait. The dragon, Great Emperor. He could not wait. The dragon was the dragon. He was. And he. The great general jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and flapped its wings, flying up and down in front of Meng. Meng lowered his head and caught the great general in his mouth before placing it on his back. The great general chirped for a while. Meng listened carefully. He then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brat, take care. The 3 golden feathers seal contains my 3 divine technique. If you're in danger, you can activate it to defend yourself. We will meet again if fate allows." Then a gust of wind blew. Everyone could not open their eyes. By the time they came back to their senses, Meng had already disappeared. The golden light in the distance was getting farther and farther away. 3 golden feathers were floating in front of Yang Kai. They looked like they were made of pure gold. There were no impurities in them. Yang Kai was stunned. He did not expect Meng to leave him with such benefits before he left. It was probably the great general's last request. Before he left, the great general must have communicated something with Meng. Yang Kai grabbed the 3 golden feathers and stuffed them into his space ring. Looking in the direction Meng left, he raised his hand and waved goodbye. In this vast universe, after this farewell, it was likely they would never meet again. Old Fong stared at Yang Kai's ring with a fiery gaze. Although he didn't know what the 3 golden feathers Meng left behind before he left, they were obviously not ordinary things. Swallowing his saliva, he asked, "What did Senior Meng say to you just now?" When Meng and Yang Kai had communicated just now, they had used divine sense transmissions. Old Fong and the others could not hear them at all. "Nothing much, just thanking me for helping her escape," Yang Kai casually replied. Looking around at everyone, he chuckled and asked, "Where should we go now?" The 4 of them could be considered newcomers to the outside world. Although Old Fong and Daiyu had arrived earlier, they had stayed in the Kikikyo land for many years and had not been to other places. Their understanding of the outside world was not much better than Yang Kai, and a Sunday previously, with the great general leading the way, everyone at least had a goal. But now that the great general had left, they really had nowhere to go. They all felt like headless flies. Sun asked weakly from the side, "Do you want to go somewhere with me?" Xianxia turned to look at her and asked, "Where to?" "Great Moon Province," Sun said with a guilty expression. "What is that place?" Xianxia was puzzled. Old Fong looked at Sun thoughtfully and said slowly, "Outside the world, there are countless forces, big and small. If these forces are divided into 3 levels, the top ones are the 36 Grotto Heavens and the 72 Blessed Lands, which are guarded by upper-level heaven splitters. Below these Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands, there are second-tier forces like the Kikikyo Land, which are guarded by middle-level heaven splitters. Further down, there are many spiritual states which do not have upper-level heaven splitters or middle-level heaven splitters. This Great Moon Province should be one of them." Sun shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but it should be." Old Fong chuckled and said, "It seems that Miss Sun has some background. Otherwise, how would you know about a place like the Great Moon Province?" Sun couldn't help but stick out her tongue and said, "There is a senior in the Great Moon Province, and I just want to join her." Xianxia asked curiously, "Sun, didn't you say that the world you came from has collapsed and perished, and that you were the only one left?" When he first met Sun, she did say that, and Xianxia remembered it clearly. Sun said, "Yes, that world has indeed collapsed and perished, and I am the only one left. However, a few hundred years ago, a senior from that world went back once." These words sounded familiar. Fong Tai seemed to have said the same thing. "That senior left me a token and told me that if I ever went outside the world, I could use this token to find her." These words sounded even more familiar. Xianxia was speechless. However, unlike Fong Tai had taken out the token and showed it to Duan Hai, while Sun had kept it secret. Judging from the current results, Sun's approach was undoubtedly correct. The reason Fong Tai died was because he assisted Zhou Zheng and Xianxia in stealing the spirit fruit. But it was also because of his background. Just think about it. If that powerful master from the Black River realm learned that Fong Tai, a junior, had been recruited by the 7 openings to work as a servant, he would definitely not let this matter go. Therefore, Duan Hai had asked him to hunt down Fong Tai to prevent future trouble. If Sun had done what Fong Tai had done at that time, she might have suffered the same fate. Saying so, Sun took out a small fox. This fox was about the size of a palm and seemed to be made from some unknown spirit jade. Its entire body was white and crystal clear, and it had a lifelike appearance, as if it was a living creature. "Can we find the Great Moon Province with this?" Xianxia was puzzled. Old Fong said, "I think that senior must have left a guide in this token." Xianxia suddenly remembered the jade token left behind by Fong Tai. It was estimated that the function of the 2 items was the same. Both items had a guide inside them, and by relying on the guidance of these tokens, Xianxia could find his location. That thing was still in Xianxia's sealed world bead, so it seemed he had to deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise it would become a problem. However, just getting rid of the token wasn't enough. There were still traces left on his body, and if he didn't get rid of them, once he encountered that powerful master from the Black River realm, the other party would definitely know he was the one who killed Fong Tai. "Since you have a place to go, why didn't you mention it before? Why did you follow us?" Dai looked at Sun and asked. Sun stuck out her tongue again. "I didn't dare to run around outside this world by myself, and I didn't know what kind of temperament you had before. Now you know." Dai chuckled. Sun hugged Dai's arm and grinned. "In any case, you're not bad people." Dai glanced at Xianxia helplessly. Xianxia said, "It's always right to be careful when you're outside. What do you think?" Old Fong shrugged and said, "I don't have any ideas. We'll go wherever we want." Dai said, "It's up to you. We'll go wherever you want." The 2 of them left the decision to Xianxia. Sun understood and immediately came to Xianxia's side, pulled his arm, and shook it vigorously. "Brother Yang, come with me. Sun really doesn't dare to run around alone. After we get there, if you think it's appropriate, you can also stay. My senior seems to have some authority in Great Moon Province, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to take in a few people. Don't make promises for others so casually. Xianxia laughed and pondered for a while before saying, Okay, okay, stop shaking me. We have nowhere to go anyway, so I'll go with you. Ah Sun was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Yang. Old Fong said faintly. You're thanking only him? Ah Sun said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Fong, and Senior Sister Dayu. Old Fong nodded. That's more like it. Xianxia said. But if we really go there, we don't know if we'll stay or not. We have to see what's going on there. Ah Sun kept nodding. Ah Sun knows, but brother and senior sister, don't worry. If you really want to stay, you won't be a handyman. Let's go. Xianxia raised his hand and knocked her on the head. Ah Sun didn't seem to care. She held the white jade fox in her palm, and her face suddenly became solemn. She muttered something, but no one knew what she was muttering. Then her strength surged and poured into the fox. A white silhouette suddenly shot out from Ah Sun's palm and turned into a 2-feet-long, 3-tailed fox. The fox turned its head and looked at everyone with its human-like eyes. Then it started to run at a very fast speed. Needless to say, the fox was showing them the direction of Great Moon Province. Keep up, Xianxia shouted in a low voice, and the 4 of them immediately followed the fox. Fortunately, the fox was running in the same direction as the crowd. In other words, they didn't waste time in journey when they accompanied the general to save his mother. Now, they were just continuing the previous path. The road ahead was long. The 4 of them followed the fox closely and ran into the depths of the universe. Chapter 3896. They didn't know where the Great Moon Province was, but as they followed the guide, a month passed by in a flash. The fox-shaped guide was still leading the way, but no one knew how long it would take. In the beginning, everyone's state of mind was still calm, but as time passed, they couldn't help but become impatient, especially on Sunday. She even began to doubt whether the guide given to her by that senior was useful or not. Otherwise, how could they not reach their destination after walking for so long? Until one day, a territory gate appeared in front of them, stretching across the void. The fox guide rushed straight towards the territory gate, but when it approached, it suddenly stopped and turned back to look at everyone. It looks like we'll have to pass through this territory gate, Xianxia said thoughtfully. He was no stranger to territory gates. He had passed through them several times when he followed Duan Hai to the Qiqiao land, but passing through a territory gate required great strength. If one didn't have enough strength, it was very likely they would encounter danger. Could the few of them really do it? They couldn't go in vertically and come out horizontally. Not only did he think so, but Old Fong and the others obviously also had this concern, so they all stopped and frowned as they looked forward. Right at this moment, the fox, Lu Yin, suddenly shook its body and transformed into a layer of white light that enveloped everyone. The group looked at each other, and their faces lit up with joy. They knew that Ah Sun Sr. had obviously considered this and knew that with Ah Sun's strength, there was no way she could pass through the territory gate. This guide actually had a protective function. Without needing to communicate, the 4 of them rushed into the territory gate. A feeling of dizziness hit them, and their vision blurred as they found themselves in another large territory. The scenery around the star field had changed, and in that instant, they had crossed an unknown distance. After passing through the territory gate, the white light wrapped around everyone once again condensed into the shape of a fox. But at this moment, the fox was no longer as plump as before and had instead become extremely dim. It seemed that the consumption of its strength was not small. As always, with the fox guide in front and the 4 behind, they continued to fly forward. Another half a month later, the fox guide once again stopped in front of a territory gate. With their previous experience, everyone was familiar with the process. After they gathered together, the fox guidance turned into a layer of white light and enveloped everyone. Xianxia took the lead and led the other 3 into the territory gate. However, this time, they were not as lucky as last time. When they entered the territory gate, Xianxia immediately felt a tearing force coming from all directions. The layer of white light that enveloped everyone quickly dimmed. Xianxia was shocked and knew that this was bad. This fox guide was given to her by Ah Sun's predecessor to guide her to the Great Moon Prefecture. That predecessor probably didn't expect that Ah Sun would not go alone, but with 3 other people. In this way, when going through the territory gate, the consumption of the guide would be several times greater. The Great Moon state was only a spiritual state. According to Old Fong's classification, it was the lowest level force in the world outside the universe. The strongest person inside was only at the 3rd stage sky splitter. Presumably, the strength of Ah Sun's predecessor was also limited. The guide's function naturally couldn't be that powerful. After going through the territory gate twice, the guide's power was almost exhausted. "Don't resist," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He stretched out his hand and summoned the Rui pouch, covering Ah Sun and the others with it. Ah Sun and the other 2 obviously noticed that something was wrong with the guide. When they saw Yang Kai's actions, they quickly understood and immediately relaxed. A figure flashed, and the 3 of them were put into the Rui pouch. With 3 people gone, the speed at which the white light enveloping them dimmed slowed down a lot. However, it still quickly dimmed. Yang Kai was on tenterhooks. He didn't know what would happen to him if he didn't have the protection of the guide. He could only secretly pray that they could quickly pass through the territory gate. In the distorted space-time, a faint light appeared in front of them. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. He hurriedly urged the law of space and rushed in that direction. After what seemed like an instant and what seemed like a long time, Yang Kai felt his vision change. He had already rushed out of the territory gate. When he looked back, there was nothing in the void. This territory gate was the same as the realm gate in the demon territory. They were all one way, but perhaps there were 2-way ones as well. It was just that he hadn't encountered them yet. Looking down, the white light enveloping him had disappeared. Yang Kai was speechless. He released Ah Sun and the other 2 from the Rui pouch. Ah Sun asked, "What about the fox?" Yang Kai shook his head. Ah Sun's pretty face changed. She hurriedly took out the token that her predecessor had left her. The palm-sized white jade fox was now dim and covered in cracks. It seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. Needless to say, this token couldn't be activated. "Ah Sun," Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. "We may have implicated you." If Ah Sun was alone, the power of the travel permit should be enough to lead her safely to the Great Moon Province. However, there were suddenly 3 more people. The consumption of traveling through the territory gate was too great. Now, before they reached the Great Moon Province, the travel permit was gone. This was quite embarrassing. Ah Sun was absent-minded for a while. She obviously didn't expect this to happen. The reason why she invited Yang Kai and the others to accompany her to the Great Moon Province was that she felt that Yang Kai and the others were not bad people. The second reason was that, as she said, she didn't dare to run around outside the universe. She had just condensed a Tao seal. If she really encountered any danger, she wouldn't be able to resist. Holding the white jade fox, Ah Sun forced a smile and shook her head. "It's not your fault. I asked you to accompany me. What do we do now?" Dai looked at Yang Kai and asked. It wasn't easy to find a destination. Now, the travel permit was gone and the destination was gone. Yang Kai pondered and said, "The guidance of the travel permit should be correct. Since it brought us here, it means that the Great Moon Province is in this direction. But we don't know if the Great Moon Province is in this territory. If it is, we may have a chance to find it. If not, it will be troublesome. Now it's better to ask someone." Old Fong smiled bitterly. "How can we find anyone? We've wandered around outside for several months, but we haven't even seen a shadow of a person. That's because we haven't looked for it. In any large territory, there must be big or small forces. As long as we have the heart, we can always find it. What if the forces here are the same as the Xianxia land? Then we're out of luck." Yang Kai shrugged. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a flash of light from the corner of their eyes. Yang Kai turned his head, but saw nothing. He couldn't help but frown. Just as he was wondering if it was an illusion, Dai said, "Did you see it?" "You saw it too?" Yang Kai asked. Dai nodded. Something flashed. It was very far away. Old Fong craned his neck and looked in that direction, puzzled. "Where did that flash? Did you see it wrong?" Yang Kai shook his head. "One person may see it wrong, but 2 people can't. Something must have flashed over there. Why didn't I see it?" Old Fong suddenly exclaimed and pointed in that direction. Look over there. Can you see something? Seeing him act as if he had discovered something, Kai Yong and the others were all surprised. Looking in the direction he was pointing, they didn't see anything at first, but when Kai Yong focused his vision and continued to look forward, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. He could actually see a house in the distant void. Blinking hard, Yang Kai confirmed that there was indeed a house there. This house wasn't very big, and there seemed to be two large flags standing at the door, fluttering in the void. Dai Yu and Ah Sun obviously also saw it, and both showed surprised expressions. Miniature universe? Yang Kai frowned. When he met Duan Hai before, the door to Duan Hai's miniature universe was just a door standing in the void. Now that he saw this house, he couldn't help thinking about it. I don't know. Old Fong shook his head and asked, should we go and take a look? Dai Yu and Ah Sun didn't speak and just looked at Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai looked around and chuckled. It's already like this. It's rare to meet living people, so if we don't go, they will definitely be unwilling. However, we don't know what the situation is like over there for the time being. Let's observe from a distance first before making a decision. The three of them nodded together. Very good. After making up their minds, the group of four flew over, but they didn't get too close. Stopping at a distance, they quietly concealed their auras and observed the situation. At first glance, they found something strange. There were actually people going in and out of the house. Although there weren't many people going in and out, it was still surprising to see so many people in this vast world. Of those people going in and out, some were in groups while others were alone. It wasn't clear how strong they were, but it was likely that not all of them had reached the heavens realm. There were definitely some like Yang Kai and the others who had condensed their own Dao seals and were on the path to the heavens realm. Little brother, look at that flag. There are words on it. Old Fong suddenly said. With his reminder, Yang Kai noticed that there was indeed a large word on the flag erected in front of the house. Looking carefully, he found that the flag on the left had the word wine on it. The flag on the right had the words the first in on it. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become strange. Dai said, why does this place look like an inn? Ah Sun's eyes widened. It can't be. Old Fong's mouth twitched. It's really possible. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are people going in and out of that place, and there are also two large flags. If this isn't an inn, then what is it? Who built an inn here? Old Fong still couldn't believe it. Besides, what kind of business could be built here? Do they expect passers-by to stay and eat? Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and take a look. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and looked at the others. Chapter 3897. After a short while, the group of four arrived in front of what seemed to be an inn. Outside the room was a flat area with two large banners inserted into the ground. There was no wind, but the banners were fluttering in the wind. Now Yang Kai and the others really had no place to go, and they were unfamiliar with this world. Most importantly, their strength was not very high, so it was rare for them to come across such a place like this one, so they naturally wanted to take a look. It would be best if they could find out where Great Moon Province was. Old Fong felt uneasy. Brother, this isn't a scam, is it? Yang Kai glanced back at him and chuckled. If it really is a scam, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. Hearing this, Old Fong's face paled. Looking up at the two large banners, before they could figure out what they were, a person inside the inn came out with a smile. Honored guests, please come in. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a man dressed like a manservant nodding and bowing to him, a white cloth draped over his shoulder. He looked no different from the innkeeper Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai couldn't help but fall into a trance, subconsciously sweeping out with his divine sense to investigate the other party's cultivation. The result made Yang Kai extremely stunned. He couldn't see through the strength of this innkeeper at all. This guy was nodding and bowing with a smile on his face, but it was as if he didn't exist at all, which was extremely strange. Yang Kai guessed that the other party should be using some kind of artifact to hide his cultivation. Otherwise, even if a heaven-opening realm master stood in front of him, he would be able to sense it. Since they were already here, it was naturally impossible for them to leave, so Yang Kai nodded lightly and led the group into the inn. From the outside, this inn didn't look strange, just a red-walled, blue-tiled building, but after entering, they discovered that there was actually something special about this inn. The lobby of the inn was not small, with more than 20 tables set up. Not only that, there was also a second floor. The hall was bustling with noise. More than 20 tables were almost full, and the guests at those tables were dressed differently. Some of them seemed to be from the same faction because their clothes were very similar, while others were different. However, they were obviously from the same group. There was a counter at the entrance. Behind the counter, a man who looked like a bookkeeper was fiddling with a golden abacus, making crackling sounds. In the lobby, waiters came and went, serving plates of exquisite dishes, the aroma wafting in the air. When Xianxia and the others entered, the accountant looked up and ignored them, continuing to fiddle with the abacus in front of him. The manservant who led Xianxia picked up the white cloth on his shoulder and asked while wiping the table, "Honored guests, what would you like to eat? What's there to eat?" Xianxia turned his head and looked around, asking absent-mindedly. The manservant proudly, "Honored guests, to be honest, to eat, to eat." Old Fong chuckled. "You can even make dragon liver and phoenix gall?" The manservant said, "We do have that, but you'll have to wait for a while. We don't have any in stock. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay here for 3 to 5 years. We'll definitely find it for you." The corner of Old Fong's mouth twitched. Really? Xianxia also widened his eyes. What kind of place was this? How could I even find dragon liver and phoenix gall? The manservant said, "Whether it's true or not, it depends on whether you have the patience." He put the white cloth on his shoulder and continued, "But the first inn has always been honest, or else we wouldn't be able to do business." Xianxia coughed lightly and said, "There's no need for dragon liver and phoenix gall. Just order some of our signature dishes and a few pots of wine." "Please wait a moment. We'll be right there," the manservant said, then turned around and left. This really is an inn. After the manservant left, Old Fong looked around and secretly transmitted his voice to Xianxia, his tone full of disbelief. Xianxia nodded. "It doesn't look like a scam. Maybe we can ask the manservant for some information later and ask if the Great Moon Prefecture is in this territory." Ah Sun's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded repeatedly. "We must ask, we must ask." The lobby was still lively. Xianxia coldly observed and sensed the auras of many heaven-opening realm masters. There were many heaven-opening realm masters in the lobby, but there were also some who, like them, had condensed the Dao seal but had not yet reached the heaven-opening realm. After observing, Xianxia felt a lot more relieved. This was not a scam, and the cultivation levels of the people entering and exiting were also different. As such, they did not have to worry about their safety. The efficiency of the first inn was very high. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, the manservant brought up the dishes. There were 4 people, 4 exquisite side dishes, a pot of soup, and 2 pots of wine. They did not know what the side dishes were made of, but they looked very appetizing. As soon as they were presented, their appetites were greatly stimulated. Asun was constantly swallowing her saliva, as if she had not eaten for hundreds of years. "The dishes are ready. Please enjoy," the manservant said, and was about to leave. Xianxia raised his hand and said, "Second brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Can I ask you for some information?" The manservant turned around and said with a smile, "The first inn is a place where all kinds of information converge. Naturally, you can also buy or sell information, depending on what you want to ask." "Buy or sell information?" Xianxia frowned. "Is there a fee?" The manservant said, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. No matter what kind of information it is valuable in the first inn." "How much is the fee?" "That depends on what you want to ask. Some information is very cheap, while others are very expensive." Xianxia didn't know what to say about this kind of business, but thinking about it, it was not strange. In this vast world, it was not easy to find someone to inquire about information. Since this manservant was able to do this, it was his own ability. "I only want to ask about the location of a certain force," Xianxia said. "Which force?" "Great Moon Province." The manservant stretched out his hand. 100 heaven-opening pills. Old Fong almost spat out the wine in his mouth. 100 heaven-opening pills? Why don't you just rob someone? Thinking about how he was only paid a few heaven-opening pills a year as a handyman in the 7 openings land, but now, asking for 100 just for some information was simply unimaginable. Looking at the wine and food in front of him, he couldn't help gulping. If asking for information was so expensive, just how much would this table of wine and food cost? He subconsciously covered his space ring. The manservant always had a smile on his face. Whether you want to ask or not is up to you. Xianxia nodded, took out 100 heaven-opening pills from his space ring, and handed them to the manservant. The manservant took them and casually returned a jade slip to Xianxia. The location of Great Moon Province is here. Please check it for yourself. Xianxia poured his divine sense into the jade slip and immediately saw what appeared to be a star. Carefully identifying it, Xianxia found his current location and the location of Great Moon Province. After silently calculating for a moment, he couldn't help smacking his lips. "How is it?" Asun asked nervously. Xianxia handed the jade slip to her and said, "It's not in this territory. We still have to pass through 2 territory gates to reach the territory where Great Moon Province is located." Asun investigated and found that it was indeed as Xianxia said. Great Moon Province was not in this territory. If she wanted to go there, she would have to continue on her way, causing her to feel a little discouraged. Xianxia raised his head, looked at the manservant, and asked, "How do we pass through the territory gates?" Saying so, he handed over another 100 heaven-opening pills. The manservant replied, "Mid-rank heaven-opening pills allow you to pass through at will, but below mid-rank heaven-opening pills, you'll have to buy those flight-type artifacts with defensive functions, which are sold in every star market." "Is there a star market here? Where is it?" Another 100 heaven-opening pills were handed over. The manservant handed Xianxia another jade slip. "Follow the directions here, and you'll be able to reach it within a month." Needless to say, this was another roadmap. "Have several guests just arrived outside this world?" The manservant suddenly asked. There was no need to hide this, and the questions Xianxia just asked were all common sense, so others could easily infer this point. So Xianxia nodded and said yes. "Is that so?" The manservant pondered for a moment. "Guests have asked me 3 questions, so I'll give you some information." "Many thanks." Xianxia cupped his fists. The manservant said, "Let's talk about our first and first. Our first and's business extends throughout this world, and we have branches in every large territory. In the future, if guests encounter any unsolvable problems, such as being hunted down by enemies, they can come to our first inn to take refuge. Inside the first inn, no one is allowed to use force, otherwise they will have to bear the consequences." Xianxia was surprised. "You can take refuge here?" The manservant smiled meaningfully. "Everyone who comes is a guest, and since you're a guest, our first inn naturally has to protect your safety. If something happens to guests in the inn, how can we do business?" He spoke lightly, but Xianxia heard something different. He originally thought that this was just an inn, but now it seemed that there was definitely a huge background behind it. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say such words. One had to know that outside this world, there was no lack of heaven-opening realm existences. As for the Great Moon Prefecture, the manservant smiled lightly. "Guests don't need to go to the Great Moon Prefecture. Just wait here for a while, and perhaps you'll see someone from the Great Moon Prefecture." "Why is that?" Asun hurriedly asked. "Because something happened here. So many people from various forces have come." The manservant pointed to the lobby. "Otherwise, how could there be so many people here? What happened?" Xianxia was very curious, guessing that something big must have happened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people. The manservant pondered for a moment and sighed. "Forget it. Since you're new here, you probably don't have much money, so I'll give you this information." He handed a jade slip to Xianxia and shook the white cloth on his shoulder. "Enjoy. If you need anything, just call me." Chapter 3898. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "By the way, our first inn not only sells information, but also buys information. If any guests have any useful information in the future, they can come to our first inn to sell it, as well as rare treasures. Our first inn has always been honest when doing business." The manservant withdrew, and the 3 of them stared at the space ring on Xianxia's hand. Sun asked, "What happened here? Why did that person say that as long as we waited here, we might see people from the Great Moon Province?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. After a short while, his brow rose as a look of shock appeared on his face. Glancing over at Old Fong and the others, he handed the jade slip to them. "Take a look as well." The jade slip passed through the hands of the three of them, and without exception, all three of them were shocked speechless. "The sun is about to die?" Dayu asked thoughtfully. "So, the dazzling light we caught a glimpse of before was the final radiance of the sun's star?" Yang Kai nodded. "It should be." When they had left the territory gate earlier, both he and Dayu had noticed a dazzling flash of light in the distance, but it had only lasted for a short time. At the time, they hadn't understood what was going on, but now that they had read the contents of the jade slip, they realized that it was the final radiance of a sun star before it was about to be extinguished. A sun star on the brink of destruction was a major matter no matter where it was. If that was all, it wouldn't have attracted so many forces to investigate. The crux of the matter was that sun stars contained something like sun true gold. Normally, even heaven-opening experts would be unable to ascend a sun star, as the terrifying heat was enough to make them shrink back. However, a sun star on the brink of destruction was different. As long as they waited for the right opportunity, anyone could ascend and investigate. The sun's true gold was at least a 6th-grade heaven-opening material, and it was also of the fire attribute. Not to mention, it was rumored that there was an existence called the Golden Crow Divine Palace on the sun star. The Golden Crow was about to die, so the sun star would also perish. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was a truth since ancient times. If there were no benefits here, how could so many people be attracted to it? Whether it was the sun's true gold that might be nurtured on the sun star, or the Golden Crow Divine Palace that might not exist at all, they were enough to attract all the great forces in the nearby territory. The Firstin's business, otherwise, how could there be so many people coming here to stay and drink? Sun's true gold. Old Fong. If I can obtain a piece, I won't have to worry the rest of my life. According to the jade slip, the sun true gold was at least a grade 6 heaven-opening material. That was something worth 15 million heaven-opening pills. Moreover, it was priceless. If it were to be sold, it could be easily sold for tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. Dayu pursed her lips and said, "Even if you can get it, I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy it." Now, all the great forces in the nearby territory were gathered here, staring at the sun star that was about to perish. It was conceivable that once the sun's fire was extinguished, countless people would go to search for it. With their strength, even if they were lucky enough to find the sun's true gold, they might not be able to bring it out alive. Hearing Dai Yu's words, Old Fong's face darkened. He punched hard and said, "Damn it. Opportunities are hard to predict. We may have a chance." Yang Kai chuckled. "And anyway, we have to stay here and see if we can meet the people from the Great Moon Province." Sun nodded vigorously. Compared with crossing the 2 territory gates to the headquarters of the Great Moon Province, it was undoubtedly easier to wait here. If they were lucky, they might meet the people from the Great Moon Province. At that time, Sun could go and meet them. "You're right. Then, let's try our luck?" Old Fong looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's all we can do." After the discussion was settled, the 4 of them immediately relaxed. They drank and ate, chatting about anything under the sun. It had to be said that this Firstin had an excellent chef, and the food he made was delicious. The 4 of them finished all the dishes on the table, leaving nothing behind. After calling the waiter over to settle the bill, Yang Kai's hands trembled when he saw that it was 200 heaven-opening pills. Although he had made a small fortune from the dead people before, receiving hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to last much longer if he continued to spend like this. He asked the waiter when the sun's star would extinguish, but the waiter said he didn't know. This situation had been going on for 3 years now, so it would take at least a few more months to see the result. After all, the death of a sun star was not something that could be seen in a short time. Left with no choice, they could only stay here. The accommodation was also very expensive. A room cost 500 heaven-opening pills a day and a night, and there was no bargaining. However, there was an advantage to staying here. which was that they provided free food. Whether you ate or not, the price was still there. Originally, they wanted to get a room and squeeze in with the four of them. Anyway, they didn't need to sleep. They stayed here mainly to wait for the people from the Great Moon Province, and secondly, to see the situation of the Sun Star. If there was a chance, Xianxia wouldn't mind getting involved. Unexpectedly, the waiter didn't agree. The waiter told Xianxia that a room here could only accommodate 2 people at most, and he would have to get a new room if there were more. Since they were in other people's territory, they naturally had to abide by their rules. They had no choice but to get 2 rooms, one for each man, and one for Dayu, a girl. In total, they had to spend 1,000 heaven-opening pills a day. Asun had no idea about this number, but Lao Feng and Dayu felt their hearts bleed. They both tried to persuade Xianxia to wait outside. Xianxia didn't agree. Their strength was too low, and at least their safety was guaranteed if they stayed in the first inn. If they really stayed outside, no one knew what would happen. Now that there were people coming and going outside all day, who knew if they would encounter some evil people? The waiter led Xianxia to the counter to get the room card, and then politely escorted the 4 of them into the inner courtyard. Before leaving, Xianxia asked him to pay more attention to the news of the Great Moon Province, and to inform him if someone from the Great Moon Province came. The waiter agreed without hesitation. The 2 rooms were next to each other. In this way, if something really happened, it would be convenient for them to take care of each other. They agreed to meet once every 3 days, and then go to inquire about the news. Xianxia and Lao Feng entered the room and looked around. The room was not big, with only a bed, a table, and a chair. It was barely enough for 2 people, but it would be too crowded for 4 people. Lao Feng said, "Brother, you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor." The money for the room was paid for by Xianxia, so Lao Feng was too embarrassed to compete with him, let alone compete. Xianxia didn't bother to be polite with him. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the shadowless gauze, and silently refined it. The matter of the sun's star involved too many people, and all forces had gathered here. If he really wanted to get involved, it would be too difficult for him to do so with his current strength. Thus, the shadowless gauze was very important. Xianxia had been refining it during the journey, but it seemed to be of a high grade, so refining it was a little troublesome, so he hadn't completely refined it until now. At this time, it was naturally more important to refine it quickly. At a critical moment, this thing might be able to save his life. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. At the appointed time, the 4 of them walked out of their rooms and met in the lobby. They chatted while inquiring about the news from all sides. There was nothing special. The people from the Great Moon State had not arrived yet, and the Sun Star was still in a half-dead state. From time to time, it would erupt with dazzling light, and no one knew when the sun's fire would be extinguished. After eating and drinking for a while, they didn't need to pay. Anyway, it was all included in the room fee, so they went their separate ways. For the next 3 months, the 4 of them stayed in the first inn and had become regular customers here. The room price was 1,000 heaven-opening pills a day, so in 1 month it would be 30,000, so in 3 months it would be 90,000. Xianxia's wallet shrank by nearly half. Every 3 days they would meet, but after staying here for 3 months, they didn't get any information they wanted, which was really discouraging. However, they became familiar with the servants and the cashier at the counter. If they wanted to inquire about something, they could give them a discount. Xianxia also found that there was a mysterious landlady in the first inn. He had only seen her 3 times in 3 months. She was a charming woman, smiling all day long. Every time she came out of the backyard, she would go to the tables and say a few words to the guests, asking them how they ate and how they lived. She was a person who knew how to dance. There were all kinds of guests coming and going. When they saw the landlady's outstanding appearance, they would casually tease her. The landlady didn't get angry, and instead, she would talk and laugh with them. However, Xianxia saw with his own eyes a fellow who wanted to take advantage of the landlady. As a result, he was casually thrown out of the first inn by the landlady, and even the people from that faction were chased out. Moreover, they could no longer enter the first inn. Not only this first inn, but the entire first and outside of this universe would not accept them. It was also at that time that Xianxia vaguely saw the landlady's strength. At the very least, she was a mid-rank heaven-opening pill. As for what mid-rank she was, Yang Kai couldn't tell. Thinking about it, no matter how great the background behind the first inn was for a branch to be open here, there would definitely be a powerhouse overseeing it. Only then would they be able to deter some small fry. During these 3 months, although he hadn't obtained any information, Yang Kai wasn't without any gains. The shadowless yarn had been completely refined, and now he was refining the 6 Harmonies Rui pouch. However, the 6 Harmonies Rui pouch from Elder Su was of a higher grade than the shadowless yarn, so refining it was naturally more difficult. Fortunately, in order to get Yang Kai to bring him into the Qiqiao lands, Elder Su had specially taught him a refining method. Furthermore, Elder Su had also helped Yang Kai refine it once, so Yang Kai was able to quickly learn it. It wouldn't take long for him to completely refine it. Chapter 3899. One day, for months after he entered the first inn, Old Fong, who was meditating on the ground, suddenly heard Yang Kai calling out to him. He quickly opened his eyes, but before he could ask what Yang Kai wanted, he saw a black shadow looming over him. Old Fong was shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the black shadow seemed to have the effect of sealing the world, making him feel that he couldn't avoid it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, his vision turned dark and he entered a dark space. Old Fong blinked and suddenly realized that he had been sucked into Yang Kai's bag. Recalling Yang Kai's recent performance, he hurriedly called out, "Little brother, did you succeed in refining it?" Yang Kai's voice came, "I can barely activate it." On the bed, Yang Kai held the 6 Unity Wish bag in his hand, frowning slightly. Although this bag had been in his hands before, he could only open and close it, unable to activate its power. Now that he had refined it, he could barely use it to defend against enemies. This thing felt similar to the sealed world bead, both of which could be forcefully sucked in, and depending on the strength of the enemy, the cost was different. However, Yang Kai was the master of the sealed world bead, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. In this regard, the wish bag was inferior to the sealed world bead. However, the wish bag didn't only have the ability to suck people in, it also had many restrictions and killing arrays that could be activated. This time, Yang Kai used Old Fong as an experiment, so he didn't need to activate any of the restrictions and released him in the blink of an eye. Old Fong stared at the wish bag in Yang Kai's hand with envy. What a good treasure! He had lived for many years, but he had never seen such a secret treasure. Yang Kai didn't comment and stood up. "Let's go out and take a look." Together with Old Fong, Yang Kai walked out of the backyard and into the lobby. Yang Kai was startled. The lobby, which used to be extremely noisy, was now extremely quiet. The tables in the lobby were empty. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the bookkeeper behind the counter working on his golden abacus, and in the corner of the hall, the manservant was dozing off on a stool. "What's going on?" Old Fong looked around in confusion. Yang Kai was also baffled. He went straight to the manservant and patted him, saying, "Get up." The servant shivered and crawled up to take a look. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, he said, "Ah, it's you." Saying this, he weakly lay back down. After working together for a few months, they had become familiar with each other. The manservant was no longer as enthusiastic as before and spoke much more casually. "Where are the people here? Why are they all gone?" Yang Kai asked. The servant turned over and pointed at the door. "They've all gone out." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to the Sun Star? The reason why so many guests had been waiting at the first inn was because they were waiting for Sun Star. Now that they had all run out, it was obvious that something had happened. The manservant said, "Yes, it seems that the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished, so they are all rushing to try their luck." Suddenly, he sat up and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "By the way, the people from the Great Moon Prefecture are also here. They are all at the Sun Star." Yang Kai looked solemn and said to Old Fong, "Call Dai Yu and the others." "No need to call them." Dai Yu's voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Dai Yu and Ah Sun coming out of the backyard. "I heard it. What should we do now?" Yang Kai looked at Ah Sun and said, "Let's go find the people from the Great Moon Prefecture first. We'll make plans later." The fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, so it was imperative to explore the Sun Star. The four of them were too weak. If they could take shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Prefecture, they might have a chance. Naturally, no one had any objection to this and immediately set off. The manservant got up and shouted, "Do you want to keep the 2 rooms for you? Keep my ass. I'll never stay in this unscrupulous inn again." Kai didn't even look back. He had lived here for 4 months and spent more than 100,000 yuan on the room. If he hadn't made a fortune, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. No matter what the result was, Kai would never return to this shabby inn again. If he saw it in the future, he would take a detour. The manservant pointed at Kai's back and said, "Boy, if you have the guts to call this unscrupulous inn in front of the landlady, she will skin you alive." Kai was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had gone. They flew forward for a few days, but they didn't reach their destination. On the way, they met some people who were also on the way. All of them had powerful auras, which made the 4 of them frightened. But in this way, they were sure that they were going in the right direction. After flying for a few more days, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in front of them, illuminating more than half of the star field. At the same time, a scorching power rippled out. Even though they were far away, Kai could still feel the purity of this power. His heart warmed, knowing that the true sun gold in the solar star was not just a rumor. The reason why he was so enthusiastic about this matter was that he really wanted to join in on the fun and take the opportunity to see the foundation of the great forces outside this universe. Secondly, he wanted to help Asun recognize her ancestors. Thirdly, and most importantly, he had now condensed the power of the wood element. From wood to fire, the next thing he needed to do was to condense the power of the fire element. However, because the power of the wood element was high, he had to look for high-grade heaven-opening materials. Otherwise, it would be a waste. However, high-grade heaven-opening materials were hard to come by, and the true sun gold would undoubtedly meet the requirements. The true sun gold had the word gold in its name, but it was not a metal material, but a genuine fire element material. The goal Kai set for himself was to reach the 7th-order heaven opening realm at the very least. Only by reaching the 7th-order heaven opening realm would he have the opportunity to use the heaven opening pill to reach the peak of the 8th order or even a 9th order in the future. Even the lowest grade of true sun gold was a 6th-order material, and if he was lucky, it was not impossible to find a 7th-order material. If not for this, with so many great forces coveting him, how could he have dared to wade into these muddy waters? As they were flying forward, a strong sense of oppression suddenly came from behind them. Everyone was startled and turned around to see a large ship rapidly approaching them, heading straight for the 4 of them. This ship was obviously an excellent flight-type artifact and was extremely fast. When everyone saw it, it was still quite a distance away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already halfway there, and by the time they recovered, it was already right in front of them. The ship did not slow down at all, as if it had not noticed the existence of the 4 of them, and simply continued forward. Kai's complexion changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Scatter!" Although the 4 of them were quite strong and had all condensed their own Dao seals, if they were hit by this ship, they would not have a good end. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 of them scattered to the sides. Almost at the same time, the ship sailed past them and disappeared into the distance. The 4 of them gathered again, Old Fong's expression extremely ugly. Which great force does this belong to? How ridiculous! They couldn't even see 4 living people. Are they blind? Dayu smiled bitterly. All right, we're fine. They probably didn't put us in their eyes. They're too much of a bully, Old Fong said indignantly. Kai sighed. If you don't want to be bullied, you can only become stronger first. Saying so, his brow suddenly furrowed as the ship in front of them suddenly turned around and began speeding towards them. Old Fong's face suddenly turned pale as he asked in a trembling voice, "Then what are they doing? Did they hear what I said just now?" Kai said in a low voice, "If the situation turns bad, run quickly." Although he did not know why the other party had returned, it was obviously nothing good. If they really fought, the 4 of them would definitely not be a match for the other party. If that happened, one of them would have to run away. Dai Yu and the others nodded solemnly. At this moment, The big ship stopped not far in front of the crowd, and on the bow deck, a tall figure appeared, looking down at Xianxia and the others. This person seemed to be a young man in his late 20s, and in his arms were two stunning beauties. The two women were dressed quite impudently, exposing large areas of their snow-white skin. One on the left and one on the right of the young man, their charming eyes were like silk, and their breaths were like orchids. Smiling, they followed the young man as he looked down below. Daiyu and Ah Sun both blushed. The young man's eyes only swept over Xianxia for a moment before turning to look at Ah Sun and Daiyu, smiling slightly as he asked, "Are the two girls also going to Sunstar?" The young man's smile was very hearty, and coupled with his good looks, he gave off a very clean and pure aura. But when she saw the two women in his arms, Daiyu knew what kind of person he was. The reason why the ship had returned was probably because of this. She didn't want to answer, but the situation was better than her, so she could only nod for fear of angering the other party. "Yes." The young man said, "What a coincidence. This young master is also going there. Would the two of you like to come with me?" The speed of this young master's flight-type artifact is not slow, much faster than flying like the two of you. Daiyu squeezed out a smile and said, "No need. I have companions. We just want to travel together." The young man glanced over at Xianxia and old Fong before chuckling. "Since that's the case, let's all come together. Two more won't make any difference." Daiyu suddenly felt awkward, regretting that she hadn't made things clear. Now that she was riding a tiger, it was impossible to get off. Although she didn't know which great force this young man came from, she knew he was definitely not someone she could provoke. If she really boarded this ship, her life or death would be at his mercy. Just as she didn't know how to refuse, Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but my brother and sister are strangers to your excellency, so we won't bother your excellency any longer." Saying so, he called out to everyone, "Let's go." The young man's smile didn't falter as he stared at Xianxia and said, "If this young master doesn't speak, where do you think you're going?" Xianxia frowned and looked over. "What does your excellency want?" The young man sighed. "There are always some ignorant people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. Generally speaking, such people don't live long." Xianxia sneered softly. "I don't know where your excellency is from, but we disciples of the Great Moon Province are not to be bullied." Chapter 3900. Xianxia had done this kind of thing many times. Now that the four of them were alone, it would not do them any good if they really had a conflict with the other party. However, Xianxia was not familiar with a nearby large territory and did not know what kind of forces there were. He only knew that there was one Great Moon Prefecture, so he could only borrow its name for the time being. Anyway, Sun had some connections with the Great Moon Prefecture, so he was not afraid of being exposed. Therefore, Xianxia said it calmly, but Lao Fong and the others felt uneasy. The young man frowned when he heard this. "Great Moon Prefecture? You're from the Great Moon Prefecture?" "Yes," Xianxia replied in a deep voice, looking calm. The young man's expression suddenly became a little tired. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a powerful force, his background was not very powerful and was basically on par with that of the Great Moon Prefecture. When Xianxia mentioned the Great Moon Prefecture's name, he was a little afraid of taking action. However, he was a little unwilling to leave just like that, as if he was afraid of the Great Moon Prefecture. While he was hesitating, an old man stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished. The matter over there is more important. It's better not to complicate things." The young man snorted, stared coldly at Xianxia and the others, and then disappeared from the deck. After a short while, the big ship moved forward again, and in the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. Watching the big ship leave, Lao Fong and the others breathed a heavy sigh of relief. They finally felt relieved. Daiyu glanced at Xianxia and chuckled. "You're really good." She admired Xianxia's ability to adapt. At that time, he could think of a way to get out of the situation. His reaction was extraordinarily fast. Xianxia sighed and said, "Let's go. Be careful." Suddenly encountering such a group of people made the four of them more vigilant. They had not had much contact with people outside the universe before, so they did not know what the atmosphere here was like. Now, it seemed that there was no difference between the universe world and the universe world. Strength was respected. If one was strong enough, they could do whatever they wanted. If one was not strong enough, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Fortunately, nothing similar happened along the way. Although many flight-type artifacts flew past them, none of them seemed to be looking for trouble. Xianxia estimated that everyone's attention was on the Sun Star. So few of them had the leisure to stir up trouble. As they moved forward, a huge star gradually came into view. It was a dark red star. Scorching energy lingered on the star, distorting the space around it. The sun was about to die, and it would no longer have its former glory. If that wasn't the case, who would dare to approach it? The further they went, the hotter it became. The four of them had no choice but to circulate their strength to resist the scorching heat. After flying for a few more days, they finally arrived at the periphery of the Sun Star. From a distance, Xianxia and the others saw a number of figures and flight-type artifacts hovering in the void. Obviously, these were the forces from the nearby large territory who had heard the news and wanted a piece of the pie. Among them, Xianxia also saw some familiar faces, all of whom he had met in the first and before. The Sun Star was huge, so the surrounding space was naturally huge as well. Although there were many people here, the distance between them was not close. Now that everyone was waiting for an opportunity, there was no conflict. Xianxia and the others were weak and did not dare to get too close. Stopping far away, Xianxia turned to Ah Sun and said, "The first in servant said that the people from Great Moon Province are here, but how to find them depends on you." Did that senior mention any special signs in Great Moon Province? Ah Sun shook her head. No, he didn't. Xianxia frowned. Then when you saw that senior, was there anything special about his clothes? Look around and see if anyone here is wearing anything similar to that senior's. Nothing special. It seems to be just ordinary clothes. He gave me the white jade fox and told me that if I ever went outside the universe, I could use it to find him. Xianxia and Dai Yu exchanged a glance after hearing this, the latter saying, "This is a bit troublesome. Without any clues, how can we find so many people? We can't just ask them one by one." Xianxia shook his head. If you were to ask them one by one, not only would it be a waste of time, but if you were to meet someone with a good temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be a complete waste of time. If you were to meet someone with a bad temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Let's look around first. Maybe that senior is also here. If so, Ah Sun will definitely recognize him. Xianxia thought for a moment and said. Ah Sun nodded. If I really see him, I will definitely recognize him. Then there was nothing more to say, and the four of them immediately began searching, flying around the periphery of Sunstar. Not daring to approach any of the great forces, they simply looked from afar and eliminated them one by one. After a few days, they found nothing. However, the four of them were able to see many strange flying artifacts. The great ship-like artifacts were the most common, but there were also palace-like artifacts, which were not surprising. The Flowing Time Temple was an extraordinary artifact that Xianxia and Xianxia could use to fly after refining it. There were also people riding strange flying beasts. At first glance, these strange flying beasts were extremely powerful, and it was unknown how they were tamed. Old Fong and the others were extremely envious, all of them saying that if they could subdue such a spirit beast, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. After several days of fruitless searching, Ah Sun couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Xianxia also felt that searching aimlessly like this was not a good idea. So after pondering for a moment, he said, "Ah Sun, let me take a look at that white jade fox." Ah Sun nodded and took out the white jade fox. Since passing through the second territory gate, there were many cracks on the white jade fox, as if it could collapse at any time. Moreover, no more fox phantoms appeared when he poured his strength into it. Holding the white jade fox, Xianxia carefully poured his strength into it. He could feel that the white jade fox was absorbing his strength, but there was not much change. Xianxia slowly shook his head and handed the white jade fox back to Ah Sun. Looking at the three of them, he said, Now, there's only one way. Ask them one by one. I don't think we need to ask too many people. There must be someone who knows the people of Great Moon Province and has seen them. As long as we ask these people, we will naturally know where the people of Great Moon Province are at this moment. Daiyu nodded. That's the only way. Just as they were discussing, in a wing room of a large ship on the periphery of Sunstar, a bearded man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he let out a soft cry of surprise. In a flash, he came to the deck and looked somewhere in the void. Marshal Uncle Wei. On the deck, several people dressed as disciples all cupped their hands and saluted when they saw the man. The man surnamed Wei waved his hand, indicating that they should go about their business and continue looking in that direction. A woman came from behind and followed his gaze, asking curiously, "Brother Wei, what are you looking at?" The man surnamed Wei turned his head and glanced at her, grinning. "Junior Sister Tao, do you remember that junior of mine I told you before?" The woman surnamed Tao thought for a moment and seemed to remember something. "Is it that person from the Chinkan world you came from?" The man surnamed Wei nodded. The only surviving junior. The last time he went back, that world was already collapsing. Now that he thought about it, it should have already collapsed. That world no longer existed, and he and that junior were the final proof that that world once existed. What's wrong with her? Junior Sister Tao was puzzled. Why do you suddenly mention this? Brother Wei grinned. She's here. She's nearby. Junior Sister Tao covered her red lips with her hand. Really? How do you know? Brother Wei said, I just know. In any case, she's definitely here. Junior Sister Tao, take care of this place. I'll be right back. Saying so, he took a step forward and quickly flew off. On the other side, Xianxia and the others had finished their discussion and were preparing to act when a burly figure suddenly blocked their path. Xianxia was shocked and stepped in front of everyone, vigilantly staring at the newcomer. This person had a full beard, brows like a lion's mane, and a nose like a hanging gallbladder. He was dressed in martial arts robes, and his exposed muscles were bulging. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Xianxia sensed that this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his heart trembled, cupping his fists and greeting, "Greetings, Senior. Is there something you need?" Brother Wei glanced at Xianxia and chuckled before tilting his head and looking at Ah Sun, who was behind Xianxia. "Little Sunner, don't hide. I see you." Ah Sun's body trembled as she jumped out from behind Xianxia in surprise and joy, staring in front of her in disbelief. And after seeing the newcomer's face, she couldn't help calling out, "Senior, ha ha ha, you actually found me. You're really something." Senior Brother Wei laughed loudly, his beard trembling nonstop. He looked extremely happy. Ah Sun's eyes suddenly turned red. All the grievances she had suffered recently came flooding back to her, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string. Brother Wei's face twitched when he saw this, and he said with a bitter expression, "Why are you crying? Don't cry, did I scare you?" It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. But as soon as he spoke, Ah Sun burst into tears, lowered her head, opened her arms, and threw herself into Brother Wei's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, her tears instantly soaking his clothes. Senior Marshal Brother Wei's big hand froze in the air. He had never expected that his next meeting with Ah Sun would be in such a situation. It made him feel very uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and said in a muffled voice, "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me who bullied you. I'll stand up for you." As he spoke, his bell-like eyes swept over Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others' skin tensed up, and Old Fong quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior, please understand, we didn't bully Miss Ah Sun. We've been protecting her all this time." Brother Wei snorted, "I don't think you would dare." "Senior." Ah Sun choked, Home is gone." Chapter 3901. Senior Brother Wei suddenly realized that it wasn't that Ah Sun was bullied by someone, but that her home was gone. In an instant, his expression darkened, and he patted Ah Sun's head. "From now on, wherever I am, will be your home." Ah Sun buried her head in his arms again and cried loudly. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but feel emotional. The current situation of the astral boundary was not very optimistic. After Mo Sheng's torment, the entire astral boundary was in a mess, and only the world tree could repair it. What if he cannot find the world tree? Would the astral boundary be completely destroyed, just like Ah Sun's homeland? At that time, many people will be displaced. This made him even more determined to find the world tree and return to repair the astral boundary. After crying for a while, Ah Sun finally calmed down. She walked out of Brother Wei's arms with a red face, feeling embarrassed. She had lost control of her emotions just now, mainly because she had experienced so many dangers along the way. It was not easy to meet the last person from the same world as her, so she could not control her emotions. Now that she had calmed down, she felt even more embarrassed. Senior Brother Wei laughed heartily and patted Ah Sun's little head. You still know how to be shy. Good. It seems like you're living a good life. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and nodded. You're very good. Just now, when he had rushed over, Kai Yang had immediately stood in front of the others to block him. Even though he didn't know the strength of the other party, he was still able to act like this. This showed that this youth was a very responsible person, which gave Senior Brother Wei a very good impression of Kai Yang. Senior, you flatter me, Yang Kai said politely. Little son, aren't you going to introduce your friends to me? Brother Wei looked down at Ah Sunday. Ah Sun wiped her eyes and calmed down before introducing them one by one. Through her introduction, Yang Kai and the others learned that the burly man's name was Wei Kei, and they naturally bowed again. Wei Kei waved his hand generously. Don't be so polite. Since your little son, friends, you're not outsiders. Come with me to a safe place first. It's up to you. Yang Kai and the others naturally had no objections. This time, they came with the intention of seeking shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Province. Wei Kei immediately led them to the station of the Great Moon Province. As he flew, he asked, Little son, how did you find this place? Didn't I ask you to take the token to find me in the Great Moon Province? He was very curious about this. If he hadn't sensed the aura of his token, he wouldn't have believed that Ah Sun could find this place. After all, this place was too far away from the Great Moon State. It's a long story. Ah Sun stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Wei Kei smiled and said, Then take your time. There's nothing important anyway. Ah Sun immediately told him what happened after she jumped out of the Qingquan world. Wei Kei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard that Ah Sun was taken to the Qiqiao land as a servant for more than half a year. Then he learned that the Qiqiao land had a great change and that more than one Earth Protector Venerable had died, and Lord of Qiqiao was seriously injured. His face changed again. No wonder I didn't see anyone from the Qiqiao land this time. Something must have happened. If the Qiqiao land hadn't had a great change some time ago, and the fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, how could the Qiqiao land not participate? Although the Qiqiao land wasn't close to here, it wasn't too far either. And then, Wei Kei asked. Ah Sun glanced at Yang Kai and didn't mention the general's search for his family. She only said that after they escaped from the Qiqiao land, they activated the White Jade Fox and went to the Great Moon Province under the fox's lead. Who knew that the fox lost its function after passing through 2 territory gates? Wei Kei's expression was a little awkward. Well, the situation is like this. I didn't expect you to bring so many friends with you. Haha. So when I was refining that fox, I made a mistake and made you suffer. Ah Sun shook her head and said, Senior, don't say that. If it weren't for the fox, we wouldn't have found this place. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, I still found you. I'm satisfied. That's right. Anyway, you and I met outside the Qingquan world. Stay in the Great Moon Province. As long as I don't die, I can guarantee your safety. Thank you, Senior. Ah Sun pursed her lips and nodded, then looked at Yang Kai and the others. Wei Kei said, Your friends, if you want, can stay in the Great Moon Province. I have some status in the Great Moon Province, so it's not difficult for me to take in a few people. Old Fong and Dai Yu were overjoyed when they heard this. Yang Kai also hurriedly said, Thank you, Senior. While talking, they came in front of a big ship. Wei Kei led everyone directly to the deck, which was already full of people. The leader was a woman in a palace dress, looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had seen this big ship from a distance before, but they didn't see Wei Quebec. They guessed that he was in the cabin at that time and didn't show up, so they missed him. Fortunately, Wei Kei took the initiative to meet them later, otherwise they would have to ask them one by one. Brother Wei, have you found them? The woman in the palace dress glanced at Yang Kai and the others, but she couldn't be sure who was Wei Kei's junior. Wei Kei reached out and pulled Ah Sun in front of him. He laughed and said, "Come, come. Greet your martial Uncle Tao." Ah Sun bowed obediently. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Tao." Martial Uncle Tao looked at Ah Sun and smiled. "What a beautiful little girl. What's your name?" "Ah Sun." Ah Sun lowered her head, a little embarrassed. "You have a nice name." Martial Uncle Tao nodded. "You must have had a hard journey. You're home now. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell Martial Uncle Tao. Martial Uncle Tao will stand up for you." Thank you, Martial Uncle Tao." Ah Sun's eyes reddened again. She had been alone for so many years. Suddenly, someone cared for her so much. She couldn't help but feel like she was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. "You little girl." Wei Kei felt a headache coming. "Why do you cry so easily?" Martial Uncle Tao glared at Wei Kei. "Haven't you heard that women are made of water? What's wrong with crying?" She reached out and pulled Ah Sun into her arms, patting her shoulder lightly. Wei Kei scratched his head. "Is that so?" He didn't quite understand, so he put his hands on his waist and looked around at the other disciples of Great Moon State on the deck. "You little brats, listen up. From today onwards, little Sun, is my personal disciple. She's also your little junior sister. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Do you hear me? If anyone dares to bully her, I'll skin them alive." A young man giggled. "Martial Uncle Wei, what are you saying? Our little junior sister is so cute. We can't wait to dote on her, so why would we bully her?" The group nodded vigorously. Wei Kei snorted. "That better be the case." Martial Uncle Tao said, "Brother, is your cultivation method suitable for little Sun? I can't imagine what such a delicate beauty will become after a few years of your training." Wei Kei blinked and said firmly, "What's the point of cultivation method being suitable or not? It's fine as long as she can become stronger." He turned his head to look at the group of disciples. "Am I right?" The group of people led by the young man from before said in unison, "Martial Uncle Wei is right." Martial Uncle Tao chuckled. "It's useless to ask them. Who in Great Moon State dares to disagree with you? Brother, if you're not worried, how about this? I'll take little Sun, as my disciple. I'll definitely teach her well when she cultivates with me in the future. You want to take her in?" Wei Kei looked at his junior sister in astonishment. Martial Uncle Tao said, "Why, brother, are you reluctant to let her go?" Wei Kei laughed. "What's there to be reluctant about? It's all up to little Sun." He looked at Ah Sun and said, "Little Sun, let me ask you, are you willing to cultivate with me or with your Martial Uncle Tao?" Ah Sun raised her head to look at Wei Kei and then at Martial Uncle Tao. She lowered her head and said, "Senior, you can decide. I have no objections." She was new here, so she didn't have any opinions. Martial Uncle Tao immediately said, "Then it's settled. I'll take little Sun, as my disciple." The decision was made. Wei Kei immediately said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master." With that said, he gave Ah Sun a push. Ah Sun was quick to react and hurriedly bowed down. "Disciple Ah Sun greets master." Martial Uncle Tao accepted her bow and helped her up with a smile. "This place is simple and crude. We'll talk about the apprenticeship ceremony when we return to Great Moon State. Let me give you a gift first." With that said, she reached out to take a jade hairpin from her hair and stuffed it into Ah Sun's hand. "This is a defensive artifact. Refine it well. It can save your life at a critical moment." Wei Kei's expression changed slightly. "Why are you giving this away? It's too precious." No. Take it back and give her something else later." Martial Uncle Tao chuckled. "I'm giving it to my own disciple. What does that have to do with you?" Wei Kei was speechless. A group of Great Moon State disciples looked on enviously. Their junior sister had been fought over by two martial uncles as soon as she arrived. Now that she had become Martial Uncle Tao's disciple, she even received such a precious artifact as a gift. Which disciple present would receive such treatment? However, there was no point in being envious. Our son had a relationship with Martial Uncle Wei, and Martial Uncle Tao had been in love with Martial Uncle Wei for many years. However, Martial Uncle Wei was stupid and did not realize it. Martial Uncle Tao's actions were clearly an act of loving our son's dog. It was not just the great Moon State disciples who were envious. How could Old Fong and Dai not be envious? They had all escaped from the Qiqiao land and had traveled side by side through the wind and rain. Now that they were here, our son had suddenly become a hot commodity. However, even though they were envious, they were mostly happy. Although they had only known each other for a few months, our son's pure personality was indeed likable. After taking in a disciple, Martial Uncle Tao was also in a good mood. She looked at Yang Kai and the others and asked, "These are—" A son hurriedly said, "Master, they're my friends. It's all thanks to them that I was able to come all the way here." Chapter 3902. Since they're your friends, they're not outsiders. The woman surnamed Tao looked at Yang Kai and the others and nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Yang Kai and the others hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, senior." Wei Kei said, "They all have a hard life. Like little son they don't have a place to go. There is no other way out of this universe. I just promised them that if they are willing, they can stay in the Great Moon Prefecture in the future." Junior Martial Sister Tao, what do you think? Of course, it's up to you, brother. The woman surnamed Tao nodded. I believe the chief will not refuse newcomers. Then it's settled. Wei Kei chuckled and looked at Yang Kai and the others. You must be tired after such a long journey. Go and rest first. He turned his head and ordered the smiling young man, Boy Meng, arrange a few rooms for them. Yes. The young man responded and beckoned to Yang Kai. Please follow me. Yang Kai and the others had no objection and hurriedly followed. After crossing the deck and stepping into the cabin, the young man was very friendly and said as he walked forward, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Meng Hong. How do I address you?" Yang Kai and the others reported their names and said that they had seen Brother Meng before. Meng Hong said, "The one who led you here was one of the elders of Great Moon Province. I think you all know his name. The other one is Elder Tao Rongfong." He turned his head and said sneakily, "I'll tell you a secret. Elder Tao is interested in Elder Wei. Unfortunately, Elder Wei is a blockhead and hasn't noticed it yet." Women were more gossipy about this kind of thing. Dai was excited when she heard this and asked in surprise, "Elder Wei doesn't know anything?" Meng Hong sighed and said, "That's right. I really don't know how his brain works. Everyone in the Great Moon Prefecture knows about it, but he doesn't realize it. Sometimes, as disciples, we really want to pry open his head and see what's inside." These words made people want to laugh. Yang Kai said, "Brother Meng, aren't you afraid that Elder Wei will find trouble with you if he hears this?" No. Meng Hong waved his hand and said, "Elder Wei is very nice. Although he looks like a bear, he is actually very kind to us disciples. He has never beaten or scolded us. Among the 5 governors of the Great Moon Empire, Elder Wei is the most popular one. Many senior sisters and junior sisters want to marry him. Elder Wei is indeed a very good person." Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. Although he hadn't interacted with someone for a long time, sometimes, even a short period of time could allow one to clearly see a person's character and nature. Wei Kei gave Yang Kai the good impression of him. Meng Hong smiled and said, "In fact, the other elders are also very good, and so is the chief. Anyway, our Great Moon Province is a very good place, and you may join us in the future. You will naturally know when the time comes." As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Meng Hong arranged accommodations for the 3 of them before leaving. Although the place was not very spacious, it was a single room anyway. Yang Kai looked around, sat cross-legged on the bed, and meditated to regulate his qi circulation. He had found the people of the Great Moon Province and successfully brought his son here. However, he was still a little hesitant about what to do next. The people from the Great Moon Prefecture gave him a good feeling. Judging from the situation, This force should be a very harmonious force. If he were to join it, he should be able to have a good cultivation environment. However, Xianxia did not come to the outside world for cultivation. He had other important things to do. If he really joined the Great Moon Province, he would be branded with the Great Moon Province, and it would not be so easy for him to leave in the future. Moreover, the Great Moon Province was not very powerful outside the world, and the cultivation resources he could get were limited. Xianxia had a high status and a big goal, so he could not let himself be bound. Thinking about it, Xianxia simply stood up and went to the deck. This time, there were many people from the Great Moon Province. In addition to the two elders, there were more than a dozen other disciples, but at this time, the deck was empty. Standing on the side of the ship, Xianxia held the side of the ship and looked at the sun star in the distance. Perhaps it was because the sun's fire was about to be extinguished, but the entire sun star had a dark red luster, like a large piece of red-hot iron. The scorching heat was constantly spreading in all directions, and even though the ship was isolated by a protective spirit array, Xianxia could still feel the heat. "Junior brother Yang," a voice came from behind. Xianxia turned his head and looked, cupping his hands and saying, "Brother Meng." Meng Hong walked over and looked at the sun star in the distance. He smiled and said, "It's spectacular, isn't it? Let alone you, even I have never seen such a thing. This is the first time in my life. When I go back and tell the other junior brothers, they will definitely be jealous." Xianxia couldn't help laughing as he could almost imagine that scene. "Senior brother Meng, it is rumored that this sun star may produce sun's true gold. Is that true?" Meng Hong's expression became serious. "There is no smoke without fire. Since everyone says so, it may be true. Some people say that sun true gold is at least a 6th grade fire element material. I don't know, I've never seen sun's true gold before, but if it really exists, its grade will definitely not be low." Turned to look at Xianxia, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is junior brother Yang interested in sun's true gold?" "Brother Meng, are you not interested?" Xianxia asked in return. "Of course I'm interested. Sun true gold, if I can get a piece, I'll be rich. However, there are too many people here this time. Even if there is one, I may not be able to get it. If I want to stand out among so many people, I must have a great opportunity. By the way, brother Meng, this Yang is new here and has no idea about the situation here. I don't know which forces are here. Can brother Meng explain a thing or two to me?" Meng Hong laughed. "Even if there aren't 100 forces here, there are at least 80. Even I don't know which province they are from. So how can I explain it to you?" Xianxia did not expect this and was a little speechless. However, thinking about it, it was not strange. The world outside heaven and earth was too big. It was not like the star boundary, where the various forces could be seen at a glance. Outside heaven and earth, if one did not have a strong memory and deep knowledge, one might not know how many forces there were. Of course, with the exception of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands, these 108 forces were all famous existences. It was difficult not to know them. Wait a moment. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to think of something and lowered his head to search his space ring. A moment later, he took out a jade slip and said, "There are many things recorded in this jade slip outside heaven and earth, including the division of the various forces and a lot of other information. If you have time, take a look at it. It will be good for you." Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, brother Meng. Although this thing was not worth much, it was what Xianxia needed the most right now. No need, go back and rest early. Once the sun's fire is completely extinguished, you'll be busy. At that time, you won't be able to rest even if you want to." Meng Hong patted him on the shoulder before turning and walking back to the cabin. Xianxia did not stay on the deck for long. Not long after Meng Hong left, he returned to his room and took out the jade slip to carefully read it. The information recorded in this jade slip was very complicated, but it was not chaotic. The author should be a very knowledgeable person who had traveled to many large territory and recorded everything he knew in this jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were divided into several large chapters. The first chapter was an introduction to the various forces in the 3,000 worlds, starting with the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. Xianxia saw the name of the 10,000 demon realm in this chapter. He did not know whether Imo Sheng was from the 10,000 demon realm or not, but if he really met someone from the 10,000 demon realm in the future, it would be best to be careful. To Yang Kai's surprise, the dragon race's dragon altar was also one of the 36 paradise. This stunned him for a long time, but on second thought, how bad could the place occupied by the dragon race be? It was not surprising that it was listed as a paradise. After looking at it for a while, he found that the forces outside this universe were similar to what Old Fong had said. They could be divided into 3 classes. The first class were the paradise, all of which were huge, and there was no lack of high-grade heaven splitters. The second class was like the Kikikyo land, which had mid-grade heaven splitters. The third class was like the Great Moon Province, which only had low-grade heaven splitters. Of course, they could be further divided, but overall, this was the situation. The chapter of forces not only introduced the various forces, but also recorded the symbol of each force in detail. Yang Kai searched for a while and found a symbol. The name of the corresponding force was the Restless Province. Recalling the symbol on the large ship on the way here, he immediately understood that the young man should be from the Restless Province. This Restless Province was similar to the Great Moon Province, a third-class force. There were no mid-grade heaven splitters, only low-grade heaven splitters. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the young man only came from a third-class force. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to escape. In the future, it was better to avoid using the tiger's skin as a banner. If he was not careful, he might blow his own trumpet. After the chapter of forces was the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Some of the strange birds and strange beasts outside this universe were similar to those in the star boundary, and some were completely different. However, those who could survive in the void were all extremely powerful. Rank first was the giant god spirit. Yang Kai could not understand why the giant god spirit was classified in the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Ought to look like a giant at first glance. It had nothing to do with strange birds and strange beasts. However, Yang Kai could understand why it was ranked first. He had seen low-grade heaven splitters and mid-grade heaven splitters. Although he had not seen the power of high-grade heaven splitters, Yang Kai estimated that even high-grade heaven splitters might not be a match for Ada. It was recorded in the Jade Slip that the giant god spirit clan fed on dead Xianxia worlds and wandered the starry sky. They had a gentle temperament and basically never fought with others. As long as you did not provoke them, nothing would happen. Chapter 3903. This was no different from what Yang Kai knew. Ada's temperament was really gentle, and he was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. All he knew was to eat, and eat all day long. Thinking of Ada, he couldn't help but think of the star boundary. He didn't know how the star boundary was doing now. He had been out for almost a year, so the star boundary shouldn't have changed much. Moreover, with Ada guarding outside the star boundary, even if some powerful guys passed by, they wouldn't dare to approach. Therefore, on the whole, the star boundary was still safe. The only thing he needed to guard against was the sudden collapse of the star boundary and Ada eating the star boundary. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find the Tree of World as soon as possible. After the giant gods, it was the dragon race. Yang Kai was amused when he saw this. It seemed that the dragon race was famous no matter where they went, whether it was in the star boundary or outside of the universe. Yang Kai also saw the record of Miemeng. His image was almost the same as the one he had seen before, and his ranking was not low either. There were indeed a lot of things recorded in the Jade Slip. Yang Kai was immediately engrossed in reading. He was like a tireless scholar, reading with great interest. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai was suddenly alarmed by a violent shaking. Then, a terrifying burning force swept over. Even the protective formation of the ship couldn't isolate it. At this time, the whole ship creaked as if it couldn't bear the burden. It sounded extremely frightening. Yang Kai was startled and quickly got up and flashed out. When he came to the deck, he saw that the people of the Great Moon Province had already come out. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfong were both making gestures as if they were activating the restriction formation of the ship. However, at this moment, the restriction formation of the whole ship was on the verge of collapse. Even the hull of the ship had scorch marks, as if it had been burned by a scorching force. "What's going on?" Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Hong, who was standing beside him. Meng Hong's face was burning. He suppressed his voice and said, "The sun's fire is about to be extinguished." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and followed his gaze. He saw that the sun's star, which had always been dark red, was now burning fiercely, like a huge ball of fire hanging in the air. However, the burning flames were extremely unstable. They would expand and contract at times. Every time they expanded, a scorching energy would sweep through the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. It was the final radiance of the setting sun. There was no need for anyone to explain anything, as Yang Kai could see the problem at a glance. This violent eruption would likely exhaust the last of the sun star's power, and once the flames were extinguished, the sun fire on this sun star would be completely extinguished. At that time, there would be a fierce struggle between the two sides. "I can't hold on any longer, Brother Wei." Right at this moment, Tao Rongfang suddenly shouted. Wei Kei's face paled slightly as he shouted, "Retreat." As soon as his voice fell, he changed his hand seal, and the ship immediately retreated at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they had retreated thousands of kilometers. Only after they had retreated far away did the scorching energy weaken slightly, and the creaking sound of the ship's hull gradually subsided. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. It wasn't just the Great Moon Province, but the other forces that had been gathered around the periphery of the sun's star reacted in the same way, quickly retreating. Only a few of them remained in place. The sun's fire erupted suddenly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the huge burning fireball slowly lost its vitality. The flames that could burn the void shrank back, and the scorching aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang glanced at each other. There was no need for any discussion at all. They immediately urged the ship to sail towards the sun star. At the same time, the forces that had retreated also rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to arrive. Everyone knew that it was time to explore the sun star and search for the sun true gold. On the deck, Wei Kei swept his gaze around and shouted, "Little brats, once we reach the sun star, don't scatter and don't stray too far from me and your Marshal Antao. No one knows if there's any danger up there, so if you want to live, be careful, understood?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Wei Kei nodded as he stared ahead solemnly. Although he and Tao Rongfang, two heaven-opening realm masters, would be there to support them in this exploration of the sun star, if they really did encounter some kind of danger, they might not be able to protect so many people. However, compared to something like the sun true gold, any price was worth it. As they got closer, the pressure from the huge stars grew stronger and stronger. Although the sun's fire had already been extinguished, the scorching energy would not completely dissipate in a short time. The closer they got, the hotter it became. From time to time, specks of light would flicker from the sun star. This was the last bit of the sun's fire. On the large ship, everyone stared ahead in a daze. This scene was not something that could be seen casually. After flying for a full 2 hours, the large ship finally arrived on the sun star. The large ship stopped, and everyone jumped off. Taking a deep breath, they felt like flames were burning in their chests, and the pungent smell was somewhat unbearable, causing everyone to hold their breaths in fear. Wei Kei's hand seals changed, and the large ship shrank, turning into a palm-sized object that he put away into his robes. Yang Kai, Old Fong, and the others squeezed into the crowd and looked around. All they saw was an empty space, with only the people from the Great Moon Prefecture. They did not know where the people from the other forces were. This was not strange. Although there were quite a few forces that had come this time, the sun star was simply too big. Everyone had chosen different places to settle down, so they naturally would not meet each other immediately. This also prevented the possibility of impulsiveness from the start. The ground was dark red, and from time to time, magma spurted out from the ground. The whole environment gave people a very dangerous feeling. After all, Tao Rongfang was a woman. Although she had also split open the sky, she had probably never participated in such a big event in her life. At this time, she had no idea what to do. Looking at Wei Kei, she asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Wei Kei stroked the beard on his chin and pondered for a while. Then he said, "Let's go and have a look. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to find a piece of Sun genuine gold. Then we can go home immediately." He did not ask for much. As long as they could find a piece of Sun genuine gold, they would have completed the task of this trip. After all, materials of at least the 6th grade were very valuable. If they really got their hands on it, they would naturally send it back to the headquarters of the Great Moon Prefecture as soon as possible. If they continued to stay, it was very likely to cause trouble. Since he had said so, Tao Rongfang had no objections. The two immediately led a group of disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture on the road. They did not have a target. Anyway, everyone was trying their luck, and no one had an advantage over the other. They released their divine senses to monitor the situation around them. Exploring in such an environment was undoubtedly a very exhausting task, because everyone was constantly urging their strength to resist the scorching heat. After exploring for more than half a day, they did not find anything. However, the person with the lowest strength in the group showed signs of being unable to hold on. Seeing this, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang could only let the disciple leave first and wait outside the Sun Star. Although the disciple was reluctant, he could only leave. As soon as the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture left, Wei Kei suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Tao Rongfang asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Something is coming," Wei Kei shouted. When the people of the Great Moon Prefecture heard this, they immediately secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. A moment later, as expected, something was coming towards them. What they saw was a ball of light flying towards them at lightning speed. Before the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture could see what it was, Wei Kei was the first to exclaim in surprise. "A 4th grade fire element talent," Wei Kei exclaimed with a look of surprise on his face. "A 4th grade fire element talent." As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Tao Rongfang. The brother and sister did not say a word and immediately rushed towards the mass of light. Xianxia observed and saw that the mass of light seemed to have a mind of its own. Before Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang could get close, it suddenly changed direction and dodged to the side, plunging into a pool of magma and disappearing without a trace. Wei Kei laughed. "You still want to run?" He was extremely fierce and chased after the mass of light, diving into the magma. Before disappearing, he ordered Tao Rongfang, "Junior sister, stay here." The disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were still outside. If the two of them, who were in the heaven-opening realm, chased after them, the safety of the disciples could not be guaranteed. Tao Rongfang frowned, clearly worried about Wei Kei's safety, but she still obediently stayed behind. Xianxia and the others chased after them. Seeing Wei Kei rush into the magma, Meng Hong asked, "Marshal Uncle Wei will be fine, right?" Tao Rongfang said, "What can mere magma do to him? Be careful." "Yes." After standing in place for a short while, a figure suddenly soared into the sky from a magma mouth not far away. Everyone turned their heads to look. Who else could it be but Wei Kei? There were countless magma holes on the surface of the Sun Star. Magma surged inside, erupting from time to time. There were also some volcano-like existences. Now it seemed that these magma holes were connected underground. Otherwise, there was no reason for Wei Kei to come out from the other side. However, at this moment, Wei Kei's face was filled with joy. He held a transparent container in his hand, and inside it was a ball of golden flame. It was currently struggling left and right, but could not break free from its restraints. Tao Rongfang happily went over and asked, "Brother, did you succeed?" Wei Kei nodded and said, "Sun's true fire." Tao Rongfang suddenly understood. No wonder it's 4th grade, so it's Sun's true fire. Wei Kei grinned. It's not surprising for Sun's true fire to be born on top of Sun's fire. It seems that our thoughts have been misled, and all our attention has been drawn to the Sun's true gold. Everyone wanted to find 6th grade Sun's true gold here, but wasn't the Sun's true fire born here also a precious treasure? Moreover, based on the current situation, there might be a lot of Sun's true fire here, or else it would not make sense for one to be collected so easily. Chapter 3904. Simply obtaining a portion of true sun flame was equivalent to picking up more than 100,000 heaven-opening pills for free. Wei Kei was grinning from ear to ear. Most importantly, for a force like the Great Moon Province, a portion of Grade 4 material represented more than just heaven-opening pills. With Grade 4 material, there was a chance to create a Grade 4 heaven-opening realm cultivator, increasing the overall strength of the Great Moon Province. As such, the value of materials above Grade 4 could not be calculated according to Dai Yu's previous method. Before Wei Kei's laughter had even died down, the sound of rushing wind could be heard from the distance. In the blink of an eye, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. These two also gave off the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were both men wearing light blue robes. Their appearances were quite similar, and they should be related by blood. Behind the two, a large group of cultivator appeared one after another. Clearly, they were from the same force as these two men, but these people were clearly not heaven-opening realm cultivators. They were like Xianxia and the others, existences who had condensed Dao seals. As soon as the two men appeared, they stared at the true sun flame in Wei Kei's hand. Wei Kei put away the vessel with a flip of his hand and glanced at the newcomers. So, it's the Gu brothers from the Still Wind Province. What business do you have? Great Moon Province's Wei Kei. One of the two leading brothers had a gloomy expression, clearly recognizing Wei Quebec. The other person chuckled. Brother Wei, you didn't handle this matter properly. Wei Kei frowned. What do you mean properly? I don't even know what you're talking about. That person said, let me tell you, Brother Wei, that portion of true sun flame in your hand was first discovered by our Still Wind Province. However, there was an accident when we were collecting it, allowing it to escape. Who would have thought that Brother Wei would be able to pick it up so easily? Tao Rongfang said, what a joke. Guyan, you said that your Still Wine Province discovered it first. What proof do you have? The one called Guyan said, what proof do you need? The fact that we chased you all the way here is the best proof. If not for that, why would we have come here? Tao Rongfang snorted. That counts as proof? Wei Kei extended his hand to stop Tao Rongfang. He looked at the Gu brothers with a smile and said, the two of you, even if the true sun flame was first discovered by you, now that it has fallen into this Wei's hands, it is mine. This ownerless object will naturally belong to the capable. Could it be that the two of you still want to snatch it back? If that's the case, then it's fine. Let's set up a formation and have a battle here. The primordial fire of the sun will belong to whoever wins. What do you two think? Hearing this, the Gu brothers frowned and glanced at each other. One of them said, Brother Wei, there are a lot of big and small forces on this sun star. We've just started exploring, and the benefits are still to come. There's no need for us to start a conflict, right? Then why are you talking nonsense? Wei Kei said arrogantly, patting his space ring. How about this? The true sun flame is right here. You can call out to it and see if it responds. If it responds, then it's yours, but if it doesn't, then it's mine. The man said, Brother Wei doesn't need to be so aggressive. If we really fight, we brothers aren't necessarily afraid of you. We just don't want others to take advantage of us. Although this thing is in your hands, us brothers have led a group of disciples for half a day. Even if we didn't contribute much, we still worked hard. Brother Wei, please see if you can share some of the benefits with us. We don't want the true sun flame. You want to share the benefits? Wei Kei laughed. In short, this thing is in my hands. If you want it, then come and take it. Raising his arms, he shouted, Little brats, someone wants to steal our things. What should we do? The group of disciples from Great Moon Province aggressively shouted in unison, Kill, kill, kill. Not only did they shout, but they also arranged themselves, each of their auras surging as they glared at Wei Kei fiercely. Yang Kai, Old Fong, and the others were all dumbfounded and could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, one was marked by the company one kept. Wei Kei's fierce appearance meant that the disciples he brought with him were also fierce. The faces of the Gu brothers on the other side suddenly darkened. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Gu Yin coldly snorted and said, Wei Kei, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you spit out everything you've earned. Waving his hand, he said, let's go. It wasn't that he was afraid of Great Moon Province. As he said, the strength of each side was almost the same, and both sides had two heaven splitters. If they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win or lose, but once a conflict broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. At that time, they would have to leave early and forget about obtaining any benefits here. Wei Kei had gone crazy, and they weren't willing to accompany him in his madness. The group of people from Still Wine Province quickly left. Wei Kei didn't say anything else. He waited until the people from Still Wine Province had disappeared before he mysteriously gave Tao Rongfang a meaningful glance. Tao Rongfang was puzzled and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Wei Kei pointed to the ground. "There's something down there." "There's more?" Tao Rongfang was surprised at first, but then she was overjoyed. "Sun's real fire?" Wei Kei nodded. "I saw it when I went down just now, but I didn't have time to collect it. I'll go down again. Junior sister, you take this group of brats and prepare to provide support, just in case." "Okay, brother, be careful," Tao Rongfang exhorted. "Don't worry." Wei Kei laughed and plunged into the magma, disappearing from sight. On the ground, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province quickly sealed off the surrounding dozens of miles under Tao Rongfang's arrangement. Each of them made hand seals and vaguely formed a formation. Xianxia and the others had just arrived and weren't familiar with Great Moon Province's formation, so they naturally couldn't participate, but under Tao Rongfang's arrangement, the four of them each guarded a corner. Magma erupted from time to time, and huge bubbles exploded one after another, emitting an unpleasant smell. Everyone from Great Moon Province waited with bated breath, but after a long time, there was no movement from below. Tao Rongfang frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that Wei Kei should have encountered some kind of trouble down there. She wanted to go down and investigate, but she was worried about the disciples above. Without a heaven-opening realm master here, their safety couldn't be guaranteed. Just as she was feeling anxious, a large area of magma below suddenly surged, and a faint aura of power surged out. Tao Rongfang's expression turned solemn as she shouted, "Be careful." Before she finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly rushed out from one of the magma holes, wrapped in a scorching aura, and rushed to the side. Immediately after this ball of light, Wei Kei's figure soared into the sky as he roared, "Don't let it escape." As soon as the real fire of the sun rushed out, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province began to move, their hands changing hand seals as the power to seal the heavens and lock down the earth enveloped a large area. Tao Rongfang raised her slender, jade-like palm and lightly slapped towards the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun seemed to have a mind of its own as it slightly dodged the palm, passed by Tao Rongfang by a hair's breadth, and went straight to a disciple of Great Moon Province behind her. The disciple's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand to summon a mirror. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror and hit the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun that was rushing over was immediately wrapped in the mysterious light and suddenly stopped in midair. This mirror actually had the effect of freezing the body. Seeing this scene, the disciple of Great Moon Province breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could recover, the mysterious light wrapped around the real fire of the sun suddenly collapsed, and a flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world appeared in front of him in an instant, burning his face and causing his expression to change greatly. "Freeze!" At the critical moment, Xianxia shouted in a low voice, and the space principles fluctuated, and the real fire of the sun was frozen in midair for the second time. However, Xianxia's expression was not relaxed at all. He vaguely felt that the real fire of the sun could break free at any time. So he shouted, "Senior Tao." Tao Rongfang had already flashed in front of the disciple, holding a transparent container in her hand, which looked similar to the one Wei Kei had taken out before. She covered the real fire of the sun with it. The light flashed and disappeared. Taking advantage of this moment, Tao Rongfang put the real fire of the sun into the container and cast a spell to seal it. Only then did she have the time to look back at the disciple and ask, "Are you okay?" The disciple of Great Moon Province's face was faintly pale. He was probably frightened by the scene just now. His eyes were unfocused as he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Martial Ant." Tao Rongfang nodded slightly. At this time, Wei Kei also flashed over and cursed. "Damn it. I almost let it escape. This thing has become a spirit." If it were not for the fact that the Great Moon Prefecture had made preparations beforehand, the true fire of the sun might have really escaped. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Wei Kei said, "Kid, you did well." Although the disciple of Great Moon Province would not die after being hit by the real fire of the sun, he would definitely be injured. It was also thanks to Yang Kai's strength at the last moment that the others could not save him in time. Yang Kai said politely, "Senior, you flatter me." Wei Kei said thoughtfully, "When you attacked just now, it seems that you comprehended the Tao of space." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He could not hide this. Since he had chosen to attack, he was not afraid of others knowing. "Amazing." Wei Kei's eyes lit up. "The Tao of space is profound and obscure. I have only heard of it and have never seen it before. This time, my knowledge has been broadened." Tao Rongfang also smiled happily. Our Great Moon Province has picked up a treasure this time. She had already regarded Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province, so Yang Kai could not refute her. Wei Kei patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. One day, you can break through to the heaven-opening realm. The universe is so big that you can go anywhere." "Yes," Yang Kai responded respectfully. Wei Kei then looked at the disciple of Great Moon Province. "Brat, why don't you thank your junior brother Yang? You have no manners at all. Who taught you this?" The disciple of Great Moon Province seemed to have woken up from a dream. He came to Yang Kai and saluted respectfully. "Junior brother Yang, thank you for saving me just now. Brother, you are too polite. We should help each other. It is my duty." Yang Kai returned the salute. However, after this incident, Yang Kai found that the group of disciples of Great Moon Province looked at him with a much more cordial gaze and a sense of approval. It was no wonder. For the people of Great Moon Province, Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other. They had not gone through life and death together, so it was naturally difficult for them to approve of him. However, it was different now. Everyone's feelings were cultivated in this way. Chapter 3905. Take a look at what great it is. Wei Kei looked at Tao Rongfang and asked. Tao Rongfang took out the sun's true fire from her space ring, looked at it seriously, and said, "Same, 4th grade." Wei Kei smiled happily. Not bad. After only half a day, they had collected 2 4th-grade fire attribute materials, and it was sun's true fire, which could be said to be a great harvest. If they collected a few more, they could go to the star market to find people to exchange for materials of other attributes, and then find a disciple with excellent aptitude from the disciples of the Great Moon Province. It was really possible to cultivate a 4th-grade heaven-opening cultivator. If that really happened, the Great Moon State would also rise along with it. As if he had already seen this beautiful future, Wei Kei's bell-like eyes faintly glowed as he quickly said, "I understand. There is nothing to explore on the surface of this sun star, and all the good things are below. Junior Sister Tao, let's split up. You take some people, and I will take some people. One will provide support above, and the other will search below. How about it?" Tao Rongfang wanted to give her body and mind to him, so how could she have any objections? Nodding, she said, "Let's do as Big Brother says." After the two finished discussing, Wei Kei took command and divided the dozen or so disciples of the Great Moon Province into 2 groups, one following him and the other following Tao Rongfang. Seeing the benefits, the group of people from the Great Moon Province was full of enthusiasm and immediately began to explore. There might be danger under the magma, so the 2 groups of people took turns to explore. As heaven-opening realm masters, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were naturally not afraid of the heat of the magma, but the group of disciples below was not strong enough. The time they stayed in the underground magma varied, but as long as they could control their speed, there would be no danger to their lives. Wei Kei told everyone to prioritize their own safety and to immediately inform him, and Tao Rongfang if they found anything. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. However, in the next few days, the Great Moon Province disciples found nothing. Although they searched very carefully, they did not find any trace of Sun's true fire. It had to be said that the first day was really a lucky day. During this period, they met people from other forces and found that everyone seemed to have the same idea, searching for opportunities hidden in the underground magma. When they met each other, they did not offend each other and lived in peace. Now that everyone's attention was on the Sun's true fire and the possible Sun true gold, no one was willing to easily get into conflict with others. After a few days, the Great Moon Province disciples finally opened again. A Sun's true fire was hidden in the magma was found. Tao Rongfang led a group of disciples led by a group and spent a lot of effort to collect it. As time passed, the number of places that had not been explored decreased. Although the Sun's star was enormous, the number of forces that had come this time was not small. Everyone had come from different directions to explore the Sun's star. After a few days, they had basically explored more than half of the Sun's star. The remaining areas that had not been explored were rapidly shrinking. Wei Kei was a little anxious. In his mind, if he could collect 7 portions of Sun real fire this time, it would be considered complete. Only 7 portions of Sun real fire would be enough for the Great Moon Prefecture to go to the star market to exchange for enough materials, giving the Great Moon Prefecture a chance to create a level 4 heaven-opening realm expert. Now, they only had 3, which was far from enough. After all, there were not many opportunities to collect level 4 heaven-opening materials. He had only encountered this once since he started cultivating. On this day, half of the disciples of the Great Moon Province, led by Wei Kei, dive into the magma to explore. Xianxia was also one of them. Shuttling through the magma was a very strange experience. The temperature of the surrounding magma was frighteningly high, so anyone would have to constantly circulate their energy to protect themselves. Moreover, because of this special environment, their divine sense could not be released too far, so the range they could search was not very large. Therefore, before reaching the heaven-opening stage, one could not stay in the magma for too long. At most, one could stay in the magma for an hour. Once the hour was over, one would have to quickly go up to rest. These days, the disciples of the Great Moon Province divided the work and cooperated with each other. Under the magma, Yang Kai's figure swam unhurriedly as his divine sense scanned the surroundings, but he found nothing. To be honest, he was not very interested in the Sun's true fire, but since he had been assigned to Wei Kei, he could only go with the flow. It would be good if he could find something, but it did not matter if he could not. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Kai was about to go up when he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Under the magma, there was only a fiery red color. He could not see anything, but his divine sense had clearly sensed something. Did I really find it? Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. Since he had found it, he could not let it go. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Before he arrived, he had already activated his space principles, binding that part of the world. At the same time, he summoned the 6 Directions Rui pouch and covered that area. For ordinary people of the Emperor realm, even Meng Hong and the others would find it difficult to collect the Sun's true fire on their own unless they had a handy secret treasure, such as Du Roofing's heaven-trapping net. However, the disciples of the Great Moon Province obviously did not have this condition, so the last time they found the Sun's true fire, they had to force it to the surface and let the people above collect it. However, Yang Kai had the 6 Directions Rui pouch, so he naturally did not need to do this. The 6 Directions Rui pouch could even be forcibly collected by a heaven-opening cultivator, let alone a mere ball of Sun's true fire. Even though Yang Kai's current strength was not enough to fully activate its power, he could not erase the power of this secret treasure. He originally thought that he could easily collect the Sun's true fire, but who would have thought that when the 6 Directions Rui pouch was summoned, Yang Kai would suddenly feel a powerful force coming from that direction. His space principles were actually broken free, and a ball of Sun's true fire hidden in the magma gave off a dazzling light and escaped underground. 5th grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When this sun's true fire was quietly hidden in the magma, he did not notice it, but when it moved, Xianxia immediately felt that something was wrong. This ball of sun's true fire was clearly different from the three he had collected from the Great Moon Province. Its fire attribute was much denser and purer, and it had undoubtedly surpassed the 4th grade. A 5th grade material was a good thing worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. Xianxia was not interested in a 4th grade material, but he was very interested in a 5th grade material. Seeing this ball of sun's true fire escape, how could Xianxia hesitate? His figure flickered, and he immediately chased after it, his hand forming a claw as the space principles fiercely filled the air. The ball of sun's true fire paused for a moment, but it quickly broke free from the shackles of the space principles and continued to escape. Having failed twice, Xianxia was immediately enraged, and he naturally chased after it relentlessly. If it were anyone else, they would naturally hurry up and go up first. Otherwise, if they went too deep and exhausted too much energy, they would not be able to come up even if they wanted to, and might even die down there. However, Xianxia had the 6 Directions Rui pouch and the sealed world bead, so he was not afraid of this. If it really did not work out, he could just hide in the sealed world bead and the 6 Directions Rui pouch to recover for a while before taking action. As he fled and chased after it, he did not know where it had gone. After a short while on the ground, figures rushed out of the magma, whole one after another. All of them had pale faces, and it was obvious that they had consumed a lot of energy. Wei Kei was the last to rush out. Tao Rongfang asked, "Nothing." Wei Kei shook his head, somewhat discouraged. "It seems that the situation is not what I expected." The first harvest made him think that this place was full of sun's true fire, but after several days, he only found one. Only then did he realize that he had been too naive. Even on the Sun Star, sun's true fire was not something that could be casually produced. Tao Rongfang nodded. "Brother, take them to rest for a while. We'll look for another place." Wei Kei nodded. "That's the only way." Ah Sun suddenly looked around and said, "Where's Brother Yang?" She did not see Xianxia's figure among the people who came out. With her reminder, everyone realized that one person was missing. Wei Kei frowned and looked at the disciples who had gone down with him before. "Did any of you see Xianxia down there?" A female disciple said, "Martial uncle, I passed by junior brother Yang down there." Wei Kei asked, "How long has it been?" The female disciple thought for a moment and said, "About the time it takes to make a cup of tea." Wei Kei nodded. "Then it hasn't been that long. Let's—" He wanted to say to wait a little longer as Xianxia might come up soon, but when he saw the worried gazes of Ah Sun, Daiyu, and the others, he changed his words. "You wait here. I'll go down and look for him." Saying so, he dove down again. Old Fong and Daiyu looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Old Fong said, "I'll try and see if I can contact him." Saying so, he took out the communication device he usually used with Xianxia and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Daiyu also tried, but there was still no response. After a while, Wei Kei came up from underground with an ugly expression. Daiyu hurriedly asked, "Senior Wei, did you find him?" In fact, there was no need to ask. If they had found him, Wei Kei would have taken him with him. Now that Wei Kei came up alone, it was clear that something was wrong. Wei Kei slowly shook his head. Daiyu's face paled. Old Fong was also anxious. How could we not find him? He went down with everyone. Ah Sun was on the verge of tears. She shook Tao Rongfang's arm and said, "Master, Brother Yang is a very good person. Please don't let anything happen to him." Tao Rongfang patted the back of her hand and comforted, "Don't worry. With me and your martial uncle Wei here, nothing will happen to Xianxia." She looked up at Wei Kei and communicated with him with her divine sense for a while. Wei Kei gently nodded and said, "Boys, Xianxia is missing. He might have encountered some trouble down there. I need you to come down with me again and search carefully." "As you command, martial uncle," everyone answered. Wei Kei said in a deep voice, "There might be dangers down there that we don't know about, so don't be too scattered. I want each of you to keep in touch with your brother and brother at all times. If you find something wrong, immediately send me a message." Chapter 3906. Not to mention the fact that Xianxia had escorted Ah Sun to Great Moon Province. The fact that he had comprehended the space principles made Wei Kei feel that he was a talent and wanted to recruit him to Great Moon Province. During this time, he had been treating Xianxia as a disciple of Great Moon Province. Now that something had happened to Xianxia, even without Ah Sun's request, Wei Kei would not sit idly by and do nothing. As long as it was within his power, he would naturally search for Xianxia's whereabouts. After the arrangements were made, the group once again went deep into the ground under Wei Kei's lead, but this time they were not searching for the sun's real fire, but for Xianxia. Xianxia's inexplicable disappearance undoubtedly meant that there might really be some unpredictable danger under the magma, so everyone was very careful and did not dare to be too far away from the others. After an hour, everyone rushed out one by one, but nothing was found. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng looked at each other, but the latter did not say a word and led another group of disciples to continue exploring. After a few more times, for hours had passed. All the disciples of Great Moon Province were pale with exhaustion, and only the two heaven-opening realm masters could still hold on. However, there was still no sign of Xianxia, so there was no need to continue. Tao Rongfeng and Wei Kei looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. Seeing this, Daiyu said in a trembling voice, "Seniors, aren't you going to continue searching? Xianxia is still down there." Wei Kei turned to look at her with a sad expression and sighed. It's been too long. With his strength, he couldn't have held on for so long. I'm afraid he's already dead. Daiyu's already pale face instantly turned white. Her body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Although she knew that Wei Kei was right, she couldn't accept this result. The person who had created miracles time and time again in the Qiqiao land, the person who had given her the unsullied golden dew, the person who had led her out of the Qiqiao land, was gone just like that. Unable to accept this, she covered her red lips with her hands and began sobbing. Ah Sun's eyes were also red. She buried herself in Tao Rongfeng's arms and cried. At the side, Old Feng thumped his chest and stamped his feet. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Old brother, I pity you for dying at such a young age. The heavens don't have eyes. Why isn't the one in trouble, Old Feng? Come back. Old Feng will replace you. Sadness filled the air, and the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also felt bad, especially a few female disciples, who wept silently. Wei Kei raised his hand and patted Daiyu's shoulder. My condolences. We've done our best. Now we can only pray that he'll be blessed by the heavens. Even he didn't believe his own words. But what else could he do other than comfort her? They couldn't figure out what kind of danger was at the bottom of the magma that made a living person go in and never return. They had carefully searched many times before, but they didn't find any traces of danger. Daiyu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, Senior, I still want to go down and look for him. He's not someone who's going to die so soon. Nonsense. Wei Kei glared at her. Don't you know your own situation? Hurry up and get some rest. But Wei Kei didn't wait for her to finish and said, I don't want to attack you, but if you insist on going down, I'll have to knock you out. Tao Rongfeng held Daiyu's hand and said softly, Take a rest first. We'll talk later. Daiyu pursed her red lips, tears rolling down her cheeks, and gently nodded. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A series of muffled, thunderous rumbles rolled through the ground, and the entire solar star seemed to shake. Everyone from the Great Moon Prefecture was shocked. They turned their heads and looked around. The magma in the magma holes on the surface suddenly boiled up. Huge bubbles burst open one after another, and a dangerous aura filled the air. Wei Kei's expression changed, and he shouted, Rise! While speaking, he pushed his strength and wrapped everyone up, soaring into the sky. At the same time, pillars of magma spewed out from the magma, like fire dragons were born. The scene was extremely terrifying. Everyone flew tens of thousands of feet high, and when they looked down, their faces turned pale. The sun star below them seemed to have exploded, and countless huge cracks formed, forming gullies, and magma tumbled and surged, washing away everything. The rumbling sound was endless, shaking everyone's eardrums. A dazzling light came from a certain direction, and a disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture exclaimed, "What is that?" Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone's pupils constricted. They saw that on the horizon, the shadow of a huge palace had appeared, towering above the clouds. It was like a mirage, illusory and illusory. But even if it was just a phantom, they could still feel the majesty of the palace, as if it had traveled back hundreds of millions of years, crossing the river of history from an extremely distant era. There was actually a palace on the Sun Star. Wei Kei exclaimed, "The Golden Crow Divine Palace." It was rumored that not only could the sun's true gold be found on the Sun Star, but it could also be the Golden Crow Divine Palace. The reason why the sun fire on the Sun Star was about to be extinguished was because the Golden Crow was about to die. But rumors were just rumors. Most people would believe that there was sun's true gold here, but 9 out of 10 people would not believe that there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, and the remaining one would be skeptical. But at this moment, a palace had really appeared on the Sun Star. What other explanation could there be other than the Golden Crow Divine Palace? Tao Rongfang's beautiful eyes also widened. The rumors are true. Wei Kei's expression changed, and he vaguely felt that the development of this matter was beyond his expectations. If it was only sun's true gold, the forces in the nearby large territory could still control it and prevent the news from spreading, so that the benefits could only be kept in these large territory. But now that the rumored Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this news could no longer be suppressed. When the time came, the people of the 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands might come to investigate. When that time came, how could a third-tier force like the Great Moon Province get any benefits? Even those second-tier forces with mid-tier heaven splitters would have to stand aside. So if he wanted to get benefits, he had to do it as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to get the benefits before the news spread. As his thoughts changed, Wei Kei immediately made a decision. Meng Hong, disciple is here. Meng Hong stepped forward. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. Meng Hong was startled, but he immediately reacted and cupped his hands. Yes. Then we'll wait for the 2 uncle masters outside. Wei Kei shook his head. No, wait for me and your uncle master Tao at the first inn. Then, ask the first inn to send a message to the head and ask him and the other elders to come here quickly. Meng Hong said seriously, disciple understands. After arranging this, Wei Kei turned to Tao Rongfang and said, let's go. Then, he turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew into the distance. Tao Rongfang reminded Sun, little son, go with Brother Meng. Be careful. Sun nodded. Master too. Tao Rongfang didn't say anything else and chased after Wei Quebec. Once the 2 heaven splitters left, the disciples of the Great Moon Province immediately lost their sense of security. Everyone looked at Meng Hong, who said, you heard the 2 Uncle Masters' orders. Now that the Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this place will be in chaos. It's more important for us to go to the first inn. Follow me. Daiyu said, Brother Meng, I want to stay. Old Fong also stood up, I want to stay too. Sun said, me too. You. Meng Hong glared at the 3 of them and tried to put on the dignity of a brother. Didn't you hear what Uncle Masters said just now? Now that we don't have the protection of Uncle Masters, what if we run into some enemy? Daiyu lowered her head and looked down, silent. Old Fong said, Brother Meng, calm down. We're not disciples of the Great Moon Province for the time being, so I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble with us. We just want to find Brother Yang again. At the very least, we want to see him alive or dead. Sun nodded fiercely. Meng Hong's face darkened. Do we have to do this? Old Fong cupped his fists. Brother Meng, please forgive us. If it weren't for Brother Yang, we would still be suffering in the Kikikyo land. We owe him a debt of gratitude, and now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch. Meng Hong let out a long breath and struggled for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm afraid of you. He beckoned to a disciple. Junior Brother Liu, go to the first inn and ask it to send a message to the headquarters. Be careful on the way. The disciple, surnamed Liu, cupped his fists and said yes. Then, he He immediately flew away. Meng Hong looked at everyone again and said, "Rest for 2 hours. We'll search for another half a day. After half a day, whether we find anything or not, we must leave this place." Old Fong was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Meng." Dai Yu also hurriedly thanked him. Although she didn't want to trouble him, there was strength in numbers. At this time, they couldn't care too much. Meng Hong shook his head and sighed. "All of you better remember this. If any one of you reveals even half a word about what happened today to the 2 martial uncles, don't call me senior martial brother anymore." He was going against Wei Kei's orders, so he was naturally afraid. The disciples hurriedly said, we won't, we definitely won't." Everyone landed again and found a place to rest. Fortunately, the sun star calmed down after the strange movement. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to find a place to rest. At the same time, in a secret passage deep underground, Xianxia looked around blankly. He chased after the grade 5 Grand Sun primordial flame for a long time under the magma and failed several times. Finally, he found a chance to collect the Grand Sun primordial flame with the Rui pouch. Before he could celebrate, he felt a strong force sucking him in. It was as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. When he came back to his senses, he was already here. There was such a place under the sun star. What was this place? The secret passage was very spacious and not dark. It didn't look like it was naturally formed, but artificially modified. The walls and floor of the secret passage were covered with fiery red things, and the entire passage was filled with pure fire, elemental energy. Chapter 3907. He was secretly shocked. The fire elemental energy here was much denser and purer than the fire elemental energy in the 7 Openings land. If the fire elemental energy in the 7 Openings land could be condensed to the 1st grade, then the fire elemental energy here could be condensed to the 3rd grade. He didn't need any fire elemental materials. He could reach the 3rd grade just by absorbing the fire elemental power here. This was simply shocking. If the forces outside knew about this, they would probably fight over it. Just think about it. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a rare and precious place for cultivation? But what was this place? How could there be such an existence under the sun star? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it for now. He looked around. The passage was very long, and he couldn't see the end of it. Xianxia tried to activate the law of space and found that it wasn't obscure. In other words, the heaven and earth here weren't sealed. This made him feel relieved. As long as the heaven and earth weren't sealed, he could leave at any time. He wasn't afraid of being trapped here. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward. After walking for about a few hundred feet, he actually reached the end. There was a bronze door at the end. It looked extremely thick and heavy, blocking the way. Xianxia raised his hand to push the door, but he couldn't move it even after using all his strength. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Although his current cultivation wasn't very high, because of the dragon vein, his strength was frighteningly strong. This bronze door didn't look special. Under his brute force, it didn't move at all. It was obvious that it wasn't something simple. He didn't dare to make too much of a commotion. After muttering to himself for a while, Xianxia went back the way he came and walked to the other side. After walking for a long time, this side also came to the end. What made Xianxia speechless was that the situation here was exactly the same as the other side. There was also a bronze door blocking the way. If Xianxia hadn't been sure that he was going in the right direction, he would have thought that he was going in circles. This passage was actually sealed from the front and back. It seemed that if he wanted to get out of here, he had to open the bronze door. He didn't know where the 2 doors led to. This made things a little difficult. After standing in place and muttering to himself for a while, Xianxia simply took out the Rui pouch and checked the contents of the pouch. There was a ball of scorching flames in the pouch that seemed to have a mind of its own. However, the Rui pouch was a treasure that could even store heaven-opening cultivators, so how could a ball of solar true fire escape its restraints? It was indeed the 5th grade Grand Sun primordial flame. Compared with the 3 portions of real fire of the sun collected by the Great Moon Prefecture before, this one in his hand was obviously richer and purer. Looking at this ball of real fire of the sun, Xianxia felt much better. He had stayed in the first inn for nearly 4 months, and spent over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The grade 5 materials he had obtained this time were worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. He had made up for all of his previous expenses. He couldn't keep it in the Rui pouch all the time. This pouch had to be used to defend against enemies. So Xianxia simply transferred the real fire of the sun to the sealed world bead and suppressed it somewhere. After doing this, Xianxia looked up at the bronze door in front of him, and his gaze slowly became firm. He had no choice but to come to this world. Firstly, he wanted to see a higher level of martial Tao. Secondly, it was for the world tree. No matter what the reason was, he needed a lot of financial support. Although he had gained something from this trip to the Sun Star, it was nothing compared to his future expenses. Therefore, no matter what, he had to gain as much as he could this time. He didn't know if he would have such an opportunity in the future. Behind the bronze door, there might be an incredible treasure. Stretching out his hand, Xianxia summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and pushed his strength to the limit, thrusting it forward. The earth shook and the mountains shook at the same time on the ground. In front of an ancient hall, figures flew over from all directions and landed in front of the hall, staring at the ancient palace in a daze. Golden Crow Divine Palace. It really is the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Exclamations came from the mouths of many heaven-opening realm masters, an abnormal flush appearing on their faces. Even these heaven-opening realm masters had never thought that the legend was actually true and that the Golden Crow Divine Palace really existed on the Sun Star. Since there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, it meant that the other legend was not groundless. The Golden Crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Thinking that there might be the corpse of a powerful Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, many heaven-opening realm masters' hearts burned with excitement. That was the Golden Crow, one of the ancient demonic beasts, not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. Not to mention how many treasures this Golden Crow had collected in its life, its corpse itself was a priceless treasure. And now, the Golden Crow Divine Palace was right in front of them, and the countless treasures inside seemed to be beckoning to them. Who wouldn't be tempted? The heaven-opening realm masters who had arrived first could not suppress the excitement in their hearts and rushed into the Golden Crow Divine Palace in a flash. A slight move in one part would affect the whole body, and one figure after another rushed forward, striving to be the first to arrive. The gates of the Divine Palace were tightly shut, and although there were no signs of a restriction, it still blocked everyone's path. Just as the heaven-opening realm masters were about to forcefully break open the gates, two statues of strange three-legged birds on the left and right of the gates suddenly released dangerous auras. The eyes of the two strange three-legged birds spun nimbly, and with a cracking sound, their heads turned and aimed at the gates. Immediately after, they opened their mouths and spat out two thin threads of fire. The threads of fire were so thin that they could be ignored, and when they were spat out, they did not burn in the slightest. However, when the threads of fire were spat out, the chests of the heaven-opening realm masters gathered near the gates were instantly burned into a large hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the hole, but one could clearly see the wriggling of their internal organs. This change happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. Miserable cries immediately rang out, and the heaven-opening realm masters paled in fright and retreated. With a series of cracking sounds, the two statues of the strange birds seemed to come alive, shaking their wings as they walked down from their original positions. Overflowing evil chi swept out, and dazzling light blossomed from their pitch-black bodies like two miniature suns. When Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang arrived, they just happened to see the heaven-opening realm masters fighting the two Golden Crow statues, and they could not help but be shocked. Brother Zai? Wei Kei's gaze turned, and he saw a figure sitting cross-legged not far away. He hurriedly rushed over, and after landing, he saw the terrifying wound on the person's chest and abdomen, and his expression changed slightly. Brother Zai, what happened? Zai opened his eyes and raised his head, smiling bitterly. So it was Brother Wei, Brother Zai. You're wound. Zai's smile became even more bitter. I was careless, cough, cough. As he spoke, Blood foam seeped out of his mouth. The temperature of the blood foam was frighteningly high, as if it had been boiled. At the same time, his skin became extremely red, like a cooked crab. Careful! Golden Crow, true flame. Z let out a loud cry and fell straight to the ground. His 7 orifices were overflowing with boiling blood. Brother Zai! Brother Zai! Wei Kei was shocked. He called out a few times, but there was no response. He's dead. Tao Rongfang, who had followed closely behind, was slightly pale. Wei Kei stretched out his hand, inspecting Zai's condition, and his expression could not help but change. He discovered that Zai's meridians had been incinerated, and there was a scorching energy rampaging through his body. Without the protection of his own strength, that scorching energy turned Zai's flesh into blood that flowed out of his 7 orifices, chest, and abdomen. Wei Kei felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body turn cold. He was well aware of Zai's strength. Just like him, they were both at the 3rd stage of heaven opening. Although this kind of strength could not be considered very strong outside of the universe, it was not weak either. Now that he had died so miserably, it was clear that the Golden Crow Divine Palace was not easy to enter. Raising his head, he saw that outside the Divine Palace, a group of heaven-opening cultivators were locked in battle with 2 Golden Crow statues. Wei Kei was sure that the 2 Golden Crow statues were just statues, without any signs of life. However, he did not know what material they had been refined from, but they were extremely sturdy. There was likely a trace of the Golden Crow's divinity sealed within them. Otherwise, they would not have been so powerful. Brother, what should we do? Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Kei said, wait and see. Although the 2 Golden Crow statues were not very agile, Wei Kei believed that as long as he was prepared, he would not be hurt by them. However, the Golden Crow True Fire was really frightening. Moreover, there were so many people besieging the 2 statues, including the 2 from the Great Moon Province. There were many people who had the same idea as them. They had all rushed here later and were watching from afar, showing no signs of interfering. This scene caused the heaven-opening cultivators who were fighting with the Golden Crow statues to curse in their hearts. However, at this moment, they could not leave and could only grit their teeth and endure. At this moment, those who dared to come here were basically all heaven-opening cultivators. There was no trace of any cultivator below the heaven-opening stage. They probably had the same idea as Wei Kei and had arranged for their disciples to be outside so that they would not be restrained when fighting with others. After fighting for a long time, another 2 heaven-opening cultivators were injured by the Golden Crow True Flame and fled in a sorry state. However, the Golden Crow True Flame was truly ferocious. Although the 2 were not seriously injured, they were clearly covered in boiling blood. If they did not find a way to resolve the power of the Golden Crow True Flame in their bodies, their fate would be no different from Zai's. The group of heaven-opening cultivators groaned inwardly. They had come here first, but who would have thought that they would encounter these 2 gods of plague? If they had known earlier, they would not have come so quickly. However, the efforts of the heaven-opening cultivators were not in vain. After fighting for such a long time, the movements of the 2 Golden Crow statues were clearly not as nimble as before. The Golden Crow True Flame they spat out was also not as ferocious as before. Their eyes, which originally still had some spirituality, had become dull. Everyone understood that this was because the divinity in the statues had been worn down by the brand. No matter how powerful they were still inanimate objects. With so many heaven-opening cultivators attacking together, there would be a time when they would be destroyed. Chapter 3908. Seeing hope, everyone's attacks became even more ruthless. They all wanted to get rid of these 2 gods of plague as soon as possible and then explore the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As time passed, the 2 Golden Crow statues became weaker and weaker. Even the Golden Crow True Fire they spat out was intermittent, as if they had already been exhausted. Everyone was overjoyed. Although the Golden Crow statues were refined exquisitely, they were actually not that powerful. The powerful part was the Golden Crow True Fire, but now that even the True Fire was about to run out, what was there to be afraid of? Just as the numerous heaven-opening experts were preparing to take down the golden crow statue in one go, a black shadow suddenly descended from above. That black shadow seemed to be a sleeve that had been enlarged countless times. It covered the sky and the sun, and its aura shook. Heaven and Earth sleeve. Wei Kei, who had been watching from the side, cried out in surprise. He immediately recognized the origin of this divine technique. The enlarged sleeve rolled up and down, and a surge of power swept away the heaven-opening experts, directly taking the two golden crow statues into the sleeve. A figure flashed, and an old man appeared out of thin air. His two wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a fat head and big ears, and his face was flushed. At this moment, he was looking at his right sleeve with a smile. In that sleeve, two small golden crow statues could be vaguely seen moving left and right, but they couldn't get rid of the restraints. Needless to say, the one who had used the divine technique to take away the golden crow statues was this old man. The heaven-opening experts were startled for a moment before becoming furious and glaring at the old man. They had fought desperately for half a day and were about to take care of the golden crow statues with great difficulty, but they had not expected that at the last moment, someone else would take the fruits of their labor. Who could tolerate such a thing? After all, these golden crow statues were pretty good treasures. However, after seeing the old man's face, everyone frowned. Although they were furious, they did not dare to say anything. Clearly, they were somewhat apprehensive of the old man's identity and strength. Tao Rongfang said in a low voice, "The people from the world's edge really came." Wei Kei's face was also solemn. Only Hong Lao came. I don't know if the other two are here. If the other two are here, then it will be troublesome. While they were talking, another change occurred. Just as Hong Lao was feeling complacent, a golden line suddenly shot out from the void and quietly penetrated Hong Lao's sleeve. When the golden line returned, the golden crow statue that had been previously stored in Hong Lao's sleeve was pulled out. Hong Lao's face turned cold as he shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to steal from me?" As he spoke, his fat hand grabbed at the golden crow statue. In the void, a chuckle was heard. That chuckle was as pleasant as a silver bell, causing the pores of those who heard it to open up and feel extremely comfortable. Along with the laughter, a delicate figure appeared, her slender, jade-like palm moving towards Hong Laoing. With a loud bang, a violent force rampaged. Hong Lao was slightly shaken and took a few steps back. The delicate figure used the rebound force to distance herself from Hong Lao in an instant. She leaned to the side and looked at Hong Lao with a smile. "Hong Lao, why are you so angry?" The change happened too quickly. Only now did everyone see the appearance of the person who attacked. Shockingly, it was a woman who was mature to the extreme. The space between her brows was filled with charm. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to drip water, and her entire body emitted boundless charm that seemed to be able to devour all gazes in the world. Hong Lao was originally angry, but when he saw this woman, his anger instantly disappeared. He forced a smile and said, "So it's Madame Lan from the First Inn. My apologies for not recognizing you." He was sick of it. If anyone else dared to steal from him, he would not agree no matter what, but this woman was from the First Inn. With the strength of the world's edge, there was no way he could challenge her. He knew that he would not be able to get back the golden crow statue that was taken away, but she still left one for him, giving him face. The lady boss smiled. "Hong Lao, this thing is fun. How about you give me one?" "It was taken away. How can I get it back?" Hong Lao grumbled in his heart, but he smiled and said, "It is this old man's honor that Madame Lan has taken a liking to it. If Madame Lan wants one, I can give this one to you as well." As he spoke, he shook his sleeves, looking very generous. The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear, looking very charming. She shook her head and said with a smile, "That's not necessary. I'll take one back and study it. Take it as a favor to Hong Lao. Later, if Hong Lao needs any information, feel free to come to the First Inn. I'll give you one for free." Hong Lao smiled. "Madam, you're too polite. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. A piece of information in exchange for a golden crow statue." No one knew whether this was a loss or a gain. "Madam, are you also here to explore the Golden Crow Palace?" Hong Lao turned to look at the quaint palace and asked. The lady boss said, "Such a big thing happened here. Of course, I have to come take a look." "Isn't Hong Lao the same?" Hong Lao's eyebrows twitched. "Since that's the case, why don't you team up with me? We can take care of each other." There was really no way he could go against the First In. Fortunately, the First In was indeed honest when it came to doing business. If he could form an alliance with this Madame Lawn, he would definitely be able to get a share of the profits if he really managed to get something good out of it. The lady boss played with a strand of hair in front of her chest and smiled gently. "Companionship, forget it. I'm more used to being alone. If Hong Lao wants to form a group, you can ask the others and see if they're willing." As she spoke, she glanced to the side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. "Damn!" Hong Lao frowned. Then he realized what she meant. He waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Come out." A violent force swept out. In the void, a few hidden figures appeared. There weren't many of them, only 3. One of them was a scholarly scholar who was gently fanning himself with a round fan in his hand. The other was a burly man who was dressed in black and had a steady gaze. The other was a young girl who was dressed in a green dress. He didn't know what method they used to hide in the dark. Not to mention those low-rank Kai Tian. Even people like Hong Lao didn't notice their existence. If it wasn't for the lady boss of the First and intentionally or unintentionally reminding him, Hong Lao wouldn't have noticed. He knew that Madame Lawn was indeed much stronger than him. At the same time, he was resentful of these people's viciousness. They were hiding in the dark, obviously waiting for an opportunity to strike. I was wondering who it was. "So it's you guys. Why? Do you want to take advantage of the situation?" Hong Lao snorted coldly. He obviously recognized these 3 people. The burly man in black snorted coldly. His expression was unruly, but he still turned around and cupped his fists at the lady boss. So did the scholar. He smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. "Madame Lawn has good eyes." The young girl stomped her feet and pouted. "Sister Lawn, you're too meddlesome." Even though their whereabouts had been exposed by the lady boss, these 3 people didn't dare to complain. It was clear what kind of background the First In had. Madame Lawn covered her mouth and laughed. "This has nothing to do with me. It's Hong Lao's own good eyes." There was no sincerity in her words, but no one dared to refute. Below, Wei Kei's face was bitter. Looking at the 3 people who had just appeared, he whispered, "Xianxia of the Land of Loathing, Ji Tianxing of the Blood Dragon Altar, Yuan Xiaoman of the Mirror Flower, Water Moon. This is going to be fun." Although there were many heaven-opening realm cultivators who had rushed here before, they were all at the lower ranks. Even if there was some difference in strength, it wouldn't be too great. However, of these people who had just appeared, which one of them wasn't at the middle ranks? Heaven's Edge, the Land of Loathing, the Blood Dragon Altar, and the Mirror Flower, Water Moon were all second-class forces. Not to mention the lady boss of the First In, Madame Lawn. I've seen Ji Tianxing and Yuan Xiaoman before. So that scholar is Xianxia of the Land of Loathing? Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Kei nodded. This person looks gentle and refined, but his methods are extremely cruel. If Junior's sister encounters him in the future, you must be careful. I know, Tao Rongfang nodded lightly. As the 2 were talking, the scholar Zhang Qi suddenly turned his head and glanced over. Tao Rongfang's expression changed slightly, knowing that Zhang Qi had probably heard her conversation with her brother. She hurriedly lowered her head. Although she was also at the 3rd rank, she was still only at the lower ranks. The difference between the lower ranks and the middle ranks couldn't be measured. If she was really targeted, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Fortunately, Zhang Qi only glanced over before withdrawing his gaze. Most likely, with the Golden Crow Divine Palace in front of him, he didn't have the mind to care about anything else. On the other side, although the Golden Crow statue was gone, none of the lower ranks dared to act rashly. At this moment, the middle ranks had already appeared, and the slightest carelessness could draw fire to themselves. Moreover, they had already encountered danger before even entering. If they really went in, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter? Naturally, they all had the intention of letting the strong lead the way. Hong Lao and the others also understood and coldly glanced down. Xianxia said, "Waiting here isn't a solution. Why don't we go in and take a look?" The black-robed man, Xianxia, nodded. "Naturally, we have to go in." Hong Lao looked left and right. "Who's going first?" Yuan Xiaoman pretended not to hear and ran to Madame Lan's side to hold her arm, giggling as she said something. Madame Lan reached out and pinched her nose, causing Yuan Xiaoman to pout. After a long stalemate, Hong Lao said, "How about this? We'll all take turns. This door doesn't look that easy to open, so whoever can open it will go first. Although the first to go in would be in danger, they might also find something good." The weak wanted to pick up scraps, while the strong were naturally more willing to be the first to go. Xianxia and Xianxia had no objections. Hong Lao turned to the lady boss and said, "Madame Lan, how about you go first?" Madame Lan smiled lightly. "No need. You all go first. I'll talk to Xiaoman." Hong Lao saw this and said, "Then this old man will go first." As he spoke, his fat body floated to the front of the door. After observing it carefully for a while, he raised his hand and pressed on the door. Hundreds of pairs of eyes instantly stared at Hong Lao's movements. Asterisk creak, asterisk with a series of sounds, the door slowly opened. Chapter 3909. Hong Lao was stunned. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others were stunned. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected the door to be opened so easily. While everyone was still in a daze, Hong Lao had already charged into the hall. His movement immediately affected everyone's nerves, and the surrounding heaven-opening realms all rushed over without needing anyone to say anything. Scram! The black-robed man, Xianxia, was like a mad, ancient divine spirit as he charged forward. Wherever he passed, he destroyed everything in his path. Anyone who stood in his way was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the door and was the second to rush in. Following closely behind him, the scholar Xianxia waved his round fan and entered in a flash. "Sister Lan, let's go in too." Yuan Xiaoman turned her head to look at Madame Lan. The latter nodded gently, and the two of them disappeared into the main hall in a flash. It wasn't until these mid-stage heaven splitters had all entered that the rest of the crowd rushed up. During this period of time, a series of short exchanges were naturally unavoidable, and suppressed energy fluctuations fluctuated from time to time. "Brother, what should we do?" Tao Rongfang looked at Wei Kei and asked. "Let's go in and have a look," Wei Kei said in a deep voice. Since they were already here and the gate of the Golden Crow Palace was already open, they naturally couldn't just leave. Although they didn't know what would happen after they entered, as long as they were careful and didn't compete with others, they shouldn't be in danger. When the two from the Great Moon State entered the main hall, a scorching aura assaulted them. Looking around, one could see figures flying about in the spacious hall, making it seem extremely lively. Aside from this, balls of sun's true flame were shuttling through the crowd, avoiding the pursuit of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. The light from the sun's true flame illuminated the entire hall, reflecting the light from the attacks of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. This, Tao Rongfang was stunned. She did not expect to see such a lively scene as soon as she entered. Moreover, at this moment, there were no less than a dozen balls of grand sun, primordial flame flying around the hall. Such a grand occasion was simply rare to see, causing her and Wei Kei's hearts to burn with passion. Thick pillars stood erect in the main hall. Around the pillars were lit torches. At first, Tao Rongfang didn't pay much attention to them, but when she took a closer look at the torches, her expression changed. Those are not torches at all. They were clearly balls of true sun fire burning fiercely. The entire hall was illuminated by the grand sun primordial fire. Needless to say, the primordial sun fire that was flying around in the hall should have been torch-like existences. It was only because they were alarmed by the intruders that they had the intelligence to flee. The brother and sister looked at each other. Without the need for communication, they immediately dashed out and pounced toward one of the torches. Before they even arrived, they had already performed the divine technique in an attempt to forcibly seize the real fire of the sun. There was quite a lot of true sun flame in the hall. The main reason was that the hall was not small, and there were over 20 balls of true sun flame used as torches. However, there were also many people who had entered, and all of them were at the Heaven Opening Realm. There were even a few mid-grade Heaven Opening Realm experts. In less than half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the dust settled. Those mid-grade Heaven Opening Realm experts had all obtained at least 2 portions of true sun flame, and there was no lack of 5th-grade Heaven Opening Realm experts. The rest had been snatched away by others. The 2 from Great Moon Prefecture were quite lucky. Although they had entered very late, their timing was very good. They had snatched a portion of true sun flame, and it was 5th grade at that. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng couldn't hide the excitement and joy in their eyes. A portion of 5th grade materials could be exchanged for 10 portions of 4th grade materials, which was enough to create a 4th grade Heaven Opening Realm expert. It could be said that they had already accomplished the goal of this trip ahead of time. However, the 2 of them were unwilling to leave. They had only just entered the hall, and there were already such benefits. If they continued to explore, would there be even more gains? There were many people who had such thoughts. Those who had obtained true sun flame were unwilling to leave, and those who hadn't obtained it were even more unwilling to leave. Moreover, although there was no more true sun flame in the hall, no one could guarantee that there were no other treasures, so everyone was searching around. Soon, someone discovered that the floor of the entire hall was paved with the best quality fire jade. This discovery was really shocking. Outside the universe, although fire jade wasn't a rare material, and its value could be high or low, it also depended on its appearance. This kind of top-grade fire jade was obviously valuable. Moreover, the area of this hall was not small, but the entire floor of the hall was made of extremely pure fire jade without any impurities. Even if a second-rate force were to set up such a place, it would be difficult for them to do so. Only a first-rate force would have such boldness. The group of people almost went crazy. What else was there to say? A group of heaven-opening realm experts, one after another, were like groundhogs. The sound of clanking continued in the hall as pieces of fire jade were pried off and stuffed into space rings. Even the proprietress of the first inn, Madame Lawn, was no exception. No one would complain about having too many free benefits. However, good things didn't last long. Perhaps someone had triggered a restriction, but just as everyone was struggling with the floor, there was a rumbling sound and the open door suddenly closed. Everyone was startled and straightened up. Before they had time to investigate the situation, they were suddenly enveloped by a sense of dizziness. Their vision blurred, and everyone in the hall appeared in a huge karst cave. The hall was gone, and so was the fire jade floor. There was no need to work anymore. With this sudden change, those who were familiar with each other hurriedly gathered in one place, vigilantly looking around to guard against the unexpected. Some people even used secret techniques to quietly sneak into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. The mid-level heaven opening realm experts were also bewildered. Yuan Xiaoman came to Madame Lan's side and stuck close to her, as if this was the only way she could find a trace of security. Brother Zhang, you have a deep understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What do you think of what happened just now? Hong Lao suddenly turned to look at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi gently waved his fan a few times and pondered. It should be a teleportation formation. Judging from the feeling just now, the teleportation distance shouldn't be too far. This place should still be on the Sun Star. Hong Lao nodded. This old master also thinks so. So, this place is still inside the Golden Crow Divine Palace? Whether it is or not, we can only carefully investigate. Then let's take a look, Hong Lao nodded. Suddenly appearing in such a place, no one would feel any sense of security. Before the matter became clear, they naturally had to huddle together for warmth. The mid-level heaven-opening realm experts weren't fools, so there was no need for discussion at this time, and they began to investigate. After a quick investigation, they really did find something. The entire cave wasn't sealed. There were a total of 8 exits arranged in the 8 hidden gates. Clearly, there was a reason for this. After understanding the situation, many heaven-opening realm experts frowned. At this level of strength, they naturally had some understanding of the 8 hidden gates. However, no one could say for sure where to go out at this time. Fortunately, There were also mid-level heaven opening realm experts besides low-level heaven opening realm experts. A group of low-level heaven opening realm experts naturally had to see how Madame Lan and the others would choose. If they really couldn't, they would follow them. It was better than barging in alone. Madame Lan, how should we choose these 8 gates? Hong Lao looked at Madame Lan and asked. Madame Lan's cultivation was the highest here, so her choice naturally had a lot of reference. The lady boss looked around and chuckled. There's a gate of life, so of course we'll choose the gate of life. Don't tell me we'll choose the gate of death. Choose the gate of life? Hong Lao frowned. But it's hard to say if the existence that set this place up didn't mean to mislead. Then we'll choose the gate of death. Who knows? We might be able to find a way out. Hong Lao was speechless. I'll take my leave first. As Madame Lan said this, she really did walk towards the gate of life and soon disappeared from sight. The group was dumbfounded, not expecting Madame Lan to make such a hasty decision. Did she have enough confidence in her own luck, or did she discover something but not tell everyone? Yuan Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, then shouted, Sister Lan, wait for me. She also followed Madame Lan into the gate of life. Once the two of them left, more than half of the heaven-opening realm experts present followed them into the gate of life. After all, they all knew that Madame Lan was from the First Inn, and the First Inn had a great background, so her choice shouldn't be too wrong. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were also part of the group. Those who didn't leave either had doubts in their hearts, or felt that Hong Lao's words were correct. If they could find a way out so easily by choosing the gate of life, then what was the point of the 8 gates, hidden gates? What do we do? Hong Lao turned to look at Xianxia and Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing snorted coldly. I don't care what you do, I'll also go first. As he spoke, he directly stepped towards the gate of death, causing Hong Lao's face to twitch. This was really going to fight to the death. Who knew if he could survive? Xianxia slowly shook his head. Brother Tianxing is truly bold. This Zhang is ashamed. As he spoke, he walked towards the gate of rest. When the two of them left, there were also many low-level heaven-opening realm experts following them. Soon, there were only a dozen or so people left in the cave. Apart from Hong Lao, all of them were low-level heaven-opening realm experts, and they all looked at him anxiously. Hong Lao was annoyed by the stares. He took out a simple copper coin, shook it a few times, and opened it, muttering something under his breath as he looked in a certain direction. Putting away the copper coin, Hong Lao turned into a streak of light and rushed in that direction. The rest of the people followed closely behind. At the same time, in that passage, Yang Kai sighed as he pried up the floor and put it into his spatial ring. Surprisingly, the floor was also made of the highest quality fire jade. At first, he didn't notice it, but after being trapped here and unable to advance or retreat, he finally noticed it after looking around. It wasn't just the fire jade on the floor, but also the torches on the walls. They were actually balls of true sun fire. There were a total of 8 torches in the passage. In other words, 8 portions of true sun fire. Including the one he collected before, he already had 9 portions of true sun fire, and 3 of them were 5th grade. Chapter 39:10. This was truly a bountiful harvest. He had inexplicably come to this kind of place and obtained so much sun's true fire. But now that the passage was sealed, he could not advance or retreat, making him feel helpless. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to investigate the passage again after collecting all the fire jades. If he still could not find a way out, he could only use spatial teleportation to escape. After spending more than an hour, Yang Kai finally collected all the fire jades in the passage. Just as he was preparing to investigate the passage again, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look in a certain direction. Faintly, he seemed to hear some movement coming from that direction. Listening carefully, he confirmed that there was indeed movement, and it sounded like someone was attacking the bronze gate that sealed the passage. Was there someone on the other side of the bronze gate? Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly rushed in that direction. If there was someone on the other side, it meant that this passage was not a dead end. It was just that he had not figured out which way was the entrance and which way was the exit. Arriving in front of the gate, Yang Kai silently sensed his surroundings. His expression changing slightly. The person attacking seemed to be quite powerful, at least a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. At that moment, a faint sound entered his ears, and looking over, he saw that a small crack had appeared on the bronze gate. The bronze gate that he had been unable to move, even after using all his strength, was actually about to break. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud bang and the bronze door exploded. The huge door shattered into pieces, and the broken door panels flew everywhere. One of the door planks almost hit him. Xianxia instinctively urged his space principles to escape, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the idea of leaving and instead took out the shadowless muslin he had obtained from Du Ruffin, wrapping it around himself and disappearing in an instant. At the same time, he held his breath and restrained his aura. If he left now, it would not be easy to come in again. Without seeing the sun true gold, Xianxia was not willing to retreat, but with his current strength, he did not have the qualifications to challenge a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he could only rely on the shadowless muslin. Du Ruffing had said that this thing was given to him by Duan Hai, so any heaven-opening realm cultivator under the mid-rank wouldn't be able to see its whereabouts. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, if they didn't search carefully, they might miss it. He prayed in his heart that Du Ruffing was not bragging. Otherwise, if they were to bump into each other in this kind of place, it would be hard to explain. At that time, the only way out would be to escape. After concealing himself, Xianxia hid behind a broken door. With the help of the door, he covered most of his body. Just as she finished, she heard an excited cheer from outside. "Sister Lan is so awesome." Then a familiar voice said, "Stop flattering me." The voice at the front was pure and pleasant, while the voice at the back was sweet and soft. It gave off a completely different feeling. Xianxia frowned slightly, and his expression was a little strange. Why did the voice in the back sound like the landlady of the first inn? He had lived in the first inn for 4 months, and every 3 days he would meet with Dai Yu and the others in the lobby, so he had seen the landlady quite a few times. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they had exchanged a few words. However, thinking about it, it wasn't surprising that the landlady would appear here. This place wasn't far from the first inn, and the forces of a nearby large territory had all come to investigate the situation on Sunstar. How could the first inn, which was located in this territory, sit idly by? It was understandable that the landlady would come here. How was this flattery? "Elder Sister Lan is really amazing. Xiao Man admires you," that pure voice said in annoyance, and then asked, "Don't you guys agree?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people responded, their voices mixed with flattery. "So many people." Xianxia was startled and hid even more carefully. "You talk too much. Let's go in and take a look," the voice that seemed to belong to the landlady said as a voluptuous figure stepped into the passage. Xianxia glanced around and found that he had guessed correctly. That was indeed the landlady of the first inn. The landlady stood still and looked around the passage. Her gaze suddenly fixed on a certain spot, and her beautiful eyes widened, as if she had seen something extremely inconceivable. Even her rosy little mouth opened slightly. Xianxia's mouth twitched as he cursed Du Ruffing in his heart, saying that the shadowless veil was very miraculous, and that a mid-rank sky splitter wouldn't be able to see through it. If a mid-rank sky splitter didn't search carefully, it might be overlooked. Overlooked? My ass! The landlady had been staring at him the moment she came in, so it was obvious that she had seen him. Xianxia's expression was one of awkwardness, as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad. It was too late to run now, so he squeezed out a smile at the landlady and quietly cupped his hands, begging for mercy. "What's wrong, Sister Lan? Did you find anything?" A delicate young girl suddenly flashed in and asked suspiciously. The landlady's gaze shifted as she shook her head. "Nothing. There's nothing here. Let's continue forward." "Oh." The young girl didn't suspect anything and followed the landlady forward. Following closely behind the two of them, a group of people rushed in noisily. Xianxia didn't dare to move, because these people were all in the sky splitter realm. There were quite a few who were only a few inches away from him, almost touching his body. Fortunately, he was hiding behind a broken door, So, as long as he didn't take it away, he wasn't afraid of being touched. When these sky splitters entered, they naturally looked around. Yonkai discovered that many people's gazes swept past him, but they didn't react at all. Only after everyone had gone far away did Yonkai let out a light breath. From the situation just now, he had somewhat wrong Du Rufeng. This shadowless veil was truly quite miraculous. So many sky splitters had entered, yet they hadn't discovered his tracks. Then what was the landlady's expression from before? Had she discovered him or not? Yonkai was somewhat unable to determine. However, regardless of whether she had discovered him or not, since she hadn't exposed him on the spot, he owed her a favor. Otherwise, if he had been caught in that situation, he probably wouldn't have had a good ending. There were at least 40 to 50 sky splitters who had entered just now. Yonkai even saw Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang's figures among them, but not a single disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture was present. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. In front of so many sky splitters, even if the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture had followed, they would have been a burden. They had probably been arranged elsewhere by Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang. He had been chasing after a ball of sun true flame in the lava and had been carelessly sucked in by a whirlpool. So how'd they come in? And where was this place? Yonkai looked at the broken door in front of him and then looked in the direction those people were heading. After muttering to himself for a while, he quietly followed them. Not long after, he saw the traces of that group of people in the distance. Needless to say, they had been blocked by the bronze door at the other end of the passage. A rumbling sound came from that side, and a berserk energy was rampaging. Presumably, the lady boss was breaking the door. Feeling the scattered energy fluctuations, Yonkai was secretly shocked. Although he had long known that the lady boss of the First Inn was definitely not ordinary, it seemed that she was even more powerful than he had imagined. She definitely wasn't just a fourth-stage sky splitter, but most likely a fifth-stage sky splitter. So far, Yonkai had only encountered a fifth-stage sky splitter, Elder Su, but Elder Su had failed his revenge and died. Yonkai had never seen a fifth-stage sky splitter with his own eyes. At this moment, he could feel it. Not long after, less than an incense stick's worth of time, the cracking sound came again, and Yuan Xiaoman called out, "Sister Lan, put in more effort. The door is about to break." The lady boss said angrily, "If you have time to talk, why don't you come and help me?" Yuan Xiaoman giggled. Xiaoman won't embarrass herself in front of Sister Lan with this bit of skill. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at the dozens of heaven splitters in the passage and snorted, "You guys, do you only know how to stare? If you're not going to help, can you cheer for Sister Lan? Come, cheer with me." Sister Lan's divine might is unparalleled, #1 in the universe. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. A group of heaven splitters, in their respective forces, were all well-known figures. If they shouted such words, how would they have the face to see others in the future? Are you going to shout or not? If not, then scram. Yuan Xiaoman's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Everyone was at a loss for words. Whether they were willing or not, they could only respond. For a time, the passage was filled with wave after wave of cheers. Madame Lan stomped her foot in anger. "All of you shut up. What are you doing?" She was so angry that her liver hurt and wanted nothing more than to slap that little girl to death. When everyone heard this, it was as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they hurriedly shut up. Afraid that Yuan Xiaoman would cause trouble again, Madame Lan no longer held back. With a bang, a few palms landed, and with a crash, the bronze door on this side was also broken open. Too lazy to waste any more words with Yuan Xiaoman, Madame Lan rushed in. What she saw stunned her, and her body froze in place. Yuan Xiaoman, who had followed closely behind, bumped into her back and covered her forehead, saying, "Sister Lan, why aren't you leaving?" As she spoke, she noticed Madame Lan's expression and followed her gaze. She also froze in place, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. The heaven splitters who had rushed in later, one after another, all froze in place, as if someone had used a body freezing technique on them. The shock in the depths of their hearts could not be any greater. Sensing everyone's abnormalities, Yonkai, who had been following them, also rushed in. looking left and right, his gaze instantly fixed on a certain place in front of him, and his pupils violently contracted. In front of him, within a dark red light screen, a strange three-legged bird about 10 meters tall and completely black stood on a high platform. The strange bird's wings were spread out, and it was motionless. However, a brilliant divine aura continuously spread out from the strange bird's body. Everyone who came here, regardless of their cultivation, could not help but feel their own insignificance. Chapter 39:11. Inside the large hall, the several dozen heaven-opening cultivators who had rushed in were all frozen in place, and even Madame Lan was no exception. Although there were many people in the large hall, it was deathly silent. Feeling that brilliant divine might, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe and their chi and blood surging. Golden Crow. After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse and trembling voice rang out from the crowd. It was rumored that a mature Golden Crow could slaughter high-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? Of the heaven-opening realm cultivators present, even mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Barging into someone's sleeping quarters without their permission, if they angered this Golden Crow, no one would be able to survive. At this critical juncture of life and death, who knew how many people regretted getting involved in this mess, wanting nothing more than to leave immediately. However, under the divine might of the Golden Crow, no one dared to act rashly. What's there to be afraid of? An angry shout rang out. This Golden Crow is already dead. Although the voice was loud, it was a bit like he was emboldening himself. However, with this person's reminder, when everyone looked carefully at the Golden Crow, they found that the situation was indeed so. The Golden Crow had been standing there the entire time, and although there was light in its eyes, it didn't move at all. It didn't react to the arrival of everyone. This Golden Crow is indeed already dead. Madame Lan nodded slightly. She didn't feel the slightest bit of vitality from the Golden Crow's body. When she entered just now, she had also been given a fright. Suddenly seeing such a terrifying existence, even her thoughts had become muddled. Now that she sensed the abnormality, after a brief investigation, she finally relaxed. The Golden Crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Now, on the sun star, the flames of the sun had already been extinguished, proving the Golden Crow's death from another perspective. However, looking at the appearance of the Golden Crow's corpse, it should have died not long ago. Among the people present, her strength was the highest. Since she had said so, the others immediately felt relieved, and sighs of relief rose one after another. In the darkness, Xianxia, who was hidden under the shadowless veil, licked his dry lips, dazzled as he stared at the Golden Crow's corpse enveloped in a red screen of light. It was just a corpse, yet it had such power. What would this Golden Crow be like when it was alive? If the Golden Crow was like this, then what about the dragon race? Ranked above the Golden Crow, his dragon vein still had a lot of room for growth. Now, he probably hadn't even unlocked 10% of the dragon vein's power. Furthermore, after arriving at this place, Xianxia could clearly feel that his Dao Seal was somewhat restless, as if something was attracting his Dao Seal, making him feel a strong desire. Following his instincts, Xianxia turned his gaze towards the high platform. At the four corners of the high platform, there were several crimson crystal-like objects about a foot in length, which immediately caught his attention. True sun gold. It wasn't just Xianxia. When there was no longer any threat to his life, he was in the mood to carefully investigate. The foot-long red crystals arranged at the four corners of the high platform instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even though they had never seen it before, when this thing entered their eyes, almost everyone was certain that these foot-long red crystals were the legendary true sun gold. The numerous heaven-opening realm cultivators had already been exploring the sun star for several days, but they had never seen sun true gold. They had obtained some sun true fire, but how could the value of sun true fire compare to sun true gold? Those were materials that were at least of the 6th grade, and even the 7th or 8th grade. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. A figure rushed out from the crowd, directly pouncing towards a corner of the high platform. More than a dozen figures followed closely behind, all of them pouncing towards different targets. Idiot! Yuan Xiaoman, who was leaning close to Madame Lan, coldly snorted. Madame Lan sighed. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. As she said this, a world-shaking scream rang out. It was the heaven-opening realm cultivator who was the first to reach the high platform. A ball of scorching flames burned on his right hand, and no matter how he circulated his energy, he couldn't extinguish it. The smell of roasted flesh quickly filled the air, making people feel nauseous. Not only that, the flames rapidly spread upwards, burning his arm in the blink of an eye. That person's expression changed, but he was also very decisive, raising his hand to grab a sword and chopping at his own arm. Sword light flashed, and blood splattered. At the same time, a muffled groan rang out, and an arm fell to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, the flames quickly burned the arm to ashes, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Learning from the mistakes of others, the others who were originally restless all froze in place when they saw this person suffer such a great loss and didn't dare to move. Of the dozen or so people who had rushed out before, 2 or 3 of them also suffered the same fate and had no choice but to cut off their own arms to save their lives. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was extremely solemn. It's the Golden Crow true fire. Madame Lan nodded lightly. Looking up at the red light screen, it seems that this Golden Crow laid down a restriction here before it died. Without breaking the restriction, don't even think about obtaining the Sun True Gold. Does Sister Lan have a way? Yuan Xiaoman asked. Madame Lan's brows furrowed, and she pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps I can try, but I can't do it alone. Let's work together. After we succeed, you take 70% and I take 30%. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was excited. Although the amount of Sun True Gold on the platform wasn't much, it wasn't little either, about 7 or 8 strands. Even if she only took 30%, she could still obtain 2 or 3 strands. This kind of treasure, let alone 2 or 3 strands, even 1 strand was enough to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Madame Lan still shook her head. 2 people won't do. Let's wait for the others. When the time comes, we'll have a chance if we act together. Hong Lao and the others? Yuan Xiaoman was stunned. They went in another direction. I don't know if they're still alive at this time. The 2 of them had chosen the life gate, so they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. The others probably weren't so lucky. This old man is blessed with great fortune. Of course, he's still alive. At this moment, Hong Lao's voice rang out. Yuan Xiaoman turned her head and saw Hong Lao walking over from nearby, followed by a few heaven-opening cultivators. However, they didn't seem to be in good condition, all of them injured, and some of them covered in dark red blood. Although she didn't know which gate Hong Lao had chosen, looking at the situation, it was obviously not as safe as the life gate. They had probably encountered many dangers along the way, and who knew how many people had died. Madame Lan's eyes are truly sharp. If I had known earlier, I would have entered the life gate as well. Hong Lao smiled bitterly. It was just luck, Madame Lan smiled. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Ji didn't go with Hong Lao. Hong Lao shook his head. They each chose a different path. Looking up at the platform and the Golden Crow's corpse, his eyes blazed. What's the situation here? Before Madame Lan could explain in detail, a loud bang came from one side of the hall. Shortly after, a figure rushed out from the hall. This person was exuding a baleful aura and was covered in blood. He was none other than the blood dragon Alters Ji Tianxing. It was unknown what this guy had encountered along the way, but he was now in such a sorry state. Moreover, no one else had come to the place he had come out from. As soon as he appeared, Ji Tianxing's gaze was attracted to the Golden Crow's corpse, and he cried out, "The Golden Crow?" His gaze swept over Madame Lan and the others, and he directly walked over. Hong Lao looked him up and down and chuckled. Although he had encountered some twists and turns, the overall situation was still good. It seemed that Ji Tianxing was even more unlucky than him. Madame Lan nodded slightly. Then only Mr. Zhang is left. Yuan Xiaoman said unhappily. Do we have to wait for him? Madame Lan said, there's strength in numbers, and there's enough sun true gold. Aren't you afraid there won't be enough to share? Yuan Xiaoman pouted. They waited for several hours, and during this time, Hong Lao and the others who had come later also understood the situation here. Several mid-rank heaven splitters also investigated the restriction, thinking of a way to break it, but unfortunately, they didn't have any clues. The restriction here looked simple and not too complicated, but it was a mature golden crow that had set it up. No matter how simple the restriction was, it was not so easy to break. One had to be strong enough to break it. It was not until several hours later that Xianxia from the land of loathing appeared. However, although he had been delayed for a long time, his situation was much better than Hong Lao and Ji Tianxing's. At the very least, there were no traces of injuries on his body, and there were also many heaven splitters who had come with him. It seemed that the 8 exits in the Karst cave could all lead to this hall, but the time spent and danger encountered were all different. When they met and explained the situation clearly, Xianxia nodded slightly. Let's do it this way, I have no objections. While waiting for Xianxia, Madame Lan and the others had already worked out a way to break the restriction. Hong Lao's body flickered, and he flew into the air, shouting loudly, friends, please be quiet. This old master has a few words to say. In the hall, the heaven splitters who had been gathered in groups of 3 to 5 whispering looked over when they saw this. Hong Lao nodded in satisfaction and chuckled. Since everyone has come here, you naturally want to fish for some benefits, and now the benefits are right in front of you. It all depends on whether you have the ability or not. However, this place is protected by a restriction, and if we don't break it, no one will be able to obtain anything. We just discussed it, and if we want to break the restriction, we will need everyone here to work together to have a chance. I ask everyone to put aside their grudges for the time being and work together to break the restriction. Once these words were said, many low-tier heaven splitters looked at each other in dismay. There were also some who sneered inwardly, thinking that Hong Lao was dreaming. There were so many heaven splitters present, and everyone had their own plans. There was no harm in working together to break the restriction, but after breaking the restriction, who would be able to snatch any benefits from a mid-tier heaven splitter? At that time, all the benefits would probably fall into the hands of Hong Lao and the others, and everyone else could only watch helplessly. Who would be willing to do such a thankless task? As a result, no one spoke, and they all remained silent. Hong Lao had clearly expected this, and he smiled. Of course, we won't make everyone work for nothing. We just carefully investigated and found that there are a total of 8 portions of Sun True Gold on this high platform. Before the restriction is broken, no one knows what the quality of this Sun True Gold is. When we mid-tier heaven splitters arrive, we will each take 1 portion, and the remaining 3 portions will be left to the capable ones. How about it? Chapter 39:12. There were 5 mid-grade heaven splitters present, and the rest were all low-grade heaven splitters. Even though they had been injured during the 8 inner hidden gates, there were still 60 to 70 of them. With 60 to 70 people competing for 3 portions of Sun True Gold, one could almost imagine how bloody and chaotic it would be. The possibility of dying here was extremely high. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, none of the low-grade heaven splitters flinched. Instead, after Hong Lao's words, their expressions brightened. Amidst the uproar, the low-grade heaven splitters from the same force, or familiar with each other, gathered together and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. Hong Lao floated in the air calmly, looking down and waiting quietly without any intention of urging them. After a long time, a person walked out of the crowd. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark and watching from afar, took a closer look and found that this guy was Great Moon Province's Wei Quebec Wei K was a straightforward person, so it was not strange for him to stand up at this time. First, he cupped his hands towards the mid-grade heaven splitters and said loudly, Hong Lao, what you said just now, is it true? Hong Lao chuckled and pointed behind him. Friend, even if you don't believe this old man, can you not believe the people behind me? This matter was discussed by the several of us together. so of course it's true. Wei Kei said, "This way dares to ask again. If we low-grade heaven splitters are lucky enough to snatch a portion of Sun True Gold, will you masters still fight for it?" Once the restriction was broken, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters would definitely be able to quickly take away their respective portions of Sun True Gold. The remaining low-grade heaven splitters would compete for the other 3 portions. But if Hong Lao and the others interfered at this time, the low-grade heaven splitters would only be able to stand aside. Who will be able to snatch it from them? If so, it will be better not to participate now, so as to avoid taking risks and wasting time. Hong Lao looked at Wei Kei and said, "Friend, you think too much." Wei Kei said, "If we don't get to the bottom of this, we won't feel at ease." These words were approved by many low-grade heaven splitters, and there was a burst of agreement. Hong Lao nodded. "Since you asked, this old man might as well tell you that we will not interfere with the 3 portions of Sun True Gold. Whoever has the ability can take the treasure away." "How can you guarantee that?" Wei Kei asked again. A hint of anger flashed across Hong Lao's face. "Aren't my words a guarantee? With so many fellow Taoists here, could it be that I can go back on my word? Even if you go back on your word, we can't do anything to you." A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. "Who is it? Who's talking? Come out if you have guts." Hong Lao was furious, but the voice just now had been erratic, so the speaker had clearly used some kind of secret technique. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together, Hong Lao was unable to pinpoint the speaker's location. His old face immediately sank, becoming extremely unsightly. At this moment, Madame Lan stepped forward and looked at the crowd with a smile. "How about I swear on the reputation of the First In? When the time comes, us mid-stage heaven splitters will only take 1 portion of true sun gold. No matter who obtains the remaining 3 portions, we won't interfere." Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Wei Kei clasped his hands and said, "Since Madame Lan is the guarantor, then there's no problem." Everyone still trusted the reputation of the First In. Seeing this, Hong Lao's expression became slightly unhappy. It made him seem like a despicable person who would go back on his word. Although he had indeed planned to do so, he was afraid that it would not work now. Madame Lan had already brought out the name of the First In. If he went back on his word, it would only give Madame Lan an excuse to deal with him. Hong Lao was still quite fearful of this woman. He had never been able to figure out what level of heaven-opening realm she was, but at the very least, she was at the 5th level. With this kind of strength, he was definitely not her opponent. Snorting coldly, Hong Lao said, "If there's no problem, then do your best to cooperate. If there's anyone else who doesn't agree with this plan, then scram. Otherwise, I don't mind personally sending you on your way." Gloomily looking around, the heaven-opening realm cultivators below discussed for a while, and there really were people who left. Obviously, they felt that staying here was too risky. The true sun gold was indeed a precious treasure, but even if they had the life to take it, they had to be alive to bring it out. With 60 to 70 people fighting over 3 portions of true sun gold, who knew how many people would die when the time came? Just like that, over a dozen people left. Hong Lao waited for a dozen breaths, then nodded and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to leave? If you want to leave, then hurry up. If not, then get ready to begin." At this time, those who stayed would naturally not leave. Madame Lan stepped forward and gave a simple explanation of the method to break the seal. After a short while, a group of low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by 5 mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators, gathered around the high platform, forming a simple 5-sided array. The method to break the seal was through brute force, which was why they needed to borrow the strength of so many low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators. Otherwise, how could the mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators be willing to split the true sun gold into 3 portions? They all stood in their respective positions, silently adjusting the fluctuations of their strength. Xianxia watched from afar, his heart filled with helplessness. One plan after another flashed through his mind, but he rejected all of them. At this time, if he wanted to participate in the struggle for treasures, strength was the greatest guarantee. It was a pity that he was only an existence that had condensed a Tao seal. In front of a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, any schemes and tricks were useless. He was panicking inside. Although he did not know what the quality of the true sun gold on the high platform was, there was definitely a 7th grade one. As long as he could snatch a portion, he would be able to condense fire elemental energy. However, such was the tragedy of being weak. Even if he relied on his space principles to snatch a portion of the true sun gold, he probably would not be able to take it away alive. At that time, if the group of people attacked him, even his dragon transformation would not be able to block them. Could it be that he could only watch helplessly? Xianxia was filled with unwillingness. Looking into the distance, Xianxia suddenly discovered that Madame Lan seemed to be glancing in his direction, intentionally or otherwise. However, she did not pay too much attention to him. After all, his strength was really not enough to enter her eyes. He had definitely been discovered. He had already been discovered in the passage earlier. The reason why she did not expose him was probably because he was too weak. Just as Xianxia was feeling sorrowful, the pentagonal formation had already been activated. 5 mid-level heaven splitters each occupied a position, and behind them were at least 10 low-level heaven splitters. The aura of world might surged out. The heaven splitter had already split open the heavens and earth in their bodies. Every heaven splitter had their own minor universe world, allowing them to use world might without borrowing the power of the heavens and earth. As soon as they attacked, it was as if several dozen worlds were colliding with the restriction. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, and the violent power was enough to overturn the universe and shatter everything. Xianxia was dazzled as he watched from afar. He could not help but imagine the might of his attacks when he advanced a heaven splitter in the future. Fortunately, the mid-level heaven splitters were all extremely powerful. With them leading the pentagonal formation, they were able to combine everyone's strength to the greatest extent, so not much of the shockwaves leaked out. Otherwise, even with the shadowless veil, Xianxia would have been forced to reveal himself. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Layers of ripples appeared on the red light screen on the high platform, as if countless stones had been thrown into a calm lake. The gap in strength between everyone was quickly revealed. The low-level heaven splitters who were assisting in breaking the formation could not be seen, but the 5 mid-level heaven splitters at the front could be seen at a glance. The young girl, Yuan Xiaoman, was the first to show signs of exhaustion, her pretty face faintly pale. She took some time to take out a few spirit pills from her space ring and stuff them into her mouth, silently refining them. Ji Tianxing, Zhang Qi, and finally Hong Lao followed. The strength of the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan, was reflected at this time. From the beginning of breaking the formation, her expression had not changed much, let alone using spirit pills to replenish her strength. She seemed to be able to maintain this level of intensity until the end of time. Xianxia, who was observing from a distance, noticed that the lady boss's eyes would occasionally inadvertently glance toward a certain spot on the high platform. At first, Xianxia did not understand what was going on, but after a moment of thought, he immediately realized that it was because the sun true gold was of good quality. Although no one could determine what grade this sun true gold was under the cover of the barrier, everyone had their own guesses and deductions. The lady boss being so interested in the sun true gold undoubtedly meant that she felt it was the best there. Once the barrier here was broken, she would likely try to snatch it away. Moreover, there was another matter that Xianxia was extremely concerned about. Compared to the sun true gold, this golden crow's corpse was also a precious treasure. This golden crow's corpse was so complete, its value was absolutely immeasurable. It was just that everyone had been discussing how to distribute the sun true gold, so no one had mentioned the golden crow's corpse. However, Xianxia was sure that this golden crow's corpse would definitely lead to a fierce battle. It was very likely that the 4 mid-ranks would join forces and fight with the lady boss for this golden crow's corpse. However, no matter what, without the strength, this matter had nothing to do with him. Fortunately, the harvest this time was not small. He had obtained a total of 9 portions of sun true fire, 3 of which were the 5th grade. He He would just take it as watching a show and broaden his horizons. Xianxia made up his mind and relaxed a lot. Time passed slowly. Apart from Madame Lan, all the heaven-opening cultivators present, including the other 4 mid-ranks, had taken many spirit pills. And this hard work was not in vain. The red barrier on the high platform dimmed visibly. If it was a fiery red before, it was now a light red. At this speed, the barrier would probably be broken in another 1 to 2 hours. Seeing hope, Hong Lao shouted excitedly. Everyone, put in more effort. Don't hold back anymore. This barrier is about to break. There was no need for him to remind them. Everyone had seen the changes in the barrier, so they naturally knew this. However, they still had to hold back. After all, once the barrier was broken, there would still be a battle. If not for this barrier would have been broken long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Chapter 39:13. Another 2 hours later, the barrier around the platform had become extremely thin, as if it could break at any moment. At this moment, the atmosphere of working together suddenly changed. The eyes of many heaven splitters flickered as they looked around, as if they were competitors. Some of them had already begun to move, preparing to attack at any moment. Don't get distracted. This is the final attack. At this critical moment, Madame Lan suddenly shouted and formed a series of hand seals. The 5-element formation activated, and the combined attacks of several dozen heaven splitters bombarded the transparent barrier from 5 different directions. A loud bang rang out, followed by a series of cracking sounds as small cracks appeared on the barrier. It's broken. Hong Lao's expression froze as his eyes blazed. With a series of cracking sounds, the barrier began to shatter. Everyone stared at the sun, true gold, in different directions. Xianxia's heart also burned with excitement. But at this moment, even if he had advanced to Heaven Splitter, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. In order to conceal himself, he didn't dare to get too close. At this moment, he was still quite a distance away from the platform. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned and looked towards the Golden Crow's corpse on the platform. In that instant, he seemed to have seen the Golden Crow's eyes move. He originally thought it was just his imagination, but upon closer inspection, he actually saw a hint of mockery in the Golden Crow's eyes. This guy wasn't dead. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he hurriedly retreated, not forgetting to send a message to Wei Kei before he left. Right at this moment, the barrier around the high platform collapsed, and several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators surged forward, each of them reaching out to grab their target. Wei Kei was also preparing to attack, but just as he was about to make a move, he heard Xianxia's voice and his expression changed slightly. Grabbing Tao Rongfang's arm, he dragged her along as he fled. Tao Rongfang was stunned. Brother, she didn't understand why Wei Kei had retreated at the last moment. If he had wanted to leave, he would have left earlier. Now that the restriction had been broken, it was the perfect opportunity to fight for the Sun Genuine Gold. If he retreated now, all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Wei Kei didn't have time to explain anything. After all, he had only heard Xianxia's voice transmission. Holding the attitude that he would rather believe it than not, he took a step back first. There was no way for him to judge whether Xianxia was telling the truth or not. Staring at the Golden Crow, in the next moment his hair went numb. He noticed that the Golden Crow's eyes moved. This guy really didn't die. Let's go. Wei Kei shouted in a low voice as he pulled Tao Rongfang back the way they came. On the high platform, Yuan Xiaoman and the others all headed for the same primordial sun gold. This primordial sun gold was the one that Madame Lan had been observing earlier. Madame Lan, on the other hand, pounced on the other primordial sun gold. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could they not know that they had all been played by Madame Lan? Previously, Madame Lan had been observing the Sun Genuine Gold from time to time, causing them to think that this one was of the best quality. Naturally, they all wanted to fight for it, but who knew that she was just misleading them? At this moment, the restriction had been broken, and the Sun Genuine Gold appearance was clearly visible. They quickly glanced at Madame Lan's target and found that it was indeed a 7th grade Sun Genuine Gold. On the other hand, The one they were fighting for was only a 6th grade son, genuine gold. Everyone reacted quickly and immediately changed their target when they sensed that something was wrong. However, at this time, they couldn't even think about fighting for anything with Madame Lawn. Her strength was already the highest, and now that she had diverted everyone's attention, the 7th grade son, genuine gold, was already in her hands. Scram! Hong Lao's entire body surged with power, pushing the group of low-grade heaven splitters around. Soon, he arrived in front of a sun, genuine gold, and grabbed it, stuffing it into his space ring without even looking. On the other side, Yuan Xiaoman also took advantage of her speed and easily obtained a sun, genuine gold. Zhang Qihuan's body was suffused with cold, killing intent as he carried the corpse of a heaven splitter. He took the sun, genuine gold, and space ring from the corpse's hand and casually threw the corpse to the side. The remaining Ji Tianxing also had his eyes on his target. The low-grade heaven splitter who had snatched the sun, genuine gold, saw Ji Tianxing pouncing towards him and secretly groaned in his heart. He gritted his teeth and threw the sun, genuine gold, at Ji Tianxing. Here! Ji Tianxing reached out and caught it. Only then did he stop and look down. He found that the sun, genuine gold, his hand was only 6th grade sun, genuine gold, and his brow furrowed again. However, there was a prior agreement, and it was Madame Lawn who had used the name of the first in as a guarantee. The mid-grade heaven splitters would only take one sun, genuine gold, and would not interfere with the other 3. At this moment, even though he was unwilling, he did not have the courage to fight for anything else. Otherwise, he would be forcing Madame Lawn to attack him. In less than 3 breaths of time after the high platform's restriction was broken, the 5 sun, genuine gold had their own owners, and the remaining 3 were flying back and forth between the low-grade heaven splitters. No one could successfully obtain them, and once someone obtained them, they would be met with overwhelming attacks. In the blink of an eye, several heaven splitters had died on the spot, and the battle in the hall was extremely fierce. Elder Sister Lawn, you're lying. Yuan Xiaoman stood not far from Madame Lawn, stomping her feet and pouting. Madame Lawn chuckled and was about to say something when she suddenly turned her head to look at the golden crow's corpse. In the next moment, her beautiful face paled. Its wings trembled slightly, and a pair of sharp eyes were filled with ridicule. The adult golden crow that should have been dead actually turned its eyes and came back to life. Brilliant divine might suddenly filled the air, enveloping the entire hall and sealing the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai, who was fleeing backwards, crashed into a layer of invisible power and was directly bounced back. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the bitterness in his mouth was replaced by a bitter taste. From a moment he discovered that there was something wrong with the golden crow, he had been running away. But in order to avoid exposing himself, he didn't dare to make too much noise, so his running speed wasn't fast. At this moment, the entire hall was sealed by the golden crow's divine might, so he probably couldn't even teleport away. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfeng were also unable to escape. Although they had been warned by Yang Kai and had promptly withdrawn, not participating in the chaotic battle, they were now facing the same situation as Yang Kai. It had still not dead. Hong Lao's face, which had been glowing with red, instantly turned snow white. Ji Tianxing, Zhang Qi, and Yuan Xiaoman, which one of them wasn't shocked? Even mid-grade heaven splitters could only tremble under the golden crow's divine might. Even they were like this, let alone low-grade heaven splitters. When the golden crow's divine might filled the air, the hall, which had been bustling with activity, suddenly fell silent. Many low-grade heaven splitters felt as if several worlds were pressing down on their bodies. They couldn't move, and the power in their bodies couldn't circulate smoothly. On the high platform, several low-grade heaven splitters watched as the golden crow raised a claw and gently pressed it down. Then, their vision turned black, and they couldn't feel anything. Slaughtering heaven splitters like slaughtering pigs and dogs was something they had only heard of in legends. But at this moment, everyone in the hall saw it with their own eyes. Under the golden crow's claw, several low-grade heaven splitters were crushed into meat paste without even having the strength to resist. Even if they were only low-grade heaven splitters, they were still heaven splitters. After killing several low-grade heaven splitters, the Golden Crow's golden eyes swept across the hall. Being stared at like this, everyone felt as if their souls had left their bodies. Even Yang Kai, who was enveloped by the shadowless gauze, felt a chill in his heart. An aura of death enveloped him. The Golden Crow flapped its wings, creating a boundless astral wind that blew everyone away. Several low-grade heaven splitters who were closer had blood erupt from their bodies, their flesh and bones separated. But within the Golden Crow's pitch-black body, a faint light blossomed that grew brighter and brighter, and a scorching aura surged out. Screech! With a cry, the entire hall was illuminated. Everyone lost their vision at this moment. The Golden Crow seemed to have turned into a round sun. The Golden Crow true fire, which could burn everything, spread out in all directions. It's over. At this moment, almost everyone had such a thought. Everyone had experienced the power of the Golden Crow true fire before. Low-grade heaven splitters were simply unable to block it. Just being touched by it would cause a terrible injury. Now that the Golden Crow had forced out its true fire, who could block it? Moreover, there was no place to hide from this kind of large-scale, indiscriminate attack. The dazzling light only lasted for a moment before suddenly disappearing, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were also annihilated. Everyone turned their heads in shock, only to see that an umbrella-like secret treasure had appeared on the high platform at some point. The light blue umbrella had an exquisite pattern on it, and it was spinning, releasing a mysterious power. It was this umbrella that had covered the figure of the Golden Crow, blocking the dazzling light and the terrifying power. In the air, Madame Lan's delicate body trembled, and her hands formed a seal. Only now was her powerful strength completely exposed to everyone's perception. Sixth grade heaven splitter, Hong Lao exclaimed. Sixth grade heaven splitter was already the limit of mid-grade heaven splitter. It was only one grade away from high-grade heaven splitter, and there weren't many high-grade heaven splitters in the entire universe. Although they had long felt that Madame Lan's strength wasn't simple, it was only now that everyone knew that she was actually a sixth-grade heaven splitter, and the umbrella secret treasure that covered the high platform and saved everyone's lives was undoubtedly Madame Lan's. Only she had such a mysterious secret treasure that could block the attack of the Golden Crow. Having escaped death, everyone was overjoyed, and one by one, they rushed out desperately, wanting to leave the hall. Even Hong Lao and the others were no exception. Yang Kai saw this scene and secretly gritted his teeth. At this time, they didn't think of a way to work together to deal with the Golden Crow. Instead, they wanted to escape. How stupid. If he could run, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? Sure enough, the whole hall was completely sealed off at this moment, and there was no way out. I can't hold on any longer. Madame Lan suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted softly, an extremely difficult look appearing on her face. Chapter 39:14. A spark of fire seeped out from a certain part of the umbrella and quickly burned a large hole in it. As the flames spread, the hole grew larger and larger. Not only that, the light on the umbrella began to flicker and rapidly dim. Madame Lan looked at her artifact, her eyes full of reluctance and pain. This artifact was bestowed upon her by her sect elders and could easily block the full-powered attack of a high-grade heaven splitter. She had never expected it to be destroyed here today. Compared to the 7th grade true sun gold she had obtained, she didn't know whether it was a loss or a gain. At this moment, it was meaningless to think about this. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a boom and the umbrella exploded. The dazzling light that was originally covered by the umbrella once again filled everyone's vision, and the scorching power spread in all directions. Shrill screams rang out as the heaven splitters closer to the high platform were instantly set ablaze, turning into fireballs. No matter how they urged their strength, they were unable to extinguish the Golden Crow true fire on their bodies. Those who were further away were relatively lucky, but they were also desperately urging their strength to resist the Golden Crow true fire that was spreading towards them. The aura of world force rose and fell one after another, and the shadows of different miniature universe worlds appeared behind these heaven splitters. Xianxia also sensed that something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment between the sealed world bead, the Six Directions wish pouch, and the mountains and rivers bell before hiding in the Six Directions wish pouch. At the same time, he summoned the mountains and rivers bell to cover the wish pouch. With these two layers of protection, he felt much safer. The next moment, his mind shook as if someone had punched him in the chest. His chi and blood surged, and he had the urge to vomit blood. He knew that the mountains and rivers bell had been severely damaged, and he had also suffered a backlash. 10 breaths. The Golden Crow true fire only wreaked havoc for 10 breaths. However, after 10 breaths, the entire hall was littered with corpses. Almost half of the several dozen heaven splitters had died, all of them burned to death by the Golden Crow true fire. Those that didn't die were all injured and pale. And this was the result of Madame Lawn using a precious treasure to block it. If it weren't for the Umbrella's secret treasure blocking the most ferocious attack of the Golden Crow true fire, all of the low-rank heaven splitters in the hall would probably have perished by now. It was also thanks to Madame Land's umbrella blocking some of the flames, greatly weakening the power of the Golden Crow primordial fire. This was why most of the people were able to keep their lives and not be completely wiped out. The few mid-tier heaven splitters were fine, but they all had terrified expressions. Faced with the might of a fully grown Golden Crow, who would dare to even think about fighting it? In a corner of the hall, Xianxia also flashed out of the Six Harmonies Rui pouch. He immediately covered himself with the shadowless gauze and continued to conceal himself. Fortunately, the situation in the hall was very chaotic. Everyone was thinking of ways to save their own lives, so no one saw the situation on his side. Otherwise, it would be difficult to not notice a person from the Emperor realm appearing here. After a brief examination, Xianxia's face twitched, revealing a distressed expression. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered destroyed. Its surface was full of burn marks, and it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Unless someone repaired it and nurtured it for a long time, it would be difficult to use it again. This ancient exotic artifact that had accompanied him since his trip to the Shattered Star Sea was actually going to be destroyed here. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, when the truth was placed in front of him, Xianxia still felt a little reluctant. But in the situation just now, he had no other choice. He didn't know how powerful the Golden Crow primordial fire was, so he didn't dare to hide in the sealed world bead. Because once he hid in the sealed world bead would be exposed in the hall and exposed to the Golden Crow primordial fire. Xianxia wasn't sure whether the sealed world bead would be safe under the burning of the Golden Crow primordial fire. If something went wrong, not to mention the medicine garden inside the sealed world bead, the wood bead and wood dew were still living inside. Therefore, hiding in the 6 Unity Wish bag was the best choice. To be on the safe side, Xianxia summoned the mountains and rivers bell to protect himself. Now, it seemed that this arrangement was not in vain. Compared to those heaven-opening realm masters who were all injured, he didn't feel any other discomfort except for the slight backlash from the destruction of his artifact. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered an ancient exotic treasure. Xianxia comforted himself. Now was not the time to be sentimental. The Golden Crow had faked its death and resurrected, so the crisis was not over yet. If he couldn't escape from here, he was afraid he would be doomed. Looking around, Xianxia found that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were hiding in a corner with pale faces. Looking at the situation, the two of them seemed to be in good condition, without any trace of injury. Xianxia guessed that it was related to his timely warning. When the barrier on the high platform was broken, everyone was rushing forward, and only the two from Great Moon Province and himself were retreating. When the Golden Crow primordial fire broke out, it was blocked by others, so the further back it was, the weaker its power would be. Should I join them? At this time, with 2 heaven-opening realm masters accompanying him, his chances of survival would definitely be higher. Just as this thought crossed his mind, A monstrous, evil aura erupted from the center of the hall. Xianxia looked over in shock. He saw the golden crow standing on a high platform, its pair of golden eyes staring at Madame Lan of the First Inn. Its eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. Obviously, it also knew that it was Madame Lan who had ruined its plan. If this woman hadn't summoned that umbrella artifact just now, how could there be anyone alive in the hall? And being stared at like this, Madame Lan couldn't help but feel like her soul had left her body. Her whole body turned cold, and her vision blurred. The golden crow, originally standing on the high platform, had already flashed in front of her, one of its claws gently pressing down. Madame Lan's beautiful face turned pale. She raised her jade palm and pressed upwards. The phantom of a small universe behind her flashed and disappeared, and the power of the world suddenly erupted. The violent power swept out, and Madame Lan's body flew out like a rag sack. Blood flowed endlessly in the air, and large patches of blood stained the clothes on her chest. The golden crow's body also leaned back slightly, almost falling down. After tumbling a few times in the air, Madame Lan nimbly landed on the ground. Her hand covered her full chest, and although her face was pale, her beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright. She cried out, "It's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, please lend me a hand." Without fighting with the golden crow, Madame Lan still didn't know its details. But after the exchange just now, she immediately felt that the golden crow in front of her wasn't as powerful as she had imagined. Although she couldn't defeat it with her own strength, it definitely wouldn't be so easy for it to kill her. She understood that this golden crow was probably really going to die. The reason it had faked its death was probably to lure people to come and be buried with it. At the same time, it would also teach those who coveted its treasures a profound lesson, so that those who came later would be cautious. This idea was quite vicious. It was already at the end of its tether, and the eruption of such a powerful golden crow, primordial fire, just now made things worse. Unfortunately, although Madame Lan had seen through this, the others didn't know the situation. Seeing that Madame Lan, a 6th-rank sky splitter, couldn't withstand a single blow from the golden crow and was directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood, who would dare to step forward? Yuan Xiaoman, Ji Tianxing, Hong Lao, Xianxia, and the other sky splitters only watched from afar, not to mention those lower sky splitters. Mockery flashed in the golden crow's eyes, and it walked towards Madame Lan step by step. Madame Lan stared straight ahead, angry and furious. "What are you all waiting for? If I die here, none of you can think of leaving. When the time comes, you'll all be finished with me. Instead of waiting for death, why don't you all take a gamble and join hands with me to kill it? Only then will you have a chance to escape." Her words hit the nail on the head, and the sky splitters all looked at each other. If it were any other time, they wouldn't mind sitting on a mountain and watching the tigers fight. Although the First Inn had a powerful background, as long as they didn't make a move against Madame Lan, even if she died, it had nothing to do with them. However, at this time, in this place, if even the strongest Madame Lan died here, who would be able to withstand a single blow from the golden crow? When the time came, they would probably be slaughtered like chickens and dogs by the golden crow, just as Madame Lan said. While the sky splitters were still hesitating, 2 figures had already rushed over from a corner of the hall and landed on Madame Lan's left and right. They were none other than the 2 from Great Moon Province. Wei Kei said, "Madame Lan, we're here to help you." Madame Lan glanced at him gratefully and nodded slightly. "Thank you, husband and wife." To be the first to stand up at this time required not only courage, but also trust in her. Tao Rongfang glanced at Wei Kei, her face slightly red, but she didn't explain much. She thought that if she could die here with him, her life wouldn't be in vain. "Sister Lan, I'll help too," Yuan Xiaoman shouted as she also ran over. Hong Lao, Xianxia, Ji Tianxing, and the others nodded slightly, and also came to Madame Lan's side in a flash. With the help of the sky splitters, Madame Lan's heart was at ease. She smiled and said, "You won't regret your choice." Hong Lao glanced at the sky splitters who were wavering and said in a cold voice, "If you want to live, follow this old man and the others. If anyone dares to cheat, even if the golden crow doesn't kill you, this old man will kill you. It had to be said that at a time like this, malicious threats were more effective than kind pleas. At the very least, after Hong Lao said this, many low-rank heaven splitters gathered around, even though they were unwilling. In an instant, the sky splitters who were still alive surrounded the golden crow. The golden crow stamped its feet and tilted its head to look around. The situation around it undoubtedly made it angry. When it flapped its wings and let out a cry, astral winds rose again. The astral winds that could cut through gold and break jade attacked in all directions. Many sky splitters hurriedly blocked, and a series of clanking sounds rang out. In today's situation, if it doesn't die, then we will. Madame Lawn took a deep breath, her chest rising high. She raised her hand and threw out a colorful ribbon. Everyone, please hold the fort for me. She also knew that this kind of temporary alliance was extremely loose. If she didn't give others some hope, no one would have the guts to attack the Golden Crow. Thus, no matter what, she had to be the first to act and let others see what kind of state the Golden Crow was in. Chapter 39:15. The colorful silk fluttered in the air as Madame Lan's figure danced around, the shadow of the mini-universe world flickering behind her. The power of a sixth-grade heaven splitter was extraordinary. The colorful silk fluttered here and there, whipping the golden crow until it staggered and cried angrily. Although it occasionally counterattacked, Madame Lan avoided it in advance. Hong Lao and the others were overjoyed. They knew that Madame Lan was right. The golden crow was really at the end of its life. Otherwise, how could such a famous vicious beast be so weak? Madame Lan alone was qualified to contend with it. Even though it seemed to be at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be defeated in a short time. If Madame Lan was able to do this on her own, how could the golden crow survive if everyone in the hall worked together? Hong Lao shouted, "Madame Lan, this old man is coming." The golden crow's fat body flew out and slammed a palm down. Behind him, Yuan Xiaoman, Xianxia, and Ji Tianxing summoned their artifacts and attacked the golden crow with loud rumbling noises. The low-grade Heaven Splitter generals and mid-grade Heaven Splitter generals had already attacked, so they didn't hesitate and followed. In an instant, a fight broke out in the hall. Secret treasures flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely lively. In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai hid under the shadowless silk and watched with widened eyes. The golden crow was so majestic. It was born with the sun and danced with the sun, but now it was in a situation where it was like a tiger in the sun and a dragon in shallow water. The power of time was endless. No matter how powerful an existence was, it couldn't resist the passage of time. There was always a time when it couldn't catch up. The golden crow was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its last attack was blocked by Madame Lan's secret treasure, so it was obviously exhausted. Even so, Madame Lan alone shouldn't be a match for it. However, there were at least 30 Heaven Splitters still alive in the hall. Among them, there were 4 or 5 mid-grade Heaven Splitters. Under their joint efforts, the Golden Crow was instantly at a disadvantage. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before it died. Yang Kai smacked his lips. In the end, he didn't know who would benefit. The value of the Golden Crow's body was immeasurable. Although he didn't know what the Golden Crow's body could be used for, it was definitely not inferior to the true Sun Gold. How sad, since he wasn't strong enough, he could only watch the show from the sidelines. He couldn't join in the fun. Yang Kai urgently felt his need for strength. On the battlefield, although the Golden Crow was at a disadvantage, the Golden Crow primordial fire was so powerful that no one dared to touch it. Every time the Golden Crow primordial fire spread out, everyone had to retreat, giving the Golden Crow a chance to breathe. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, a miserable cry rang out. It was an inferior grade Heaven Splitter that couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the Golden Crow True Flame. In an instant, half of his body melted. His companions immediately brought him away from the battlefield, but it was likely that this would also end in tragedy. As time passed, the Golden Crow's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like magma and fell to the ground, burning holes in the floor. Of the more than 30 heaven splitters, 4 or 5 had already fallen. The remaining people were also gasping for breath, their strength lacking. Not only were the inferior grade heaven splitters like this, but the mid-grade heaven splitters weren't much better. Although they were stronger, the pressure they had to endure was not something the inferior grade heaven splitters could compare to. Every one of them was using their full strength, and even Madame Lan's pretty face was pale. Among everyone, she was under the greatest pressure. The Golden Crow seemed to be angry that she had ruined its plans, and half of its attacks were directed at her. If it weren't for Madame Lan's strength being extraordinary and the many secret treasures she had on her, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. At a certain moment, Hong Lao suddenly shouted excitedly, "Hold on, this evil beast is about to die." The Golden Crow's eyes were dim, and there was no longer any vigor from before. There were countless wounds of various sizes on its body, and its monstrous aura had also fallen to the bottom. It was indeed at the final juncture of its life. Its body swayed, but stood firm. Its pale golden eyes swept across the battlefield. The pride of the ancient divine spirit made it so that even in its last moments, it didn't put these people in its eyes. Madame Lan came over in a flash, her colorful ribbon bunched together and whipped down. The Golden Crow seemed to want to dodge, but no longer had the strength to do so. The colorful ribbon directly whipped its neck, and the faint sound of bones breaking could be heard. Under the great force, the Golden Crow was directly hit and flew to a corner of the hall. After this blow, Madame Lan also staggered and almost fell to the ground. With a bang, the Golden Crow fell to the floor and slid forward for a long distance. It didn't move for a long time, but even so, no one dared to casually step forward to investigate. The main reason was that they had suffered a loss when the Golden Crow faked its death once before. Before confirming that it was completely dead, no one dared to repeat the same mistake. If this guy spat out Golden Crow True Fire again, no one would be able to resist in their current state. Heavy breathing echoed in the hall. Almost at the same time, everyone took out spirit pills from their space rings and stuffed them into their mouths, quickly refining them and restoring their strength. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Golden Crow lay there, motionless. At the same time, Xianxia's face twitched as he cursed in his heart. The Golden Crow's position was less than a meter away from where he was hiding. He didn't expect Madame Lan to send the Golden Crow here. This was a little awkward. It was too late to leave now. Everyone in the hall was staring at him, and their divine senses were converging here. If he moved, he might expose his whereabouts. What should he do? If the Golden Crow was dead, those guys would definitely come to investigate later. He was standing so close to the Golden Crow. He was afraid that he couldn't hide from the perception of those heaven splitters. If they asked later, how should he explain? Just as he was hesitating, the Golden Crow in front of him suddenly moved slightly, and then slowly and firmly stood up. Xianxia only felt a chill from head to toe, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Although the Golden Crow looked miserable now, if it wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pinching an insect. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be discovered. The Golden Crow didn't know if it was dizzy from the beating, but when it stood up, it didn't face Madame Lan and the others. Instead, it faced the place where Xianxia was hiding. Immediately, the Golden Crow lowered its head, its pale golden eyes fixed on Xianxia. They were less than a meter apart, and Xianxia could even feel the Golden Crow's breathing. When their eyes met, Xianxia knew that the Golden Crow must have discovered him. The shadowless veil couldn't even hide from Madame Lan. So how could it hide from an adult Golden Crow? Trying hard to put on a harmless look, Xianxia forced an ugly smile at the ancient divine spirit in front of him. The Golden Crow opened its mouth, and a scorching aura filled the air. Flames could be vaguely seen, and the aura of death enveloped him. Damn you! Xianxia flew into a rage. He had compromised so much, only begging it to let him go, but it had actually mercilessly attacked him in return. At this critical moment of life and death, Xianxia didn't wait for the Golden Crow's true fire to spit out. He raised his hand and summoned a golden feather, pouring all his power into it. When the golden light shone brightly, another violent aura suddenly surged. Not far away, Madame Lan and the others, who were vigilantly watching the golden crow stand up again, all paled. They had been on guard against a golden crow using the same trick. Now, it seemed that the previous attack hadn't taken the golden crow's life, but it should have. What was with this violent aura erupting at this time? As their gazes trembled, they saw a golden pheasant that seemed to have been enlarged countless times suddenly appear. The golden pheasant's figure was huge, and the golden light on its body was dazzling, almost covering the entire sky. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the golden crow's overflowing might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Miameng, Hong Lao cried out involuntarily. Xianxia and Ji Tianxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and Yuan Xiaoman and Madame Lan's red lips were also slightly agape. The minds of the numerous heaven-opening cultivators were a mess, and they were practically unable to think. They couldn't understand why Miameng would appear here. Why hadn't he been seen before, and how had he come in? However, very soon, Madame Lan discovered that something was wrong and shouted in a low voice, "It's not the main body. It's a divine technique." Even if it wasn't the main body, it wasn't something that they could contend against at this moment. Miameng lowered his head, looking down at the golden crow. Accompanied by a strange cooing sound, his sharp beak suddenly pecked down. With a crack, a huge hole appeared in the golden crow's head. The golden crow's body swayed a few times, then fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely devoid of life. This time it was truly dead. If the golden crow at its peak state had encountered Miameng, the latter might not have been its match, but the large golden crow here was already like a lamp without oil and didn't have much time left to live. Although it had used tricks to kill many heaven-opening cultivators who coveted its treasures, it had also consumed a great deal of energy. After that, it had fought with Madame Lan and the others for a long time, so how could it have any energy left? Miameng's attack couldn't be blocked at all, so it wasn't surprising that it had died. After killing the golden crow, Miameng's figure quickly dissipated, turning into specks of golden light and disappearing. The overwhelming power that accompanied it also disappeared without a trace. Hong Lao's eyes widened, and he looked in the direction where the golden crow had fallen in surprise. Over there, a young-looking guy was standing beside the golden crow's corpse, his expression slightly awkward. Hong Lao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" He had never seen this guy before, and the aura of this young man was too weak. He wasn't at the heaven-opening stage at all. Yangkai felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to use the feather that Miameng had given him, so the shadowless veil lost its concealment effect, and his figure would naturally be revealed. He had been hiding until now, but at the last moment he was still exposed. Yangkai was also very helpless. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Since he was exposed, he could only quickly escape. Thinking of this, Yangkai cupped his hands solemnly. Madame Lan, Hong Lao, and the others immediately turned to look at Madame Lan, thinking that the two of them were very familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, Yangkai took out the Rui pouch to divert their attention and directly put the golden crow's corpse into the pouch. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. Chapter 39:16. He didn't know what the golden crow's corpse could be used for, but that didn't stop Yangkai from snatching it first. After all, he had spent a Miameng feather to obtain this spoil of war. So how could he let it go so easily? When he had taken great General Si Chun to find his family, Miameng had only given him 3 golden feathers. In a situation where he was still weak, these 3 golden feathers were incomparably precious and could be said to be 3 life-saving talismans. If he had any other choice, how could Yangkai bear to use them here? But facing the golden crow's attack, he had no choice but to use them, or else he would die. His figure flickered, and the space principles fluctuated. To Yangkai's pleasant surprise, the power that had sealed the world disappeared with the golden crow's death, allowing him to smoothly activate his teleportation secret technique. There was no way to determine his location, so he had to run first. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The many heaven-opening cultivators in the hall first widened their eyes, then became shocked and angry. They had spent so much effort to fight the Golden Crow to the death, paying a huge price, and even many low-level heaven-opening cultivators had fallen. They had finally taken down the Golden Crow with great difficulty, but now a strange little brat had taken advantage of them. If that person really was very strong, then so be it. His strength was inferior, and there was no way to challenge him. The key was that this little brat wasn't even a heaven-opening cultivator, yet he had the guts to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Hong Lao and the others were especially furious. Although everyone had gained something from this trip, and each of them had obtained a Sun genuine gold, no one would complain about having too many good things, especially when that was the corpse of an adult golden crow. It was probably even more valuable than the Sun genuine gold. "How dare you?" Hong Lao shouted angrily, and his powerful divine sense poured out like a tide, immediately locking onto Yang Kai's position. His fat body flickered, and he immediately disappeared, chasing after him. Xianxia and Ji Tianxing also didn't say a word, each using a secret technique and disappearing. Yuan Xiaoman turned to look at Madame Lan. "Sister Lan, are we going to chase?" Without waiting for Madame Lan's reply, she shot into the sky like an arrow, breaking through the roof and opening a passage to the outside world. A group of low-level heaven-opening cultivators followed closely behind. In the main hall, Madame Lan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. A strange expression on her face, of course. She knew that young man. He had stayed in the First Inn for 4 months and was also a guest of the First Inn. His name was Yang Kai. Later, he somehow entered the Jinwu Palace and hid in a passage. She didn't expose him at that time because she knew that he was just a guy who wanted to take advantage of her. He had a secret treasure that could hide his body. With her 6th-level eyesight, she could see through him at a glance. He was neither a relative nor a friend, so she didn't need to care about him. She didn't expose him because the First Inn had always been amiable and never took the initiative to make enemies. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually pick up a bargain, and a huge one at that? The Golden Crow's corpse was much more valuable than the grade 7 True Sun gold he had obtained. Just thinking about it was interesting. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators here, how could a venerable emperor like him have the guts to do such a thing? Wasn't he afraid that the Golden Crow's corpse would burn his hands? "I'm just afraid that you won't have the life to take it away." Madame Lan exhaled lightly and looked up. Yuan Xiaoman had already opened a passage above her head that led to the outside world. With a flash of her delicate body, she soared into the sky. At that moment, Yang Kai felt as if his but was on fire. The space principles around him fluctuated wildly as he fled madly. Behind him was a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by Hong Lao and the other mid-rank heaven openers. Looking at their flustered and exasperated appearance, those who didn't know would think that he had dug up their ancestral graves. This was the first time he had been chased by a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and so many of them at once. Almost all the forces in the nearby large territory were present. Yang Kai deeply experienced the strength of a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. Although he had relied on the laws of space to escape first, he didn't run very far before he felt several presences lock onto him from afar. Needless to say, these presences belonged to the mid-rank heaven splitters. After several teleportations, although he had opened up some distance, he still couldn't shake them off. Moreover, after several times, Hong Lao and the others seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's space principles and chased him even more fiercely. The distance between them rapidly closed. Yang Kai's strength was still a little lacking. So how could he compare to a heaven-opening realm cultivator in speed? Fortunately, the space divine technique gave him a unique advantage in escaping. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai would have been caught long ago. Behind the crowd, Great Moon Prefecture's Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang also had extremely strange expressions as they quietly communicated with each other through divine sense. "Brother, that's Yang Kai, right? Am I seeing things?" Tao Rongfang still couldn't believe what she had seen in the hall. She didn't understand how Yang Kai had appeared there. Wei Kei nodded quietly. "Yes, it's him." "How did he?" I don't know either, but he's in big trouble this time. Wei Kei's expression was solemn as he sighed. How foolish. Since he had a way to hide, he could have just kept hiding. Why did he have to expose himself in an AI? In that situation, let alone Xianxia, who wasn't even a heaven-opening realm cultivator, even he wouldn't have dared to snatch the golden crow's corpse. Wasn't obtaining this hot potato the same as courting death? Now, with several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators chasing after him, how spectacular would that scene be? Even if that little brat was proficient in space principles, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. It really is a pity. That little brat is quite a good person. It was only thanks to him that Ah Sun was able to find us, Tao Rongfong sighed. He also saved our lives. Wei Kei said. Tao Rongfong was confused. When did he save our lives? When the golden crow faked his death and revived? Weren't you very curious as to why I suddenly pulled you back? It was this little brat who secretly sent me a sound transmission, saying that the golden crow might still be alive. Now that I think about it, if he hadn't warned me in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking back to that scene, Wei Kei couldn't help but shiver. When the golden crow's true fire had erupted, almost half of the heaven-opening realm cultivators present had died. If he and Tao Rongfong hadn't retreated, there was no guarantee that they would have survived. He was already there at that time? Tao Rongfong was shocked. Wei Kei laughed. I also don't know how he entered or how he hid himself. It's probably the work of a secret treasure. However, at that time, the onlookers saw more clearly than the onlookers. Even Madame Lan and the others were attracted by the sun true gold, so no one noticed the golden crow's abnormality. Tao Rongfong said with some lingering fear, if that's the case, we really do owe him our lives. Brother, we can't not repay him for saving our lives. Now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch. Wei Kei said with a headache, of course we can't just ignore him, but this matter isn't easy to deal with. Let's not talk about other things for now. We have to catch up to him quickly. This brat really can run. I really want to break his legs. Tao Rongfong giggled. It's not bad if he can keep running like this. At the very least, we can guarantee that we won't catch up to him. I'm just worried that he won't be able to continue running. As the two of them spoke, they did their best to catch up. However, the distance between them and the mid-level heaven opening realm cultivators grew larger and larger. Fortunately, the field of vision in this star field was quite good, so they didn't have to worry about losing them. Right at this moment, an angry roar rang out in front of them. Even though they were very far away, they could still hear it clearly. That brat in front, stop if you want to live. Otherwise, when this old man catches up to you, I'll definitely let you taste all the torture in the world. I'll make you beg for death. If he had any other choice, Hong Lao wouldn't threaten someone from the Emperor realm like this. It was beneath his dignity. That young man was really too good at running, and Hong Lao had taken the initiative to leave everyone far behind from the start. If they were closer, he could interfere with the space around that brat so that he couldn't teleport away. At that time, he could easily catch up to him. However, at this distance, even if he interfered, it probably wouldn't have much of an effect. That brat was still teleporting away. As he spoke, his anger was evident in his words. Xianxia, who was running in front of him, didn't pay any attention to him. It would be crazy to stop at this time. To be honest, he was more or less regretful now. He shouldn't have picked up this hot potato. It was just that after watching the show for so long, he had seen 8 pieces of true sun gold, but he didn't get a share. He even used a golden annihilation plume. Thinking that he couldn't make such a bad deal, he got hot-headed and snatched the golden crow's corpse. However, since he had already snatched it, it was impossible to return it now. Several heaven splitters were chasing after him. So who could he return it to? No matter who got it, the rest of them wouldn't let him go. He would be viewed with hostility left and right, so he might as well go all the way. As the saying goes, success is taken from the details, and riches are sought from the risks. Seeing that Xianxia was ignoring him, Hong Lao became even angrier. He shouted, "Brat, you're courting death." As he spoke, his fat body suddenly swelled up, turning into a behemoth hundreds of feet tall. He reached out his big hand and grabbed at Xianxia from afar. Feeling the shocking pressure coming, Xianxia was shocked. He turned his head and saw that there seemed to be a giant hand covering the sky coming down on him from behind. Then it grabbed empty air from afar. Xianxia shrunk his neck and resisted the urge to curse. He was really scared, and he was sweating all over. Hong Lao, who was already injured, seemed to have consumed a lot of energy after using this secret technique. He actually coughed violently, and the speed of his pursuit was greatly reduced. Yuan Xiaoman flew past him and said, "Can't you stop when you're old? Why are you reaching out so far?" Looking at her leaving figure, Hong Lao was almost angered to death. "Little brother in front, can you wait for me? You're running too fast." Yuan Xiaoman shouted as she flew. Her voice was so sweet that it made Xianxia and Ji Tianqing frown. "Little brother, don't run. What can you run to? Although this universe is big, there's no place for you. When they catch up to you, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Xianxia and Ji Tianqing turned to look at her and sneered inwardly, as if you'll have a good ending if you catch up to him. Chapter 39:17. If you don't want me to run, don't chase me. Xianxia shouted as he fled. Yuan Xiaoman said, "Don't run, we won't chase you." While speaking, she signaled to Xianxia and Ji Tianqing, who both nodded lightly. "Don't chase me, I won't run." Yuan Xiaoman sneered. "Little brother, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't know where you came from, but I'm afraid you don't know how strong we are. With your strength, it's impossible for you to escape." Ji Tianqing shouted angrily, "Boy, hand over the golden crow corpse and we'll spare your life." Okay, I'll hand it over." Xianxia nodded hurriedly, then hesitated. "But who should I hand it over to?" "Leave it to me." Unsurprisingly, the three of them shouted in unison, then looked at each other with eyes full of hostility, wishing they could slap the two people next to them to death. Yuan Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said, "Little brother, give me the golden crow corpse, and I'll recommend you to join Mirror's Moon. Looking at your strength, you seem to have just arrived outside heaven and earth. There are dangers everywhere outside heaven and earth. Having a background is different from having no background. When the time comes, come to my Mirror's Moon, and I'll guarantee you a safe life." "You can recommend me to join Mirror's Moon?" Xianxia said in a tempted tone. Yuan Xiaoman smiled. "Don't look at me like this. I'm an elder of Mirror's Moon. What's wrong with recommending someone? And I might as well tell you, there are many beautiful female disciples in my Mirror's Moon. If you take a fancy to any of them after joining, I can even be a matchmaker for you." "Bitch." Xianxia and Ji Tianqing cursed Yuan Xiaoman's shamelessness in their hearts. She even used such a trick for the golden crow corpse, simply throwing away the face of a mid-rank splitter. However, thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. How rare was a golden crow corpse? If she could make this boy hand it over willingly, what was this little sacrifice? Are those female disciples as beautiful as you? What if I take a fancy to you? Yuan Xiaoman's face turned cold as she secretly cursed this stinking brat for not knowing what was good for him, but she still smiled and said, "That will depend on your own ability. If you can make this young lady fall in love with you, then this young lady will obey you." "You're not lying?" Xianxia was overjoyed. "Of course I'm not lying." Seeing that this adulterous couple was still in the mood to talk about this, Xianxia sneered and said, "Young man, if you believe her, I promise you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Why don't you join my abomination land? My abomination land doesn't have many beautiful female disciples, but I can give you a guarantee. I don't dare to say anything else, but I can guarantee that you'll be able to reach the 4th stage and open the heavens in your lifetime." "Level 4 sky splitter," Xianxia exclaimed. Xianxia said, "As a cultivator, we cultivate our whole life. Everything outside is fake. Only our own strength is the foundation. As long as we control the power in our own hands, what kind of woman can't we have?" This master's words make a lot of sense. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Yuan Xiaoman angrily turned her head and glared at Xianxia. "Why are you undermining me?" Xianxia snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to her, and continued to persuade her. "Young man, give me the golden crow's corpse. I can swear on my own Tao seal that I'm not lying to you." These words were said with a bit of sincerity. No one dared to take an oath on their own Tao seal lightly. Once the oath was broken, it was very likely that the Tao seal would be covered in dust and the Tao would be blocked. Yuan Xiaoman seemed to have not expected Xianxia to be able to do this, and for a moment, she forgot to reprimand him. Yang Kai's voice came from afar. I can feel this master's sincerity, and it's really tempting, but aren't there 3 of you? I still want to hear what the other master has to offer. Tianxin grinned. How about I give you a way out? Yang Kai said, this master's words have no sincerity. Don't even think about the golden crow's corpse. I won't give it to you, even if I lose it. Yuan Xiaoman hurriedly nodded. Don't give it to him. This guy is vicious and merciless. If you give the golden crow's corpse to him, you definitely won't have a good ending. Xianxia also said, young man, that's all I have to say. You know what to choose, so quickly decide. Slow down, I'll think about it. You're too close. I'm not in the mood to think, Yang Kai replied. Xianxia said in a low voice, I think you have no sincerity at all. Don't play such a childish trick. I'll say it again, if you don't hand over the golden crow's corpse, even if this universe is big, there will be no place for you. Yuan Xiaoman snorted, stubborn. As they spoke, they did not slow down in the slightest, constantly closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. However, that brat was truly hateful. Every time he reached a certain distance, his figure would flicker, and his space principles would fluctuate, teleporting far away in an instant, making it impossible for them to interfere with him. They really could not understand when the Emperor Realm had appeared in the 3,000 realms, making a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators eat his dust. After a long day, Hong Lao also caught up, and he could feel Madame Lan's rapidly approaching aura from afar. Madame Lan had expended the most energy in the battle with the Golden Crow, so she was the last to move. However, she could not resist the other party's strength, so even though she fell behind in the beginning, she slowly caught up. Another half a day later, the 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together again, running neck and neck in the star field. Madame Lan's expression was strange as she looked at the 4 of them. That brat is so good at running. Yuan Xiaoman gnashed her teeth in anger. I don't know where this brat came from, but when I catch him, I'll definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Although the others did not say anything, they were obviously angry as well. If this matter were spread, it would really be embarrassing. Madame Lan smiled lightly. Wait until you catch him. I'll go first. When she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she actually rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, widening the distance between the other 4 in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others were filled with unwillingness, realizing that the Golden Crow's corpse probably had nothing to do with them anymore. There was nothing they could do. Their strength was inferior to Madame Lan's, and their speed was also inferior. No matter how good that brat was at running, could he escape the pursuit of a 6th-level heaven-opening realm cultivator? Even they probably did not have this ability. Sure enough, seeing Madame Lan chasing after him, Yang Kai also panicked a little. The 4th-level heaven-opening realm cultivators had chased him for so long, but they could not do anything to him. Madame Lan gave him a lot of pressure as soon as she caught up. Judging by the lady boss's astonishing speed, he could not escape for long, even if he used the law of space. It was only a matter of time before she caught up. He immediately shouted, Lady Boss, I've stayed in your first inn for 4 months and spent a lot of heaven-opening pills. Is this how you treat me? Madame Lan chuckled. Don't worry, I only want the Golden Crow's corpse. I won't do anything to you. Why don't you stop running and obediently hand over the Golden Crow's corpse? Save me the trouble. Yang Kai was filled with grief and indignation. The first inn also does this kind of bullying. Madame Lan said, I am not acting on behalf of the first inn. This is just my personal opinion. Whether you represent or not is up to you. Lady Boss, don't force me, or you'll regret it. Madame Lan said with interest, What do you want? Just you wait. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, busying himself with something as he ran. After a short while, he suddenly waved his hand, and several small black dots immediately shot out to the left and right. At the same time, Yang Kai invoked his arts and shouted, 10 space rings, one of which contains the golden crow's corpse. Go find it yourselves. It belongs to whoever finds it. It has nothing to do with me." As soon as he said this, Madame Lan's expression changed. She secretly cursed this stinking brat for coming up with such a shameless plan. Yuan Xiaoman and the others also frowned. Even though they knew that Yang Kai might be trying to distract them and that there was nothing in the 10 space rings, they did not dare to ignore it. What if the golden crow's corpse was really in one of the space rings? If they did not investigate, wouldn't they be letting others take advantage of them? Even though they had doubts, the 5 heaven splitters split up in an instant and rushed toward different targets. After half a cup of tea's time, they had found all 10 space rings, but after careful inspection, there was not even a strand of hair, let alone the golden crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman clenched her teeth tightly, causing them to creak. "I will definitely kill him." This feeling of jumping into a trap despite knowing it was one was disgusting. She swore to herself that when she caught Yang Kai, she would not let him have a good time. "I've already handed over the golden crow's corpse to you. Why are you still chasing? Must you be so ruthless?" Yang Kai shouted from the front, his voice full of anger. "This brat is still trying to confuse us." Xianxia snorted. Yang Kai said, "If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. One of you must have found it, then secretly hid it, and now you want to frame me." Madame Lan was so angry that she laughed. "This brat is trying to drive a wedge between us." Yuan Xiaoman snorted. "Anyway, there's nothing in the 2 space rings I took." She turned to look at the others, who also expressed the same. Who knows if he's telling the truth? Yuan Xiaoman said leisurely. Xianxia glared at her. "Did your brain grow on your chest?" "Sure enough, big breasts but no brain." Madame Lan already said that he's trying to drive a wedge between us, but you still want to fall for it? Yuan Xiaoman said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm just saying, how did I fall for it? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you hiding something?" "I can't be bothered with you," Xianxia said angrily. Madame Lan said, "It's easy to prove it." She shouted, "Yang Kai, do you dare to swear on your Dao seal that you hid the golden crow in one of the 10 space rings? If you dare to swear, we'll stop immediately." Yang Kai said angrily, "I've already given it to you. Why should I swear? Is there still any law?" Tianqing laughed. "Law? In this world, strength is the law. If you don't have strength, you can only be trampled on." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "I've learned my lesson." There was nothing more to say. They continued the chase. The golden crow's corpse was definitely not thrown away. However, it had to be said that this brat's trick was very beautiful. Although it could not change the final outcome, it at least delayed them for a while. Chapter 39:18. Half a day later, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters suddenly raised their brows in pleasant surprise. Yuan Xiaoman said, "He seems to have stopped." Red Elder's spirits were lifted. He must have run out of energy. After all, he was someone from the Emperor realm who had just condensed his Dao seal. It was quite impressive for him to be able to run for so long while being chased by mid-ranks. However, the pressure of running like this was huge. How could he keep running? Everyone's eyes lit up, and their speed suddenly increased. Madame Lan was in the lead, leaving the others far behind. Yuan Xiaoman and the others were depressed. In the void far away, Yang Kai stood still, looking at the 5 figures rushing toward him. He breathed softly and, at the same time, took out a few spirit pills and stuffed them in his mouth, refining them and regulating his breathing. "Brat!" Madame Lan's voice came from afar. After this, how about joining the first in? Yang Kai was so good at running, and he was proficient in the law of space. She was also fond of him. Besides, she was going to snatch the golden crow's corpse from him later. The first in had always been peaceful. Although she was snatching it under her own name this time, it was still snatched. Letting him join the first in was a form of compensation. Most importantly, Yang Kai had provoked so many powerful cultivators this time. If no one protected him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive outside the Qingquan realm. He might even die tomorrow. After snatching someone's belongings, it was only right to protect their life. Yang Kai chuckled. "Join the first in? What can I do if I join the first in? I don't know how to cook." Madame Lan chuckled. You're so good at running. Just be a waiter. Yang Kai was amused. Lady Boss, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not my ambition. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Madame Lan frowned. Do you know how big a mess you've made this time? If no one protects you, how can you survive? Of course I know. Yang Kai nodded. But I'm still not used to entrusting my fate to others. Lady Boss, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. I'm sure we'll meet again. As he spoke, he waved at Madame Lan. Madame Lan instinctively felt that something was amiss and hurriedly shouted, Wait a moment! Why would Yang Kai wait for her? His figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Madame Lan gritted her teeth and shouted. She was so close to being able to seal off the space around Yang Kai and stop him from using that teleportation technique again. But that little bit of distance made all her efforts go to waste. With this teleportation, she was once again very far away from him. It would take a lot of effort to catch up. His good intentions were treated as ill intent. Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Her divine sense spread out like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's location. But in the next instant, her expression changed slightly. This was because within the range of her divine sense perception, there was no sign of Yang Kai at all. That brat seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Madame Lan couldn't help but open her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. It wasn't that Yang Kai hadn't used teleportation under her nose before, but there was a limit to the distance each time. Even if he used it, he couldn't escape her perception range, so she could quickly find Yang Kai's tracks and continue to pursue him. But this time, he was actually gone. How'd he do it? Could it be that the brat could teleport so far away? If he had this ability, he could have shaken her off before. Why wait until now? Just as she was puzzling over this, Hong Lao and the others also caught up. They turned to look and asked, Where is he? Madame Lan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Hong Lao and the others naturally didn't believe her. They released their divine sense to investigate, but none of them detected Yang Kai's aura. They were only 4th-stage sky splitters. If even Madame Lan, a 6th-stage sky splitter, couldn't detect him, how could they? Sister Lan, has that brat been caught by you? Yuan Xiaoman looked Madame Lan up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Madame Lan was both angry and amused. She reached out and knocked Yuan Xiaoman's head. It would be a good thing if I had really caught him. Unfortunately, that brat isn't in my hands. Yuan Xiaoman covered her head with her hand. If he isn't, then he isn't. Why did you hit me? As the two spoke, Hong Lao suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious aura fluctuated from his body. Everyone turned to look and saw that there was a seemingly illusory red line wrapped around his fingertips. Yuan Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Soul leading silk. Hong Lao, when did you plant this? Hong Lao snorted. It was just a precaution. I didn't expect that it would really come in handy. Previously, he had attacked Yang Kai once. Although he didn't cause much damage to Yang Kai because of the distance, it was that one attack that silently captured a wisp of Yang Kai's aura and merged it into this soul-leading silk. The soul-leading silk didn't have much use, but it was extremely useful for tracking. As long as the distance wasn't too far, the soul-leading silk would be able to point in the right direction. As he spoke, Hong Lao did something. The red line flew out and slowly pointed in a direction. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to look because the soul-leading silk was pointing in the direction they had flown from. In other words, Yang Kai had sneaked behind them without anyone noticing. Hong Lao, did you make a mistake? This direction isn't right. Yuan Xiaoman blinked and looked at Hong Lao. Impossible. Hong Lao's expression was slightly awkward. The soul-leading silk can't be wrong. Since it's pointing in that direction, it means that brat is indeed in that direction. But we came from that direction. If he really went that way, how could we not notice it? This didn't make sense. With their strength, they should have been able to sense some traces. Madame Lan said thoughtfully that brat is proficient in the spatial divine technique. Previously, he only teleported, so he must be hiding something we don't know. I've heard of Hong Lao's soul-leading silk for a long time. Since the soul-leading silk is pointing, it shouldn't be wrong. Oh no! Zhang Qi's expression suddenly changed. What? Yuan Xiaoman looked over in surprise. Xianxia didn't look at her. He only looked at Madame Lan and said, Madame knows better than me what's in that direction. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her small mouth opened slightly. The first in, so that's what that brat was planning. Yuan Xiaoman said in surprise. He wanted to hide in the first in from the beginning. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Looks like it's right. No wonder he was so fearless these past few days and wasn't worried about not being able to escape. He had a plan all along. What an interesting brat. Madame Lan laughed. In this void, Madame Lan could still make a move against Yang Kai. But if Yang Kai really hid in the first in, then with the first in as its foundation, she would have to ensure his safety no matter what. No one would dare to make a move against him in the first in, not even Madame Lan. Instead, she would have to protect him and be careful that he didn't get killed. But this brat was too naive. Congratulations, Madame Lan. Xianxia saluted, somewhat reluctant. Tianxing also sighed heavily. He knew that the brat had made a wrong move. Not only did he walk right into the trap, but he also caused them to miss the opportunity to obtain the Golden Crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman grabbed Madame Lan's arm and looked at her pitifully. Sister Lan, take me away. I promise I won't fight with you. I'll just watch. Madame Lan chuckled softly. She stretched out a slender, jade-like finger and tapped Yuan Xiaoman's forehead. In your dreams, she spat out. A gentle force suddenly burst from her fingertip and pushed Yuan Xiaoman away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Madame Lan said, I'll take my leave first. A white light emerged from beneath Madame Lan's feet and enveloped her. When the white light dissipated, Madame Lan also disappeared without a trace. Ah, the Qinkuan escape technique. Yuan Xiaoman walked back, rubbing her forehead. That brat is really stupid. Doesn't he know about the Qinkuan escape technique? As long as we're still in this large territory, Sister Lan can return to the first in any time and anywhere. Looking at him, it's obvious that he hasn't been here for long. How would he know about the Qinkuan escape technique? Xianxia huffed. What should we do? Yuan Xiaoman turned to look at the others. Tianxing frowned and didn't say a word. He rushed in the direction of the first in. Hong Lao also said, no matter what, it's good to watch the show. Besides, we all have the true sun gold. It's not safe to move now. Let's go to the first in and wait. Yuan Xiaoman nodded. That's true. After exchanging a few simple words, the mid-ranks also flew towards the first in. This time, they weren't in a hurry. There was no need to hurry. In any case, that brat Yang Kai had already walked right into their trap. With Madame Lan's strength, she shouldn't fail. They just didn't know what kind of expression he would have when he suddenly saw Madame Lan. Somewhere in the void, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared, a space spirit bead floating beside him. Reaching out to grab the space spirit bead, Yang Kai secretly sighed. After throwing out the 10 space rings to attract the attention of Madame Lan and the others, he had secretly scattered a space spirit bead. It was also thanks to the positioning of this space spirit bead that he could travel through the void and escape the range of Madame Lan and the others' divine telekinesis. At this moment, the auras that had been locked onto him all this time finally disappeared. Yang Kai knew that his method had worked, and his heart finally relaxed. Looking left and right, and confirming that he didn't see anyone else, Yang Kai determined the direction and rushed towards the first in. Just as Yuan Xiaoman and the others had said, his initial destination was the first in. Only there would he be safe. Otherwise, where else could he run to with a Golden Crow's corpse? He wouldn't be safe anywhere. As for what he should do after reaching the first in, he could only play it by ear. At the same time, the lobby of the first in floating in the void was quiet. Ever since the sun's star had changed, the originally noisy first in had completely quieted down. All the guests had left. Although some people had returned one after another, these people were all low-level disciples of various great forces. None of them was in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally didn't dare to run around. At this moment, they were all resting in the side rooms, causing the waiter and the accountant behind the counter to have nothing to do. One was lying on a stool, dozing off, while the other was sleeping on a table.